Chapter 1. Transcending to Become the Savior. The palatial towers are interconnected, bathed in the soft, golden hues of the setting sun, resembling an ancient celestial abode nestled within this realm. Among the mountains, numerous caverns and courtyards emit vibrant rays of dawn, enveloped in ethereal mists and clouds, creating an exceptionally mystical ambience. This is the esteemed Qingyun sect, the foremost cultivation sect of the Tianyang continent, specifically its outer gate. Within the labyrinth of houses, one stands out prominently, resonating with rich spiritual energy, adorned with resplendent jade tiles and golden stones, an exquisite marvel. An incredulous voice reverberates through the air. Am I traversing worlds? Bai Xuan gazes at the reflection in the mirror, scrutinizing the unfamiliar yet lavish furnishings surrounding him, feeling as though he has awakened from a dream. His memories linger on a moment of heroism, rescuing a young girl from drowning, only to find himself succumbing to the depths. His astonishment. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovers himself in an entirely new and perilous realm of cultivation. Moreover, unfamiliar memories begin to surface in his mind, gently reminding him of his extraordinary identity in this world, in this realm. The Bai Xuan shares his name and bears a striking resemblance to him, yet his status is utterly different. Here, Bai Xuan is a notorious cultivator, marked by a terrifying background, brazenly bullying weaker disciples with impunity. Fueled by a powerful family that has dominated the Tianyang continent for years, he indulges in elixirs, having consumed all renowned heavenly materials and treasures. As a result, despite his lack of diligent training, he has inadvertently achieved the foundation establishment stage through sheer reliance on these potions. Normally, reaching this stage would grant him access to the inner sect, but fate dealt him a harsh hand on his very first day in the inner sect. He dared to spy on the prodigy Lu Wainer while she bathed. Consequently, this faux foundation establishment cultivator was nearly struck down on the spot. He was expelled from the inner sect and banished back to the outer gate. In truth, had it not been for his illustrious lineage, he might have been ousted entirely. Even after being cast out, he continued to wreak havoc in the outer gate. Just yesterday, a new junior sister arrived, reputed not only for her striking beauty, but also for achieving the 5th layer of qi refinement at such a tender age, emerging as the top contender in the outer gate's disciple selection, possessing the prowess to challenge those of higher tiers. Undeterred by her formidable reputation, the original Bai Xuan, in his arrogance, sought to provoke her due to his superior cultivation. To his surprise, the foundation establishment cultivator was severely injured by her qi refinement prowess. Upon returning to his quarters, the original Bai Xuan attempted to heal his wounds in the dead of night, only to be overwhelmed by the potency of the elixirs, leading to his own demise from excessive consumption. Bai Xuan, witnessing this narrative, could only express silent bewilderment at the tumultuous life of the original owner. It truly was a splendid hand poorly played. After all, he gleaned from other memories that the original possessed commendable cultivation talent. While not extraordinary, it was certainly above average. Had the original devoted even a modicum of effort to his training, he would have undoubtedly reached the 6th or 7th layer of foundation establishment by now. Upon processing this segment of memories, Bai Xuan felt a sudden disquiet. His current physique felt utterly hollow, devoid of even a trace of cultivation. It was revealed that during a midnight episode, the original owner had overdosed on drugs, leading to the complete dissolution of his martial prowess. Now, he found himself with a shattered dantian and severed meridians, resembling little more than a mere invalid. As the memories gradually merged, an even more unfortunate revelation awaited him. Following his defeat the previous night, the original owner had unleashed a torrent of derogatory remarks, mocking and insulting the blood relatives of his junior sister. Being a recent initiate, she could hardly endure such humiliation. Her rage ignited, and she immediately challenged him to a life-and-death duel. The original owner, foolishly attributing his loss to his unhealed injuries, readily accepted the challenge. Upon witnessing this recollection, Bai Xuan nearly spat blood in exasperation, overwhelmed by fury to the point of fainting. That wretched 6th brother had even dug a grave for him posthumously. The top candidate from the outer sect, known as Xiaorong, was merely 18 years of age, a year younger than Bai Xuan. Gifted with exceptional talent and formidable strength, she had garnered the attention of many elders during the sect selection process. Unfortunately, her family had suffered a calamity. Her father, once the clan leader, had been murdered, and her mother had vanished amidst the turmoil. After seizing power, her uncle dispatched numerous capable cultivators to eliminate her. Strangely, despite the abundance of skilled practitioners, none had managed to lay eyes on Xiaorong, allowing her to successfully arrive at the Qingyun sect. Her purpose in joining the Qingyun sect was straightforward. She sought the sanctuary of the sect. Although the Xiao family was not without power, it paled in comparison to a behemoth like the Qingyan sect. By aligning herself with the sect, at least on the surface, her uncle would be powerless to act against her. As for why the original owner had provoked her, it stemmed from his own fragile sense of superiority. In his mind, if he could suppress the top candidate from the outer sect, he would undoubtedly regain considerable prestige among his peers, regardless of the disparity in there. Cultivation level she being at the foundation establishment stage, while she was at the Qi refinement stage. To this moment, cold sweat trickled down Bai Xuan's forehead. What was the original owner thinking? Needlessly antagonizing Xiao Rong. With so many cultivators surrounding her, it was remarkable that she had managed to slip into the Qingyun sect and claim the title of top candidate. If his deductions were correct, her mother was likely alive, waiting for her to rescue her. This was undeniably a classic trope of the abandoned young master. If predictions held true, Xiao Rong would either have an ancient grandmaster in her possession or wield a remarkably powerful artifact. Now, Bai Xuan unconsciously swallowed hard. Based on his extensive experience reading countless web novels in his previous life, he realized he now resembled a villainous supporting character destined to perish within 3 chapters. Xiao Rong was the protagonist, while he played the role of her experienced fodder. Moreover, even without any external advantages, Xiao Rong was currently at the 9th level of Qi refinement, capable of challenging opponents beyond her rank. To eliminate him, now reduced to a state akin to that of an invalid, would be as effortless as a mere flick of her wrist. If I were to seek reconciliation with Xiao Rong, would she forgive me? Yet, it was far more likely that she would simply kick me into a pit. What to do? What to do? Bai Xuan found himself in a state of panic. This outcome left him feeling somewhat perturbed. Casting a glance at the beam above his head, he pondered, should I simply hang myself right here? At that very moment, a mechanical sound resonated in Bai Xuan's mind. Ding! System activation in progress. A system? I possess a system. Initially taken aback, Bai Xuan was soon engulfed in euphoric delight. With a system at my disposal, can I not, akin to characters in novels, flaunt my prowess, slap faces with impunity, win the affection of a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life? While Bai Xuan reveled in his delightful fantasies, the crisp voice echoed once more. Ding! System officially activated. Greetings, host. This system is the most formidable in history. It has chosen to reside within you to alter the fateful demise of the Tianyang continent. The Tianyang continent is doomed, and it falls upon me to change its fate. What can I accomplish as a mere waste, lacking even the Qi refinement stage? Ding! Please do not underestimate yourself, host. With this system, you are the greatest figure in the world. That so? At this moment, Bai Xuan was moved to tears, having transitioned from fear of being crushed to possessing the most powerful system. The dramatic ups and downs of life were nothing compared to this. Ding! A welcome gift package for the host has been prepared. Shall it be opened? Open it. Bai Xuan replied without a moment's hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the 6 Zhang Golden Body, innate Dao Body, and the 9 levels of Dao Foundation. Dao Foundation? Bai Xuan rubbed his ears in disbelief. Could it truly be the Dao Foundation? Ding! The host is overly astonished. It has been stated that you are the greatest figure in the world. Although the original owner was uneducated, he had, during his foundation establishment, managed to read a few pages of a book that mentioned the Dao Foundation. The Dao Foundation is indeed remarkable. The text indicated that the quality of foundation establishment is classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The vast majority of cultivators in this world are merely at the lowest level of yellow Dao Foundation, while those with profound Dao Foundation are considered geniuses. The Earth Dao Foundation is already exceedingly rare, and as for the Heaven Dao Foundation, it has not been seen for millennia. Those who have achieved it are recorded in historical texts as legendary figures. As for the 6 Zhang Golden Body and innate Dao Body, the original owner had read too little to know, but by their names alone, they seem to hold power comparable to that of the Dao Foundation. System, I truly adore you. Bai Xuan was overwhelmed by the sudden wave of happiness, moved to tears. Ding! Commencing cultivation infusion. As the system's voice faded, Bai Xuan was astonished to find that his previously shattered dantian and severed meridians began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, a torrent of intense and pure spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones like a gushing lava flow. His realm began to soar. Qi Refinement 1, Qi Refinement 2, Qi Refinement 3, until it gradually halted at the 9 levels of foundation establishment. Once the cultivation infusion concluded, Bai Xuan felt as though every cell in his body was brimming with unparalleled strength. The spiritual energy within him was pure, and radiant, coursing through his meridians like mighty rivers. This abundant sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Chapter 2. The choice presented to slay the Empress or to convert her. Ding. A child of destiny has been detected in proximity to the host. Ding. The host has received a mission. Xiao Rong is reborn, and the Empress returns. Xiao Rong, the one who nearly brought about her own demise. Ding. Now presenting Xiao Rong's attribute panel. Before Bai Xuan, a translucent panel materialized instantly. Name, Xiao Rong. Identity, ostensibly a disciple of the outer sect of the Qingyan sect, but in reality, a reborn empress in the tribulation stage. Age, 18 years. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 9. Physique, true phoenix form. Technique, burning heavens, true yang scripture. Ah, so her true cultivation was concealed. No wonder the original host, despite being in the foundation establishment stage, was unable to contend with her. It is quite reasonable that she could evade the cultivators of her maternal uncle's faction. After all, she is a reborn individual with a godlike perspective. So what does this mean? Bai Xuan pondered, stroking his chin. What does the issuance of this mission entail for me? Ding. The host need not allow this system to explain. In her previous life, Xiao Rong's mother conspired with her uncle to murder her father and pursued Xiao Rong relentlessly. After cultivating to the tribulation stage, she established the unparalleled empire and uncovered the truth, which reignited her old wounds. In a moment of weakness, she was betrayed by her former partner and disciples, resulting in the creation of the true Phoenix Elixir. In this life, Xiao Rong has turned dark without the host's intervention. She is destined to become a female tyrant that endangers all living beings. The fact that her mother and uncle conspired was unexpected for Bai Xuan. He had presumed Xiao Rong's mother was a daughter of a prominent family, rescued during a rebellion and waiting for her to save her. After hearing the system's explanation, Bai Xuan felt sympathy for Xiao Rong. It was no wonder she had turned to darkness. Ding. The host is now presented with two choices. Firstly, take advantage of Xiao Rong's current weakness and eliminate her to prevent future troubles. Completing this task will reward the host with a 9-looped sacred herb. Secondly, reform Xiao Rong, guiding her to no longer harbor hatred for the world. Become an ally to the host. Completing this task will reward the host with the supreme creation and ascension technique. Ah, so there's a choice? Bai Xuan bowed his head in contemplation. To be honest, though this body was previously shattered and devoid of spiritual energy due to Xiao Rong's actions, Bai Xuan did not harbor any disdain towards her. Strictly speaking, it was the original host who instigated the conflict. Otherwise, she would not have suffered the consequences. Then I shall choose the second option, to reform Xiao Rong. Bai Xuan's brow furrowed slightly as he swept his sleeve and turned, making his choice. He was not one to revel in slaughter now that a better solution presented itself. He naturally would not resort to killing Xiao Rong. Moreover, protagonists in novels often resembled resilient cockroaches. Perhaps pushing her off a cliff would merely unlock some extraordinary fortune for her. When she returns in triumph, he would find himself in dire straits. Never mind. From the heart. 3 days later, in the market outside the Qingyan sect, this was a place for cultivators to exchange resources, though somewhat rudimentary. It boasted a plethora of good items beneath the auspices of the Qingyan sect. Rumor had it that as long as one possessed enough spirit stones, anything could be procured here. This moment, nearly 10,000 cultivators were bustling in and out of the market. Even as evening approached, the atmosphere remained vibrant and boisterous. In the ancient palace, whispers of forbidden knowledge flow, revealing myriad postures. Master this art, and the female practitioners will find it impossible to part from you. Who desires such wisdom? Esteemed warriors, you are worthy of this gift. Behold, an extraordinary technique unveiled on the battlefield of immortals and demons, unparalleled in might and uniqueness. Young aspirants, the chance to defy fate lies before you. First-grade sacred elixirs, second-grade sacred elixirs, rare medicinal treasures, fairly priced and free from deceit. Available only today. Passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip away. Take a moment to glance and behold. Amongst the bustling crowd, a slender maiden clad in azure garments, with a burlap sack slung over her shoulder, furrowed her brow while surveying the offerings. This was Xiao Rong. It marked the 10th day since her rebirth. Initially, she had intended to thwart her family's rebellion upon her return. However, her weak cultivation and the urgency of time had thwarted her efforts. The thought of her mother's duplicitous demeanor urging her to flee during the chaos filled her with indignation, causing her to grit her teeth in fury. Now, her sole desire was to diligently cultivate, swiftly elevate her strength, and confront the treacherous individuals responsible. Her purpose for visiting this marketplace was to procure a rare and precious material known as phoenix saliva, which is, in simpler terms, the drool left by a true phoenix while resting on a parasol tree. By incorporating this material into her foundational elixir during the refining process, combined with her fiery phoenix essence, she might possess a slim chance of achieving a realm beyond what she had attained in her previous life, the foundation establishment of the heavenly path. Though the likelihood was nearly negligible, she remained resolute in her pursuit. Heaven had granted her a second chance to tread the path of cultivation, and she refused to be confined to merely the tribulation phase. While Xiao Rong meticulously examined the items around her, a commotion erupted within the crowd, causing many cultivators to change their expressions and hastily retreat. A group of boisterous young men jostled through, pushing aside those caught unaware. Trailing behind them was a composed and stylish young man, elegantly fanning himself with a paper fan, exuding charm. Dressed in a flowing dark green robe, his eyes, a mesmerizing blend of azure and white, sparkled like finely crafted jade, imbued with an aura of profound wisdom. His gaze fell upon Xiao Rong, revealing no attempt to conceal his astonishment. The fiery phoenix essence, naturally beautiful and refreshingly unique. Though she may appear modest now, a closer look reveals the delicate grace between her brows, hinting at a future that could disrupt the world. Encounter of such a maiden today is truly serendipitous. The young man, with his striking azure eyes, felt an inexplicable fervor. From the moment Xiao Rong had stepped into the marketplace, he sensed her extraordinary presence. Thus, he approached, yearning to observe her more closely. His surprise, the closer he drew to Xiao Rong, the more he could perceive her exceptional nature. His clan, gifted with the innate ability known as azure eyes, allowed for meticulous observation of opponents in battle, enabling them to anticipate moves ahead of time. They could even discern fortune and misfortune, communicating with spirits, and evaluating an individual's potential and fate. Naturally, this ability only applied to those whose strength was inferior to his own. Just moments ago, he had used his azure eyes to examine Xiao Rong and realized that this maiden in azure was truly an extraordinary being. Her talent, potential, and luck all ranking at the pinnacle. He wandered back and forth, observing Xiao Rong for quite a while. Although she bore the insignia of the Qingyun sect at her waist, her attire was simple and unadorned. As she meandered between several stalls, whenever the vendors glanced her way, she hastily tucked her hands into her pockets, bowing her head in a pretense of contemplating her finances before quickly departing. Thus, he concluded that this young lady had likely just joined the Qingyun sect, lacking connections and not possessing a formidable background. In truth, his assessment was accurate. Although Xiao Rong had once been an empress in her previous life, she was now merely a neophyte in the realm of qi cultivation and one steeped in poverty at that. On her journey to the Qingyun sect, she had resorted to striking a multitude of passers-by to barely scrape together the fare for her travels. As she gazed upon the bustling market, particularly entranced by the shimmering spirit stones that twinkled like stars, her eyes nearly bulged with desire. Yet, the funds to purchase such treasures had yet to materialize. Her purpose for visiting was to secure a stall where she could sell the elixirs she had refined in hopes of earning some coin. After all, in her past life as an empress, she possessed genuine skills, though she had contemplated less honorable means of acquiring wealth. However, considering that the Qingyun sect was renowned for its virtuous reputation and held its integrity in high regard, she understood that if she were to be apprehended, she would suffer a greater loss for the sake of a minor gain. This was precisely why she felt emboldened to set up her stall here. Under the auspices of the Qingyun sect, her uncle would likely refrain from taking any drastic measures against her. As she pondered her circumstances, a scene unfolded that caught the attention of a man clad in green. With a devious glint in his eye, he approached her with a slight smile. Introducing himself as Zhang Yunzi, he inquired about her name, suggesting that they ought to befriend one another, having noticed her apparent interest in some of the items nearby. No need, she promptly interrupted, having no intention of indulging him with kindness. With the wisdom of her prior existence, she had encountered countless individuals, and such insincere flattery could only stem from ulterior motives. I am quite capable of managing my own affairs without your assistance. Zhang Yunzi's demeanor faltered at her response. Though he attempted to maintain a courteous facade, his expression betrayed a mix of embarrassment and growing ire. How dare she, a mere cultivator without wealth, power, or connections, refuse his overtures? He had already bestowed upon her a considerable favor by speaking to her in such a manner, yet she had the audacity to reject it. Miss, one must know when to bow their head in society, Do not presume upon my goodwill." With that, Zhang Yunzi cast aside any pretense of civility. His hands clasped behind his back, adopting an arrogant posture that exuded menace. His gaze roamed over Xiaorong's figure with brazen insolence. The surrounding cultivators regarded him with trepidation. Those who had reached the Qingyan sect's ranks were either exceptionally gifted or possessed formidable backgrounds. No one was to be trifled with, especially with the sect's enforcement team vigilant against disturbances. However, Zhang Yunzi was different. His brother, Zhang Dan, was celebrated within the inner sanctum of the Qingyan sect. Renowned alongside the illustrious Lu Weiner as one of its most distinguished disciples, often referred to as the twin stars of Qingyun, coupled with the influence of their esteemed clan. The Qingyan family, which boasted deep connections with numerous powerful factions across the Tianyang continent, he felt emboldened to act with such impunity beneath the Qingyun sect's aegis. "Have you finished? Move aside. You are blocking my path." Xiaorong took a step back, her delicate brows knitting together, revealing her displeasure. She was unperturbed by the presence of the young man clad in blue, for she had already bested Bai Xuan from the illustrious Changxing family. One more did not faze her. "Ah, so naive and unaware of the world," Zhang Yunzi remarked with a tone laced with derision. Observing Xiaorong as she gathered her spiritual energy, though he paid her no heed. He doubted that the maiden before him could stir any tempest in his presence. Xiaorong remained undaunted, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yunzi, as if encased in eternal frost. Fiery crimson runes coalesced in her palms. Chapter 3. The System and I. The forceful entrance of Bai Xuan suddenly, with a resounding crash that shattered the heavens, a golden lotus blossomed between the earth and sky. From the horizon, it seemed as if golden magma erupted, the dazzling light akin to flames engulfing the land, vying for brilliance with the sun. In that instant, the brilliance compelled the onlookers to squint. The golden lotus surged forth towards them, atop which stood a young man, proud and upright, clad in a snow-white robe. Fringes billowing in the swift wind, exuding an effortless grace that suggested a realm far beyond the ordinary. This golden lotus was the innate divine ability of the Changxing Bai family. The previously tranquil marketplace erupted into a frenzy at the utterance of this name. All gazes were drawn to the golden lotus, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. They were all too familiar with the significance of the Changxing Bai family. This innate divine ability of the golden lotus was nearly synonymous with the Bai family's fame. The black lotus brought destruction, while the golden lotus heralded creation. The Changxing Bai family thrived amidst it all. The conditions for executing this technique were exceedingly stringent. It required not only formidable cultivation to support it, but also an extraordinary innate talent. Talent, predestined by nature, could not be forced. This was why, despite the multitude of powerful cultivators within the Bai family, aside from the current family head and the eldest daughter, Bai Yuru, no one had been reported to wield it. Rumors surrounding Bai Yuru circulated throughout the Tianyang continent, portraying her as an ethereal figure, a favored child of the Tao, a supreme being, and the presumptive next family leader, too many accolades to enumerate. At this moment, a wave of excitement surged through the marketplace. With many cultivators engaged in animated discussions, who could this newcomer be? However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is likely to be Bai Yuru, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, as she is also a member of the Qingyun sect and a direct disciple of its leader. Apart from her, it is improbable that the head of the Bai family would be involved. As the golden lotus slowly descended, many craned their necks in anticipation, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary prodigy, Bai Yuru. At that moment, the visage of the young man within the golden lotus gradually became clearer. His skin was as fair as porcelain, with hair as dark as ink. His face, resembling silver and jade, was adorned with strikingly handsome features, exuding an air of calm composure that was utterly unpretentious. His eyes, shimmering with depth, mirrored the starry river of a summer night, rippling with enchanting waves. Yet, upon closer inspection, his brows and gaze conveyed a divine benevolence, an indifference to the mundane world that surrounded him. His ethereal presence seemed to elevate him above all, gazing down upon everything with a transcendent detachment, akin to a true celestial being who had journeyed through the mortal realm. Everyone held their breath. It was Bai Xuan. Zhang Yunzi's eyes widened in shock as he was the first to recover from his astonishment. He had visited the outer sect of the Qingyun sect several times and had dealings with Bai Xuan. In his memory, Bai Xuan was nothing more than a complete wastrel. During his 10 years of cultivation, he had spent 9 years bullying his junior disciples, and the remaining year studying the sect's regulations to find loopholes with the elders of the enforcement team. During his visits, he had been mercilessly extorted of spiritual stones by Bai Xuan. Though the latter was indeed a waste, he had tolerated it, as Bai Xuan was a member of the esteemed Bai family. Yet, the Bai Xuan he beheld today bore no resemblance to that previous fool. Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities all along? For a whole decade? A chill ran down Zhang Yunzi's spine, and cold sweat trickled down his back. If that were true, what a terrifying existence he would be. At this moment, the crowd also began to react, their expressions filled with astonishment as they whispered among themselves. How could it be the Bai Xuan from the outer sect? Wasn't he an utterly useless scion? Indeed, it cannot be Bai Xuan. I, too, am an outer sect disciple of the Qingyan sect, and I know him all too well. Could it be that Bai Xuan had been masquerading, biding his time to gather strength for the right moment? It must be so. Members of the Bai family have never been foolish. As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the crowd once more. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Bai Xuan possessed the capability to wield the golden lotus. This suggested that, in terms of both talent and strength, he could not possibly be inferior to Bai Yuru, and might even surpass her. Yet, one could not help but wonder why he had remained concealed within the outer sect for an entire decade, masquerading as an arrogant and indifferent individual. Those who could ascend to the ranks of the Qingyun sect were certainly not mere trivial characters. A glance exchanged among them revealed an unspoken understanding. It seemed plausible that the internal discord within the Bai family had led to the suppression of Bai Xuan's lineage, prompting him to conceal his true talents and refrain from public exposure, opting instead to secretly cultivate his strength in the shadows of the outer sect. Upon this reflection, the gazes directed at Bai Xuan transformed, infused with admiration, envy, trepidation, and even the glimmer of intrigue from the female cultivators. A tapestry of emotions intertwined in the air. Bai Xuan stood steadfastly atop the golden lotus, casting a surreptitious glance over the crowd, observing the myriad expressions etched upon their faces. A quiet sense of triumph blossoming within him. It appeared that he had successfully taken the first step in restoring his reputation. In truth, when Bai Xuan employed this tactic, he too felt a tremor of apprehension, uncertain of its efficacy. The previous day, he had engaged in discourse with the system, acquiring insight into the respective functions of the innate Tao body and the Sixzhang golden body. In essence, the innate Tao body serves as an accelerator for cultivation. While it might take other practitioners a decade to master a particular technique, one with the innate Tao body requires merely 10 seconds. Conversely, the Sixzhang golden body stands as a testament to the immeasurable virtues of a revered monk. When activated, it radiates a brilliant golden light, as though forged from pure gold, impervious to harm and resistant to all poisons. When necessary, it can even summon the golden body Buddha, embodying both offense and defense. As for the golden lotus, it was an idle exploration the night prior, when he stumbled upon the original owner's treatise on techniques tucked beneath a table. To his astonishment, after a mere glance, he was able to master it. Having just finished his evening meal, the system promptly alerted him. Ding! Rebirth of the Empress detected. Xiao Rong is in peril. Please proceed to assist Xiao Rong in initially resolving the conflict and misunderstanding. Ding! Should the task be accomplished, the host shall be rewarded with Lingshu grass. Bai Xuan, seizing the opportune moment, made his grand entrance just as two groups were on the brink of conflict. However, he was taken aback by the magnitude of the commotion caused by Jean Lian. The moment had arrived. It was time for him to showcase his flair. Ding! Rest assured. Host, you may indulge in your ostentation as you wish. This system will fully support you. This system, truly a fitting companion, speaks to my very soul. Bai Xuan could not help but silently commend himself with a hearty thumbs up. As the golden lotus descended to the ground, Bai Xuan stepped forward with unwavering poise. At this moment, he no longer resembled an aloof celestial being, overseeing the masses from a lofty height. Instead, his gaze was clear and luminous, his voice warm and melodious, akin to that of a friendly elder brother. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the earlier commotion that may have disturbed you, Bai Xuan expressed sincerely. Oh no, young Master Bai, you must not. How could someone of your profound cultivation and noble status deign to apologize to us? In that instant, regardless of whether they were seasoned practitioners or fledgling neophytes, Bai Xuan's stature in their eyes experienced an unprecedented elevation. Having endured humiliation and burden for years, yet maintaining an untainted heart, and being a member of the illustrious Bai family, he was capable of humbling himself to offer an apology. How noble such sentiments were. How grand such character. Reflecting upon ourselves, how often do we, with slightly elevated prowess, bully the weak, or with a hint of status, become arrogant and oblivious to our surroundings? Truly, we are left in profound shame. Thus, with a single unintentional yet ostentatious remark, Bai Xuan rendered the majority of cultivators present with crimson faces, except for Xiao Rong, who, having once been an empress, had weathered the vicissitudes of human emotions and witnessed the capriciousness of society. She was not so easily deceived. Upon entering the Qingyun sect, she would hear 3 practitioners curse Bai Xuan, the old dog Bai, for every 2 steps she took. In this perilous and fantastical realm, the strong could seize the stars and moon, their thoughts transcending the heavens, moving mountains and filling seas, while the weak were trampled like mere weeds, stripped of dignity. Deceit and treachery were the norm. Moreover, Bai Xuan's drastic contrast in demeanor made her wary. She would not be swayed by a couple of light-hearted phrases into believing he was a man of virtue. Something is amiss, she thought. Indeed, before the pleasantries could conclude, Bai Xuan's gaze, imbued with a peculiar hue, darted toward her. Little sister Xiaorong, it has been a few days since we last met, and you have blossomed into an ever more enchanting beauty. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Bai Xuan's words instantly shifted the focus of the crowd to the girl in the green attire. What is the identity of this young lady? Young Master Bai is personally engaging her in conversation? That token suggests she is a disciple of the outer sect of Qingyun. What is their relationship? Who knows? Speak up. A disciple of Qingyun sect scratched his head in confusion. Come on, tell us. Yes. A number of beautiful female cultivators, observing Bai Xuan's overt friendliness toward a woman, clenched their delicate hands and bit their silver teeth in jealousy, their eyes almost igniting with flames of envy. I remember previously, old dog Bai. Senior Bai's relationship with her was not good. They even agreed to a life-and-death duel. Chapter 4. An ominous celestial phenomenon. A life-and-death duel? What could possibly be the reason behind that? Everyone was utterly perplexed. Noticing that Xiao Rong's delicate face remained cold and unyielding, she uttered not a single word, her gaze exuding an unmistakable chill. Bai Xuan smiled gently, not overly concerned. For in her past life, Xiao Rong had been betrayed by her disciples, her mother, and even her own partner. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unscathed. Easing the frozen heart of Xiao Rong and allowing her to find solace is undoubtedly not a task that can be accomplished in a mere day or 2. Bai Xuan had no illusions about receiving any warm reception from Xiao Rong at the outset. How is it that my senior brother, having made the effort to descend here for you, is met with such a sour expression? His words, delivered with a light-hearted smile, ignited yet another wave of murmurs among the crowd. Bai Xuan, what exactly do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Rong as she caught the predatory gazes of the female cultivators around her, their eyes brimming with hostility. She realized that those who frequented the vicinity of the Qingyun sect were formidable individuals, and she had initially hoped to cultivate good relations with these female practitioners, believing it might aid her future quest for vengeance. Yet, Bai Xuan's mere words had dashed her plans, further deepening her perception of him as an enigma. Beneath his tranquil gaze, reminiscent of still waters, there seemed to lurk a tempest she could not fathom. Young Master Bai of the Changxing family. How extraordinary that he would make a special appearance for a mere woman. The crowd found themselves increasingly baffled by Bai Xuan. Once a flamboyant dandy, he now displayed an unexpected fervor for a woman. What could his motivations possibly be? Let us not forget, young Master Bai possesses profound cultivation and noble character, capable of enduring for a decade as the contemporary paragon of youth and divine talent. If he were to be understood by you, the rabble, what would remain of his mystique? A disgruntled cultivator, feeling slighted, interjected, while I have no qualms about acknowledging Bai Xuan's strength, why must you belittle me? Pray tell, what insights do you possess, esteemed elder? With a flourish, an elderly man with a scraggly beard stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ah, young ones, you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. This young lady, Xiao Rong, hails from a third-rate family, and after her uncle's rebellion led to her father's demise, she seeks refuge here. Young Master Bai, moved by her plight and sharing a common suffering, deliberately humiliates her in combat to preserve his fade as a reckless youth, thereby granting her a favorable reputation within the Qingyun sect, enabling her to establish her footing. How noble of young Master Bai to willingly serve as her stepping stone. He concluded, casting a knowing glance at Bai Xuan, as if to say, I understand your intentions. Bai Xuan found himself in a rather perplexing situation. Were it not for his prior knowledge, he might have believed that this old man was merely a hired pawn, as every utterance seemed to serve to exonerate him. Thus, he swiftly altered his demeanor, as if someone had finally pierced through the faade he had maintained, clearing the fog clouding his heart, and in gratitude. He nodded appreciatively at the old man. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in unison that indeed, it was so. Furthermore, Bai Xuan observed Zhang Yunzi confronting Xiao Rong at the market, and to shield her from embarrassment, he was willing to unveil his own cultivation level. It was crucial to note that in doing so, the efforts Bai Xuan had invested over the past decade would be rendered futile. In the future, he would likely face relentless suppression from the favored lineage of the Bai family. As this thought crossed their minds, many felt their eyes welling with tears, particularly the beautiful female cultivators, whose gazes towards Bai Xuan were imbued with tender longing, wishing they could rush forth and offer themselves as companions. Alas, Bai Xuan, my esteemed senior brother, how could you embody such a demeanor? Xiaorong was taken aback by Bai Xuan's attitude towards her. She had certainly overheard the whispers of the crowd, yet at that moment, how could she bring herself to believe it? Once, she had held the conviction that amidst the world, there existed a sense of righteousness and enduring love, which served as the foundation of her moral compass. Until that fateful day when she uncovered the truth behind her family's rebellion, betrayed by her own disciple whom she had painstakingly nurtured, and by her beloved, who had successfully refined the fire phoenix Trudan. Where then is justice to be found? In this dark, filthy, and sordid realm of cultivation, weakness is the original sin. Even now, Xiao Rong regarded Bai Xuan as akin to those morally pretentious hypocrites. The only distinction was that Bai Xuan excelled in the art of disguise. Humph. Xiao Rong scoffed softly, her delicate hands clenched tightly, warily watching Bai Xuan. His handsome visage bore a refined and graceful smile. Had she not seen through the intricacies of the cultivation world, she might have mistaken him for a good person. At that moment, the nearby cultivators were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that despite Bai Xuan's goodwill, Xiao Rong would not only reject his kindness, but would also accuse him of feigned sincerity. It seemed as though there was truly some underlying conflict between the two. TSK, enough of this. Bai Xuan chuckled lightly, nonchalantly shaking his head, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. He then turned his gaze to the visibly distressed Zhang Yunzi, his expression growing cold. If memory serves, you are not from our Qingyan sect, are you? Zhang Yunzi was immediately taken aback, his body drenched in cold sweat, an overwhelming sense of crisis surging within him. What do you mean, senior brother Bai? My brother is an intersect prodigy, a direct disciple of Zhang Dan. I have had the fortune of encountering senior brother Bai a few times in the outer sect. Then that implies you are not. Bai Xuan raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement, utterly disregarding the significance of his opponent, who claimed to be a distinguished disciple of the inner sect. The disciples of our Qingyan sect are fair game for my whims. However, should any insignificant creature fail to comprehend its own station and dare to provoke, it shall meet its demise. As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Xuan struck with a palm, whereupon runes intertwined and golden light flickered, an incandescent golden palm imprint swiftly materializing in the void, reminiscent of a divine hand descending from the heavens. Bai Xuan Yu. Zhang Yunzi was immediately seized by fear, his countenance shifting dramatically. Unable to believe what he was witnessing, and under the overwhelming force of that formidable palm imprint, his face turned an ashen hue. Bai Xuan, are you truly willing to resort to self-destruction for the sake of a disciple from the Qingyan sect? Meanwhile, behind him, the once arrogant servants now found themselves gripped by sheer terror and despair. Although their powers were at the 8th or 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, in this moment, they felt as though they were being ruthlessly suppressed by a divine presence, devoid of any thought of resistance. Bai Xuan's strike resembled the hand of a deity, enveloping the heavens and the earth, completely shrouding them in his might. With a sudden whoosh, Zhang Yunzi's servant was obliterated, leaving no trace of his body as he erupted into a mist of crimson. Zhang Yunzi himself was violently expelled blood, his form fracturing as his primordial spirit was ensconced within a protective talisman, hastily fleeing the scene. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. A chill coursed through everyone, their scalps prickling with dread. No one could have anticipated that Bai Xuan, who had just moments ago exuded a demeanor of amiability, would unleash his fury with such ferocity, annihilating Zhang Yunzi and his entourage with a mere palm strike. It is noteworthy that Zhang Yunzi hailed from a prestigious family in the Tianyang continent, possessing considerable strength himself, having attained the 7th level of the Profound Path Foundation. While his servants were all at the 9th level of the same realm, Bai Xuan astonishingly managed to annihilate them all with but a single palm strike. What manner of strength is this? Could it be that he is a golden core cultivator? In the marketplace, an ominous silence enveloped the crowd. Every eye widened in disbelief, struggling to conceal the horror etched upon their faces. A 19-year-old golden core cultivator. What does that even signify? A golden core achieved within a century can be deemed a prodigy of this era. Meanwhile, the strongest individuals in the world, at Bai Xuan's age, had merely reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Many cultivators gulped nervously, their spirits trembling. They vaguely sensed that this individual before them would, within a century, evolve into a being that would send tremors throughout the entire Tianyang continent. Bai Xuan, do you truly believe that I would express gratitude for this? After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Rong regained her composure, her countenance darkening. In her previous life, as an empress, she had endured countless life and death crises, triumphing against the odds. Initially, she intended to provoke Zhang Yunzi, only to flee upon delivering a blow. After all, when she unleashed her secret techniques before the Qingyun sect, even these foundation establishment cultivators would likely find it challenging to escape her grasp. Once she entered the Qingyun sect, she was certain Zhang Yunzi would not dare to act recklessly again. Yet, who could have anticipated that Bai Xuan would intervene and resolve the matter with a single strike? No, you need not thank me, Bai Xuan replied, shaking his head, his tone serene as he turned his back to Xiao Rong and slowly stepped onto the golden lotus. Zhang Yunzi has long oppressed the Qingyun sect, rampaging through the marketplace, bullying the weak and committing misdeeds. Even without your intervention, I would not have let him go. Ding! The system detects that the host is about to utter an impressive declaration. It will alter the natural phenomena, allowing others to perceive the host's words as a harmonious resonance with the heavens, thereby enhancing the host's grandeur. So this is what the system meant by cooperating with me. Quite splendid indeed. This system has truly won my heart. At that moment, Bai Xuan's expression turned somber, as though weighed down by innumerable thoughts, and he let out a long sigh. Ding! Activating the celestial phenomenon, the phantom of the Buddha, the earth surges with lotus blossoms. In the distance, it seemed as though heaven and earth were attuned to his sorrow, far beyond the horizon. The figure of a great Buddha and the shadow of an Arhat emerged, resonating with Bai Xuan's emotions, echoing with a faint yet poignant melody of lament. Like a dream or an illusion, like dew or lightning. Such is the nature of perception. Suddenly glancing back, Bai Xuan's eyes seemed to reflect desolation, solitude, and a sense of being misunderstood, accompanied by a subtle thread of sorrow. Before dawn breaks, there must be someone to illuminate the darkness, however slightly. As his words fell, heaven and earth resonated. White lotuses descended, golden lotuses surged forth, and the fragrance wafted for miles. This was indeed the heaven's acknowledgement of Bai Xuan's consummate virtue. The astonishment within the hearts of the onlookers was beyond expression. Look, an extraordinary phenomenon, a celestial spectacle. Did young Master Bai's words truly evoke a resonance with the heavens? What a noble and pure individual young Master Bai is, to have garnered such favor from the cosmos. Chapter 5. Xiao Rong's turmoil. Is Bai Xuan truly a good person? Bai Xuan, what do you truly mean? Xiao Rong gazed at the extraordinary phenomena unfolding in the skies, her heart overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. Such spectacles served to validate the conjectures surrounding Bai Xuan's character. Yet, she stubbornly refused to accept this reality. In her 2 lifetimes, traversing through 3,000 great worlds and 12 towers, she had seen it all. Xiao Rong believed that her current perceptions had unraveled the very essence of existence, empowering her to discern the illusions of the world. The realm of cultivation appeared to be a desolate domain, rife with opportunism, where the powerful trampled the weak, and every corner was tainted with filth and corruption. But had she been mistaken just now? Could it be that such noble souls truly existed in the world? Individuals willing to place themselves in peril for the sake of others? No, that cannot be. Bai Xuan must have employed some arcane method to evoke such celestial resonance. While her words remained defiant, her inner defenses crumbled. If such a person truly existed, why had she never encountered one in her past life? This must be a deception. Everything is surely a fade. Xiaorong's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. She was reluctant to confront the truth. Could it be that she had truly misjudged Bai Xuan? Bai Xuan refrained from responding to Xiaorong, standing silently atop the golden lotus. His expression remained placid, yet within, he was engulfed by profound excitement. This system was indeed remarkable, truly deserving of its reputation as the most formidable system in existence. At critical moments, it demonstrated unparalleled strength. He had not anticipated that the grandeur of this phenomenon would be so immense. Surely, this would alleviate some of Xiaorong's doubts about him, wouldn't it? As the wind rose, the extraordinary spectacle dissipated like mist. The figure clad in white and the golden lotus seemed to possess a life of their own, gently swaying, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. At that moment, Bai Xuan appeared enveloped in a radiant aura, his brilliance shimmering with a profound sense of Zen, resembling an ancient Buddha standing majestically amidst the heavens and the earth. Before the dawn breaks, there must be someone to illuminate the darkness, even if just slightly. For reasons unknown, these words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, lingering in the ears of the crowd. Particularly for Xiaorong, her heart was filled with turmoil. Indeed, in her past life, had she not been the same? Desperately burning herself, believing she could dispel the darkness of the cultivation world, only to become ashes herself. While the cultivation realm remained shrouded in an eternal night, did Bai Xuan harbor thoughts akin to hers? In that fleeting moment, Xiaorong found herself forgetting Bai Xuan's previous insults, forgetting that he had once been a scion of a long-established family, living a life of indulgence. At that instant, she felt as though the person standing before her was her former self, a relentless seeker striving to transform the cultivation world. Bai Xuan. Xiaorong's voice trembled as she yearned to speak again. Just then, radiant streaks of light traversed the sky, transforming into a magnificent rainbow, accompanied by a formidable presence. The enforcement team of the Qingyun sect made their appearance. There were 10 in total, yet they stood at a distance, refraining from approaching. They had been aware of the events unfolding here since Bai Xuan had summoned the Golden Lotus. It was precisely for this reason that their expressions were fraught with complexity, caught in a web of indecision. Bai Xuan's ability to wield the Golden Lotus signifies that both his cultivation and innate talent are unparalleled in this realm. In the near future, he is destined to become a figure of supremacy in the Tianyang continent. Furthermore, his summoning of celestial phenomena indicates he is undoubtedly a person favored by the heavens, blessed with remarkable fortune. The thought of offending someone of such stature is one they deeply wish to avoid. Moreover, they have long been discontent with Zhang Yunzi's actions. However, due to the disparity in their statuses, they felt powerless to act. Now that Zhang Yunzi has been struck by Bai Xuan, they secretly rejoice in their hearts. Thus, they all choose to feign ignorance. Yet, the commotion is so significant that failing to inquire would tarnish the authority and integrity of the enforcement team. They find themselves in a difficult predicament. At this moment, Xiaorong was filled with anxiety, her eyes slightly reddened, fearing that Bai Xuan might be apprehended by these enforcers, rendering her unable to seek him out. Bai Xuan, who exactly are you? She began, but Bai Xuan paid her no heed, lightly tapping the golden lotus with his foot. Instantly, the golden lotus ascended high into the sky. Unlike before, this time the golden light was not blinding. Rather, it exuded a gentle radiance reminiscent of the soft sunlight at dawn or the delicate glow of dusk. Under such a vibrant illumination, Bai Xuan's figure appeared as a solitary and resolute forerunner, fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead, yet undeterred in his pursuit. Xiaorong's words caught in her throat, her heart aching as tears unexpectedly streamed down her smooth cheeks. Unconsciously, she had begun to distinguish Bai Xuan from the reckless scions of noble families. Was he also someone who aspired to change the world? Bai Xuan gracefully perched upon the golden lotus, delicately touching the ground once more. At that moment, his form melded seamlessly with the lotus, akin to a golden meteor streaking across the pitch-black night, trailing a cascade of sparkling starlight, vanishing in an instant. Left behind was a calm remark from Bai Xuan. I shall attend to the law enforcement hall myself. There is no need to trouble you all. The individuals from the law enforcement hall, hearing these words, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Bai Xuan extended a hand, allowing them to descend gracefully. Whether Bai Xuan would embark on his journey tomorrow, next year, or in the next lifetime was of no concern to them. Soon, the events unfolding before the Qingyun sect stirred tremendous commotion, as if they had sprouted wings, swiftly spreading across the Tianyang continent. The once notorious dandy of the Bai family, Bai Xuan revealed himself to be an extraordinary prodigy who had diligently cultivated his strength in obscurity for a decade. Countless cultivators were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. In the marketplace before the Qingyun sect, before nearly 10,000 spectators, he showcased the Golden Lotus technique, effortlessly dispatching all servants of the prestigious Zhang Yunzi with a single palm strike, reducing Zhang Yunzi to a mere mist of blood. Furthermore, under the protection of the heavens, his words summoned celestial phenomena. Such an occurrence had been unheard of in the history of the Tianyang continent for millions of years. The catalyst for all this was merely Zhang Yunzi's bullying of a young woman from the outer sect of Qingyun, and Bai Xuan had revealed his prowess to protect her. Taking decisive action, this incident sent shockwaves through the major sects, even reaching the ears of long-secluded elders. However, the versions of the tale they heard were more elaborate, suggesting that Bai Xuan had concealed his strength due to oppression from the favored branch of the Bai family. His intervention was driven by empathy for the plight of Xiao Rong, who shared a similar fate. The display of Bai Xuan's might captured the attention of many discerning individuals, being recorded on the reflection stone. After all, having endured humiliation for a decade, his sudden emergence, showcasing his talents, naturally drew comparisons with the contemporary luminaries at the pinnacle of their prowess. The contest of great paths was a dazzling spectacle, teeming with countless geniuses vying for the fortune of this world. Who dares to claim the title of the foremost? Among the current youthful generation, who does not aspire to lead the charge, making their name resound across the seas and shaking the world? The feat of slaying multiple cultivators at the 9th level of the Xian Dao Foundation with a single blow speaks volumes of Bai Xuan's formidable power. A glimpse through a narrow tube reveals a fragment of the whole. Bai Xuan has swiftly ascended to the ranks of the most formidable young talents. Within the outer sect of Qingyun's sect, as the shimmering stars descended, Bai Xuan emerged slowly, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow, his steps unsteady, nearly stumbling. Has he truly exhausted himself? Bai Xuan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. It seems that with his current strength, he can indeed manifest the Golden Lotus, but only for a limited duration. At most, he can maintain it for about an hour. Exceeding that threshold would lead to exhaustion. Yet, an hour is still remarkably impressive, considering that Bai Xuan has yet to reach the Golden Core stage and is merely at the foundation establishment level. Furthermore, relying solely on the heavenly Dao for foundation establishment is insufficient. The Sixzhang Golden Body and the innate Dao Body play crucial roles as well. Should any of these three elements be lacking, even if Bai Xuan mastered the technique, he would be unable to summon the Golden Lotus today. Ding! Congratulations, host. Initial doubts regarding Xiao have been dispelled. Reward, Lingshu Grass. Ding! Lingshu Grass has been credited. As the melodious mechanical voice resonated in his mind, a mystical herb emerged before Bai Xuan, suspended in the air, emanating a soft green glow. Ding! Given the host's limited knowledge of Tianyang continent, I shall now elucidate the effects of Lingshu Grass. Ding! Lingshu Grass, found atop the immortal realm of Penglai, when consumed, can invigorate yang and replenish yin, enhance innate talents, heal wounds, and facilitate the comprehension of divine abilities. Such a plethora of benefits. Bai Xuan's countenance brightened with joy as he carefully tucked the Lingshu Grass into his bosom, cherishing it. The original owner's talent was already remarkable. At present, he had no immediate need for it. However, it was prudent to secure it for future use, as there would undoubtedly come a time when it would prove invaluable. Having expended such considerable spiritual energy, it was imperative for him to enter seclusion and restore his vitality. Moreover, he pondered whether he might achieve yet another breakthrough in his cultivation. Bai Xuan lowered his brows in contemplation, seemingly recalling from the hazy memories of the original owner that there existed a realm between the 9th level of foundation building and the Golden Core stage, a realm known as the Great Perfection of Foundation Building, or the Half-Step Golden Core. Chapter 6, Elevation of Cultivation, Half-Step Golden Core Stage. In the inner sanctum of the Qingyun sect, at its heart, celestial islands hovered. Myriad divine peaks towered, silver waterfalls cascaded from above, and the air was thick with ethereal mist. Rays of dawn and twilight interwove, casting a resplendent array of colors across the sky, reminiscent of a paradisiacal haven imbued with the mysterious aura of ancient immortal clans. Upon a vast and majestic peak, palatial structures interconnected, bustling with cultivators coming and going. This was the Yunlai Peak, where the distinguished disciple Zhang Dan of the Qingyun sect's inner door resided. Within a grand palace, shrouded in white mist, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged. His jade-like eyes, shimmering with the essence of the Tao, emanated an aura capable of obliterating all. Around him, spiritual energy thick as water spiraled in a vortex, drawn into his being. In the ethereal shadows, indistinct figures, both celestial and demonic, seemed to overlap with him, murmuring incantations and howling wildly. It was evident that he wielded an extraordinarily fearsome and enigmatic ancient dark art. This individual was none other than Zhang Dan, another prodigy of the Qingyun sect's inner door, renowned alongside the esteemed Lu Wan'er, both young supremes whose prowess surpassed their peers. At this moment, within the void before him, a primordial spirit enveloped by a magical artifact spoke with malice and resentment, saying, "Brother, you must avenge me this time. This Bai Xuan has wronged the Zhang family too gravely. He shattered my body with a mere palm strike over a girl. He clearly seeks trouble and disdains our clan. If it weren't for the artifact bestowed by the elders, I would have perished." It was none other than Zhang Yunzi, who had narrowly escaped outside the marketplace that day. Now, he harbored deep animosity towards Bai Xuan, wishing fervently to skin him alive, extract his bones, and devour his flesh to alleviate his pent-up rage. To endure such humiliation in public was far more excruciating than death itself. This predicament, however, was largely of his own making. His arrogance before those lesser families had led to this downfall. I had warned you before, do not act recklessly outside the Qingyun sect. Encountering a formidable opponent was only a matter of time. As he spoke, Zhang Dan opened his eyes, his demeanor icy. Yet, it was true that Bai Xuan had indeed gone too far. I have heard that he seems to receive little regard from his family. So it is likely that the Changsheng Bai family will not intervene on his behalf. A few days hence, when I emerge from seclusion, I shall ensure justice is served on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunzi rejoiced, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. I shall await your vengeance." Ensuring that Bai Xuan regrets his actions today. However, before he could finish, Zhang Dan rose, turning his back to Zhang Yunzi. His tone shifted, growing increasingly frigid. "There is one more matter." Zhang Yunzi sensed the chill and faltered momentarily. "Brother, is there something else? You should be aware." Before Zhang Dan could finish his words, a sudden, terrifying wave of energy surged through the surrounding space. In the void, black fissures were abruptly torn open, and chains of a bluish-green hue, emanating an eerie and unsettling glow, intertwined and traversed through the chaos, completely sealing off the space where Zhang Yunzi resided. "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Zhang Yunzi gasped, her heart gripped by fear. She yearned to cry out for help, yet it felt as though an invisible hand had clasped her throat. A sinister thought emerged. "Yunzi, you must understand. Brother has mastered the ancient and malevolent technique of blood consumption, capable of devouring the essence of countless lives, right?" "Mm. Ah." Zhang Dan's features twisted, his expression blank, akin to a state of stupor, yet his tone was frenzied as he murmured to himself, disregarding Zhang Yunzi's cries of anguish. "Brother has encountered a bottleneck. He must consume the primordial spirit of a blood relative to break through. This Bai Xuan has truly aided me greatly. So, assist your brother, and rest assured, brother will avenge you. I shall exact revenge upon Bai Xuan for my brother's death." Ha 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 ha. Time slipped away in an instant, and 3 months passed like a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan, in seclusion at the outer gate, slowly opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light shot forth from his gaze, and an overwhelming and formidable aura surged from his being. The immense and profound power radiated with an awe-inspiring pressure, erupting forth at that moment. Bang, bang, bang. The crystal goblet shattered, and the walls, forged from stone, were marred with intricate cracks. Bai Xuan appeared to be reborn, undergoing a remarkable transformation in this very moment. Within his dantian, golden spiritual energy, as delicate as gossamer, weaved back and forth, entwining fragments resembling crystal into a resplendent orb. It was as if the primordial essence of creation was unfolding, heralding the dawn of the universe. As the orb became increasingly complete and smooth, Bai Xuan's aura began to surge, as though he were breaking through some unseen barrier. With a soft crack, it was as if the shackles binding him had shattered. Remarkably, he had reached the threshold of the golden core. Bai Xuan stepped off the bed, pacing back and forth, examining his hands as he felt the immense power coursing through them. A mix of exhilaration and profound astonishment overwhelming him. He understood that reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, also known as the half-step to golden core, meant he was merely a step away from the true golden core realm. Yet oftentimes, this very step became an insurmountable barrier for countless cultivators throughout their lifetimes. The path of cultivation is, after all, a relentless pursuit of seizing the fortunes of heaven and earth, a defiance against the natural order. To attain the golden core, one must transcend the threshold set by the heavens, the thunder tribulation. This is precisely why the golden core serves as a dividing line among many cultivators. Those who successfully navigate it may enjoy a lifespan extending to 1,000 years, soaring through the skies and reveling in freedom. Conversely, failure results in death and dissolution, returning to dust scattered by the winds. However, in Bai Xuan's recollection, he had never encountered anyone who achieved the half-step golden core at the tender age of 19. Even the extraordinarily talented ancestor of the Qingyun sect reached such a realm only at the age of 25. Yet, amidst this realization, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He felt fortunate for his foresight in establishing a concealed aura formation around his residence during his seclusion. Bai Xuan gazed out at the chaotic mist-like barrier beyond the window, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Should his current cultivation level be revealed, he could only imagine the attentions it would attract from those with ulterior motives. If they were to discover that he was still at the foundation establishment stage, even those ancient practitioners who had spent millennia honing their skills would likely become restless. Moreover, according to the original owner's memories, his relationship with his family had never been particularly harmonious. Should a significant crisis arise, Bai Xuan was uncertain whether his family would truly come to his aid. Chapter 7. Bai Xuan, the unwitting target, and the heart-wrenching tome. However, now that 3 months had elapsed, it was time for him to pay a visit to Xiaorong, to see if her perception of him had changed. The market outside Qingyun sect was particularly bustling today, with cultivators coming and going, a myriad of extraordinary beings congregating in a cacophony of noise and excitement. Alongside the streets, taverns and brothels stood tall, their palatial structures impressive and grand. Within a tea-house, clouds of mist swirled, and the crowd was lively and animated. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. In the center of the tea-house, a storyteller swayed his body, shaking his head, clapping his hands rhythmically, spittle flying as he spoke. Today, we shall continue recounting the legendary tale of the gentle genius, young Master Bai, and the malicious sycophant, Lady Xiao. Excellent, excellent. The patrons seated above erupted in applause. Continuing from last time, it is said that the cunning Lady Xiao, upon catching sight of the handsome scion of the Bai family, succumbed to her worldly desires, casting aside her garments. Young Master Bai, however, is not one to be trifled with, dismissing her advances with disdain. Lady Xiao, consumed by shame, humiliated young Master Bai at the disciple selection conference. Truly, young Master Bai is a remarkable figure, bearing ignominy with grace. Lady Xiao's schemes ultimately unravel, revealing her malevolent nature. Bravo, bravo. The tea-house echoed with cheers, patrons flushed with excitement, as if even the tea in their hands tasted more exquisite. Thus concluded the second installment of the legendary tale of the gentle genius, young Master Bai, and the wicked sycophant, Lady Xiao. The storyteller bowed deeply to the crowd, releasing a puff of smoke and scattering flowers. Tomorrow, this establishment will continue with the third chapter, where young Master Bai rescues Lady Xiao with the golden lotus. Should you find yourselves with leisure, we hope to see you again, and kindly support our endeavor. Oh, the tales from this old storyteller are truly captivating. I shall return tomorrow. Indeed. Yet that sycophant Xiao is truly detestable. Young Master Bai shows her such forbearance, and she only grows more insistent and troublesome. Exactly, exactly. At this moment, within the tea-house, a young girl adorned with a conical hat and a veil, enveloped in a delicate green garment, sat alone with her head bowed, partaking in a meal. Unlike the others, who dined with ease and engaged in lively banter, she sat in a corner, her small fists clenched, radiating an aura of resentment as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge against the steamed buns before her. Before indulging, she methodically punctured the buns with her chopsticks, creating several large holes. This individual is none other than the protagonist of the tale, Xiaorong. At this juncture, she had ordered the cheapest cold buns from the previous day's special, which constituted her lunch for the day. Following the day when Bai Xuan Lian had rescued her, she had immediately returned to the outer sect of Qingyun sect. Xiaorong had believed that if she sought him out, he might unveil the circumstances surrounding her rescue as well as the meaning behind his enigmatic words. Yet, reality proved that Xiao Rong had merely indulged in fanciful thinking. Upon her arrival at Bai Xian's dwelling, she found it shrouded in a barrier resembling a chaotic mist. Bai Xian has entered seclusion, which has left Xiao Rong with a complex expression, her brows slightly furrowed in concern. She is aware of the rumors circulating in Tianyang continent, claiming that Bai Xian has endured for a decade to achieve the title of the youngest golden core in the realm. From a certain perspective, this statement holds some truth. For the strength Bai Xian demonstrated that day was indeed formidable enough to rival even some golden cores. However, her seasoned intuition from her past life warns her that the reality of the situation is likely far more intricate than it appears. Bai Xian's expression at that moment, upon her subsequent reflections, increasingly struck her as a mere performance. Moreover, Xiao Rong keenly sensed this as well. When Bai Xian departed, a faint shimmer emanated from Jin Lian. At that moment, it went unnoticed. Yet, in retrospect, it is evident that Bai Xian was indeed straining himself, endeavoring to conceal any flaws before the crowd. Moreover, in her previous life, she was a true foundation establishment practitioner, and the aura Bai Xian had previously exhibited bore a striking resemblance to that of a genuine foundation establishment cultivator in her memory. Upon returning, Bai Xian immediately entered seclusion. In Xiao Rong's view, this was due to excessive consumption, necessitating a period of recuperation. This further corroborated Xiao Rong's suspicion that Bai Xian was merely a foundational cultivator, having yet to attain the golden core realm. At that time, he had only been able to unleash a powerful strike to stabilize the situation when disturbed by Zhang Yunzi, through the use of some secret technique. As for the heavenly Tao foundational cultivation, Xiao Rong had never considered it, for throughout the million-year history of Tianyang continent, instances of such were scarce, countable on one hand. Often, Xiao Rong subconsciously believed that the concept of heavenly Tao foundational cultivation did not truly exist. Yet, why had Bai Xian been so supportive of her? This left Xiao Rong perplexed and burdened with thoughts. After several fruitless visits to Bai Xian's residence, she found herself returning empty-handed. At times, she would sit on the steps of Bai Xian's courtyard, resting her chin on her hands, gazing skyward as the wind lifted her skirts, until the heavens drew their dark curtains and starlight streamed through the tiny gaps. Approximately 2 months prior, some scoundrel had maliciously exaggerated her visits to Bai Xian, concocting a tale of a legendary, gentle genius of the Qingyun sect, Bai Gongzi, and a vicious, sycophantic Xiao girl. Although she did not outright reject the notion of being depicted in such a relationship with Bai Xian, the fact that she was portrayed as a devoted admirer, a submissive one at that, irked her greatly. She considered herself enchanting, gifted with unparalleled talent, and had even been an empress during the tribulation phase in her past life. Why was she the one catering to Bai Xian, instead of the other way around? Thus, she gave that storyteller a thrashing. To her dismay, this only served to spread the tale further among the populace near Qingyun sect. The sensational narrative continued to circulate, gaining enduring popularity. Initially, Xiao Rong attempted to confront the gossip in various tea houses, but soon realized that such actions were futile. Instead, it only led people to think she was irate and humiliated, thereby amplifying the rumors. Consequently, she decided to take a step back and let the world be. Moreover, due to this predicament, she found it challenging to sell her elixirs properly. Wherever she went, she became a hotspot for social media influencers. Reluctantly, she donned a conical hat and veil. This Bai Xian was truly infuriating, tarnishing her reputation. Xiao Rong angrily chewed on a bun, muttering curses against Bai Xian under her breath. She understood that this matter had nothing to do with him, yet inexplicably, she still vented her grievances upon his shoulders. Bai Xian, innocent and caught in the crossfire. TSK, what are you saying? Is this how you treat the senior brother who saved your life? Bai Xian. The sudden appearance of Bai Xian undoubtedly caused a significant commotion in this place. Numerous cultivators and beings widened their eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. This is young Master Bai. Many cultivators exclaimed in surprise. Almost instantaneously, the crowd in the corner where Bai Xian and Xiao Rong stood instinctively parted, creating a vacuum around them. Chapter 8. The Remarkable System, Tenfold Returns. Why are you silent? Xiao Rong stammered, her heart racing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned her head away, refusing to look at Bai Xian. During this time, Bai Xian's reputation had spread throughout the entire Tianyang continent. Almost no one was unaware of his existence. Nowadays, his mere presence in public would elicit tremendous excitement. Soon, The area was surrounded by cultivators and beings who had rushed over upon hearing the news, creating an impenetrable crowd. Many exceptionally talented prodigies gazed at Bai Xuan with awe, whispering to one another, "Is this truly the legendary young Master Bai, the youngest golden core cultivator of the Tianyang continent? Who would have thought that today we would witness him in person?" The woman beside young Master Bai, despite wearing a hat and veil, still exuded an air of freshness and charm. I wonder which noble family she belongs to. Many young women were captivated by Xiao Rong, their envy evident. They admired her beauty and envied her position beside Bai Xuan. Oh, the crowd failed to recognize Xiao Rong? This was quite fortuitous. A mischievous smile crept onto Bai Xuan's lips. A wave of foreboding surged within Xiao Rong. Bai Xuan was well aware of the sensational masterpiece that had been discussed extensively on the way here. It was nearly impossible for him to remain oblivious. "Xiao Rong, my little junior sister, I came to find you as soon as I emerged from my seclusion. Why do you still wear such a long face in front of me, refusing even to remove your hat?" As these words left his mouth, silence fell upon the tea house, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The crowd was struck dumb, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Then, a tsunami of discussions erupted. "What? Is it really? Xiao Rong, how could it be her? Is what was written in that book true? I told you, the old ghost Yan's writings are never false." Under her hat, Xiao Rong was furious. Her teeth clenched tightly, her face burning with embarrassment and indignation. She was certain that Bai Xuan had done this on purpose. "What are you daydreaming about?" Bai Xuan paid no heed to the crowd surrounding them, offering a soft chuckle before gently interrupting Xiao Rong's moment of bewilderment. Unconcerned by the gazes of others, he stepped forward and grasped her delicate, smooth hand. In an instant, Xiao Rong's mind went utterly blank. She even forgot that she was in a tea house and that they were in the midst of a bustling crowd. By the time she regained her senses, Bai Xuan had already led her out of the tea house, leaving behind a captivated audience. They were indeed spellbound, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an entire watermelon. Yet, this spectacle was so sweet that many beautiful female cultivators had tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. "Young Master Bai, did you always have an affinity for the petite?" Yet, inexplicably, at this moment, Xiao Rong found herself enveloped in a sense of tranquility. She greedily inhaled the faint, fragrant essence emanating from Bai Xuan, which entwined around her delicate nose like the soothing warmth of soft jade, the crystalline sunlight, and the brisk winter spring, leaving her utterly entranced. "Why have you brought me here?" Xiao Rong surveyed her surroundings. They had ventured beyond the ordinary marketplace, entering the heart of the bustling district. This was the favored haunt of the affluent young nobles, a realm where only individuals of their ilk could afford to indulge. Typically, Xiao Rong would hastily navigate such areas, head downcast and legs moving swiftly, for fear that lingering glances would lead to her downfall. Although she once reigned as an empress in her previous life, her ascent from humble beginnings meant that resources had always been scarce. Even after becoming empress, with the empire in dire need of revitalization, she had led a life of frugality, never truly indulging in extravagance. "I saw you at the market that day, burdened with a sack. Is this where you acquired the elixirs? And if so, what of it?" Xiao Rong pouted, unwilling to grant Bai Xuan a pleasant demeanor. "I used the vitality pill you left on the steps, not wishing to owe you a favor, hence I brought you here to purchase some items." "How did you know that pill was crafted by me?" At his words, Xiao Rong was taken aback, her eyelids twitching involuntarily. She had unwittingly revealed her own secret, solidifying her own implication. What if it was a revered elder who had bestowed it upon her? In the Tianyang continent, a typical alchemist needed to possess at least golden core cultivation to refine elixirs, as only then could they meticulously control the flames and concoct the potions. However, Xiao Rong was different. Being the true embodiment of the fire phoenix, she was innately sensitive and gifted with fire-related spells, allowing her to achieve such feats even at the chi refinement stage. This was a secret she would never divulge to anyone. Moreover, even if she did, who would believe that a mere chi refinement practitioner could master alchemy? Bai Xuan smiled faintly, offering no response. If the Empress had returned from her rebirth without any remarkable abilities, could it truly be called a return? He shifted from his previous tone of indifference, infusing it with a touch of playful mockery. "Oh dear, look at you. Every day, draped in that humble green attire, exuding such a pitiful aura. I wonder where you salvaged that tattered straw hat." He continued, "It's in shambles. Perhaps you should treat yourself to a few new garments." Who is truly pitiful here? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong's mood soured instantly. With a sharp flick of her wrist, She retorted, "What do you mean by wearing the same green shirt every day? You speak as though I never wash my clothes. I take great pride in cleanliness, you know." Yet, he had indeed struck a nerve. The straw hat and veil she currently wore had been salvaged from a back alley. There was no choice, having returned from her rebirth. She found herself wandering without a penny to her name, utterly destitute. "Humph, if I choose to buy them, I will. As if I fear your opinion. This is merely what you owe me, a form of compensation, yes. Precisely for the emotional distress." Xiao Rong muttered under her breath, cursing Bai Xuan as she did, feeling somewhat better in her heart. Bai Xuan remained composed, as if oblivious to Xiao Rong's earnest whispers. Ding! Detection of the host's intention reveals a desire to lead Xiao Rong into indulgent expenditures, employing monetary allure to mesmerize her and fill the void within her darkened heart, thereby engendering greater trust from the impoverished little spendthrift towards the host. Ding! It must be said that the host's strategy is quite astute, fully leveraging the vulnerabilities of human nature, effortlessly manipulating Xiao Rong. What? Am I to be rewarded by the system for leading Xiao Rong to spend? In Bai Xuan's mind, he engaged in a dialogue with the system, a process to which he had grown accustomed. The system would read his thoughts and unexpectedly interject with a remark. Ding! Host. You underestimate this system. Observing your earnest efforts to influence, Xiao Rong has moved me. I have decided to bestow upon you an extraordinary buff. What kind of extraordinary buff? Bai Xuan couldn't help but feel curious. Every item bestowed upon him by the system was truly one in a million, a rarity in the world. What could it possibly be this time? Ding! Within the span of 1 hour. All the spirit stones expended by the host on Xiao Rong will be returned to the host at tenfold the amount, after 1 hour. What? Surely, I must have misheard. Bai Xuan's pupils trembled in astonishment. The buff bestowed by this system was truly extraordinary. A tenfold return? This was even more lucrative than thievery. Although Bai Xuan hailed from a prestigious family of longevity and was quite affluent, even he could not resist the allure of wealth. Who does not relish an abundance of riches? Ding! However, there is one condition. The host must not coerce Xiao Rong, and all items must be willingly purchased by her. Rest assured, I would never force Xiao Rong. Ding! The timer begins. Bai Xuan discovered for the first time that he possessed such remarkable potential for sales. His smile stretched from ear to ear, radiant like flowers in summer. This left Xiao Rong bewildered, her face a canvas of questions. Wasn't he supposed to spend his own money? Why was he so joyfully exuberant? Could there be ulterior motives at play? Perhaps the scions of the Chongqing family were so affluent that they merely sought to lavish their wealth? Xiao Rong, there is no time to waste. Let us make haste to the Chamber of Commerce. Bai Xuan suddenly turned to face her, his expression grave, startling Xiao Rong. Without waiting for her response or whether she had comprehended the situation, he seized her hand and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Merchant Association. This establishment specialized in luxurious cosmetics and blushes. Such products are perpetually in demand across any realm. After all, cultivators are still human, and they too appreciate beauty. As soon as they stepped inside, Bai Xuan bellowed towards the shopkeeper, "Hey, a distinguished guest has arrived. Why aren't you coming out promptly?" The shopkeeper, upon recognizing Bai Gongzi's presence, exclaimed, "Ah, your first visit truly illuminates our humble shop. What an honor it is to meet you." His response was remarkably swift, indicating his considerable prowess. Bai Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the newcomer. Her figure was graceful, with alluring curves, draped in a crimson attire that subtly revealed her porcelain skin. Her delicate wrist resembled fine jade, and her laughter resonated with a melodic charm. Her exquisite features were accentuated by a vibrant flush, with a touch of red vermilion adorning the space between her elegantly arched brows. She emanated an air of competence and decisiveness, unmistakably a paragon of a career woman. It was evident that she was the proprietor of the Merchant Association. The young lady, known as Hong Duaner, was the esteemed manager of Bai Chunxiang. Bai Gongzi referred to her simply as Honger. Splendid. Bai Xuan, with an air of disregard, waved his hand decisively. Honger, bring forth the most exquisite rouge and powders from your store, all of them, for my esteemed sister, Xiao Rong, to behold. Hong Duan's smile faltered momentarily. Bai Xuan was indeed a man of his word, unreserved in his demands. It was not the time to quibble over such trivialities. Today, it seemed, a bountiful opportunity had arrived. Seizing the moment, it was prudent to act swiftly before it slipped away, as regret would be too late to salvage. Oh, so this is the renowned Xiao Rong. Your affair with brother Bai Xuan has become the talk of the town. Hong Duan flattered Xiao Rong, her hands never idle, as she conjured an array of cosmetics, a dazzling spectacle that could overwhelm even the most composed. Xiao Rong regarded Hong Duan with a disapproving gaze. You dare to call the rumors of my being a vile, sycophant a tale of admiration? Dear sister Xiao Rong, would you care to try some? If there are too many options, I can recommend a few. Hong Duan beamed, bowing slightly, her service demeanor impeccable. Xiao Rong frowned slightly, feeling ill at ease in such lavish surroundings. In her view, cultivators did not require such extravagant adornments. True strength rendered outward appearances moot. Even the most unappealing visage held no consequence if one possessed genuine prowess. She herself had never adorned her face with cosmetics, embracing her natural beauty. Moreover, amidst the opulent decor, her simple attire made her feel somewhat diminutive. The atmosphere was unsettling. Yet, the thought that these items must be costly and could serve to extract some coin from Bai Xuan's purse, perhaps to be sold again for profit, sparked a flicker of interest in her mind. However, before she could devise a plan to extract more from Bai Xuan, he began to extol the virtues of the products. Sister Xiao Rong, look at this blush, so pure and beautiful. And this scented balm, it is simply divine, truly a work of celestial craftsmanship. Shall we procure some of these delightful treasures? Xiao Rong cautiously ventured. Have you heard? Hunger, all of these, and these as well. I want them all packaged for me to take. Bai Xuan instinctively overlooked a minor detail from Xiao Rong, only to hear the word all. Upon hearing this, the two women were instantly petrified, left stunned in their tracks. Surely, I did not mishear. Everything was purchased? Although Xiao Rong possessed limited knowledge regarding these cosmetic items, even if they were inexpensive, the sheer quantity must amount to at least several million spirit stones, if not more. Hong Duan's expression darkened further. Suspecting that Bai Xuan was toying with her, the total of these items surely could not be less than 60 or 70 million spirit stones. While disciples of the Chongqing family are indeed affluent, such extravagance seems excessive, even for them. Under different circumstances, this would be a substantial financial loss. What is it, Hong? Do you perhaps look down on me? Pack it up. Bai Xuan, filled with impatience, hastily produced a storage pouch from within his garments. It is essential to note that the system had granted him only a single hour for the time reward, and any delay here would equate to a squander of his precious sparkling spirit stones. The pouch struck the ground with a resounding clang, its opening unleashing a torrent of vibrant, multicolored spiritual light and energy, so dense it resembled a mist. Instantly, the entire Bai Xuan Trading Association was enveloped in this ethereal glow. A cursory estimation suggested that the value of these spirit stones exceeded tens of millions, perhaps reaching as high as 80 or 90 million. Master Bai truly embodies the grandeur befitting a descendant of a long-lived lineage. How impressive indeed. Sister Xiao Rong, having such a brother as you, I, Hong Heir, cannot help but feel envious. As Hong Duan laid her eyes upon the spirit stones, they sparkled with a brilliance that banished any trace of her previous discontent. These twinkling spirit stones served as a constant reminder of their allure. Young Master Bai, this Bai Xuan is not jesting. He is quite serious. Xiao Rong was also taken aback by the extravagant display put forth by Bai Xuan. She stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. At this moment, she was tempted to inquire, Bai Xuan, is your other name perhaps the fortune bringer? This is an astonishingly lavish expenditure. Are the members of the Chongqing family all like this? Even when I was the empress, I would never dare to spend money so recklessly. Hunger, please pack our things. I shall take senior sister Xiao Rong and explore elsewhere. Bai Xuan gracefully waved his sleeve, choosing not to linger any longer in that place. The original owner had left behind 7 or 8 storage bags for himself. He needed to swiftly relocate while time permitted, depleting all of them. Very well, young Master Bai, Miss Xiao Rong, you two may take a stroll outside. Upon your return, we shall ensure everything is meticulously packaged for you. Hong Duan's eyes sparkled with delight since the grand opening of Bai Xuan. This was the first time they had encountered such a lucrative business opportunity. With utmost reverence, he escorted Bai Xuan and Xiao Rong out. As they exited the trading hall, Xiao Rong remained in a daze. Had Bai Xuan just spent tens of millions on her in such a casual exchange? Oh, how painful it was to realize this was no dream. Xiao Rong playfully stuck out her delicate tongue, pinching herself discreetly, yet her mind remained in a haze. Soon, Bai Xuan led her to another trading hall specializing in alchemical materials. The same enchanting narrative unfolded once more. As Bai Xuan burst through the door, he exclaimed, "Innkeeper, esteemed guests have arrived. Bring forth the most expensive medicinal herbs in your establishment." He continued, "Let me indulge my junior sister Xiaorong." However, Xiaorong swiftly interjected, waving her petite hands in protest. At this moment, she had regained much of her composure. Although the extravagant expenses were not drawn from her own purse, witnessing the shimmering spirit stones cascading like a waterfall was a source of distress for her. Alas, she was accustomed to frugality. "Innkeeper, simply present the medicinal herbs, and I shall select at my leisure." What a hassle this is. Bai Xuan, feeling irritable, absent-mindedly twisted his lips. He then directly tossed out a storage pouch from his bosom, which contained an even greater quantity of spirit stones, its ethereal glow and energy more intense and extravagant than the previous one. "I shall take all the medicinal herbs your guild possesses." "What? Young Master Bai, are you jesting? Not enough? Then I shall add another pouch." Bai Xuan decisively produced a bag from his bosom and dropped it, revealing an astonishing sum that amounted to millions. It was undoubtedly sufficient. The rotund manager of the trading company quivered with excitement, nodding and bowing as if he were a mere lapdog, rubbing his hands together with an insincere smile that oozed flattery. Were it not for the confines of the trading house, he would have likely prostrated himself before Bai Xuan. It was not Bai Xuan he revered, but rather the god of wealth. After purchasing the medicinal herbs, Bai Xuan took Xiaorong's delicate hand and led her through various establishments, the talisman shop, the armory, the elixir store. Wherever Xiaorong wished to explore, Bai Xuan ensured her desires were fulfilled. Whenever Xiaorong displayed even the slightest inclination to purchase something, Bai Xuan did not hesitate. He simply continued to buy. Eventually, Bai Xuan's funds were depleted, and Xiaorong's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parched, breath quickening, and her small hand trembling slightly. Fear began to creep in, growing ever more intense. Bai Xuan actually contemplated selling his jade pendant and gold and silver trinkets to procure funds for his own indulgences. What could possibly motivate such a decision? What is he after? Could it be an attempt to compensate for the insults and slanders directed at me months ago? If there is something you desire, just voice it. I would gladly provide it for you. Your reckless spending on my behalf fills me with trepidation. Xiaorong was on the verge of tears, and in the end, she desperately clung to Bai Xuan, preventing him from going through with the sale. After a prolonged struggle, Bai Xuan finally relented. However, due to the constraints imposed by the system, time had run out. Ding! It has been detected that the host has expended a total of 700 million spirit stones on Xiaorong. Ding! Proceed to collect the compensation. The host is rewarded with 8 billion spirit stones. Ding! The amount has been credited and deposited into the host's storage ring. How splendid indeed. Bai Xuan sensed the vast array of spirit stones within the storage ring on his thumb, an abundance so dazzling it was beyond description. He now had no doubt that if he were to open the storage ring, the spirit stones would erupt forth like a volcano, spewing incessantly for 3 days and nights without pause. "Bai Xuan, are you all right?" Xiaorong asked, observing the foolish smile on his face. She hurried to touch his forehead, a wave of concern washing over her, fearing that Bai Xuan might be foolishly distressed over his wealth. "I am fine. There is no need for concern." Bai Xuan's gaze regained its clarity. "Xiaorong, let us depart. Take what I have purchased for you. We shall return to the Qingyun sect." Chapter 9. A crisis approaches. Zhang Yunzi's elder brother. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyun sect, in the vicinity of Bai Xuan's residence, 3 months prior, he had demonstrated formidable cultivation, astonishing all and instilling fear in the lesser beings, surpassing his peers. Now, the disciples of the Qingyun sect, as they passed by Bai Xuan's door, no longer fled in terror as if escaping from the gates of hell. Instead, many cultivators lingered before the entrance, gazing upward and letting out deep sighs. Some merely wished to catch a glimpse of Bai Xuan, the renowned young alchemist, while others aspired to earn his recognition, hoping to follow this patient and formidable figure, soaring to great heights and achieving remarkable feats. At that moment, the setting sun cast its golden hue upon the distant hills, painting half the sky in a deep azure. A gentle golden radiance descended, sparkling like dazzling gold dust, adorning the courtyard with a layer of opulent glow, harmonizing with the 2 golden lions flanking the entrance. It was as if the remnants of sunlight had imbued the lions with life, their eyes glimmering with brilliance and exuding an imposing presence. From the eastern direction, several powerful auras surged forth like divine rainbows piercing the heavens, a approaching rapidly. A group of extraordinarily gifted cultivators, emanating a chilling aura filled with murderous intent, advanced with palpable fury. Leading them was a figure with a cold expression, clad in a black robe, his azure gaze piercing through the tumult. With each step, he seemed to tread upon the waves of chaos, exuding immense power that caused weaker cultivators to cough blood and pale in fear. This was none other than Zhang Dan. Behind him, a multitude of formidable family warriors followed closely, their demeanor fierce and their vitality radiating impressively. Obviously incomparable to the cultivators led by Zhang Yunzi on that fateful day. Zhang Dan, the inner sect prodigy Zhang Zhan had arrived. What business did the inner sect have here? Are you foolish? Bai Xuan had previously shattered Zhang Yunzi's physical form with a single strike. Zhang Dan must be seeking retribution. This is dire. We must retreat immediately, for being mistaken as associates of Bai Xuan would spell disaster. The crowd's pupils constricted, and without prompting, they scattered like frightened birds. It was evident that the Zhang family had come to confront Bai Xuan, and these opportunists had no desire to provoke the Zhang family's wrath. Originally, the former host had been accompanied by such powerful family members, yet his reckless behavior over the years, indulging in a life of pleasure and disregarding their wise counsel, had driven them away. Gradually, the protectors who once shielded him were repulsed by his conduct, and the family had recognized his true character, thus ceasing to trouble those formidable warriors. Ironically, the former host felt a sense of relief at this development, believing that those who managed him had finally departed. Consequently, when trouble arrived at his doorstep, no one remained to face the impending confrontation. Young master, it seems Bai Xuan is not present at the moment. A cultivator below sensed the surroundings and reported the absence of Bai Xuan. That is of no consequence. Zhang Dan waved his hand, his expression remaining indifferent, though the intent to kill in his eyes deepened. We shall wait here. As Zhang Dan summoned his inner energy, his voice resonated like thunder, shaking the heavens and reverberating through the clouds. He bellowed into the vastness, Bai Xuan, my brother did not intend to offend, yet you, with your merciless heart, have ruthlessly slain him. Today, I have come to avenge my brother, Zhang Yunzi. If you dare to stand against me, do not hide behind the name of the Bai family. I shall suppress my powers to match yours, and we shall engage in a life-and-death battle on the arena. The sound waves visibly swept across every building and mountain peak, instantly echoing throughout the entire Qingyun sect. The onlooking cultivators were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were astonished, having initially believed that young Master Bai had merely shattered Zhang Yunzi's physical form, only to discover that he had not spared even his primordial spirit. Indeed, it was shocking to realize how ruthless Bai Xuan was. Did he not fear retribution from the Zhang family? They were all left in disbelief. Recognizing the audacity of Bai Xuan, who was currently not in favor with the Bai family, the Bai family might eagerly wish for Zhang Dan to swiftly eliminate Bai Xuan. Simultaneously, these words reached Bai Xuan's ears just as he was stepping into the Qingyun sect after a wild shopping spree with Xiao Rong. This elder brother of Zhang Yunzi has arrived more swiftly than I had anticipated. Bai Xuan's expression was icy. Having just emerged from seclusion, he approached me, seeking to provoke me. With Xiao Rong present, I seized the opportunity to further establish my image of unwavering righteousness in his mind. How could someone like you be worthy? Suddenly, the air above began to blur, and a figure clad in white emerged, leading a young maiden in green from the midst of it. A gentle voice, like a breath of fresh air, emerged from Bai Xuan. In an instant, the Bai Xuan who had been at the entrance of the Qingyun sect took hold of Xiao Rong's hand and directly transported himself before Zhang Dan. At that moment, Bai Xuan, holding Xiao Rong's delicate hand, stepped steadily upon the void. With his head held high against the wind, he exuded an air of composure, his imposing presence erupting like a mountain collapsing into the sea. It was as though he were Pangu, supporting the heavens, a single needle stabilizing the ocean, the ethereal shadows of divine mountains and islands faintly manifesting. He forcefully countered the tumultuous aura that Zhang Dan had unleashed, which was capable of turning the world upside down. Oh! The originally indifferent and disdainful gaze of Zhang Dan flickered with a hint of surprise. The swiftness was such that the keenest eyes could not perceive it. The strength of the aura was formidable enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Bai Xuan stood before him, yet Zhang Dan found himself hesitating to articulate his initial thoughts. In his view, among the youthful generation, particularly those under 300 years of age, he alone reigned supreme. Having traversed over 250 years of existence, his journey of cultivation had been marked by relentless progress and an indomitable spirit. Having vanquished numerous so-called prodigies and esteemed beings, he was invincible within his realm and undefeated beyond it. Initially, he had anticipated a worthy exchange with the intersect prodigy, Lu Wanner. However, ever since he had mastered the ancient malevolent technique, Wuliang Sheng, his prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. He now possessed the confidence that Lu Wanner would falter beneath him within 3 exchanges, destined to be subdued without mercy. Moreover, he had ascended to the 3rd realm of the Golden Course stage. Thus, it was this very confidence that emboldened him to brazenly challenge Bai Xuan in public. Despite knowing that Bai Xuan possessed capabilities that rivaled those of the Golden Course stage, he harbored no belief that Bai Xuan could contend with him. Yet, the swift turn of events, coupled with the formidable aura Bai Xuan had just exhibited, sent a chill down his spine and instilled a sense of trepidation within him. As he gazed at Bai Xuan, whose countenance remained as calm as still water, he found himself instinctively yearning to retreat. In Bai Xuan's abyss-like, profound gaze, there seemed to be a latent power capable of shattering the cosmos and altering the very fabric of reality. It was the first time in his life he experienced such a sensation. Could it be that today's events were a result of his own recklessness? Bai Xuan, the young master Bai, has appeared. How swiftly he arrives. What kind of sorcery does he employ? Is it the art of spatial contraction, or perhaps the illusion of distance? What manner of technique is this? Have you all sensed it? The aura emanating from young master Bai is overwhelmingly potent, rivaling that of Zhang Zhenchuan without a trace of inferiority. All the cultivators stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure suspended in the void, unable to suppress their dread. Many felt a chill run down their spines, gripped by sheer terror. Could it be that the earlier feat of annihilating multiple 9th-tier Foundation establishment cultivators was not the pinnacle of young Master Bai's abilities? If that were not the case, then where truly lay his limits? Chapter 10, Astonishment. Bai Xuan is, in fact, the reincarnated Buddha's son. Zhang Zhenchuan, I, Bai, have made my appearance. What is it that you desire? To speak candidly, it was precisely because your disciple bullied my sect's female disciple that I intervened. If you wish to engage in a life and death struggle, there is no need to suppress your cultivation. I can easily take your life. His nonchalant voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, causing cultivators from all directions to fall silent in fear. In that instant, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. All eyes turned toward the enchanting Xiao Rong, who stood beside Bai Xuan. Xiao Rong, too, was caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Her exquisite face reflected a mixture of perplexity and discontent. On one hand, Bai Xuan had acted valiantly in her defense when she was wronged, even indulging in a spree of extravagant spending. Yet, on the other hand, he had emphasized the plight of female disciples in front of the crowd, dragging her into the fray. Confusion, curiosity, joy, and exhilaration intertwined within her, rendering her expression quite complex. Bullied female disciples? Seeking my life? Zhang Dan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He began to suspect that perhaps the rumors held some truth, that Bai Xuan had intervened out of sympathy for Xiao Rong's plight. If this were indeed the case, Bai Xuan could be considered a true anomaly in the realm of cultivation for millennia. Initially, Zhang Dan had intended to engage in a facade of cordiality with Bai Xuan. After all, Bai Xuan had withstood the pressure of his released aura, indicating that the rumors were not unfounded and that Bai Xuan's strength was formidable. Typically, he would refrain from making a rash move without fully understanding his opponent's capabilities. However, at this moment, he cast caution aside. It was not recklessness, rather. Bai Xuan's words were deeply insulting. If Zhang Dan were to retreat now, it would be tantamount to allowing Bai Xuan to humiliate the Zhang family. His gaze, laced with fury, was icily cold. Having possessed unmatched talent since childhood, he had never endured such disdain. This provoked a fiery wrath within him, particularly exacerbated by Bai Xuan's composed demeanor, which made Zhang Dan wish to strike him down immediately. Since you seek your demise so earnestly, today I shall grant you that wish. Zhang Dan's heart was filled with murderous intent, and in this moment, he no longer held back. He conjured a long azure sword and charged toward Bai Xuan. Ascending into the air with graceful poise, Zhang Dan advanced towards Bai Xuan's location. Alone, he resembled a formidable army, a tempest of power, with an overwhelming aura of battle, instilling terror in all. The clouds parted as the Zhang clan's formidable warriors formed an encirclement, trapping Bai Xiao and his companion within. A dense white mist began to rise around them, interspersed with glimmering runes. The azure flames erupted, illuminating the scene for all to behold. The brilliance stretched across the horizon, with Zhang Dan appearing like an invincible war deity, exuding an immense presence. Wielding the azure sword with a sweeping motion, he caused the very fabric of space to shatter as he descended with a cataclysmic force. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings erupted in chaos. Nearly all cultivators were left aghast. This was Zhang Dan's first display of power after his extensive training in the infinite life. They could never have anticipated that his full-fledged assault would exhibit such unparalleled might. Oh no! Xiao Rong's expression shifted, turning pale. Blood surged within her. A metallic taste filled her mouth, and crimson streaks tainted her lips. She took action, summoning a blazing fire phoenix to stand defiantly before them. This was a brilliant application of the true form of the fire phoenix. She had no belief that Bai Xuan alone could withstand Zhang Dan's ferocious onslaught. Unfortunately, the gap in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Her technique was barely taking shape when the fire phoenix let out a sorrowful cry. With a resounding burst, it imploded in the void. Oh! Bai Xuan cast a glance at Xiao Rong, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Rong would contemplate employing sorcery to aid him in such dire circumstances. Even when faced with despair, her unwavering spirit truly befits someone who had ascended to the tribulation stage in a past life. Rest assured, such trivial techniques shall not harm us. The soothing voice of Bai Xuan resonated through the air. After speaking, Bai Xuan stepped forward, drawing Xiao Rong behind him for protection. A terrifying aura surged around him, accompanied by waves of ethereal golden celestial energy, infused with an unparalleled sense of tranquility, creating an overwhelming presence that shook the heavens. A magnificent, mountain-like golden Buddha materialized, enveloping Bai Xuan and Xiao Rong within its protective embrace. With a thunderous roar, the Buddha stood unyielding against Zhang Dan's strike that cleaved through space, raising its hand to counter the attack. The resulting explosion reverberated as if shattering the very fabric of reality, causing the ground to erupt, and mountains and structures were obliterated, reduced to mere dust and debris. Several weaker cultivators were even swept away by the force of the collision. What kind of divine power did the Buddha summoned by young Master Bai possess to exhibit such formidable might? Could this be the legendary Sixzhang Golden Body? The Sixzhang Golden Body, a skill that could only be wielded by a high monk of immeasurable merit after 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Could Bai Xuan truly be the reincarnation of that revered bodhisattva? Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that Bai Xuan harbored such an extraordinary identity. Zhang Dan, too, revealed a look of shock and disbelief. He had never imagined that Bai Xuan would have such a remarkable background, though unverified. The manifestation of the Sixzhang Golden Body at such a young age solidified Bai Xuan's status as a member of a prestigious family. Zhang Dan was privy to more information than most. He recalled hearing from his family that in the distant southern lands of ancient Buddhism, a prophecy had foretold the reincarnation of a savior bodhisattva at the time of a high monk's nirvana. For years, the followers of ancient Buddhism had been searching for this reincarnated bodhisattva. Little did they know that this individual was Bai Xuan. This revelation chilled his gaze further, as the brilliance of his azure sword shimmered, unleashing its unparalleled sharpness. He was aware that the Qingyun sect strictly forbade infighting among its members, but he could not afford to heed such rules now. If he did not eliminate Bai Xuan today, the day would inevitably come when Bai Xuan, reclaimed by the ancient Buddhist sect, would rise to power and pose a grave threat to the Zhang family's esteemed position. Despite the appearance of those monks who feasted on vegetarian meals and chanted sutras daily, they were ruthless in their capacity to kill, their influence rivaling that of the Zhang family. Even if it meant being expelled from the Qingyun sect, Zhang Dan was resolute in his intent to slay Bai Xuan today. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dan struck again, his gaze directed at Bai Xuan, filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. He must be eliminated. He was a calamity that could not be spared. The dim azure light reappeared on his sword, brilliant runes glowing as the metallic aura of death surged forth, cleaving towards the Buddha. With a thunderous crash, vast expanses of mountains and edifices crumbled under Zhang Dan's assault, sending distant onlookers, cultivators alike, reeling backwards, blood spewing forth as they were thrown off their feet. Bai Xuan remained undaunted, as a terrifying gale surged behind him, its essence, forged from golden light, seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The great Buddha once again raised his palm, and this time, the golden radiance intensified, becoming immensely solid, colossal, and exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear and rendered resistance futile. Just as the great Buddha and the sword's brilliance appeared poised for collision, a profound hum resonated. In an instant, this earth-shattering assault abruptly slowed, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. The anticipated cataclysm did not materialize. A woman astonishingly materialized from thin air, effortlessly neutralizing the forces of both combatants with her bare hands. Chapter 11. The Supreme of the Outer Sect. Su Mo Elder Su, look. Elder Su has arrived. Came the cries from the crowd. Oh, thank goodness, Elder Su has finally come. I thought I would perish here today. Gratitude flowed as they exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder Su, for saving me from peril." It was evident that had this woman not intervened, the aftermath of the clash between Bai Xuan and Zhang Dan would have decimated countless cultivators. In that moment, the focus of the crowd swiftly shifted from Bai Xuan and Zhang Dan to the suddenly materialized female elder. Damn it, Su Mo has come after all. Zhang Dan could not help but frown, feeling a sense of trepidation toward the woman before him, yet he could only curse inwardly. Su Mo. Bai Xuan's gaze fell upon the newcomer, involuntarily causing his pupils to constrict in a moment of inexplicable alarm. How is it that upon my arrival, one still refuses to retract their imposing demeanor? The speaker was none other than the formidable elder Su Mo of the Outer Sect. At this moment, she stood gracefully suspended in the void, akin to a dragonfly lightly touching the surface of water. Her features were exquisitely refined, her beauty unparalleled. Her eyes resembled autumn waters, sparkling with celestial brilliance. The distant mountains framed her serene visage, her silky hair cascading gracefully, while her fair and luminous countenance radiated an enchanting glow. Clad in flowing purple garments, she exuded an ethereal and transcendent quality, her aura both vibrant and tranquil. Words seemed utterly inadequate to encapsulate her essence, as if a celestial maiden from the heavens had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. With an air of composure, she presented herself to the gathering, her expression unwavering, seemingly indifferent to the recent conflict. Despite the mesmerizing beauty of the scene, none dared to harbor even a hint of lustful thought. For Elder Su's power was beyond their wildest imagination. Bai Xuan ceased to maintain the grand statue of the Buddha, retracting the six-zhang golden form. What was once an imposing and solid figure now melted in the air like honey submerged in water. He grasped Xiaorong's hand, descending from the clouds. Zhang Dan also subdued his aura, the azure-long sword dissipating like smoke. The formidable Zhang family warriors dispersed, and the previously established sealing formation unraveled. They approached from all directions, encircling Zhang Dan in the center, their vigilance directed towards the newcomers. Both of you, offer an explanation, Elder Su interjected. Unaware of the unfolding events, Zhang Dan pushed through the throng of Zhang family members, adopting the role of the accuser. Elder Su, I had no intention of disturbing the outer sect disciples. However, Bai Xuan has been excessively arrogant. He not only grievously harmed my brother, but also insulted the Zhang family. I intended to confront him in the arena of life and death, yet he spoke recklessly, belittling the younger generation. Driven to the brink, and in defense of the Zhang family's honor, I had no choice but to engage him in battle. Humph. Bai Xuan's expression was somewhat playful. Before Zhang Dan could finish his words, he interrupted him directly. Indeed, one cannot expect pearls to emerge from a dog's mouth. Why should I speak of my actions? And yet you remain silent? Did you partake of that segment? Zhang Dan's ire, which was on the verge of subsiding, flared anew at Bai Xuan's aggressive demeanor. Bai Xuan, mind your language. Regarding the formidable elder Su Mo of the Outer Sect, Bai Xuan possessed a profound understanding. For the original owner had frequently stirred trouble within the Outer Sect, incurring Su Mo's penalties. She was indeed the only one unafraid to disregard the name of the Changsheng Bai family and truly confront the original owner. After all, she was not only a top-tier powerhouse of the Tianyang continent, but also unencumbered and fearless, holding a prestigious position as the overseer of the Qingyun sect's outer sect. Therefore, Bai Xuan's instinctual reaction was not born of fear of her, but rather the ingrained muscle memory of the original owner. Furthermore, as the actual authority of the outer sect, Su Mo had cultivated for nearly 10 millennia, her power being unfathomable. As a woman of the first rank, her ascent to such a position attested to her exceptional intellect and depth of character. Nevertheless, Even if Zhang Dan were to lodge a complaint first, he still exuded confidence and composure. He could not believe that with his eloquence, he would be outmatched by a mere Zhang Dan. Coincidentally, Sister Xiao, before Elder Su. There is no need to conceal the truth. How is your injury from that day? Bai Xuan cast a casual glance back at Xiao Rong, his demeanor exuding indifference. However, at that moment, Xiao Rong's mind was in utter disarray, completely shaken by the formidable presence he exhibited. Did Bai Xuan truly possess such strength? What could possibly motivate her to assist me? Could it be, as many have suggested, a bond forged through shared suffering? Her thoughts were in disarray, and upon hearing this, she merely emitted a soft, contemplative sound. What does that sound signify? Bai Xuan slightly raised an eyebrow. He was well aware that Xiao Rong was not truly injured. Yet at this moment, even if she were unscathed, she needed to feign distress. It was not entirely foolish. Xiao Rong discerned the underlying implications in Bai Xuan's words, her tone immediately taking on a pitiable quality, tinged with an air of coldness and grievance. I am grievously wounded, terribly so. Not a single bone remains unbroken. My internal organs have all been displaced. Had you not come that day, I would surely have been subjected to the vile creature's indignities. Left to perish in some forsaken corner, all alone, without anyone to retrieve my remains. As she spoke, a look of poignant sorrow adorned her face, evoking deep sympathy in those who listened, bringing tears to their eyes. This was especially true for the men who had not been present that day. They had only heard of how Master Bai had decisively struck down someone at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, yet they were unaware of the full circumstances. Now, witnessing Xiao Rong's woeful lament, they could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. As for those who were present, they wished to avoid offending either party and thus chose to remain silent. After all, with so many witnesses that day, Zhang Dan could not ascertain who could testify. However, should any witness dare to step forward, Bai Xuan would certainly remember them. Such utter nonsense. Zhang Dan was incensed by Bai Xuan's distortion of the truth. He knew well that Zhang Yunzi had not even brushed against the hem of Xiao Rong's skirt. So how could there be any talk of bullying or humiliation? Moreover, it had always been the Zhang family that turned right into wrong, oppressing others. When had they ever been treated in such a manner? His expression darkened, and unable to contain his anger, he rebuked, Bai Xuan, cease your nonsensical ramblings before Elder Su. When has my brother ever sought to humiliate Xiao Rong? Implicit in his words was an acknowledgement of their own wrongdoing. Bai Xuan, you. Zhang Dan's frustration peaked, his teeth clenched. You take advantage of the situation and pretend to be the victim. I had heard of your restraint over the years and respected you as a paragon of talent. How could you today commit such a disgraceful act that tarnishes your reputation? Elder Su, you have heard this. Bai Xuan paid no heed to Zhang Dan's lamentations, striding forward with hands clasped behind his back. Though I, Bai Xuan, am but a junior, my actions are driven solely by the welfare of the world and the principle of justice. Were it not for the Zhang family's tyrannical behavior and their egregious oppression, would a mere junior be stirred to such fury, risking life and limb to engage in battle? How eloquently spoken. Indeed, as one who commands a realm and possesses astute discernment, Zhang Dan, though furious, quickly regained composure. Bai Xuan, your words are nothing more than a one-sided account, a mere echo of your grievances alongside that vile individual. Who can you possibly summon to testify that my brother bullied her on that day? As Zhang Dan's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Likewise, the onlookers would neither testify in favor of Zhang Dan nor stand witness for Bai Xuan at this moment. Oh, truly worthy of the Zhang lineage, such verbal prowess is remarkable. Bai Xuan's expression once again turned serene, yet his eyes gradually deepened with intensity. What do you propose as proof? He inquired. Despite his words, he could not help but inwardly sigh, acknowledging that Zhang Dan, raised by a first-rate family, was indeed a cunning adversary, not just an ordinary villain. He possessed the intellect to discern the flaws in Bai Xuan's logic. Chapter 12. The young master Bai's aspirations for justice. Bai Xuan, have you not always claimed to be concerned for the world and emotionally connected to the common people? Zhang Dan's countenance darkened ominously, his gaze filled with malice. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Rong felt a surge of anxiety. She had witnessed such expressions far too often in her past life, before the demise of demonic cultivators or the desperation of ferocious beasts. That frenzied hunger for destruction was all too familiar to her. What would Zhang Dan utter next? A sense of foreboding crept into her mind. Very well, if you dare. Then here, before Elder Su and all your fellow disciples, in the presence of heaven and earth. Let us make a blood oath to establish a grand ambition to save the world. If heaven responds, I shall believe your words and cease my pursuit of my brother Zhang Yunzi's death. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became as tumultuous as water splashed into hot oil. No, we absolutely cannot agree to this. Xiaorong stepped forward, her voice resolute. She understood that Zhang Dan harbored no good intentions. However, his proposition made her realize that she had underestimated his malevolence. His intentions were insidious, aiming to jeopardize Bai Xuan's path of cultivation. The so-called grand ambition was akin to a military decree sworn before heaven and earth. Should heaven respond, it would signify the success of the vow, granting the individual the favor of celestial energies. Conversely, failure to fulfill it would result in the dissipating of one's essence and the shattering of their resolve, rendering further cultivation impossible. Throughout the annals of the cultivation world, only those supreme prodigies who led an era dared to make such vows, youthful deities. Yet, even among them, some failed to realize their grand ambitions, leading to their non-recognition by the heavens, their essence scattered, and their resolve collapsing, ultimately becoming incapable of further cultivation. To Xiaorong's eyes, Bai Xuan currently possessed remarkable strength, bordering on the extraordinary, surpassing her understanding. Yet, his thoughts could hardly be described as meticulous. For instance, he should not have confronted Zhang Dan head-on at this moment. How could his current power possibly rival that of Zhang Dan, who had cultivated for centuries? However, as soon as the words left her lips, Xiaorong found herself regretting them, hesitating in her thoughts. Her emotions were exceedingly complex. Bai Xuan treated her well and harbored no malice. But who could truly discern if he had ulterior motives? What lay ahead was uncertain. If he were genuinely willing to make such a grand vow, it would undeniably indicate that he, as claimed, cared for the world and was emotionally invested in the common people. Surely, she had misjudged him before. Simultaneously, this also suggested that the world of cultivation was not as hopeless as she had once believed. Without remedy. Ding! It has been detected that Xiaorong's previously unwavering perception of the cultivation world as dark, filthy, and vile is beginning to waver. Should the host make a grand vow to decisively confront Zhang Dan and unequivocally prove oneself, it may lead to the successful transformation of Xiaorong, allowing her to believe that there indeed exists a path of righteousness in the Tianyang continent. Hiss! Could it truly be that making such a grand vow could sway Xiaorong? It appears this vow carries immense significance. If it were to remain unfulfilled, would I then meet my demise? Ding! The host need not overthink. Simply act with flair and leave the rest to this system. Ah, indeed. Bai Xuan finally set his mind at ease. Truly, it is the most formidable system in existence, living up to its reputation. What a surprise that this genuine transmission requires Master Bai to make a grand vow. Even if he were to make such a vow, it would not necessarily elucidate the truth of the matter, would it? TSK, I doubt that very much. If Master Bai genuinely harbors the well-being of all beings as he claims, then making such a grand pledge would merely assist him in realizing his grand ambitions. Would it not? The crowd engaged in a cacophony of opinions, embroiled in endless debate. Xiaorong wrestled with her thoughts. Ripples of emotion stirred within her crystalline gaze. Biting her lip for a moment, she turned to Su Mo and implored, Elder Su, do not heed Zhang Dan's nonsense. Bai Xuan must not make such a grand vow. What? Why shouldn't he? If Bai Xuan is indeed as he claims, then what harm is there? Or is it that from the very beginning, you have been sowing discord and slandering him? Zhang Dan retorted, his expression laced with mockery and a cold smirk upon his lips. He was well aware that such a vow was inadvisable, once made. Especially one promising to eradicate all injustice and suffering. It was highly unlikely that Bai Xuan could fulfill it. His aim was to trap Bai Xuan in a dilemma, to diminish the gravity of the situation, for Bai Xuan had no evidence to counter this. As long as he escaped from Su Mo today, he would have ample means to deal with Bai Xuan in the future. Su Mo remained contemplative, silent, and unresponsive to Xiaorong's plea. As the strongest being on Tianyang continent, having lived for so many years, who was she? In an instant, she perceived Zhang Dan's ulterior motives. Yet, she still wished to inquire about Bai Xuan's thoughts. Gazing at the serene Bai Xuan before her, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. A sixth sense honed through years of trials in the cultivation world. Everything unfolding around them, regardless of the circumstances, seemed to be subtly orchestrated by him. As Zhang Dan's outrageous demand was put forth, It felt as though it had been anticipated by Bai Xuan all along. What response would he offer? What do you think? Do not agree. Xiao Rong struggled internally before seizing Bai Xuan's arm, shaking her head vigorously. At that moment, the eyes of Zhang Dan, Su Mo, and the entire assembly were fixed upon Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan maintained an unchanging demeanor, his expression as serene as a gentle breeze. He had long since devised his words, contemplating how to engage with Zhang Dan and how to amplify the impact of his grand aspirations, ultimately swaying Xiao Rong. He stepped forward without a trace of hesitation, directly exposing Zhang Dan's ulterior motives. Elder Su, I beg your pardon, but I cannot acquiesce to this matter. The obstacles for the sake of all living beings are insurmountable, and the uncertainties abound. Though I am willing to contribute to the welfare of the people, the risks associated with such lofty ambitions are far too great for me to accept. Moreover, Zhang Dan is precisely scheming to ensnare me with this ploy. How could I possibly allow him to succeed? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Rong felt a profound sense of relief in her heart, yet her figure trembled slightly, and a fleeting hint of disappointment crossed her delicate features. Bai Xuan refrained from such actions, and Xiao Rong, in her heart, comprehended this decision. After all, such a demand would be something a rational individual would never acquiesce to, would they? Moreover, were she in his position, would she be willing to undertake the monumental task of saving the world? It would require a serious lapse in judgment. Despite her understanding of Bai Xuan's stance, a faint sense of loss lingered within her. It seemed she had yet to find that perfect individual, one who, like in her previous life, would strive for the well-being of all. Is this world truly worth saving? However, if it meant altering Xiao Shimi's perception of me, I might consider agreeing to such a request. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was rendered speechless, especially Xiao Rong, whose beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely believe her ears. Could it be that he would actually consent to such an outrageous demand for my sake? After all that had been said, he was willing to agree solely because of her. This left Xiao Rong's emotions in a tumultuous state: surprise, bitterness, joy, and excitement, all mingled together like a spilled jar of spices. Had she truly misjudged him? Humph. Zhang Dan smirked coldly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He certainly would not believe that Bai Xuan would make such a grand vow for someone he had only met a few times. This declaration was merely a stall for time. Why waste words? Let him take the vow. No need for further discussion. Everyone, just watch. Bai Xuan. No. By the time Xiao Rong reacted and attempted to stop Bai Xuan, he had already leaped into the air. Could it be that young Master Bai had discerned Zhang Dan's ulterior motives, yet still chose to make a vow? Young Master Bai. Why would he decide to make such a grand promise because of Xiao Shimi? Many of you might perceive me, Bai, as nothing more than a hypocritical wretch, performing merely for show. Yet, taking advantage of this opportune moment, I wish to stand before the world, invoking my blood as a medium, swearing an oath from the depths of my heart, here and now. At this moment, Xiao Rong was too late to prevent Bai Xuan's actions. Thus, in the astonished and horrified gazes of Xiao Rong, Zhang Dan, Su Mo, and the others, Bai Xuan raised 2 fingers of his right hand towards the heavens, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that surged forth, then swiftly drew a sharp line across his left arm. With a tearing sound, a long gash was inflicted upon his arm. Blood gushed forth, dazzlingly bright, intermingled with an astonishing display of celestial and divine energy, illuminating the skies above. Each drop of blood sparkled like gemstones, reminiscent of the blood of deities from a distant era, radiating resplendent light. At that moment, a notification sounded, detected that the host has cut open his arm to swear an oath with blood. The system will fully cooperate with the host. Another notification chimed, manifesting a phenomenon: heavens chant, earth praises, auspicious beasts soar, and lotuses emerge from the ground. Moreover, the heavens and earth responded to the vision of successful vows. Soon, from the distant horizon, it seemed as if they sensed Bai Xuan's intent. Suddenly, a chant imbued with Zen essence resonated, accompanied by the enchanting sound of strings. It was as if all things converged, the path to simplicity revealed. Within the void, various divine beasts manifested, while clusters of golden and white lotuses bloomed forth, divine energy surging, an infinite symphony of the Tao began to reverberate, and an enigmatic fragrance permeated the air. This scene astonished everyone. No one had anticipated that Bai Xuan would truly take such action. Bai Xuan, you. Zhang Dan's expression froze. The previously sinister intent halted on his face, replaced by utter astonishment and disbelief. He had thought he had secured his advantage over Bai Xuan this time. Who could have imagined that Bai Xuan would indeed make such a grand vow? As Bai Xuan concluded his words, the originally clear and serene sky seemed to resonate with something profound. Suddenly, magnificent rays of light filled the heavens, intertwining in a splendid display reminiscent of a brilliant sun emerging, with golden crows soaring through the sky, creating an utterly mystical atmosphere. At this moment, Bai Xuan's voice continued to echo throughout the universe, calm and unembellished, as if recounting a trivial matter. Since time immemorial, the forces of righteousness and evil have been locked in a perpetual struggle, with tides of fortune rising and falling. Yet never has there been a day quite like today, where malevolent forces run rampant, causing great suffering among the populace. I, Bai, do not claim to possess extraordinary talents. I merely hope that heaven and earth bear witness to my solemn vow. With the strength of one, I shall eradicate the wickedness and restore clarity to this world. Should I fail, may my blood be scattered, my resolve shattered, and may I never advance in my cultivation again, becoming a mere shell of my former self. The thunder roared mightily, shattering the firmament, as golden light surged forth, as if giving birth to a new world, while simultaneously evoking the cataclysmic sense of an impending apocalypse, tearing the heavens and rending the earth. Chapter 13, Masterful Performance, Sorrowful Cry of Xiaorong. Bai Xuan's expression was serene, his voice equally so. Yet within his eyes flickered an unusual glint. He was attentively observing Xiaorong, for this performance was crafted exclusively for her. Bai Xuan, you truly are. Xiaorong's eyes brimmed with tears once more, her voice quivering, her beautiful gaze tinged with red. Her delicate hands clenched the hem of her dress so tightly that her knuckles turned pale. Her heart raced in tandem. At that moment, she comprehended the absurdity of her past self, blinded by her own singular experiences, presuming the world to be as hypocritical, filthy, and sordid as she had envisioned. In this instant, her mind emptied, and tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. The recollection of her previous misunderstandings and doubts towards Bai Xuan surged forth, coupled with her desire for him to make grand vows to validate her. Guilt washed over her like a tidal wave, engulfing her in an instant. A rumble echoed. Above, the sky appeared distorted, as though a colossal vortex had torn open a gaping abyss. A blinding and resplendent spectrum of colors enveloped Bai Xuan, with ancient and mysterious runes flickering within. They were crystalline and enigmatic, vast and dazzling, pure and ethereal. This was indeed a sign of success in his vows, recognized by heaven and earth. At this juncture, as Bai Xuan fulfilled his grand vow, the onlookers were slowly awakening from their astonishment, yet remained unable to shake off their shock. A grand vow? Did young Master Bai truly just make a grand vow to heaven and earth? It was well known that young Master Bai was gentle as jade, compassionate towards all beings, a paragon among contemporary cultivators. Today's encounter confirmed the truth of such claims. The magnitude of his vow was so profound that even the heavens acquiesced. It seemed that the Zhang family had indeed acted unreasonably, oppressing the weak. Indeed, the members of the Zhang family, relentless in their pursuit, had dared to chase him to the outer gate, a display of sheer audacity. All were awestruck by Bai Xuan's audacity, regardless of age or race. Everyone stood in profound shock, rooted in place. Even Su Imo, a formidable presence among the outer gate, whose prowess far surpassed Bai Xuan's, felt her heart race. In this junior, she sensed an unfamiliarity and a long-lost sense of danger. Dimly, she perceived that Bai Xuan was no longer the frivolous youth he once was. He must not be underestimated again. Yet, on the surface, he remained as tranquil as still water, gently nodding as if to say, "Understood, you may descend now. Your body must be straining under the burden. Leave matters here to me." "Thank you, Elder Su." It was only now that the gathered crowd noticed Bai Xuan's complexion, which had paled significantly compared to before. Of course, this was a fade. After all, one must fully embody the role. If he were truly to have made a grand vow and still appeared lively, it would be far too disingenuous. Ding, the host channels spiritual energy, targeting the heart meridian, thereby reversing vitality, achieving a pale visage, truly commendable, this system must admit. Even in trivial matters, considering how diligently the system has endeavored to present me with phenomena, How could I not exert myself a little? Bai Xuan and the system were engaging in mutual flattery within their minds. At that moment, Xiao Rong, who had been in a daze for quite some time, finally came to her senses. Bai Xuan, now merely 19 years of age, has only devoted a decade to the art of cultivation. Yet, he finds himself pitted against the prodigious Zhang Dan, a formidable opponent with 2.5 centuries of experience. How could his own cultivation possibly rival such mastery? Surely, he has resorted to that secret technique once more. Previously, Bai Xuan had employed it sparingly, leading to a 3-month seclusion. Now, amidst this fierce confrontation with Zhang Dan, how intense will the repercussions be? Moreover, he has made great vows even while not fully recuperated. It is crucial to understand that to draw the attention of the heavens and earn their acknowledgement is an endeavor that demands an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. She dared not delve further into her thoughts. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, buzzing as if swarmed by countless flies. Bai Xuan, her voice, cold yet trembling, struggled to maintain composure. With a swift motion, she sought to support Bai Xuan. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, his once pristine white robes erupted, and he seemed to transform into a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and showering the air with droplets of crimson. Ding! The host is remarkably ruthless. This time, he has directly initiated an internal explosion of spiritual energy, injuring his meridians and spitting blood, creating the illusion of a self-inflicted wound. Bai Xuan, this time, remained silent, gasping in pain. He had not anticipated that the recent blow would inflict such agony. Had he known, he would have paled even further, avoiding a self-destructive outburst. He needed to seize this opportunity to showcase his true abilities. Otherwise, he would feel he had let himself down. Bai Xuan. Xiao Rong's voice trembled with a hint of tears, even breaking slightly. She rushed forward, cradling the injured Bai Xuan in her arms. The injury was severe. Xiao Rong's hands trembled, hesitating to apply too much pressure, merely holding Bai Xuan gently. His once elegant and handsome face was now streaked with tears, resembling a weeping kitten. At this moment, Bai Xuan appeared remarkably frail, his complexion ashen, and the ghastly wound on his left arm still unhealed. Yet, he wore a smile that seemed to radiate even more charm, embodying a transcendent grace that contrasted starkly with the vivid crimson staining his white attire. This scene moved many female cultivators, causing them to avert their gazes, trembling within, while others could not help but cover their sleeves, weeping quietly. Simultaneously, Bai Xuan's plight ignited the fury of the onlookers, stirring a collective outrage. That vile Zhang Dan, oppressing the virtuous and behaving tyrannically. Does he truly believe that his family is the only one with influence? Does he think no one can challenge him? My Sinan family is also a prestigious lineage. I fear you not. Indeed, I, Long Out Yin, though often irreverent to heaven and earth, today I pay my respects to young Master Bai. A hero with a heart for the world, daring and resolute. As for the Zhang family, they are naught but maggots in a dark drain. Elder Su, do not let Zhang Dan and his kin escape. They dared to ambush young Master Bai today. Tomorrow, they will dare to strike at us. We must not let him go. Zhang Dan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Xiao Rong, that day we met, you once asked me, what did that mean? I understand now, I understand, do not speak further. I shall retrieve the elixir to heal your wounds. Tears once again blurred Xiao Rong's vision as her small hands frantically searched through her spatial ring. Guiyuan pill, Huayang pill, Gengjin pill. No, none of these are right. At this moment, Bai Xuan was gravely injured, and even she, who had traversed countless life and death situations in her past life, found herself at a loss for what to do. In a daze, she recalled her previous escape from the Xiao family, wandering alone in the world, feeling helpless, despondent, and cold. No, I cannot bear to see you perish. At this juncture, Bai Xuan's eyes gradually closed, as if she had lost consciousness. Yet, on the brink of death, she continued to murmur, for the justice of the world. Bai Xuan, having fallen into a state of unconsciousness, remained preoccupied with thoughts of the world's populace. Witnessing this scene, those present felt a profound sorrow, and their admiration for Bai Xuan soared to unprecedented heights, akin to mountains touching the clouds, accompanied by a growing sense of concern. Several female cultivators rushed forward, employing their magical abilities in an attempt to heal Bai Xuan. Chapter 14. The Initial Revelation. The Power of Suamo. The Authority of the Outer Sect. Ding! Xiaorong fully believes that the host has indeed made a great vow, rekindling hope in the realm of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving remarkable efficiency. In just a few short months since crossing over, you have successfully influenced Xiaorong, completing your first mission with aplomb. Ding! Now, the system shall elucidate the supreme creation immortal technique, created by the unparalleled immortal emperor of ancient times. Those who practice this art are invincible within their realm and undefeated across boundaries. It is the ultimate technique for flaunting prowess and traversing the seas. Ding! The technique is now at the host's disposal. You are automatically proficient. As the crisp voice of the system echoed in his mind, Bai Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of scriptures flooding into his consciousness, as though they were indelibly etched within his brain. With his newfound mastery of the supreme creation immortal technique, his spiritual energy began to transform, taking on a slight whiteness compared to the ordinary pure green energy. In that moment, Bai Xuan deeply sensed the terrifying potential of the supreme creation immortal technique. The system had been overly conservative in its assessment, undefeated across boundaries. After mastering the technique, Bai Xuan's strength had escalated by an entire realm. What did this signify? The adversary, Zhang Dan, who had previously exchanged blows with him, would likely find himself unable to withstand even a single strike now. Such was the sheer dominance. Meanwhile, Zhang Dan's situation was equally riveting. Zhang Dan, do you have anything else to say? Su Mo inquired of the Zhang family members before her tone deceptively casual, but it concealed an undercurrent of bloodshed. The cultivators present could not help but tremble, a chill coursing through them, and fear began to take hold. Elder Su, is she intending to take action against the Zhang family? They sensed that the Qingyun sect was poised to unleash a storm of bloodshed today. The Zhang family would likely not survive this ordeal. Upon hearing this, the already pallid Zhang Dan and his companions grew even more ashen. Particularly, the formidable members of the Zhang family, who had previously formed a formidable array to ensnare Bai Xuan during the confrontation, felt a sense of impending doom. If predictions held true, Zhang Dan, as the heir of a prominent family, surely possessed numerous protective treasures. Yet it seemed they were on the brink of meeting their demise here. Was Elder Su truly going to place her disciple in such jeopardy? Zhang Dan endeavored to suppress the tremor of fear in his voice, yet his countenance betrayed an unprecedented quiver. After all, the individual before him was Su Mo, the true authority of the outer sect of the Qingyun sect, a figure of paramount significance in the Tianyang continent. His strength was undeniably formidable. Even his father, the patriarch of the Zhang family, would surely be no match for him. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan lay in the delicate embrace of Xiaorong, relishing her gentle caresses akin to a babbling brook, and inhaling her fragrance reminiscent of orchids. A smile almost escaped him. It could be said that today, Zhang Dan had been entirely outwitted. No, it would be more accurate to say that Zhang Dan had attempted to ensnare him, only to be caught in a counterattack. Regrettably, with his eyes closed, he could not witness the expression on Zhang Dan's face, one that resembled a person who had just swallowed a fly. Is this what you wish to convey? Su Mo continued his steady advance towards the Zhang family, each step resonating like the tolling of a death knell, striking terror into their hearts. Observing this, Zhang Dan clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums began to bleed slightly. He had come to comprehend Su Mo's stance. There was no chance he would be spared today. Though fear gripped his heart, Su Mo's nonchalant demeanor only served to enrage Zhang Dan further. Having been a proud prodigy, looking down upon all others from a young age, he had crafted countless legendary tales and vanquished numerous youthful deities. How could he not retain a shred of arrogance, even when faced with an opponent of vastly superior strength? Thus, Zhang Dan ceased to engage in pretense with Su Mo. Once again, he summoned a long azure sword, his eyes shimmering with brilliant radiance, exuding an aura of chilling slaughter that burst forth like metal. The Zhang family, though trembling in spirit, formed a defensive formation, shielding Zhang Dan within their midst. Despite their overwhelming presence, to the onlooking cultivators, they appeared pitiable, akin to a cornered beast's final wail before death. How ironic it was that the Zhang family, once so brazen in their dominance, had not foreseen this day. Facing imminent death, yet daring to resist. Did they truly believe Elder Su to be an ordinary mortal? A mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Ha ha ha, Zhang family scion. Prepare to meet your end. How delightful this is. As Zhang Dan absorbed the surrounding mockery, his face flushed crimson, as though he might bleed from embarrassment. Under normal circumstances, Who would dare speak to him in such a manner? Before he could utter another word, Sumo's figure suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear before the Zhang family in an instant. Zhang Dan felt his pupils contract involuntarily, an icy dread creeping down his spine. The guards beside him were equally taken aback, their expressions transforming dramatically in shock. Was this the extent of Sumo's prowess? They felt no fluctuations in the space around them, as if he were a ghost, disappearing and reappearing at will. This was an entirely different realm from the techniques employed by Bai Xuan earlier. In the next moment, before they could react, an overwhelming aura, akin to the vastness of the cosmos, erupted violently within the void before them, resembling the brilliance of countless blazing stars pressing down upon them. Since there was nothing left to say, then let you all perish. With a thunderous boom, as Sumo's calm voice resonated, a dazzling sword energy suddenly exploded within the emptiness, ringing with a resounding clang, cleaving the heavens and the earth, even igniting golden sparks as it grazed against the very fabric of space, reminiscent of an unparalleled celestial sword that could annihilate the universe and rend the world asunder. With a mere gesture, Su-Mo directed the sword-like force towards the Zhang family, unleashing a terrifying beam of sword light that radiated immense power. This sword light, imbued with the essence of order and rules, was more than capable of obliterating numerous magical techniques. The assaults from the Zhang family proved utterly futile. The figures of the opponents were tossed into the air like mere playthings, blood gushing forth in a brilliant crimson spray. Within the span of mere moments, the Zhang family's elite suffered catastrophic losses. The remaining warriors, their faces pale with terror and despair, yearned for mercy, but before their pleas could escape their lips, their heads were severed, their very souls extinguished. The onlookers, witnessing this harrowing scene, were rendered speechless, their spirits in disarray, unable to utter a coherent word. Xiaorong gently cradled Bai Xuan in her arms, and under the combined efforts of numerous female cultivators healing and the effects of her own medicinal elixirs, Bai Xuan's pallid face finally regained a hint of color. This alleviated the heavy weight upon her heart, as if a 1,000-pound stone had been lifted from the ground. Judging by the current circumstances, Bai Xuan's vitality was indeed formidable, and his injuries appeared to have stabilized. She raised her gaze towards the formidable Su-Mo, not displaying the astonishment that others exhibited. Presently, Su-Mo was at the same realm she had once achieved during her tribulation phase in a previous life. Yet, a flicker of confusion lingered in her eyes, based on her understanding of those at the tribulation stage. A mere breath would suffice to terrify such minor cultivators as the Zhang family, who were at the golden core stage. Why, then, resort to the grand display of sword energy? Xiaorong was perplexed, but Bai Xuan, nestled in her embrace, seemed to possess clarity akin to a mirror. His astute mind had discerned Su-Mo's intentions from the moment she summoned the celestial sword, merely a demonstration of power. In Su-Mo's eyes, Bai Xuan had been masquerading as a dandy for many years while hiding within the outer sect. Simply relying on the narrative of avoiding the oppression from the Bai family's favored lineage would not suffice to convince her. There must be ulterior motives at play, especially now, with Bai Xuan shining so brightly and exhibiting such formidable strength, coupled with a lack of the typical arrogance associated with the powerful. Instead, choosing to make grand vows for Xiaorong and the so-called people of the world, it was difficult not to provoke Su-Mo's suspicion regarding Bai Xuan's true intentions. Now that Bai Xuan had voluntarily revealed his cultivation level, did it signify that the time had come for him to take action? As a guardian of the outer sect's order, Su-Mo naturally remained vigilant towards Bai Xuan, an uncertain and perilous individual. Thus, Su-Mo's merciless slaughter of the Zhang family was, in fact, a warning. It would be wise for you not to cause trouble here. I am capable of slaying Zhang Dan, and the same fate awaits you. Chapter 15. Blood-sucking and exposing Zhang Dan's malevolent arts. At this moment, Zhang Dan's countenance was far from favorable. The arrogance he bore before confronting Su-Mo had been extinguished, akin to a dying ember in a torrential downpour. The terror of a tribulation stage expert was overwhelming, utterly beyond the reach of a mere golden core cultivator like Zhang Dan. His splendid attire was now tarnished and stained, his hair matted with blood, and his body bore countless wounds, each oozing crimson. The radiant aura he once possessed had vanished entirely. The life-preserving treasures bestowed upon him by his family were nearly depleted, yet no artifact, regardless of its significance, could inflict even the slightest harm upon Su-Mo. Indeed, Even that unparalleled celestial sword could not withstand a single breath's time. As the extraordinary sword harvested yet another group of family cultivators and surged toward him once more, Zhang Dan felt as though he were ensnared by heavenly thunder, every hair on his body standing on end. The sense of impending doom engulfed him anew. With no regard for anything else, he summoned the mightiest weapon crafted by his father, the Zhang family's strongest guardian, a golden sword pellet. He promptly crushed it. In an instant, it was as if vast rivers of stars cascaded forth, an innumerable array of luminous sword shadows shimmering with resplendent gold, rushing forth with unstoppable force towards the celestial sword. However, to Zhang Dan's astonishment, the once keen sword beams shattered upon contact with Su Mo's celestial sword, crumbling as effortlessly as a delicate jade ornament. The sound of their destruction rang out, leaving not a single shard behind, transforming into a sky full of fireflies. With a splatter, more severed heads flew, brains spilling forth in a gruesome spectacle. From the initial overwhelming force of the Zhang family, only Zhang Dan remained, standing alone at the center, desperately holding on. The celestial sword now pointed at Zhang Dan's throat, yet his legs had grown weak, leaving him unable to struggle any longer. Zhang Dan, you were once a disciple of my Qingyun sect. I shall not be devoid of compassion. If you have any final words, speak them swiftly. Su Mo's tone remained as cold as before, his gaze unwaveringly frosty. Yet, compared to his earlier rampage, to the onlookers, he now seemed remarkably gentle. Compassion? Ha. Compassion? At this moment, Zhang Dan was drenched in blood, his visage resembling that of a vengeful spirit, exuding an eerie madness as he laughed maniacally. Su Mo, you would do well not to wear that expression of having me all figured out. His eyes bulged, as if threatening to rupture from their sockets, and his hands pressed together with fervor. The veins on his forehead and neck throbbed with an unnerving rhythm, as dark blood cascaded from the corners of his mouth. This scene was nothing short of horrifying. Zhang Dan sought escape. Bai Xuan, lying on the ground, sensed the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy around him and suddenly came to a realization. As a natural Dao body, he was acutely attuned to the physical prowess and techniques of cultivators. During their earlier confrontation, he had sensed that Zhang Dan was practicing a rather sinister technique, capable of manipulating spatial forces to mount an assault against him. Was Zhang Dan now attempting to tear through space to flee? Meanwhile, Su Mo wore an expression of grave concern, yet seemed oblivious to Zhang Dan's intent to escape. Black blood? Who would have thought that after countless eons, one would still witness such dark arts of blood drinking and essence devouring? Zhang Yunzi, surely you must have been consumed in a bid to augment your own cultivation? What? Zhang Yunzi was actually devoured by Zhang Dan. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted in chaos. Who could truly fathom the terrifying nature of such blood-draining sorcery? It was said to be a technique practiced by blood cultivators during the ancient celestial and demonic wars, specifically designed to enhance one's cultivation by consuming the souls of those closely related by blood. It was believed to have been lost to time, yet here it was, resurfacing in the present. Zhang Dan was indeed despicable, having slain his own brother only to frame young Master Bai for the act. Were it not for Elder Su's presence, young Master Bai would surely be in peril today. The cultivators stood behind Su Mo, pointing fingers at Zhang Dan, their voices rife with scorn and vitriol, drowning out the din with ridicule and insults. Yet, Zhang Dan remained unfazed, laughing maniacally like a wraith. I consumed Zhang Yunzi. What of it? Su Mo, remember this. You cannot kill me today. In the future, I shall be the one to take your life. And yours, all of you. Bai Xuan's heart raced, pounding as if it would leap from his throat. It seemed Zhang Dan truly intended to tear through the fabric of space to escape, yet the others remained unaware. Cursed be it, Su Mo. You are a formidable being of the tribulation phase, the foremost figure in the realm. How could you remain so oblivious? Xiaorong, were you not also an empress of the tribulation phase in your past life? Have you not noticed? Hurry and alert her. Bai Xuan now truly wished to leap forward like a carp, delivering a final blow to Zhang Dan. Yet, he restrained himself, sensing that if he acted on this impulse, his fate would be no better than Zhang Dan's. He feared he might be struck down by Su Mo on the spot. It was indeed a hopeless situation. Su Mo gazed at the hysterical Zhang Dan, a glint of icy killing intent emerging in his eyes for the first time, as he relinquished any thoughts of further communication. Indeed, Elder Su is right. Zhang Dan, facing imminent death, still dared to utter arrogant words and curse them. How laughable it was that a man on the brink of death would still speak against me. He ought to be cautious in his next life. Boom. But to the astonishment of all present, the seemingly doomed Zhang Dan suddenly had his hands explode, a mist of blood enveloping him. More strikingly, at some unknown moment, the void before Zhang Dan had been rent asunder, revealing a gaping tear. This is dire. In that moment, Suemo finally reacted. The unparalleled celestial sword he wielded unleashing its latent brilliance, a sharpness so formidable that it surged towards Zhang Dan's throat with alarming speed. The space torn apart by Zhang Dan formed a long, dark crevice, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss, accompanied by the thunderous sound of air rushing in like a tempest from great heights, ringing in their ears. It was the chaos of the void. A voice in the crowd gasped in horror. The so-called chaos of the void occurs when space is breached, resembling the turbulent currents of the ocean. Should Zhang Dan be swept away by this chaos, no one could predict where he might next materialize. Indeed, Zhang Dan was escaping. Before the words could fully leave the speaker's lips, the unparalleled celestial sword controlled by Suemo had already reached Zhang Dan's position. It must succeed. He must slay Zhang Dan. Bai Xuan silently prayed within his heart, having come to the realization that if Zhang Dan were to survive today, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. Chapter 16. Has Zhang Dan escaped? With a sudden splatter, Zhang Dan's body had yet to enter the chaotic void when it erupted, flesh and blood scattering in all directions, his brain matter bursting forth. His primordial spirit was cleaved in two, dissipating like dark smoke. Was it successful? Bai Xuan lay with his eyes closed in Xiao Rong's embrace, attuned to Zhang Dan's lingering essence. No, not quite. Although Zhang Dan's torso had been obliterated by Suemo, and most of his primordial spirit had been extinguished, a small fragment of it still brushed against the chaotic void and was drawn away. Damn it! Zhang Dan truly managed to escape. Bai Xuan, in a fit of anger, mentally berated Zhang Dan for his cunning nature. His earlier display of weakness was likely a deliberate ploy to deceive Suemo and his companions. Indeed, as he suspected, Suemo had let his guard down, allowing this mere golden elixir cultivator to evade a formidable being of the tribulation realm. What astonished everyone, however, was that the celestial sword disregarded the chaotic currents of the void and, along with Zhang Dan's shattered primordial spirit, soared into the abyss. Buzz! Another shrill cry of the sword reverberated through the air. A flash of radiant light obscured the events that transpired, leaving all witnesses bewildered. The fissure in the void vanished in an instant, and the space before them became once again smooth and whole, as if the dark chasm had never existed. Undoubtedly, Suemo had pursued the celestial sword into the void and eradicated Zhang Dan. His stratagem was undeniably flawless, apart from Bai Xuan. No one could have anticipated that he possessed spatial techniques capable of tearing through the void. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all petty tricks and schemes become utterly inconsequential. Even with the advantage, one cannot escape the fate of annihilation. This exemplifies the insurmountable chasm between the tribulation and golden elixir realms. It was only at this juncture that the onlookers began to grasp the gravity of the situation. How laughable it was that Zhang Dan had dared to entertain such schemes before Elder Suemo. Such arrogance. Indeed, while Zhang Dan had managed to flee, he was left with only a fragment of his primordial spirit, easily extinguishable by a Foundation establishment cultivator. He posed no real threat. Nevertheless, the onlookers felt an unsettling chill in their hearts, haunted by a sense of foreboding. Zhang Dan's frenzied demeanor now lingered in their minds like an inescapable nightmare. Had the strongest among them, the paramount force of Tianyang continent, not been Suemo, would another elder have succumbed to Zhang Dan's escape? If he truly manages to escape, then those who mocked Zhang Dan today may find it exceedingly difficult to secure a favorable outcome. Given Zhang Dan's rapid ascension through his mastery of dark arts, it is likely that he will make a formidable return within a century. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary strength akin to Bai Xuan, capable of confronting Zhang Dan head-on. Suemo remained silent amidst the crowd, seemingly entranced, standing motionless in his place as the wind stirred. Failing to disperse the lingering scent of blood, instead, it intensified, becoming more palpable. Sumo's crystalline gaze shimmered, fluttering with the gentle breeze, resembling the tranquil surface of a serene lake disturbed by ripples. Moments later, he vanished into thin air, his whereabouts unknown. Undoubtedly, The events transpiring here today will cause a significant uproar, sending shockwaves throughout the realm. Indeed, within half a day, this incident ignited like a spark, swiftly spreading across the entire Tianyang continent, inciting fervent and colossal public discourse. The formidable yet aloof Zhang family prodigy, Zhang Dan, alongside the renowned twin stars of Qingyun sect, Lu Wan'er, descended upon the outer sect under the pretext of avenging his brother, intent on ambushing Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan exhibited unwavering courage and formidable strength, engaging in a fierce battle with Zhang Dan, the aftershocks of which nearly overturned the entire outer sect of the Qingyun sect. At a critical moment, Su Mo arrived. Bai Xuan, in a bid to prove his worth, boldly proclaimed a grand aspiration to rescue all living beings. His intentions were directly aimed at Zhang Dan. And when Su Mo intervened, he discovered that Zhang Dan had cultivated an ancient malevolent technique known as blood absorption and essence devouring, which had led to the demise of Zhang Yunzi. Furthermore, Zhang Dan astonishingly wielded spatial techniques right before Su Mo's eyes in a desperate attempt to escape. Although he ultimately succumbed to Su Mo and was slain by the celestial sword, the incident left many cultivators shaken, their scalps tingling and lips parched, rendering them speechless. After a slumber of 1,000,000 years, the sinister art of blood absorption and essence devouring had resurfaced. The revelation of Zhang Dan's practice of this dark technique raised unsettling questions. Does it signify the gradual awakening of malevolent forces that have long lain dormant within the realm of cultivation? With the emergence of a practitioner like Zhang Dan, could there be others, 1, 2, 3, or even more, who might follow? The voices of many solitary cultivators trembled with fear. For those without the protection of sects or noble families were the most vulnerable, easily becoming prey for these nefarious practitioners. However, what truly astonished and instilled trepidation in the top-tier sects and esteemed families was not merely the emergence of this dark technique. After all, only Zhang Dan had surfaced thus far, and he had been vanquished by Su Mo. Even if other practitioners of malevolent arts lurked in the shadows, it was unlikely they could stir significant turmoil against such formidable powers. The elite sects and prestigious families had always been fortified by a plethora of strong cultivators, their deep-rooted heritage ensuring stability even in dire circumstances, with ancient monsters to safeguard them. The genuine source of their concern was Bai Xuan and the audacity of his grand aspiration, which had seemingly garnered the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. For centuries, even millennia, no one had dared to proclaim such a noble intention as Bai Xuan had, to save all sentient beings. The weight of these 4 characters was, in their eyes, even more significant than all previous aspirations combined. The recognition by heaven and earth raised profound implications. Did it suggest that Bai Xuan possesses, or will possess, the power to transform the entire Tianyang continent and reshape the prevailing order? Such extraordinary individuals command immense attention. Some sects and noble families have even initiated thorough investigations into Bai Xuan's past. Thus, it was at this juncture that Bai Xuan officially entered the purview of those ancient beings who wield dominion over the entire Tianyang continent. Time, like a fleeting shadow, has swiftly passed, and half a month has elapsed on the Tianyang continent. On this day, the marketplace outside the Qingyun sect is alive with activity. The sky is a brilliant azure, a clear river flows, and the clouds are crystalline, harmonizing with the divine radiance. Under such resplendent conditions, the marketplace radiates an aura of peace. The sin of blood has long dissipated, as if the gruesome scene from half a month ago, when Su Mo slaughtered the Zhang family and left corpses strewn about, had never transpired. At this moment, the outer gate of the Qingyun sect sees artisans bustling to and fro from the marketplace, engaged in the reconstruction and repair of the courtyard that was reduced to dust during Bai Xuan's confrontation with Zhang Dan. It seems that only from this place can one catch a glimpse of the remnants of that brutal clash. Among the throngs of people, Su Mo is also present, and the crowd instinctively parts to give way to Xiao Rong. However, unlike before, she no longer wears her conical hat. Look, what is junior sister Xiao carrying today? A chicken and a duck, truly a variety each day. Goodness, how enviable for senior brother Bai. Not only is he powerful, but he also has the admiration of a beauty, indulging in culinary delights. If you could make a grand wish for me, I could cook for you every day. Laughter and playful banter emanate from the disciples of the outer sect, enveloping the entire Qingyun sect in a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. Chapter 17. the professionally money-grabbing Xiao Rong, and another use of the Fire Phoenix true body. Xiao Rong, carrying her chicken and duck, strolls along the path. Her spirits buoyant as she takes in the breathtaking scenery. She is acutely aware that the cultivators before her will likely auction her whereabouts to the tea houses and taverns outside. And in a few days, the latest chapter of the legendary tale of the gentle genius, young Master Bai, and the venomous admirer, Miss Xiao, will be released. Yet, unlike before, Xiao Rong harbors a multitude of emotions within her heart that only she is privy to. If other female cultivators wish to pursue Bai Xuan, they might hesitate due to that very book. Although the tome labels her as an admirer, in truth, it is Bai Xuan who has invested far more. Oh, that great fool. In summary, she no longer harbored any aversion towards that book. The ingredients she now carried were meant for a meal she intended to prepare for Bai Xuan. The roots of this situation trace back to a fortnight prior. At that time, after a fierce battle with Zhang Dan, Bai Xuan found his courtyard utterly devastated. Moreover, in the name of righteousness and for the sake of the populace, Bai Xuan had made a grand vow and sustained grave injuries. Only she, a former empress well-versed in alchemy, could provide the necessary care. Though, as the reincarnated empress, she possessed an innate pride and typically did not attend to others. Bai Xuan's severe injuries did bear some semblance of her own influence. Reluctantly, she decided to care for him. Indeed, that was the case. Thus, Xiao Rong gracefully declined the offers from female cultivators who wished for Bai Xuan to recuperate in their abodes and transported him back to her own quarters, akin to carrying a hard-won trophy. Upon Bai Xuan's gradual awakening, Xiao Rong, for the first time, ventured into the kitchen herself, spending her own resources to prepare a feast for him. She held considerable confidence in her culinary skills, for during her previous life, while wandering at a tender age, she would often find herself entranced by the tantalizing aromas wafting from taverns and eateries, unable to resist the temptation, yet lacking the funds to indulge. Thus, she had to rely on her own ingenuity to create delectable dishes. Over the years of honing her craft, her culinary skills had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, especially given her fiery phoenix constitution, which allowed her to master the intricacies of flame as if it were an extension of her own will. Consequently, the dishes she prepared were unique in flavor and exceptional in taste. However, who could have anticipated that after just one meal, Bai Xuan would become accustomed to her cooking, demanding it daily? Initially, Xiao Rong acquiesced to his requests, for seeing him lying in bed with an occasional pallor on his face tugged at her heartstrings. Yet, as time wore on, she found herself at her wit's end. It was not that she found cooking troublesome, but rather, she was impoverished, barely able to scrape together 2 spirit stones, and the daily expense of providing Bai Xuan with lavish meals was straining her already meager finances. Just as she contemplated declining his requests, a thought struck her. Why not seek reimbursement from Bai Xuan for the cost of the ingredients? In her eyes, Bai Xuan, a scion of a long-lived noble family, was unaccustomed to manual labor and spent money lavishly, likely unaware of the cost of procuring such ingredients. Thus, she pondered whether she might. Consequently, the once noble and refined empress began to devise clever schemes to extract funds from Bai Xuan. Today, I acquired 2 exquisite snow hares for you, but they were rather pricey. The merchant mentioned they hail from a distant snowy realm, where the climate is perpetually frigid. Capturing these 2 hares required significant effort. However, for you, it is not an exorbitant expense, merely 200,000 spirit stones. Let us consider it reimbursed. Bai Xuan, today is your lucky day once again. I have procured for you fish from the Tianshui River. This particular specimen has lived for over a century, teetering on the brink of becoming a spirit itself, brimming with rich spiritual energy, which will undoubtedly aid in your recovery. Let us account for that, shall we? 15,000 spirit stones. In truth, the ingredients are not as precious as Xiao Rong has described. The so-called snow hare is simply a common rabbit, slightly wider than usual, easily found outside the marketplace. As for the fish, it is merely a product of Xiao Rong's old trade, fished out from the river. Over the past few days, the total expenditure on ingredients for Bai Xuan has barely exceeded a single spirit stone. Yet, Xiao Rong has already siphoned nearly several million spirit stones from Bai Xuan's pockets. This is the primary reason for her current sense of joy. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she finds earning money so effortless. What Xiao Rong does not realize is that had the original wealthy scion been in her place, he might have been easily deceived. The original had often been tricked by those taverns during his dining experiences. But Bai Xuan is no fool. He cannot be so easily misled by Xiao Rong's petty schemes. From the very first day, when Xiao Rong began her grandiose embellishments regarding the ingredients she purchased for him, Bai Xuan had seen through her ruse. Yet, he chose not to expose her. If being swindled by Xiao Rong could bring a few more smiles to her peach blossom-like visage, it would not be entirely unwelcome. Moreover, the dishes she prepares are indeed the finest Bai Xuan has ever tasted in both of his lifetimes. The atmosphere is truly relaxed and delightful. Is it possible that the original had such a profound impact? A sect so vibrant had been stifled by his oppressive demeanor over the years. In Xiao Rong's courtyard, Bai Xuan reclines languidly in a rocking chair, listening to the laughter and chatter from outside. He gently sways a feather fan, savoring the soft breeze that caresses his fingertips. Basking in the golden, warm sunlight, he casually pours himself a cup of the exquisite nectar collected by the original. It glides coolly down his throat, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. How utterly blissful. Ah, it seems Xiao Rong is on her way back. Bai Xuan sensed Xiao Rong's presence drawing ever closer. Just as she was about to open the door, Bai Xuan swiftly gathered her rocking chair and feather fan, along with her wine utensils, casting them into her storage ring. In a fleeting moment, she returned to her bed, feigning a state of illness. Bai Xuan, today you are in for a treat. I have managed to procure some rare ingredients, the phoenix chicken and the white dragon duck. You may never have tasted them at the Bai residence. Xiao Rong's melodious voice rang out from the doorway, while she ostensibly praised the rarity of these ingredients. Her mind was already calculating just how many spirit stones she could extract from Bai Xuan this time. However, it was true that the original owner had never encountered such ingredients at the Bai household, as they were merely two ordinary chickens and ducks unworthy of gracing the Bai family's dining table. Bai Xuan lay upon the bed, continuing to feign a voice devoid of strength. Xiao Rong, I truly appreciate your kindness. You have been preparing my meals for these past few days. Chapter 18. Departing to seek the next fortune's daughter. What trouble could it be? Indeed, it seemed to be a ruse stemming from guilt over monetary matters. Upon entering, Xiao Rong averted her gaze from Bai Xuan, heading directly to a makeshift stove erected in the courtyard. This phoenix chicken and white dragon duck amount to a total of 200,000 spirit stones. Please reimburse me for this. Xiao Rong murmured softly, approaching Bai Xuan's bedside, her voice barely audible. Very well. Bai Xuan fished out a spatial ring from his bosom and placed it beside the bed. Xiao Rong rolled her eyes, not even glancing at Bai Xuan. Like a thief, she stealthily seized the ring and slipped away. Despite having done this numerous times before, she still felt a flutter of anxiety each time she took the money. Xiao Rong found this perplexing. Before long, the crackling sound of burning firewood filled the air, and wisps of smoke wafted from the courtyard. The tantalizing aroma of roasted duck sizzling in its own fat and the crispy fragrance of grilled chicken permeated the air, creeping their way to Bai Xuan's nostrils. How delightful! Just the scent alone was enough to make one crave a taste. Bai Xuan swallowed hard, silently marveling in his heart. Bai Xuan, come wash up for dinner, came Xiao Rong's voice, as melodious as the sound of jade clashing, echoing from the courtyard. All right. Bai Xuan lifted the quilt and rose from his bed. As he stepped out of the room, he beheld the heartwarming sight of Xiao Rong diligently tidying up the dishes and setting the table. This tender scene, falling upon Bai Xuan's gaze, stirred ripples in his usually tranquil brows and eyes, akin to a serene pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. Who could have imagined that in this lifetime there would be a day when an empress would cook and serve him? Ding. Host, please refrain from further musings. The next destined daughter of fortune has already appeared. You will soon enter her narrative. This particular daughter of fortune is rather unique, requiring the original host to seek her out. After a few days of rest, we shall depart from Qingyun's sect. So soon? I had thought I could feign illness for a while longer. Bai Xuan shook his head in resignation. He rather enjoyed the attentive care that Xiao Rong lavished upon him. Having such a stunning beauty daily inquiring about his well-being was sheer bliss. If only some unexpected event could occur, it would be even more delightful. Alas, the next appearance came too soon, and he was once again compelled to embark on a new journey. What was he daydreaming about? It was time to hasten to dinner. All right, I shall come right away. Bai Xuan smiled in response and walked towards Xiao Rong, who was bringing out the tables and chairs. Several days passed. At the Qingyun sect, in the outer courtyard of Xiao Rong, the distant sky resembled a spilled inkwell, with flowing hues of purple and indigo painting the heavens in rich, layered textures. Beyond the mountain's peak, A waning sun was on the verge of dissolving into the celestial canvas. The roseate glow spread rapidly upon contact with the water, staining the lower half of the sky a vibrant crimson. The bright stars, akin to dazzling gemstones of varying sizes, scattered across this vast expanse, their colorful light merging harmoniously with the two distinct shades, rendering the sky extraordinarily resplendent and peculiar. Witnessing such a scene, Bai Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation and contentment. Logically, Xiao Rong should have returned by now, yet she had not shown up for quite some time. However, he felt no concern, as he was well aware of her whereabouts. After such a lengthy interval, was she finally planning to make a breakthrough, the reborn empress? Bai Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, a figure of tranquility in the courtyard, gazing towards the expanse beyond the Qingyun sect. A faint smile graced his lips, while his eyes conveyed an unruffled composure, concealing profound thoughts within. If his instincts were correct, Xiao Rong was undoubtedly outside the Qingyun sect, having rented a temporary dwelling somewhere to evade detection, shrouding her presence as she secretly sought to establish her foundation. After all, with a formidable presence like Bai Xuan in her courtyard, it was inconceivable that she would choose to undergo her seclusion there. Even Bai Xuan would likely not wish to be privy to the true extent of her cultivation, would he? Indeed, as Bai Xuan surmised, Xiao Rong had resolutely gritted her teeth and, after a half-hour of haggling with the establishment outside, secured a completely isolated cave dwelling, utilizing the funds she had cunningly acquired from Bai Xuan. Within the cave, Xiao Rong sat gracefully upon the jade bed, draped in a robe of azure. Surrounding her, resplendent rays of light and abundant spiritual energy surged forth. Her eyes were tightly shut, as if she were holding her breath and concentrating fiercely on her breakthrough. Her slender figure trembled slightly, and her flawless visage bore traces of anguish, crystalline beads of sweat cascading down her neck, gradually soaking her azure attire. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a series of crisp, resonant sounds echoed, as if something had been punctured. Within her dantian, an extraordinary transformation began to manifest. Waves of fiery red divine light swirled around her dantian, coiling and hovering in a mesmerizing dance. In no time, the mist coalesced, forming an incredibly vibrant fire phoenix at her dantian's core. Its dazzling crimson hue resembled molten iron, radiating an intense heat, while an immense power of fire elements surged forth, sparkling and brilliant. As the celestial radiance intensified, golden specks of light cascaded down, enveloping Xiao Rong in an ethereal aura, rendering her akin to a favored child of the heavens, a progeny of the great Tao. The nascent fire phoenix within her emitted a clear, sonorous cry, resonating with a triumphant note, while every cell in Xiao Rong's body, every bone, and all the fiery essence surged forth like magma that had been confined for millennia. A torrent of vigorous vitality reverberated throughout the cave. She had broken through. As Xiao Rong opened her eyes, her breath calmed, and she felt as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. The overwhelming aura within the cave gradually subsided. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed her porcelain-like face. It seemed she had not succeeded after all. This was the very realm she had attained in her previous life, the true foundation establishment. Even with the addition of the phoenix essence, perfectly suited to her constitution, she had yet to reach the celestial foundation she so ardently sought. However, she soon regained her composure. What does it matter? Such notions of celestial foundations, which emerge only once in a million years, why should she torment herself over them? When Xiao Rong departed from the cave and caught sight of the dawn, it was already dimly lightening. Oh no, Xiao Rong playfully stuck out her tongue. She had intended to procure ingredients for Bai Xuan, but ended up spending the entire night without success. Yet, she had concocted an excuse, claiming she had spent a fortune on a white-scaled pigeon that had flown away, and that she had chased after it all night to ensure his spirit stones did not go to waste. She wondered if Bai Xuan would believe her, envisioning him devouring his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. When it came to food, he likely wouldn't be overly suspicious, right? Numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect, who were out early for their morning practice, could not help but marvel at Xiao Rong, who was hurrying along the road with the pigeon in tow. Senior sister Xiao Rong takes such good care of senior brother Bai, setting out so early to gather ingredients for his breakfast. Indeed, indeed. How wonderful. We have new materials to sell. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Bai Xuan had spent the entire night awake, vigilantly guarding the entrance. In truth, at his level of cultivation. The need for sleep had become trivial. Yet, the habits formed over many years on Blue Star lingered. He sensed that Xiao Rong was indeed safe and heading back. System. Let us proceed to seek the next one, the daughter of destiny. Chapter 19. The 15-year-old genius of foundation establishment, Nangang Yue. Ding. The host should have set out last night, yet chose to wait for Xiao Rong to complete her breakthrough. Ding. Could it be that the host harbors feelings for Xiao Rong? Ding. This system possesses an unparalleled, unprecedented, ultimate strategy for the devoted admirer. Filled with the vastness of the cosmos, evoking tears of melancholy. Should the host be interested, the system can generously provide this to the host at no cost. If the host follows the guidance for several millennia, success in winning over the goddess is assured. Of course, should the host end up taking on the responsibility of several non-biological children, it is certain that he would not mind. Nonsense. I, Bai Xuan, have always been a warrior, determined to provide a home for every girl in the world. I desire them all. How dare you label me as a devoted admirer? Just wait until tomorrow. I shall enchant several lovely junior sisters, and they will return home to bear me offspring. Bai Xuan, while engaging in a playful banter with the system, deftly wielded his pen, inscribing words upon the paper. He informed Xiao Rong of his recovery and his intention to embark on a journey, assuring her that she need not fret over his well-being. With a sigh of relief, he concluded his tasks and prepared to depart from Qingyun's sect. Bai Xuan soared through the skies like a radiant rainbow, glimmering as brightly as the stars, following the route dictated by the system. Alone beneath the inky expanse of the night, he sped forward. His formidable presence drew the attention of the cultivators below, who could not help but gaze upwards in awe, murmuring their admiration for yet another immensely powerful being. Beep, a new mission has been issued. The unexpected loss of cultivation from the talented young woman, Nangang Yue. Nangang Yue, a prodigy from a third-rate family, has broken through to the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 15, her remarkable strength garnering the attention of esteemed sections. Various factions sought to recruit her, ultimately securing her a provisional spot in the Qingyun sect, allowing her to enter the inner sanctum in 3 years. Numerous powerful families extended olive branches, seeking to arrange marriages with her. However, she had already been betrothed to Lu Meng of a third-rate family, leading her to reject these other offers and consequently offend many. A few days prior, Nangang Yue entered a secret realm, where she inadvertently became possessed by the Tsongtian golden pearl, suffering a setback in her essence, her beauty marred, and her cultivation diminished. She now barely managed to maintain a mere third layer of qi cultivation. This incident spread among the major powers, and many who had previously been slighted sought to seize this opportunity to humiliate Nangang Yue and obliterate the Nangang family. The fiancé she had staunchly insisted on marrying, however, chose to add insult to injury, aiming to severely humiliate Nangang Yue to curry favor with these powers, thereby enhancing his own family's influence. The current state of the Nangang family was precarious, teetering on the brink of collapse. Truly, Nangang Yue possessed a deep sense of loyalty, willing to forego opportunities with the prominent families and sects to remain steadfast in her commitment to her fiancé. Such genuine sentiment is rare among mortals. Beep, the host has two choices. First, rush to the Nangang family, join others in their malice, and eliminate Nangang Yue to seize the Tsongtian golden pearl within her. Completing this task will reward the host with a cultivation technique, the free and unfettered great heavenly transformation technique. Second, arrive at the Nangang family, endure the pressure, and, under the guise of the original host, use the current reputation to rescue Nangang Yue, teaching her the art of the Tsongtian golden pill to keep her by the host's side as an ally. Completing this task will reward the host with a treasure, the 9 heavenly golden lock. Without a doubt, the choice is clear. The second option it shall be. Bai Xuan acted without hesitation. If he were to lend his assistance to these fortunate women in their time of peril, given their nature, they would undoubtedly remember his kindness for a lifetime. Furthermore, according to the narrative, the current Nangang Yue is destined to be the type of character who unexpectedly acquires great fortune within the plot. It is merely a temporary decline in her cultivation. Once she adeptly masters the heavenly golden pearl, her realm will undoubtedly soar, akin to a young calf ascending into the heavens on a rocket. Each step will bring transformation, and every moment will present opportunities as the norm. As her savior, he would undoubtedly reap numerous rewards. In his ultimate quest to rescue the Tianyang continent, he has also gained an immensely powerful ally. System. When will those forces arrive at the Nangong residence? I must plan the timing of my glorious intervention. Ding. They have just arrived. Which is precisely why this system indicated that the host should have set off last night. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Xuan was taken aback, immediately channeling her spiritual energy with all her might, her speed increasing several-fold, swift as a flash of lightning. Ding. Did this system not mention it? It was stated yesterday, yet the host chose to disregard it, and now blames me. Ding. Humph, scoundrel, this system is heartbroken. Feeling utterly disheartened, Bai Xuan, at this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, the Nangong family was illuminated as if it were broad daylight, despite the night. Numerous formidable figures from various factions soared through the air, wielding an array of magical artifacts, their brilliance intertwining like divine rainbows, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. They hovered above, resembling deities surveying a courtyard below that appeared as diminutive as a basin. Should they choose, they could effortlessly unleash formidable powers, reducing the area beneath them to ruins. The courtyard, comparable in size to a basin, belonged to the third-rate family, the Nangong clan. Inside the Nangong family's conference hall, representatives from various long-lived families, immortal sects, and elite schools congregated. They were enveloped in a resplendent aura, their presence exuding a formidable essence akin to an unfathomable abyss, creating ripples in the surrounding atmosphere. The servants present, tasked with attending to them, appeared pale and drenched in cold sweat, except for the representative of the Qingyun sect, who occupied the main seat. The remaining attendees bore grim expressions. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly rare to gather the elders of such eminent factions from across the Tianyang continent, unless an extraordinary opportunity manifested. However, given that many years ago, Nangong Yue had, in adherence to a pact with the Liu family, declined alliances with other clans, she had consequently offended nearly all the major powers in the cultivation realm. Now, having lost her abilities and rendered herself a cripple, many of those affronted factions were naturally inclined to come forth to chastise and humiliate her. At that moment, Elder Hao Jian of the Sun and Moon sect broke the silence within the hall, rising to address the assembly. His gaze, dripping with disdain, fell upon the trembling head of the Nangong family, who was bowing beside the elder of the Qingyun sect. Nangong Han, how much longer must we wait for your illustrious daughter? You have kept us waiting for an entire day. Do you wish to prolong our wait further? Is it that your Nangong family knows this girl is a waste, fleeing with the immortal herbs bestowed by the elder of the Qingyun sect? Hao Jian stood in the center of the hall, his tone aggressive. The Sun and Moon sect was a first-rate family on the Tianyang continent, and upon learning of the emergence of a prodigious talent from the Nangong family, one who had reached the 15th stage of foundation establishment, they had been the first to propose a union. The intended bride for this union was none other than Hao Jian's son, Hao Jia. Chapter 20. Bai Xuan arrives, and the drama unfolds. Who could have anticipated that this young lady from the Nangong family would reject such an opportunity for the sake of a mere waste from a third-rate family? All in the name of adhering to some familial agreement? At that time, his family placed great importance on this matter, creating an enormous spectacle that became widely known. Little did they anticipate that they would face rejection. Consequently, the father and son became the subject of ridicule. The Sun and Moon sect was thus shamed, and the standing of the father and son within their family plummeted drastically. They harbored a profound resentment towards Nangong Yue. Therefore, as soon as the news spread that she had lost her cultivation and her beauty had been irrevocably damaged, reducing her to a mere shadow of her former self, he gathered his men and proceeded to the Nangong residence, intending to humiliate Nangong Yue and simultaneously annihilate the Nangong family. The chasm between a third-rate family and a first-rate family is akin to the disparity between an ant and a colossal elephant. While it may seem that they differ by merely 2 ranks, what lies between them is a foundation and heritage that span tens of thousands of years. The eradication of a small third-rate family is as effortless as crushing an ant. Furthermore, the experiences of the remaining formidable individuals are, to some extent, reminiscent of Hao Jian's. In any case, all who approach harbor ill intentions. For cultivators, the passage of time during seclusion is often imperceptible. Thus, a delay poses no significant concern. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Han, dared not utter a word. It was the elder of Qingyun's sect beside him who spoke on his behalf. At that time, upon learning that the Nangong family had produced a 15-year-old foundation cultivator, Qingyun sect hastily dispatched someone to investigate. The one who sought out Nangong Yue was Elder Wang Bing of Qingyun sect. The moment he laid eyes on Nangong Yue, he was astounded. Her innate talent, strength, and beauty were nothing short of extraordinary. Normally, disciples of Qingyun sect must first enter the outer sect before being allowed into the inner sect. However, due to his strong recommendation, he secured for her a direct entry into the inner sect. At that time, Nangong Yue, cherishing her family ties, refrained from formally joining Qingyun sect and instead made a 3-year pact. Little did anyone expect that 3 years later, the once astonishing prodigy had become a mere shadow of her former self. Her cultivation dissipated and her visage marred. He arrived earlier than anyone else, hoping to diagnose the issues plaguing this once promising talent, to discern what had gone awry. Yet, no matter how he probed, her cultivation seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving even the powerful him at a loss. In the end, he could only present her with a celestial herb brought from Qingyun sect, urging her to enter seclusion and consume it, treating it as a last resort in hopes of restoring her inexplicable injuries. Should she truly recover, Nangong Yue would still be a disciple of Qingyun sect, and none present would dare to act against the Nangong family. However, if the treatment proved futile, they could only resign themselves to fate. Qingyun sect had already done all it could for her, and that celestial herb was no trivial matter. Even for the illustrious Qingyun sect, such resources were limited, especially for someone who had yet to formally join the sect and might already be considered a lost cause. This was a testament to the sect's reputation as the foremost righteous sect in Tianyang continent. Nevertheless, when Nangong Yue had previously emerged, her injuries had been examined by powerful figures from other factions, none of whom believed she had any hope for recovery, deeming her irreparably damaged. This is why they felt emboldened to mock the Nangong family so brazenly. Given that an elder of Qingyun sect had spoken thus, they declared, "We shall grant your family 6 more hours. When the time is up, I demand to see Nangong Yue immediately." Hao Jian let out a sinister laugh, flicking his sleeve before resuming his seat. Though he could scarcely contain his eagerness to mercilessly humiliate the girl who had once spurned him, rendering him a figure of ridicule, he wisely refrained from inciting conflict with the elders of the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect was not a force to be trifled with, even for these esteemed families. For the cultivators, 6 hours seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. A brief wait was but a minor inconvenience. Soon enough, those 6 hours slipped away, and all the elder representatives, including those from Qingyun sect and the Sun and Moon sect, gathered solemnly in the conference hall, awaiting the emergence of Nangong Yue. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan, after a night of arduous travel, finally arrived at the Nangong residence. The spectacle was indeed considerable. It was evident that Nangong Yue had rebuffed numerous influential factions, drawing such a multitude of onlookers. Bai Xuan, like a long rainbow, soared from the distant horizon. Upon witnessing the multitude of formidable individuals surrounding the small courtyard of the Nangong family, he felt a surge of astonishment. Had he not arrived today, the fate of Nangong Yue would likely have been dire. She would either face death or suffer greatly. The powerful figures suspended in the air, upon seeing Bai Xuan donned in a hat that concealed his visage, exuding an extraordinary aura in his resplendent white attire, made no attempt to impede his passage. They merely perceived him as a young scion of a distinguished family, journeying through the realms. The reason Bai Xuan wore the hat was a calculated stratagem. Ever since he had effortlessly dispatched Zhang Yunzi's entourage with a mere slap, his name had reverberated throughout the world, and any public appearance would inevitably incite a commotion. Not to mention his subsequent confrontation with Zhang Dan, where he had proclaimed grand aspirations. If he had truly revealed his identity upon arrival, aiming to protect Nangong Yue, those forces would certainly have refrained from causing trouble. How could he then showcase his prowess, deliver a resounding blow to those who looked down upon him, and evoke profound gratitude from Nangong Yue? Thus, he chose to initially obscure his true identity, allowing others to seek him out, so that he could unveil his formidable strength, humiliate them, and ultimately reveal himself before escorting Nangong Yue to safety. Consequently, Bai Xuan floated gracefully above the Nangong estate, meticulously observing and sensing the dynamics below. Ding, it must be said, the host possesses an exceptional flair for showmanship, truly an art form. Ding, in matters of enhancing one's display of prowess. He is indeed a connoisseur, considering even the minutiae with remarkable thoroughness. Ding, this system is thoroughly impressed. Ah, dear system, such words are misplaced. Without your steadfast support, I would be but an indistinguishable face in the crowd. At that moment, the elders of the various factions below were evidently growing impatient. Nangong brat, how much longer must we wait for your daughter? 6 hours have already elapsed. Hao Jian suddenly slammed his hand on the table, reducing it to mere powder. His expression dark and malevolent. He could no longer contain his impatience. The head of the Nangong family was instantly struck with fear, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed, unable to face the predatory gazes of the formidable individuals surrounding him. With a woeful countenance, he clumsily rose, turning to Elder Wang of the Qingyun sect, and prostrated himself desperately. Elder Wang, I implore you, grant my daughter a little more time. She must have encountered some unforeseen difficulties while cultivating, leading to her current plight. I beseech you, please extend her time. Wang Bing let out a resigned sigh. If Nangong Yue had absorbed the celestial herb and healed her injuries, she would undoubtedly have emerged by now. Her prolonged absence had rendered the outcome painfully evident. Although he had anticipated this result, the reality still weighed heavily on Wang Bing's heart. She was meant to be a formidable leader of her time, yet now, for reasons unknown, she had fallen from grace. Such is the capricious nature of fate. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within Wang Bing. He was about to speak, hoping to buy some time for Nangong Yue when an announcement came from outside. Master, Lu family's Lu Meng has arrived. The head of the Nangong family grasped this news like a drowning man seizing a final lifeline. The Lu family had maintained a long-standing friendship with the Nangong family. The betrothal between Yue and Lu Meng had been arranged long ago, during the tenure of his father, the previous head of the family. If the two of them could jointly appease these powerful factions, there might still be a glimmer of hope for salvation. Chapter 21. The Encounter of the Broken Engagement. The insulted Nangong Yue, after all, the enmity with these factions stemmed from the engagement with Yue. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. Perhaps this approach could indeed work. Soon, Lu Meng's figure appeared at the entrance, entering the hall. Son-in-law, your arrival is most timely. Nangong Han greeted him with excitement, eager to acknowledge Lu Meng. However, to his surprise, Lu Meng passed right by him, as if he were invisible, treating him like mere air. Upon entering, he immediately bowed to the powerful figures seated around the room. Esteemed uncles, I am Lu Meng, the heir of the Lu family. I offer my respects. I apologize for my family's failure to extend a timely welcome, and I hope for your understanding. Nangong Han's expression of joy faltered. What was Lu Meng doing? He was his father-in-law, and even if he sought to curry favor with these factions, he should not disregard him so completely. Oh, so you are that young man from the Lu family? Hao Jian stroked his beard, sizing up the obsequious Lu Meng with evident interest. He no longer felt the urgency to pressure Nangong Yue to appear. Your bond with Nangong Yue is indeed profound. You once turned down a union with my son for her. Pray tell, have you come today to repay your debt of gratitude and assist the Nangong family? Hao Jian's tone was icy, his smile hollow, as a formidable aura emanated from him, bearing down like a torrential flood. Lu Meng, overwhelmed, broke into a cold sweat and, feeling his legs weaken, knelt before Hao Jian. Thud, dear uncle, how could I dare to oppose you all? The errors, countless as they may be, are solely the fault of the Nangong family, and bear no relation to my Lu family whatsoever. Nangong Han stood there in utter shock, unable to comprehend that such words could emerge from the lips of Lu Meng, whom he had once held in high regard. It is worth noting that when Yue was still a celebrated figure, many factions sought to curry favor with the Nangong family, bestowing numerous benefits upon them. The Lu family also basked in misfortune, receiving their fair share of advantages. Lu Meng, her esteemed son-in-law, would visit the Nangong household incessantly, eagerly pursuing Yue. Though she had expressed her desire to refrain from physical contact before marriage, each visit from him came laden with generous offerings. Now, in the wake of Yue's unjust misfortune, the Lu family not only failed to assist, but also conspicuously distanced themselves, adding insult to injury. Upon hearing this, Nangong Han was consumed by rage, his beard trembling with indignation. He stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder as he confronted Lu Meng. You heartless wretch, when my Yue was a beacon of excellence, when did we ever treat you poorly? How is it that you, instead of offering your support in our time of downfall, choose to kick us while we are down? Have you no humanity? Begone from my Nangong family. Lu Meng, with a sneer of derision, showed no fear. Prior to his arrival, he had received word that Nangong Yue was indeed irreparably incapacitated. Under normal circumstances, even the slightest raise of Nangong Han's voice would have made him quail in fear. But now he reveled in his audacity. Your Nangong family is but a shadow of its former self. This place shall soon be razed to the ground. I come and go as I please. Nangong Han, rendered speechless by Lu Meng's provocations, felt his face flush crimson. He took a step back, clutching his chest. His brow furrowed as if he might collapse at any moment. I am here to atone before you, my uncles, and to find that useless, ill-fated woman, Nangong Yue, to annul our engagement. Because of her, our Lu family has drawn the disdain of you all. Nangong Yue is nothing but a calamity. Now that she has lost her powers, it is surely divine retribution. She deserves it. Nangong Han could hardly fathom the venomous words spewing from Lu Meng's mouth. After all, Nangong Yue had once been his fiancée, treated with sincerity. Why then, in this moment, did Lu Meng choose to humiliate his former betrothed with such callous language? Overwhelmed by fury, Nangong Han felt stars dancing before his eyes, the world spinning, as he struggled to catch his breath, nearly fainting in that very spot. Ha ha! Lu family scion, your words resonate deeply with me. When Hao Jian and the formidable powers witnessed Lu Meng bowing obsequiously before them, they instantly discerned the ill intentions behind his demeanor, recognizing it as a humiliation directed at the Nangong family. However, upon witnessing Lu Meng's audacious act of calling off the engagement, the head of the Nangong family nearly fainted, yet the scene brought an overwhelming sense of delight, prompting laughter as they stroked their beards. They had long anticipated the misfortunes of the Nangong family, and now, with Nangong Yue facing the rejection of her betrothed, their twisted satisfaction was greatly fulfilled. The Lu family, it seemed, possessed a far superior ability to adapt to circumstances than the Nangong family. Offering them attention in the future was not out of the question. Among the assembled powers, only Wang Bing furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction at Lu Meng's remarks. He had some understanding of how Nangong Yue had treated Lu Meng in the past. Now, as she faced adversity, Lu Meng hastened to distance himself and mocked the head of the Nangong family. In his eyes, such behavior was utterly excessive. Chapter 22. The Rescuer. The mysterious man in white. Lu Meng, reveling in the approval of the various factions, became even more arrogant and malicious in his speech. Old man Nangong, why don't you hasten to summon your non-existent daughter? I wish to personally hurl this letter of annulment at her face, and then offer my apologies to these esteemed relatives. Nangong Yue is currently in seclusion. Nangong Han managed to hold himself upright, glaring furiously at Lu Meng. Seclusion? What use is that? She is certainly ruined. Lu Meng remained unperturbed, fully aware that should Nangong Han take action against him, it would provide these factions with justification to intervene. He would be directly suppressed, and the Nangong family's demise would be inevitable. Out of nostalgia, let me not be accused of denying Nangong Yue an opportunity. I shall count to 3, and if she does not appear, I shall not hesitate to force my way in. 1. Nangong Han's eyes bulged with rage, seemingly ready to kill. Yet he found himself powerless. 2. You need not seek me out. I shall naturally emerge. Before he could complete his count, a soft yet icy voice resonated, and the graceful figure of Nangong Yue appeared outside the conference hall. Ah, it seems our leading lady has finally made her entrance. Bai Xuan floated in the air, his consciousness akin to a tide, descending to perceive the surroundings. He was already preparing to take action. Nangong Yue, clad in a white robe and adorned with a warm-toned mask, cast a cold gaze upon Lu Meng. The inexplicable loss of her cultivation and the impending troubles her family would face from various factions were matters she had long anticipated. What she had not foreseen, however, was that her fiancé would not only fail to support her, but would also seize the opportunity to undermine her, thereby elevating his Lu family amidst these powerful forces. Truly, she had been blind, her sincerity offered up in vain. Upon encountering Nangong Yue wearing a mask, Lu Meng couldn't help but click his tongue in reflection. Oh, how she was once revered as the most beautiful within 1,000 miles. Yet now, she had sunk to the level of needing a mask to face the world. The formidable figures from other factions were closely observing Nangong Yue's plight, particularly Wang Bing from the Qingyun sect. Despite providing her with a celestial herb, her cultivation, once at the 3rd level of qi refinement, had not only stagnated but regressed to the 2nd level. Wang Bing shook his head in disappointment, while others reveled in schadenfreude. With Nangong Yue's emergence, They eagerly anticipated the moment of her humiliation and the downfall of the Nangong family. I can agree to your withdrawal from the engagement. Nangong Youwei's voice, as frigid as ancient glaciers, directed towards the marriage contract in Lu Meng's hand. If looks could kill, he would have been subjected to 1,000 cuts by now. But remember this. It is not you who annulled our betrothal. It is I who have cast you aside. Lu Meng let out a cold laugh and, channeling his spiritual energy, flung the marriage contract towards Youwei's face. How dare you? Nangong Han, filled with wrath, sought to intervene on Youwei's behalf. With her current cultivation at merely the second level of qi refinement, she stood no chance of defending against such an attack. Yet, before he could move, he was suppressed to the ground by the overwhelming aura of Hao Jian and other strong figures, rendered as insignificant as an ant. Wang Bing sighed and turned away, unable to bear further witness. The Qingyun sect had already shown immense patience towards the Nangong family, and with Youwei's cultivation lost, she would no longer be considered a disciple of the sect. He felt no obligation to intervene further. Father. Nangong Youwei's voice trembled as she attempted to stoop to aid Nangong Han. The marriage contract, propelled by a fierce wind, sliced sharply past her ear. A crack echoed through the air. With a swift motion, the mask worn by Nangong Youwei was shattered, and fragments fell to the ground, revealing her true visage. The onlookers in the hall, along with the airborne Bai Xuan, couldn't help but gasp in shock. The elders of various factions, who had encircled the Nangong family's formidable members, displayed expressions of utter revulsion. It was no wonder she had chosen to conceal her face behind a mask. Her countenance was a ghastly sight, marred and blackened as if it had been scorched by flames, evoking a visceral aversion that deterred any desire to behold it further. Nangong Youwei hastily covered her face with her sleeve. Despite her earlier composure and apparent indifference, she found herself disoriented in this moment. Though a paragon of her family, she was still merely an 18-year-old girl, in stark contrast to Xiao Rong, who, though of the same age, possessed the wisdom of millennia. As she surveyed the crowd, including her own servants and father, she perceived their averted gazes, filled with a desperate wish to distance themselves from her, a sensation akin to countless daggers piercing her heart, each thrust more agonizing than the last. Once, she had been a radiant beauty, the envy of all. Yet, in the span of mere moments, everything had irrevocably changed. Her last vestige of dignity shattered like fallen glass, scattering into a multitude of jagged shards. It was utterly repulsive. Not a single lingering glance was warranted. Lu Meng disdainfully brushed his sleeve, offering her no semblance of respect as her former betrothed. The elders surrounding them erupted into raucous laughter, reveling in her humiliation and helplessness. Wang Bing turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The outcome had already been sealed, and he was prepared to depart. As Youwei listened to the incessant jeers echoing in her ears, it felt as though buckets of icy water were being poured over her, leaving her chilled to the bone and trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, she yearned to confront those who had wronged her, to strike them with a resounding slap that would knock their teeth out. Alas, she was but a novice at the second level of qi training, while even the weakest among them, Lu Meng, had reached the 7th level. She was powerless to act. With her head bowed in humiliation, crystalline tears cascaded down her ravaged cheeks. She felt like a small, bullied girl, desperately in need of support. Little did she know this time, her support was truly on its way. The cacophony of laughter was unbearably discordant. Would they not silence themselves? Chapter 23. Commencing the display of my prowess as a man in white. A resounding slap echoed sharply through the scene, reverberating with unparalleled clarity. A flash of white light pierced through the air, and in an instant, everyone was caught off guard. It struck Lu Meng's face, still adorned with a mocking smile, with unerring precision. In that moment, his grin was frozen, and his prominent teeth, now stained with blood, flew from his mouth one by one. His body spun through the air at a staggering 720 degrees, ultimately crashing to the ground like a lifeless pig. One side of his face swelled grotesquely. Who dares to? Lu Meng was rendered speechless by this sudden blow, utterly unprepared for the audacity of someone to strike him. After all, he was backed by a formidable force from the Tianyang continent. Even the Nangong family regarded him with trepidation. Who possessed such audacity to challenge him? With a swollen lip, he mumbled incoherently, disoriented. Suddenly, a youth clad in white appeared, as if descending from the heavens. With a straw hat perched atop his head and an extraordinary bearing, he materialized in the center of the crowd, cradling the very Nangong Yue whom they had earlier scorned. Who dares approach? State your name. The powerful figures of Hao Jian's faction immediately rose, exuding a formidable aura that seemed to warp the very fabric of space as they pressed towards Bai Xuan. Those hovering above, initially oblivious to the youth's swift action, were caught off guard by his speed. In that moment, they swiftly encircled Bai Xuan and Nangong Yue, intensifying the atmosphere with palpable tension. Yet, in the face of the surging energy emanating from the gathered strongmen, Bai Xuan remained unfazed. He radiated an overwhelming brilliance, as golden light erupted around him, accompanied by the howling of fierce winds. The force he unleashed was astonishing, creating a standoff against Hao Jian and his cohort, even hinting at a slight advantage as if pushing back against them. How is this possible? Hao Jian thought, astonished. Though I may not be a significant figure within my family, I possess the cultivation of the divided spirit stage. How could he withstand my momentum? Who is this person? Realizing the newcomer's formidable strength, Hao Jian could not help but feel a surge of apprehension. Attaining the golden core stage allowed one to become the strongest combatant of a third-rate family. Reaching the divided spirit stage, one could be considered a pillar of a first-rate family, albeit not a central figure. In this remote area, far from the flourishing realms of the Tianyang continent, where third-rate clans were abundant, one could indeed claim to be among the strongest. The very thought that this individual could match his might was utterly astonishing. Could it be that he hails from a prestigious sect or an illustrious family? Meanwhile, equally astonished was Nangong Yue. Although the newcomer donned a wide-brimmed hat, his stature, tone, and the faint fragrance emanating from him unmistakably revealed that the man cradling her in his arms was indeed male. Furthermore, he seemed to possess formidable strength, instilling a sense of security within her. Unaware of his intentions for this visit or why he had embraced her, she observed as he delivered a sharp slap to Lu Meng, shielding her from the overwhelming aura of the powerful beings surrounding them. Without having exchanged a word, she felt an inexplicable affinity for him. Not to mention, Bai Xuan held her tightly with an assertiveness that left her, a girl who had never experienced physical contact with the opposite sex, feeling as if her heart had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Awakening emotions she had yet to encounter, the emptiness that had once resided in her heart was inexplicably filled with a sense of safety, igniting her curiosity to glimpse the visage hidden beneath Bai Xuan's hat. Who might this person be? Esteemed friend, what brings you to the Nangong family? Considering the weight of his presence, even though she was incensed by the disruption of her affairs, Hao Jian's tone had softened considerably. At that moment, Wang Bing, who had initially intended to depart, turned in surprise. He was, after all, an elder of the Qingyun sect. Bai Xuan has caused quite a stir in recent days. A commotion he knows all too well. He has encountered Bai Xuan on numerous occasions. Just now, upon hearing the voice and breath of this figure clad in white, he couldn't help but feel an uncanny resemblance to Bai Xuan of the Qingyun sect. In the peach blossom courtyard, peach blossoms are planted. On the peach trees, the blossoms bloom. In the peach blossom grove, white leaves flutter, and none can discern that it is truly a celestial being. Lao Deng, widen your dog eyes and behold clearly. I am none other than the peach blossom immortal, who eradicates evil, upholds virtue, and champions justice. Bai Xuan exaggeratedly elevated his tone, flamboyantly waving his sleeves, performing unabashedly before the crowd. All of this was meticulously orchestrated by him. Even before the system informed him that Nangong Yue had declined the matrimonial alliances proposed by various powerful factions and had chosen to remain at home for 3 years. Refraining from joining the Qingyun sect, he not only marveled at her loyalty and sense of duty, but also contemplated an alternative possibility. Might Yue be the type of obedient girl who has always heeded her elders' words? Perhaps, from a young age, upon being told that she had an arranged marriage, she truly regarded Lu Meng as her betrothed. Regardless of her own feelings, she understood not the notion of rebellion, simply complying without question. If this were indeed the case, then persuading Nangong Yue to willingly become his ally would be considerably easier. Engaging a compliant girl in thrilling endeavors was a principle Bai Xuan had grasped during his time on Blue Star. As anticipated, in stark contrast to the astonishment of others, Yue let out a soft giggle. Peach Blossom Immortal? What a quaint name. She mused. Strange, why am I suddenly laughing? In the depths of her being, Nangong Yue seemed to sense that at this critical juncture for her family's survival, the weight of her burdens appeared to shift. Perhaps this was what it felt like to have support? Peach Blossom Immortal? What an odd and outdated name. Meanwhile, Hao Jian and the other formidable figures trembled, their expressions as grim as stagnant water. Could it be that their opponent was mocking them? However, considering the potentially significant background of their adversary, he forced himself to suppress his rage. May I inquire, Peach Blossom Immortal, to whom do you owe your teachings? Which family do you represent? Bai Xuan, as usual, exhibited an air of disdain towards the formidable presence before him, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Without sect or affiliation, he embodied the essence of a celestial being, carefree and exuberant. Ha ha, what a humorous quatrain. Yue couldn't help but chuckle. This Peach Blossom Immortal was truly amusing. Cradled in by Xian's strong embrace, she felt like a docile kitten, gently savoring his aura. Observing the flustered Hao Jian before her, her spirits suddenly lifted. The discontent and melancholy that had plagued her for days vanished entirely. Are you saying you possess no mentorship? The faces of Hao Jian and his companions darkened. If the opponent truly was merely a first-tier rogue cultivator, it was audacious of him to confront the Day and Moon sect. He had no qualms about adding another life to the tally when he obliterated the Nangong family. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, with his swollen face resembling a bubble on the verge of bursting, crawled and wailed his way to Hao Jian's side, tearfully recounting his grievances against Bai Xuan. Esteemed uncle, this man in white has unjustly assaulted a junior. You must intercede on my behalf. One must admit, as the heir of a third-rate family, Lu Meng's sense of timing was commendable. Upon witnessing Bai Xuan withstand the collective pressure from the crowd, he initially assumed the latter held significant status and hesitated to offend him, refraining from rushing over to seek aid from Hao Jian and his group. Chapter 24. No more pretenses, I am Bai Xuan. If the other party truly had an extraordinary background, then his earlier behavior could be construed as a death wish. Now, upon hearing Bai Xuan declare his lack of power and mentorship, he felt compelled to approach and speak. At this point, Wang Bing's expression was fraught with dark lines of concern. It was no longer speculation. The truth was unmistakable. This Peach Blossom Immortal was indeed Bai Xuan from their Qingyun sect. So, he claims to have no mentorship and no sect when encountering others outside? Hadn't he recently made grand vows, and wasn't he supposed to be recuperating within the Qingyun sect? What was he doing here? Simultaneously, he had no intention of departing. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, eager to observe what tricks Bai Xuan had up his sleeve. Oh, the Peach Blossom Immortal speaks the truth? A dangerous glint flickered in Hao Jian's eyes. He needed to ascertain the facts. Could a mere first-tier rogue cultivator possess such formidable strength? Old dang, do you believe yourself to be powerful? I could easily slay you. Why resort to deceit? Bai Xuan cradled Yue in his arms, his tone replete with disdain. He seemingly regarded the likes of Hao Jian and other formidable figures with utter contempt. Master, do you see how arrogant and overbearing he is? He doesn't even acknowledge our Sun and Moon sect. You must not let him go, and that wretched Nangui Yue as well. Lu Meng observed that the man in white had thoroughly offended Hao Jian and the other strong warriors. He stood by, weeping copiously, fervently stoking the flames of conflict. Since you have no master to speak of, you must provide us with a proper explanation for today's events. Hao Jian's eyes narrowed coldly, his face betraying an unmasked intent to kill. Although the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own, they had the advantage in numbers. They had brought several Golden Core experts with them. Surely, they could not be bested by a mere first-tier loose cultivator. The Sun and Moon sect was not one to be trifled with. No one could simply trample over them. At that moment, Yue's expression grew grave. Her delicate, snow-white hands clutched Bai Xuan's sleeve tightly. If this Peach Blossom Immortal truly possessed no power or backing as he claimed, even if his strength rivaled that of Hao Jian, he would still face grave peril today. The opponent's numbers were simply overwhelming. Humph, you old fool. Do you truly consider yourself significant? If you have the capability, come and strike me. Bai Xuan remained undaunted, pointing an accusatory finger at Hao Jian while hurling insults. He feared the other would refrain from striking, for he could find no opportunity to take away Yue. Ha ha ha. Today, I shall seek your guidance. Just how formidable are you, immortal? Hao Jian, incensed by Bai Xuan's taunts, could only chuckle in exasperation. To be berated while standing idle would truly tarnish his reputation. Youngster, prepare yourself. With a thunderous motion, Hao Jian sprang into action, his form transforming into a streak of light. His colossal fist tore through the air, unleashing a cacophony of shattering sounds as it surged towards Bai Xuan and Yue with an overwhelming force. Yu Wei's pupils dilated slightly, displaying her concern, clearly sensing the lethal intent behind the strike. Observing Bai Xuan remain motionless, her anxiety deepened. Peach Blossom Immortal, how shall you respond? Wang Bing stood to the side, currently unwilling to intervene. He was astonished to see Bai Xuan withstand the imposing presence of numerous powerful adversaries. Could it be that he had retained some strength after his earlier battle with the Golden Core cultivator, Zhang Dan? For a decade, he had concealed himself within the outer sect. Just how formidable had his abilities become? Wang Bing, too, was eager to discover the answer. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Xuan's actions once again astonished the onlookers, perfectly exemplifying what it truly means to be cunning. Just as Hao Jian's fist was about to descend, Bai Xuan swiftly removed his conical hat and proclaimed loudly, I must confess, esteemed elder, I am indeed a member of the Qingyun sect. Bai Xuan, what? Hao Jian's voice twisted and sharpened in shock, momentarily resembling the sound of nails scraping against glass rather than that of a human. At the instant Bai Xuan cast aside his hat, Hao Jian immediately recognized him. Since Bai Xuan had vowed to save the world not long ago, his likeness had been engraved on a reflective stone and disseminated throughout the Tianyang continent, particularly among powerful factions like the Sun and Moon sect. They were virtually inundated with Bai Xuan's image on a daily basis. The elders of their clan had long warned them about this. Bai Xuan is undoubtedly the most unpredictable and enigmatic variable in the world today. Within him seemingly lies a power capable of altering the very landscape of the Tianyang continent. Confronted with such an entity, individuals typically choose to ingratiate themselves before any threat to their own interests arises. The elders of the Sun and Moon sect have even proclaimed that henceforth, members of the sect must refrain from engaging in conflict with Bai Xuan when encountered outside, and instead, strive to cultivate amicable relations to avoid laying the groundwork for future calamities. Should anyone dare to take the initiative and provoke Bai Xuan, they should prepare for expulsion from their family. Hao Jian, already embroiled in a scandal due to his marriage alliance with the Nangong family, has seen his standing within the sect plummet. If he were to confront Bai Xuan, it would be unequivocal that both he and his son, Hao Jia, would have no hope of remaining within the Sun and Moon sect. Bai Xuan, you truly are a cunning individual. Just moments ago, you claimed to be without a master, without a school, and without connections. Had you revealed your true identity sooner, I would never have dared to lay a hand on you. Yet, the blow has been struck. And with such force, retracting it is far from simple. Bai Xuan stood there resolutely, neither flinching nor evading. It seemed as though he awaited the moment his fist would strike, subsequently bringing trouble upon himself. Bai Xuan, such profound scheming. The bitterness in Hao Jian's heart was palpable. In a moment of determination, he forcefully reversed his spiritual energy, attempting to retract his offensive. The effect was immediate. Just before his fist could collide with Bai Xuan, he managed to withdraw it in time. However, the repercussions were equally evident, as the spiritual energy surged back into his body, exploding within his chest. Consequently, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 25. When did we, the disciples of Qingyun sect, ever require the guidance of others? His entire being fell awkwardly to the ground due to inertia, landing in a rather disgraceful manner. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the air as onlookers reacted. Many formidable figures from other factions craned their necks to observe. Even Wang Bing couldn't help but gaze intently, utterly incredulous. A cultivator at the separation realm, reduced to a tumble. It was akin to a transcendent powerhouse making a grand entrance, radiating divine light and altering the very fabric of the heavens, eliciting awe and admiration from countless spectators, as the crowd engaged in hushed speculation regarding his true prowess. The next moment, he accidentally tripped over his own foot, causing himself to fall. This was undoubtedly a rare spectacle on the Tianyang continent. Ah, dear me. Bai Xuan gazed at the fallen Hao Jian, circling around him with a tone that oscillated between mockery and feigned concern. At first glance, his words seemed to overflow with genuine sympathy. Oh dear, how did you fall, esteemed senior? Such carelessness. Please, do take heed and avoid injury, lest I be burdened with guilt. Yet, it was evident to all present that Hao Jian's misfortune played perfectly into Bai Xuan's hands. Moreover, as Bai Xuan continued to orbit around Hao Jian, his demeanor exuded a rather unsavory sense of triumph. This was hardly in line with the esteemed reputation of Bai Xuan, the paragon of virtue and nobility from the Qingyun sect. Wang Bing observed with a face shifting from pale to crimson, a spectacle of conflicting emotions. Our Qingyun sect, after all, is the foremost righteous sect under heaven. Regardless of which disciple treads the path, they embody the stature of a noble pine, a paragon of virtue, and the refreshing breeze of integrity. Yet here you stand, as a celebrated prodigy of the Qingyun sect, displaying such despicable behavior before so many. What a disgrace. TSK, TSK, TSK. Were it not for the fact that I hold my dear junior sister in my arms, I would not hesitate to assist the esteemed senior immediately. Bai Xuan ostentatiously feigned a look of contrition, standing beside Hao Jian and audibly smacking his lips. He spoke as if he were deeply concerned for the other, leaving Hao Jian unable to retort, thus fostering a simmering frustration within himself. In truth, anyone with discernment could see through his facade. He was unmistakably mocking Hao Jian. Meanwhile, the formidable figures present, upon hearing Bai Xuan's words, furrowed their brows, extracting crucial information from his remarks. A flicker of doubt crossed their eyes. How peculiar. Why would Bai Xuan refer to Nangong Yue as his junior sister? Had she not long ceased to be a member of the Qingyun sect? Was his presence here perhaps to support Nangong Yue? For someone who had been rendered utterly powerless? Such reasoning seemed unfathomable. The earlier reaction of the Qingyun sect's elder, Wang Bing, clearly indicated a reluctance to involve himself further. Why did Bai Xuan choose to stand up for Nangong Yue? Although puzzled, it was evident that Bai Xuan openly defended Nangong Yue. Many who had previously been arrogant and confident in their conquest of Nangong Yue, poised to extinguish the power of the Nangong family, now hesitated. If Bai Xuan is indeed determined to protect Nangong Yue, then it warrants careful contemplation whether today is the day to act against the Nangong family. Bai Xuan was not favored within the illustrious Bai family, a widely acknowledged truth across the entire Tianyang continent. However, through his recent endeavors in the realm of cultivation, he has swiftly risen to prominence, eclipsing all his youthful peers. Many formidable figures prophesy that should Bai Xuan not meet an untimely demise, he will undoubtedly ascend to become an unparalleled powerhouse in the cultivation world. A figure unprecedented in history. Presently, the significance of the name Bai Xuan is such that his mere presence rivals that of the most powerful factions. His strength no longer relies on the Bai family name. Yet, one may wonder why Bai Xuan would choose to assist the now incapacitated Nangong Yue. What utility does she possess? The powerful factions tempered their formidable auras, seeking to curry favor with Bai Xuan, yet they remained perplexed by his intentions. Simultaneously, Nangong Yue, cradled in Bai Xuan's arms, shared their confusion. She resembled a docile little rabbit, ensconced within his embrace. From his loose sleeves wafted a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of incense wafting before a divine statue after rain, rendering Bai Xuan even more ethereal and sanctified, akin to an untouchable deity. Her beautiful eyes widened as they fixated on his distinctly chiseled jawline. Her pupils dilated, and her breath quickened from its previously gentle cadence to an urgent rhythm. Her small chest rose and fell in a flurry. How handsome! Is this truly the visage of the Tianyang continent's foremost prodigy, Bai Xuan? He is even more striking than the depictions and rumors suggest. Tears shimmered in Youe's clear, bright gaze, illuminating her heart, which had once been hollow, now brimming with a profound sense of security upon encountering Bai Xuan's true form. Were it not for her disfigured visage, charred like coal, the transformation would have been evident to the naked eye. Her small face flushed like fire. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Jian brushed off his sleeves and rose from the ground. His once magnificent robe was now coated in dust, and he continually coughed up remnants of the debris. Looking utterly disheveled, observing Bai Xuan's gleaming smile, he felt an intense surge of anger. This Bai Xuan was indeed outrageous. He had initially claimed to be without power or influence, only to reveal his identity when Hao Jian had attempted to confront him, deliberately causing him to stumble and embarrass himself in front of everyone. Was this not a blatant mockery? Yet, given Bai Xuan's esteemed status, even if Hao Jian longed to rend him apart, he still had to maintain a facade of cordiality. So it is the renowned Bai Xuan of the Qingyun sect. Young Master Bai, truly formidable, truly formidable. The name Peach Blossom Immortal now resonates with extraordinary significance, evoking an exquisite aftertaste. Master Bai possesses exquisite taste indeed. Chapter 26. Leveraging influence to repel various powers. These cunning old foxes of significant factions are truly extraordinary. Their words flow with a slickness that is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Bai Xuan's eyes. Although Hao Jian's words appeared straightforward, they were, in fact, a subtle evasion. Deliberately glossing over his earlier act of aggression while deftly steering the conversation towards the Taoist immortal peach blossom. Simultaneously, as Bai Xuan observed the demeanor of the formidable figures around him, his resolve to rescue Nangong Yue grew stronger. Initially, he had harbored fears that his endeavor to save her might provoke these individuals into a wrathful pursuit, leading to an unrelenting conflict. Such a fallout would undoubtedly be detrimental to him, even with the formidable backing of the Qingyun sect. As one of the most exceptional talents among the younger generation of Tianyang continent, incurring the ire of a significant portion of the immortal cultivation community would not bode well. However, it now seemed that his previous apprehensions were unfounded. Before any direct clash of interests occurred with these powerful factions, they still held a degree of trepidation towards him. After all, one who could summon the heavens in response to a noble aspiration of saving the world could hardly be considered an ordinary individual. It appears that Elder Hao Jian possesses a refined taste as well. I have come here today to escort my junior sister, Nangong Yue, back to the Qingyun sect. May I inquire, Elder Hao Jian, what brings you to this place? Bai Xuan smiled faintly, his lips pursed effortlessly and naturally as he elucidated the purpose of his visit, completely disregarding Wang Bing's bewildered expression beside him. To bring back to the Qingyun sect? Bai Xuan, must you persist in this manner? I am an elder of the Qingyun sect, and I am on the verge of declaring before all that Nangong Yue is no longer one of our own. You expect her return with a mere utterance? Do you comprehend the immense resources required to nurture a disciple? Will you bear those expenses? Upon hearing these words, Hao Jian and the other powerful figures fell momentarily silent, their mouths moving without sound. To bring Nangong Yue back to the Qingyun sect? To admit such a waste into a gathering of exceptional talents? In Bai Xuan's embrace, Yue wore an expression of disbelief. When Bai Xuan referred to her as little junior sister, she had presumed it was out of nostalgia for their shared past as fellow disciples. That he was willing to come to her aid in her time of peril. Addressing her in such a manner seemed merely a tactic to intimidate the powerful forces like Hao Jian that sought trouble. To bring her back to the Qingyun sect? Initially, after suffering this unforeseen calamity, she harbored a flicker of hope. The Tianyang continent is vast, teeming with bizarre ailments. If she could receive treatment from the Qingyun sect and restore her former self, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, that thought dissipated when the celestial herb provided by Elder Wang Bing failed to elevate her realm, but rather caused it to decline. Wang Bing personally offered to examine her condition and gifted her a rare celestial herb, and for that kindness, her gratitude toward the Qingyun sect was profound. She felt they had already shown her the utmost compassion. How could she dare hope that her broken body could still cross the threshold into the most esteemed sect of the righteous path? Hao Jian and the other powerful figures exchanged perplexed glances, their confusion palpable. How strange it was. If Nangong Yue was still affiliated with the Qingyun sect, why did Wang Bing choose to remain passive while we insulted the Nangong family? Wang Bing regarded the gathered powerful figures, and as he met their gazes, his expression deepened with contemplation. Should he confront Bai Xuan now, questioning his audacity in meddling with the affairs of the Nangong family, or should he first manage the situation, allowing others to depart before seeking answers? As Wang Bing pondered, he caught sight of Bai Xuan's confident and poised visage, standing resolutely against the wind, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. It seemed that, to him, no challenge in the world could pose any difficulty. He could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. Bai Xuan, why do you exude such an air of confidence? Do you genuinely possess the utmost assurance that you can cure the peculiar ailment afflicting Nangong Yue? Or is it merely your disdain for the powerful oppressing the weak that drives you to protect the vulnerable? You are indeed a disciple shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Bai Xuan, a disciple of our sect, speaks the truth. Nangong Yue is one of our own. Wang Bing's expression hardened, casting aside any hesitation that had previously lingered. He resolved to align himself with Bai Xuan. In an instant, a purple radiance enveloped the area, and spiritual energy surged forth, emanating an overwhelming aura that intimidated the formidable forces present, casting a shadow over the entire Nangong family. Could it be that the Qingyun sect truly intends to safeguard her? The likes of Hao Jian and other powerful figures were secretly taken aback by this imposing presence, daring only to whisper among themselves. To achieve the status of elder within the Qingyun sect, even as an outer sect elder, one would undoubtedly be renowned across the Tianyang continent, ranking among the most formidable. In comparison to individuals like Hao Jian, they were on an entirely different echelon of strength. In this very moment, he was undeniably the strongest. Upon hearing these words, Hao Jian and his cohorts felt as though they had swallowed a bitter pill, their faces flushing with indignation. The elders and their disciples oscillated between declaring they would no longer take Nangong Yue as a disciple and then forcefully insisting on bringing her back to the Qingyan sect. Such capriciousness seemed to mock them. Yet, they found themselves powerless, as strength outweighed mere human will, to provoke Bai Xuan, a future powerhouse. And the formidable Qingyan sect for someone deemed irreparably broken clearly served no benefit for them. Thus, it appears that today, we are the ones, out of place. Hao Jian ground his teeth, forcing the words out with great difficulty, his countenance darkening. It seems that the elders, including Hao Jian, have come to the Nangong family with the intention of caring for Yue. Elder Wang Bing, please do not let their momentary blindness cloud your judgment. Do not unleash your wrath upon them, nor escalate the situation unnecessarily. Bai Xuan cradled Yue in his arms, vigorously shaking his head as he rushed before Wang Bing. His voice fluctuated dramatically, oscillating between high and low tones, exuding an air of exaggerated drama, reminiscent of one pleading fervently for a condemned soul, disregarding his own plight. Chapter 27. Bai Xuan's Promise, I Can Heal. Witnessing this, Hao Jian's veins throbbed with fury, his lips quivering, nearly unleashing a torrent of curses. Must you adopt such a preposterous demeanor? The current predicament is a direct consequence of your actions. You cannot bear to see me thrive yet insist on feigning selfless concern for my well-being. Fuming, he thought, today, due to this worthless Nangong Yue, I have been mocked by Bai Xuan, toppled onto the ground, and scolded by Wang Bing, utterly humiliated. Humph! To the sun and moon sect, we shall depart. Hao Jian's face reddened with indignation as he flicked his sleeve, determined to linger no longer. Rising first, he led the formidable forces of the sun and moon sect in a grand exit, soaring into the distance like a rainbow. Upon witnessing the departure of the sun and moon sect, other powerful factions, though brimming with resentment, chose not to linger further. Gradually, they too began to leave one after another. Lu Meng seized the opportunity while attention was diverted, stealthily following in the wake of those powerful figures, discreetly making his escape. Bai Xuan cast a fleeting glance at him but did not intervene. The immediate priority was to stabilize Wang Bing and soothe Nangong Yue. As for Lu Meng, that buffoon, he could be dealt with later. Soon, only Bai Xuan, Wang Bing, and the jubilant members of the Nangong family remained. Father, Yue broke free from Bai Xuan's embrace and hurried to Nangong Han's side to assess his injuries. Earlier, he had been suppressed by the formidable presence of Hao Jian and others while trying to protect Nangong Yue. Initially, he had managed to resist, given that he was also a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, but now he was slipping into a state of delirium, on the verge of losing consciousness. This was why, despite the crisis facing the Nangong family being averted, Nangong Han did not express any joy. It's for the best. Nangong Han mustered the strength to glance at Yue one last time before succumbing to unconsciousness. Your father has merely exhausted his vital energy. His essence remains intact. With proper rest, he will recover. Wang Bing observed Nangong Han lying on the ground, choosing not to elaborate further as his gaze shifted to Bai Xuan. He was eager to comprehend the true motivations behind Bai Xuan's actions. Bai Xuan naturally met Wang Bing's gaze, his eyes radiating tranquility and composure. Could it be that he possesses some method? Despite Wang Bing's earlier authoritative declaration regarding Nangong Yue, he felt a sense of trepidation within. By making such a statement today and aiding Bai Xuan, he had indeed defied Elder Su Mo's orders, aligning himself with Bai Xuan like a grasshopper on the same line. Should Nangong Yue fail to return to her former self, Bai Xuan would undoubtedly face punishment, and he himself would surely incur Elder Su Mo's wrath. Yet, witnessing Bai Xuan's calm demeanor instilled him with a modicum of confidence. Bai Xuan, he inquired, speak your mind. Why have you left the sect to come to the Nangong family? What prompted you to declare that Nangong Yue is your junior sister? And why do you insist on taking her back to Qingyan sect? Wang Bing's expression turned grave, his figure emanating a radiant aura, his tone resonating like a great bell. With each blink of his eyes, one could almost perceive the passage of countless years and the spectacle of stars extinguishing. He unleashed his own Dharma form, hoping to exert some pressure on Bai Xuan to prevent him from deceiving him. Though Bai Xuan was extraordinarily powerful, as a seasoned expert, he still held the confidence to intimidate him. Nangong Yue also instructed her servants to carry her father back to his chambers for recuperation, while she modestly concealed her face with her sleeve, remaining by the side of the two men. She too was eager to uncover the truth. What, after all, is Bai Xuan's true motivation for coming to rescue this useless individual? Elder Wang, the answer is undoubtedly evident. Bai Xuan let out a light laugh, his tone once again becoming as serene as a gentle breeze, as he strolled gracefully, casting aside his sleeves. This demeanor was in stark contrast to the earlier, somewhat mischievous persona he had displayed. I have come today to rescue Nangong Yue, not for any other reason, but because she is my junior sister. As her elder brother, having taken her in as a disciple in the Qingyun sect, I am bound to be her lifelong mentor. Now that she is facing such an unexpected calamity, how could I possibly stand idly by? Is it truly just for this reason? Wang Bing's expression faltered as Bai Xuan's seemingly casual remark dismantled his formidable aura. He was momentarily rendered speechless, his earlier solemnity evaporating. Was it merely because she had once been a disciple of the Qingyun sect that he would risk so much to save her? Was his moral integrity truly so elevated? Upon hearing these words, a sense of regret blossomed within Wang Bing. Had he known that Bai Xuan was such a person of high moral standing, he would not have wagered that he could save Nangong Yue. What a deceptive trick this was. Nangong Yue, upon listening to this conversation, found herself in a state of astonishment. Her large eyes blinked in confusion, filled with bewilderment. For a moment, she forgot to cover her face. Hadn't her father often warned her that the world of cultivation was fraught with treachery, and that aside from family, there were few who would genuinely wish to help? Why, then, was she receiving Bai Xuan's protection today? Did he seek something from her? Yet, at present, she possessed neither remarkable talent nor striking beauty, nor did her family's influence compare to his. She had nothing at all. Bai Xuan shifted the topic. The peculiar injuries on his junior sister Yue were, as expected, something he could unravel. Indeed, Wang Bing clung to this last glimmer of hope and hastily inquired. Meanwhile, he harbored a sense of grievance within himself. The young man, Bai Xuan, can he not finish his words? It has caused me much concern. Of course, although I have not examined the body of the young apprentice, I am aware of a certain method. There is a high probability, almost certain, that it can cure the peculiar affliction that plagues her. Well, that is reassuring. Wang Bing nodded, feeling a sense of relief. He had examined Nangong Yue's injuries, and they were indeed perplexing and strange, leaving him at a loss as to how to proceed. Chapter 28. Bai Xuan's acting skills. I shall certainly not judge a book by its cover. Bai Xuan expressed an assurance of 80 to 90% certainty, and he still chose to place his trust in Bai Xuan. He would allow him to administer treatment. After all, should Nangong Yue recover, their Qingyun sect would gain another formidable talent. If that is the case, should any needs arise, feel free to approach me. I shall engage in discussions with the sect. Elder Wang sighed, casting a compassionate glance at the nearby Nangong Yue, the once highly regarded prodigy he had held in great esteem. He sincerely hoped that Bai Xuan could eradicate this peculiar ailment. It would be a travesty for such an outstanding talent to fall for no reason. Elder Wang shall take his leave first. I must remain here to attend to certain matters. Bai Xuan respectfully offered a slight bow to Wang Bing, the implication unmistakable. He was urging him to depart. Wang Bing, clearly aware of this subtle cue, did not linger any longer. He turned and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vacating the space for the two. Young sister Yue, I have yet to properly introduce myself. My surname is Bai, and my given name is Xian. I am your senior brother at Qingyun sect. Bai Xuan emanated a fragrant breeze as he turned to glance at the mesmerized Yue standing nearby. At that moment, his tone resembled the luminescence of silk, exceptionally gentle, while his eyes sparkled like two radiant suns, exuding warmth. In the eyes of Nangong Yue, Bai Xuan's entire demeanor shone resplendently, flowing with myriad colors. He appeared not merely as a mortal, but rather as a benevolent deity descended to her side to offer salvation. It must be acknowledged that while Bai Xuan's striking handsomeness contributed to this impression, the lens through which Nangong Yue viewed him was indeed somewhat exaggerated. A senior brother Bai Xuan, I am Nangong Yue, she stammered, her head lowered in shyness. This sudden encounter sent shockwaves through her small heart, akin to a mountain torrent or a tsunami. Though she had previously been a young lady of a third-rate noble family and had encountered many handsome male cultivators, none had ever stirred her heart so profoundly with merely a single phrase, rendering her utterly enchanted and distracted. Oh, senior brother Bai Xuan, I beg your pardon. It took her a full half-minute of unwavering gaze upon Bai Xuan to suddenly realize her audacity. How could she present herself, with this visage so ravaged and unrefined, before senior brother Bai Xuan? In her current state, neither fully human nor ghostly. Even the servants in her household and her own father would silently harbor disdain upon seeing her, let alone this realm, where the most formidable young prodigies of Tianyang continent resided. Senior brother Bai Xuan, you must be surrounded by numerous beautiful female cultivators. As she spoke, Yue attempted to roll up her sleeves to conceal her disfigured face. However, just as she lifted her delicate wrist, Bai Xuan gently pressed it down. Junior sister Yue, if you continue like this, I shall become upset. Bai Xuan furrowed her brow slightly, her words laced with a hint of reproach. She appeared quite displeased with Yue's gesture of rolling up her sleeves. Ding! It has been detected that the host is about to utter her usual persuasive rhetoric. Undoubtedly something along the lines of, as a virtuous gentleman, I am indifferent to a woman's appearance. To hide one's face before me is an affront. Ding! The host's ability to win hearts is indeed remarkable, first offering a forceful embrace, followed by what seems to be a reproachful, yet tender dialogue. A dual assault on both body and mind, directly ensnaring Nangong Yue. What does it mean to win hearts? Such a phrase seems so harsh. I would rather call it a heartfelt exchange for a heartfelt exchange. Bai Xuan found himself engaged in a verbal sparring match with the system within the confines of his mind, while simultaneously furrowing his brow before Yue. Junior sister Yue, do you truly believe that I, Bai Xuan, am akin to those mundane men? He inquired. Am I lacking in some way? Yue had not anticipated that her reluctance to present her less than flattering visage to her beloved senior brother Bai Xuan would provoke such a reaction. Why did the gentle demeanor he had just exhibited suddenly give way to a furrowed brow? Yue's delicate, fair hands instinctively twisted together, her gaze averted, resembling a little girl caught in wrongdoing, awaiting Bai Xuan's reprimand. Junior sister Yue, why do you feel the need to hide your face before me? He asked, puzzled. Before Bai Xuan could finish speaking, Yue could no longer contain her astonishment and exclaimed aloud. What does it mean, senior brother Bai Xuan? Must I not hide my face before him? Why is that? Alas! Bai Xuan let out a sigh, seemingly disheartened by Nangong Yue's reaction. He turned away, hands clasped behind his back, presenting his back to her. In the vastness of the world, beauty ought not to be confined by definitions. The voluptuous form of a woman can be deemed beautiful, just as the graceful silhouette can also be called beauty. Yet, in my eyes, no matter how exquisite, such appearances are merely vessels. What truly embodies beauty is the purity of one's soul. Junior sister Yue, who does not abandon her family, does not forsake her promises, nor fears authority, steadfastly upholding her principles, can be regarded as the epitome of beauty in the world. As a senior brother, I am not a superficial being. I never judge based on outward appearances. Why then, do you hide your face before me? Ding! I underestimated the host. Such words are not only eloquent, but also profound. There is no denying that genuine emotions and heartfelt words are indeed touching. Nangong Yue was evidently stunned by Bai Xuan's astonishing proclamation, rendered speechless and lost in thought. In the next moment, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. Weak at the knees, she collapsed at Bai Xuan's feet, weeping. Once, when she was hailed as a rare beauty, she would attract attention wherever she went, a dazzling sight amidst the crowd. Compliments echoed around her, and admirers gathered in throngs. Even on occasions when she erred, numerous male cultivators would rush to absolve her of blame. Yet, amidst such adulation, a sense of confusion began to take root in her heart. She understood all too well the reasons behind it. These individuals merely coveted her beauty. None truly sought to comprehend her inner self. In the days following the destruction of her appearance and the crippling of her talents, she was subjected to the cold glares of others, feeling the warmth of human connection slip away. Even those closest to her shunned the sight of her current self. Though she remained silent, her heart was already scarred, pierced by the disdainful gazes surrounding her. However, now, after the ruin of her looks, Bai Xuan, her senior brother, was willing to see beyond her exterior and delve into her heart. Chapter 29. Claiming Rewards. The Celestial Lock of 8-9 Mysteries. In the face of her complete loss of cultivation, she did not weep. When her family fell into crisis, she did not shed tears. Even when she was jilted by the heartless Lu Meng, she held back her sorrow. Yet at this moment, the seemingly unyielding defenses of her heart finally crumbled. She knelt at Bai Xuan's feet, weeping uncontrollably, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Ding! It appears that the host's words have truly touched the heart of Nangong Yue. Having experienced the fluctuations of human warmth and coldness in recent days, the host's kind words now serve as a lifeline amidst the snowstorm. I had already informed you of my prowess. Handling an innocent 18-year-old girl is indeed a simple task. Bai Xuan bent down, assertively enveloping the trembling form of Nangong Yue in his embrace. With one hand, he gently patted her back, reassuring her with words, "Do not worry, all is well. I am here." Yet, rather than offering comfort, his words only intensified her sobs. Tears and snot streamed down, staining Bai Xuan's pristine attire. Ding! Nangong Yue is weeping so fiercely that it may take some time for her to calm down. Let us proceed with the successful reward task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the 8-9 Celestial Gold Lock. As the system's announcement faded, a resplendent golden lock materialized in Bai Xuan's consciousness. Appearing as though it were crafted from pure gold, adorned with gems of various sizes that sparkled with ethereal light, swirling with divine radiance. Faintly, one could even discern the enchanting melodies of celestial music. Oh, the 8-9 Celestial Gold Lock is indeed extraordinary. Bai Xuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As a scion of a prestigious immortal family, he had encountered numerous rare treasures throughout his existence. However, in comparison to the object before him, they appeared utterly mundane. One could even describe them as a mere collection of scrap metal. Indeed, this is the 8-9 Celestial Gold Heavenly Lock, a formidable artifact even within the realm of immortals. A voice chimed. Allow me to elucidate the functions of the 8-9 Celestial Gold Heavenly Lock. In essence, it possesses the capacity to imprison any essence within a living being, encompassing talents, divine abilities, and even artifacts that have entered the body. How enlightening! Bai Xuan came to a profound realization. The reason for Nangong Yue's disfigurement and the obliteration of her innate talents lay in the intrusion of a celestial golden pearl within her body. Now, his only recourse was to employ the 8-9 Celestial Golden Lock to confine the celestial golden pearl within her, thereby assisting her in restoring her original essence. This would naturally resolve the peculiar ailment afflicting Yue. Beep. According to the original narrative, in a month's time, Nangong Yue would become aware of the anomaly within her and successfully suppress the celestial golden pearl. If the host wishes to make a significant impression, time is of the essence. There is no need for haste. I shall devise alternative arrangements. I will indeed utilize the 8-9 Celestial Golden Lock to secure the celestial golden pearl and aid Yue. However, it is imperative that the issue is not resolved immediately. Otherwise, such an exquisite opportunity to showcase my prowess would be squandered. It is essential to feign a journey through countless tribulations, expending immense resources, before ultimately acquiring the 8-9 Celestial Golden Lock to cure her affliction. Only in this manner can Nangong Yue develop a deeper admiration and respect for me. In the original storyline, it would take her a month to uncover the anomaly within her. This month is ample time for Bai Xuan to perform his act. After a while, the soft sound of Nangong Yue's sobs in Bai Xuan's embrace gradually subsided. There. No more tears. Bai Xuan gently lifted the kneeling Yue into his arms, bringing his lips close to her ear to offer soft words of comfort. There. Yue raised her delicate, snow-white hand to wipe away the tears that had stained her cheeks, resting her head against Bai Xuan's chest. She could not entirely stifle her intermittent sobs. Let us return to your room. I shall assist you in examining your condition. Very well, senior brother. Bai Xuan followed the path that Yue had taken and meandered through the deep courtyard of the Nangong family. In but a short while, he arrived at Yue's chamber. Little junior sister, allow me to assist you in examining your health. Bai Xuan pushed open the door, and a gentle, feminine fragrance immediately enveloped him. He gently placed Yue onto the embroidered azure bed. I understand now, senior brother Bai Xuan. Yue made an effort to calm her racing heart, her small, slightly charred face still bearing faint traces of tears. Are you ready? Bai Xuan stood to the side, feigning a serious demeanor. I am ready, senior brother Bai Xuan. Yue resolutely nodded. Very well. I shall begin now. Instantly, Bai Xuan closed his eyes in concentration, invoking the supreme transformation immortal technique. In an instant, the room was suffused with an overwhelming aura of immortality, as radiant clouds of light enveloped the space. The intense and resplendent divine radiance even spilled through the cracks of the window, radiating outward. It was as though a nascent golden sun had been born within, illuminating the surroundings. The servants of the Nangong family, who had been secretly observing from outside, gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. After all, with Bai Xuan's esteemed status and formidable power, they, as mere servants, held no right to stand directly before him. When Bai Xuan was at the Nangong residence, they dared only to conceal themselves in the shadows, peering cautiously. Oh, it is truly astonishing that young Master Bai Xuan not only possesses a transcendent perspective that surpasses mere mortals, but also harbors such profound strength. It goes without saying, if one's prowess were not formidable, how could they aspire to a grand ambition of saving the world? How could they repel those with formidable influence? Alas, I firmly believe that what young Master Bai Xuan claims is indeed true. He can truly heal Miss Yue. Our Nagong family has a hopeful resurgence ahead. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Yue was deeply moved by the sight of Bai Xuan, surrounded by a halo of radiant light, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Initially, when Bai Xuan assured Wang Bing of his confidence in healing Nangong Yue, she held little hope. After all, in the preceding days, countless powerful figures had employed myriad techniques and expended vast resources, yet failed to ascertain the root of her ailment. Even seasoned warriors like Wang Bing were at a loss. Her emotions oscillated wildly, and when she absorbed a mystical herb from the Qingyun sect only to find her condition deteriorating, she succumbed to a sense of numb despair, believing herself irreparably broken. However, upon witnessing Bai Xuan's divine presence, radiating an aura of ethereal grace, her heart stirred with a flicker of hope. This newfound optimism was, of course, largely attributed to the extraordinary elevation of the supreme transformation celestial technique, which, once invoked, envelopes the practitioner in an infinite cascade of celestial light. It is indeed perfectly suited for the art of grandiloquence. Bai Xuan extended a finger, placing it gently upon her forehead, channeling strands of crystalline spiritual energy that delved into her brow for exploration. In an instant, Yue felt a refreshing coolness permeate her being, enveloping her limbs and vital organs, a sensation that tingled and coursed through her. Ding! Could it be that the host is indulging in a charade? This celestial golden pearl is concealed within the very essence of Nangong Yue, and aside from her, none can uncover its presence. Oh, the audacity of this diminutive system! How laughable! Little does it comprehend the necessity of thoroughness in a performance. If I were to refrain from probing, how could I ascertain what might be jeopardizing her essence? Would that not leave gaping holes in the narrative? Ding! The host has grown quite bold, daring to label me a mere little system, lacking in guidance. Soon enough, Bai Xuan maintained this posture for a considerable duration. As each moment elapsed, his brow knitted tighter, beads of perspiration forming densely on his forehead. It seemed that sustaining this state of inquiry was taking an immense toll on him. Nangong Yue's heart began to race in tandem with the deepening furrows of Bai Xuan's brows. Could it be that there is truly hope? It is worth noting that even the esteemed Wang Bing of the Qingyun sect could only conduct an examination of her body in less than 3 minutes. For when the spiritual energy circulated without revealing any findings, the process naturally concluded swiftly. Bai Xuan has spent such a considerable amount of time. Could it be that he has truly uncovered the problem? And is he now endeavoring to resolve it? In Yue's round eyes, a glimmer of insight sparkles. She increasingly perceives that Bai Xuan's arrival is a benevolent gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. Bai Xuan, she is indeed the destined child of heaven. The anticipation grows ever stronger. After a brief moment, the celestial radiance gradually waned, and the golden wheel, as if it had exhausted its fuel, began to dim. At this moment, Bai Xuan was drenched in sweat, slowly opening his eyes. The tender heart of Yue also rose to her throat. Huh! Bai Xuan exhaled deeply, his gaze growing clear. Bai Xuan, senior brother, what was the outcome? Yue anxiously clasped her small hands, feeling both fear and anticipation. She yearned for Bai Xuan to speak quickly, yet dreaded the possibility that his words might not align with her hopes. Huh! I promised I would assist you. So why must you be so tense, junior sister Yue? Bai Xuan's complexion turned pale, and as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a fragrant handkerchief from his bosom, he exchanged playful banter with Yue. Observing Bai Xuan's willingness to expend so much for her sake, Yue felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. She was deeply saddened. Simultaneously, she silently vowed that if she were ever to regain her innate beauty, she would diligently cultivate her skills and elevate her prowess. She aspired to become a steadfast support for Bai Xuan, clearing away all obstacles in his path. If Bai Xuan were to discern Yue Wei's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. The innocence of a sheltered young girl makes her easily deceived. A mere subtle manipulation could secure her unwavering loyalty and devotion. Although she had not yet discovered a definitive solution to her predicament, she had indeed uncovered the root cause of this peculiar affliction. Truly, Nangong Yue was suddenly filled with elation, tears welling up in her eyes. While she had contemplated the possibility of Bai Xuan finding the answer to aid her, his direct affirmation of that potential still filled her with joy and excitement. Yes, Bai Xuan nodded and promptly took a seat on Yue Wei's bed. Yue Wei hurriedly shifted to the side, accepting the fragrant towel from Bai Xuan's hand, meticulously wiping the sweat from his brow. Their actions and demeanor exuded a profound intimacy. Indeed, to put it simply, Bai Xuan's expression turned serious. Yue Wei gazed at him earnestly with her beautiful eyes. Junior sister Yue Wei must have inadvertently absorbed a mysterious pearl while in that secret realm, which fused with her essence. Thus, junior sister Yue Wei is not devoid of talent. Rather, her cultivation has been entirely siphoned away by that enigmatic pearl, resulting in a decline in her realm. The previous absorption of the celestial herbs brought by the elder Wang Bing, which led to a regression in her cultivation instead of an advancement, was also due to this phenomenon. Furthermore, the devastation of junior sister Yue Wei's appearance can be attributed to the icy nature of the pearl, as the extreme cold gave rise to flames, inflicting harm upon her. Bai Xuan earnestly explained to Yue Wei, observing her eyes sparkling with admiration for him. All this information, of course, had been relayed to him by the system. Thus, how should one approach the resolution of this matter? Bai Xuan, Yue Wei, with her delicate and fair figure, leaned in closer, her expression a mix of shyness and boldness, diminishing the distance between her and Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan could even distinctly perceive the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, catching a glimpse of the delicate curves beneath the collar of her garment. Indeed, I possess a definitive solution, though it may require some time to unfold. Bai Xuan could not help but feel a parched tongue, disregarding the delicate visage of Yue Wei. The form beneath her neck was undeniably enticing. How splendid it would be if her beauty could be restored at this very moment. However, I seem to have devised a plan. Perhaps it is possible to hasten the restoration of junior sister Yue Wei's appearance? Ding, did the host just utter such words? Are you contemplating the use of the Yaoguang immortal herb? Indeed, the system has accurately deduced Bai Xuan's intentions. Initially, when Bai Xuan suggested allocating more resources to Nangong Yue Wei, the system presumed that he meant to expend spirit stones to procure high-grade immortal herbs akin to those brought by Wang Bing. Certainly, such efforts would yield no tangible results. Yet it would serve as a mere pretense before Nangong Yue Wei, sufficient to evoke her gratitude. Yet, the system could not have anticipated that Bai Xuan was now intent on restoring Nangong Yue Wei's beauty. To temporarily suppress the condensing heaven golden pearl and facilitate the restoration of Nangong Yue Wei's visage without employing the 8-9 celestial gold's heavenly lock would require an unfathomable amount of spiritual energy. At present, the only feasible option for Bai Xuan was the Yaoguang immortal herb. Chapter 31. The Restoration of Beauty. The most beautiful Nangong Yue Wei in 1,000 miles. What a tone, what a tone. What harm is there in bringing forth the Yaoguang immortal herb to aid Yue Wei? I have always been indifferent to the cost of helping others. Ding, the host speaks so eloquently, yet the spiritual power contained within the Yaoguang immortal herb is immense, regarded as a superior herb even in the immortal realm. It was originally reserved for critical moments. Ding, how could the host possibly utilize it in such a manner? Little system, how could you fathom the depths of my intentions? Kindly remain silent. Ding, the host is truly reckless. Really, is that true? Nangong Yue Wei appeared visibly stunned, her pupils widening in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the reality, questioning if her ears had deceived her. Brother Bai Xuan, is your skill truly so remarkable? To have just uncovered the reason and yet be able to restore your appearance so swiftly? I had thought that even upon discovering the cause, it would take at least a year or more for any restoration to occur. How astonishing that it can happen so quickly. Brother Bai Xuan, I can see that tears are beginning to well up in Yue Wei's eyes, threatening to spill over. She is on the verge of another bout of weeping. Bai Xuan hurried to console her. Younger sister Yue Wei, please do not cry any longer. Let us hasten to heal you. For there are other matters that require our attention. He genuinely feared that Yue Wei would weep for yet another half an hour. All right, I shall not cry anymore. Brother Bai Xuan. Yue sniffled, ceasing her sobs. She was determined not to leave the impression of a weepy child in Bai Xuan's mind. Very well, let us commence. Bai Xuan chuckled softly and nodded. Ding, host, this ungrateful and wasteful spendthrift, intoxicated by fleeting desires. Bai Xuan paid no further heed to the incessant chatter of the system. With a graceful flick of his arm, a radiant herb materialized in his hand, shimmering with ethereal hues of green, as if meticulously sculpted from the finest jade. This enchanting plant, reminiscent of a delicate oil lamp, emanated a soft, verdant glow. It was none other than the luminescent herb. Dear junior sister Yue, shortly I shall assist you in absorbing this miraculous essence, which will help you temporarily suppress that peculiar orb, restore your appearance, and regain a portion of your lost cultivation. Bai Xuan gazed at Yue with a smile that radiated warmth. However, at that moment, Yue found herself engulfed in hesitation. Even if one were a mere mortal, any being endowed with the slightest semblance of intelligence could discern the truth. The luminous celestial herb in Bai Xuan's hand is truly extraordinary, transcending the mundane realm. To call it a treasured heirloom would not be an exaggeration at all. The specimen brought by the esteemed elder of the Qingyun sect can be considered a rare find in the world, yet in comparison to this celestial herb, it appears as commonplace as wild grass by the roadside. It seems almost unthinkable that such a remarkable item could exist in the Tianyang continent. Even 100 billion of the Nangong family would pale in comparison to this singular luminous celestial herb. It is evident that, despite Bai Xuan's lineage as a member of a long-standing family and being the strongest prodigy of the Qingyun sect, the journey to acquire this extraordinary herb must be fraught with peril and hardship. Without immense fortune and serendipity, it is simply unattainable. This must certainly be Bai Xuan's secret safeguard for survival. But now he is offering it to me? Bai Xuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept this. Yue stood there, momentarily stunned, pushing away the hand that Bai Xuan extended towards her. Her gaze was filled with evasion, unable to meet his eyes. In her heart, she felt unworthy of the immense effort Bai Xuan had invested for her sake. Yue, please accept it. There are other considerations at play here. If you refuse, it would be a betrayal of my goodwill. I might just become upset. Really? You would be disheartened by such a refusal when all you desire is to see beautiful women? Can you not contain yourself? You might lose a piece of your heart. Silence. After a moment of hesitation, Yue reluctantly shifted her gaze to the radiant luminous celestial herb in Bai Xuan's hand, ultimately agreeing to accept it. Senior brother Bai Xuan, you are indeed a divine being sent by the heavens to save me. Your kindness overwhelms me. In this lifetime, I shall not let you down. This is indeed how it should be. Bai Xuan, with a gentle smile and a radiant visage, extended the shimmering celestial herb to the hands of young Yue. Let my senior brother assist you in absorbing this, to help restore your beauty. Yes, that would be wonderful. Yue replied with a joyful nod, sitting upright on the bed, her happiness evident. Before long, another hour had passed, and within the confines of Nangong Yue's chamber, the verdant hues began to fade. What do you think is happening inside? Could it be that young Master Bai is still tending to our young lady? Of course. Young Master Bai is a paragon recognized by heaven and earth, destined to save all living beings in the Tianyang continent. Indeed, perhaps when he emerges, our young lady will regain her former stunning beauty. With a creak, the door swung open, silencing the servants of the Nangong household, who were all intently watching from their hiding places. They beheld Nangong Yue stepping out, her movements unsteady, as if she might stumble at any moment. Upon reaching the edge of the courtyard's water basin, she barely grasped the railing for support. Where is our lady going? What of young Master Bai? Could it be for a meeting? But after her appearance was marred, she despised mirrors, and all the mirrors in her room were removed. Could it be? One servant whispered. That Bai Xuan truly restored her? Before the thought could finish, Yue, standing by the water basin, suddenly burst into tears. All the grievances she had endured, treated as a monster, poured forth at that moment. Such a miraculous being. It truly has been restored. Young Master Bai's righteousness. Hope for revival. Hope for revival. Hearing their lady's exclamation, the servants of the Nangong family were overwhelmed with joy, abandoning their concealment as they rushed out from behind the walls to celebrate together. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Yue turned to gaze at Bai Xuan, who remained in the room. Chapter 32. The first kiss of Nangong Yue draped in flowing purple garments. She moved with ethereal grace, her delicate fingers resembling slender green onions. Her chestnut hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently with the breeze. With a graceful nose and red lips, her exquisite features were complemented by deep blue eyes that resembled a vast, shimmering ocean. The purple attire accentuated her youthful beauty, rendering her breathtaking and captivating. Bai Xuan. Yue turned with tear-filled eyes to meet the smiling gaze of Bai Xuan, still within the room. Ding, are you now satisfied? Having witnessed the true visage of Nangong Yue? Ding, such a precious celestial herb wasted. What a prodigal. What does this little system understand? It has been said that I have my own considerations. Ding, is the consideration merely to gaze upon beauties? Brother Bai Xuan, truly. Thank you. Tears once again cascaded down Yong Wei's delicate cheeks, yet unlike before, her visage had transformed into one of exquisite smoothness. The emotion captured in her brows and eyes was even more enchanting. A sight to behold. Our beloved young lady has returned. It is absolutely delightful. Young Master Bai, a divine being, truly is the savior of the Nangong family. The members of the Nangong family embraced one another in celebration. Now that this matter is resolved, Yong Wei, please attend to your esteemed father. We must set forth, as there are other matters to attend to. Bai Xuan reluctantly averted his gaze. It must be said that the restored appearance of Nangong Yue truly lives up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the land, captivating beyond imagination. Bai Xuan had not accompanied her just now, as he was utterly captivated by Nangong Yue's enchanting beauty, which radiated both warmth like a flower and coolness akin to jade. He found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Nangong Yue, perceptive and attentive, noticed the direction of Bai Xuan's gaze, the slight quiver of his lips, the swallow that betrayed his longing, and the subtle movement of his throat. A playful smile flickered in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that Bai Xuan, her senior, harbored a fondness for her appearance. In the past, she often lamented that everyone seemed solely concerned with her outer beauty, neglecting to delve into her true self. Yet Bai Xuan was different. He had acknowledged her inner beauty even when she felt her most unattractive, proclaiming her to be the most beautiful. Now, having restored her former visage and receiving Bai Xuan's affection, it was truly wonderful. She longed for the day when she could stand beside Bai Xuan, at his side, sharing moments together. Senior brother Bai Xuan once assured me that he would help me thoroughly resolve my peculiar affliction. Subsequently, I managed to master this enigmatic pearl, and from now on, I shall diligently pursue my cultivation. Thus, one day, I shall truly stand tall beside senior brother Bai Xuan, assisting him in alleviating his troubles and remaining by his side. If such a scenario were to materialize, would it be possible, perhaps in advance? Junior sister Yue, why do you appear lost in thought? Hurry along. We still have places to go. Bai Xuan feigned profundity as he turned slightly, presenting her with an imposing silhouette that concealed his infatuated gaze. Yet, before his words could fully escape, his lips were silenced by a pair of fragrant petals. A sweet breeze enveloped him, stirring his senses as her delicate form trembled. The warmth of her soft skin was intoxicating, a sweetness that lingered upon the tongue. She pressed closely against Bai Xuan, reminiscent of the way he had previously embraced her amidst a throng of formidable figures. Miss, dear miss, oh how fortunate my family is. Surely, we shall rise to greatness. The illustrious Bai Xuan, a paragon destined to save the world, is naturally deserving of a counterpart as exceptional as my lady. To the astonishment of all, Nangong Yue disregarded the presence of her family's servants, disregarding the vastness of the open sky above. She boldly leapt before Bai Xuan, kissing him openly in front of everyone. Bai Xuan felt the slight tremors of Yue's delicate form, the softness of her tender cheeks, and the allure of her fragrant lips. His mind was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of his considerable charm, as many female cultivators yearned to press him down and shower him with affection. Yet, the directness of Nangong Yue's kiss caught him entirely off guard. How should one even articulate this? Perhaps it is merely a consequence of my overwhelming allure? System, do not overthink this. The use of the radiant light celestial herb for Nangong Yue was not intended to elicit such an action. I, Bai Xuan, am a true gentleman. Observe. I did resist, albeit I simply did not push her away. Ding, does the host truly desire to save face? A mere gentle prod with your pinky could scarcely displace an ant. Can that be considered resistance? Ding, a gentleman you say? I see nothing but a lecherous rogue taking advantage of a situation. To be fair, I did not coerce her. How could I be accused of taking advantage? Nevertheless, it must be noted that this little sister Yu Wei, though seemingly docile, possesses a surprising audacity to understand the art of extending her tongue on the very first attempt. Ding, a lascivious individual, you should take your leave. After an extended kiss lasting nearly a quarter of an hour, Yu Wei finally withdrew her lips. Her face flushed and lingering with reluctance. As their lips parted, a glistening strand connected them. One could only imagine the fervor with which Yu Wei had kissed and the extent of Bai Xuan's cooperation. Bai Xuan, senior brother. Yu Wei's face was aflame, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her beautiful gaze flickered, imbued with a mixture of fear and unwavering determination as she looked at Bai Xuan. One could envision the immense courage it took for her to undertake such a bold act. This was my first kiss. Senior brother Bai Xuan, could you please refrain from boasting for the time being? Would that be agreeable? Yu Wei's voice was so soft that Bai Xuan could scarcely hear her. Bai Xuan's gaze trembled as he looked at the young Wei, who, with her delicate features, appeared both bashful and audacious. He could not help but chuckle. He was acutely aware of the underlying intention behind her words. It was quite simple. She feared that he might not be able to eradicate her peculiar affliction entirely, leading to her eventual loss of beauty and a regression in her cultivation, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. In her eyes, should such a fate befall her, the act of kissing him must remain a closely guarded secret. The notion of a crippled individual having kissed the most formidable talent of the Tianyang continent was simply outrageous and would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Chapter 33, Bai Xuan's reflection. What a foolish girl. She was bold in the act of kissing, yet afterward, she became consumed by anxiety. Fear not, for I shall certainly keep this to myself. Bai Xuan cast a discerning glance at the servants of the Nangong family, who, with remarkable perceptiveness, comprehended his intent and retreated to a corner. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Yu Wei leaned closer to Bai Xuan, whispering conspiratorially, "This matter shall remain our little secret. My family will not speak of it indiscreetly." Indeed, that would be most preferable. Bai Xuan chuckled softly and nodded. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the corner. "Li Bo, what brings you here?" Young Wei exclaimed in surprise, turning to greet the old man. "Congratulations, miss, on the restoration of your beauty." The elder's voice was hoarse, yet it could not conceal the joy within. His face was adorned with a broad smile, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened, giving him a benevolent appearance. He was known as Li Buyue, the steward of the Nangong family, who had watched over Nangong Yu Wei since her childhood. As a steward of the Nangong family, I come to express my heartfelt gratitude to young Master Bai for this tremendous act of salvation. Li Bo leaned on his cane, his tone sincere and his demeanor earnest as he thanked Bai Xuan. His eyes, reddened with emotion, clearly indicated he had recently wept. In a single day, the Nangong family had turned from the brink of certain doom to a promising resurgence, all thanks to the presence of Bai Xuan. Even the venerable elders of the Nangong family, seasoned by a century of life, could not help but be swept away by their emotions, tears streaming down their faces. Having spoken, he even intended to kneel before Bai Xuan in a profound act of reverence. Young Wei stood by, making no move to stop him. In her eyes, Bai Xuan had repelled numerous forces and sacrificed an extraordinary celestial herb to suppress a rare gem, thus rescuing her and the Nangong family from peril. Such an act of devotion was indeed warranted. The servants of the Nangong family, witnessing Li Bo's inclination to kneel, were also eager to follow suit and join in the act of homage. "This is too much, Li Bo." Bai Xuan shook his head with a wry smile and stepped forward to assist him. "I come to rescue Yu Wei, not for any other reason, but solely because she is my junior sister. As her senior brother, and you being my elder, how could it be proper for an elder to kneel before a junior?" Upon hearing Bai Xuan's words, Li Bo was momentarily taken aback, then trembled uncontrollably, as murky tears streamed down his aged cheeks. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the cultivation world for many years, he had witnessed the sordidness, filth, and malevolence of human nature. In the Tianyang continent, countless powerful individuals abused their strength to bully the weak, disregarding life itself. If a formidable figure of equal standing were present today, even if he were older, respect would be a mere illusion. Yet, this seemingly impossible occurrence transpired with Bai Xuan, evoking profound emotion within him. Li Bo disregarded Bai Xuan's grasp on his wrist, exerting force as he knelt down with a thud, his knees striking the ground. With a choked voice, he spoke. I have long heard of young Master Bai's refined manners and unwavering integrity, a paragon for the younger generation. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Young Master Bai, please do not refuse my gratitude. This bow is not merely for the Master's brother. It is for the future savior of the world, the divine emperor who will rescue countless suffering souls. As Li Bo knelt, the other servants of the Nangong family emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Bai Xuan in unison, chanting, "We bow to the divine emperor." "How adept you are at winning hearts, host," a voice chimed in. "What a majestic and powerful title, divine emperor." Indeed, it is quite imposing, reflecting a fraction of my own grandeur. It took almost a quarter of an hour before Bai Xuan, with some reluctance, pulled Li Bo back to his feet. Young Master Bai. Li Bo trembled as he retrieved a storage bag from his bosom and presented it to Bai Xuan. "Our family head's injuries, while not life-threatening, have left him in a state of unconsciousness, unable to express his gratitude in person. I hope you can forgive this." Inside, you will find the accumulated wealth of our Nangong family over a millennium, along with contributions from our servants, totaling 800,000 spirit stones. Though not a substantial amount, it is our heartfelt offering. I hope you will accept it. Indeed, it was not a large sum, merely 800,000 spirit stones. Insufficient for even a day's expenditure for the original owner. Bai Xuan noticed the cautious and tentative glimmer in Li Bo's eyes, as if fearing his disdain. Bai Xuan could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. The Tianyang continent is a realm of unparalleled prosperity and cultivation, yet it is undoubtedly characterized by stark class disparities. In comparison to the colossal powers such as the Qingyun sect and the Chongqing clan, even a third-rate family amounts to little. Nevertheless, it can be regarded as one of the more fortunate establishments. After all, beneath the third-rate families lie the obscure cultivation sects, nations inhabited by ordinary mortals, and villages where recluses dwell. The arduous development of the third-rate family over a millennium has culminated in the accumulation of 800,000 spirit stones. What of the others? How do those wandering cultivators, devoid of sect protection, and the realms of ordinary people manage to survive in this brutal world governed by the law of the jungle? Bai Xuan found it hard to fathom. The system initially spoke well. Indeed, the Tianyang continent is a realm in dire need of salvation. Now, I have arrived. Everything shall inevitably change. The young man expresses his gratitude to Uncle Li and the members of the Nangong family for their heartfelt intentions. However, this money is the result of the Nangong family's arduous efforts. I truly cannot accept it. Upon seeing Bai Xuan's reluctance, Uncle Li immediately became irate, his beard bristling and eyes widening. "Young Master Bai, you are the great benefactor who can rescue my Nangong family from peril. If you cannot accept this, who in this world could possibly do so?" Bai Xuan once again attempted to decline, yet the old man remained obstinately persistent, impervious to reason. Determined to bestow his gift upon Bai Xuan found himself in a predicament. "Li Bo, I truly cannot accept this money. Perhaps it would be better to entrust it to Yue. She will need it greatly during our journey to Qingyun sect." Chapter 34. The aftermath is inevitable. The Lu family is doomed. Seeing Bai Xuan persistently refuse, Li Bo felt a sense of helplessness. Alas, since Master Bai is so resolute in his decision, then it shall be given to the young lady. "No, Li Bo, you needn't give it to me. I have my own funds." Yue, upon realizing Li Bo's intention to bestow the spirit stones upon her, immediately raised her hands in a gesture of refusal. How could she possibly take away nearly the entirety of her family's savings? "My dear lady, please accept our heartfelt offering," Li Bo said, his expression tinged with bitterness. "Your journey to Qingyun sect is to the most prosperous region of Tianyang continent for cultivation. 800,000 spirit stones are hardly in excess. Yet, this is all that your family can provide to assist you." Yue fell silent, acutely aware that her upcoming trip bore the weight of numerous expectations. The hope for the revival of the Nangong family rested solely upon her shoulders, a gamble placed entirely in her hands. "Junior sister Yue, please accept the goodwill of our family." Bai Xuan also stood beside Li Bo, persuading gently. Yue pondered for a moment, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. She solemnly accepted the heavy bag from Li Bo's hands. "I understand," she declared. "This time, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Bai Xuan and Yue exchanged pleasantries with the members of the Nangong family for a brief moment. Yue learned that her father remained bedridden and was unable to bid her farewell in person, which made her eyes well up with tears. "All right, miss. It is getting late. You and young Master Bai should depart soon," Uncle Li urged, glancing at the sky. The distance to Qingyun sect was a staggering 10,000 miles, and Bai Xuan, accompanied by Yue, would likely be unable to fly at full capacity. Reaching Qingyun sect would surely require additional time. "Yes, I understand, Uncle Li," Yue replied, turning away to wipe her tears, striving to conceal her sorrow from her family. "Then, Uncle Li, I shall take my leave with Yue." Bai Xuan offered a slight bow to Li Bo, who, along with the members of the Nangong family, promptly returned the gesture. Cradling the delicate form of the young Wei, he harnessed the resplendent divine rainbow and soared into the sky, departing from the ground. Ding! The host arrived empty-handed, yet now departs with a beauty in his embrace. Ding! Initially, the intention was merely to have the host resolve the crisis of the Nangong family and to have Nangong Yue become an ally. However, the host has directly captivated Nangong Yue, transforming her into an ardent admirer. Ding! The actions of the host are indeed admirable to this system. I have long informed you that I am a battle wolf. Do you believe it now? Bai Xuan, accompanied by Yue, soared through the sky. Only after traveling 100 miles away from the Nangong family did he finally come to a halt. "Bai Xuan, why have we stopped?" Yue, her delicate face tinged with a blush, peeked out from his embrace, her gaze shyly evasive as she inquired in a soft, tender voice. Bai Xuan smiled gently, as light as a breeze. "Yue, there is still an unfinished matter between us, do you recall?" The implication in Bai Xuan's words was clear. Yue's expression darkened. She was easily deceived, but not foolish. She certainly grasped the meaning behind Bai Xuan's words. "I know the way to the Lu residence." "Very well." Bai Xuan chuckled lightly and nodded. "Then let us depart. It is time to settle accounts with the Lu family." Meanwhile, not far away, the Lu family stood in stark contrast to the South Palace family, who were embracing each other in tears of joy. The Lu family, however, was shrouded in a cloud of despair. Within the conference hall, the family head, the elders, and Lu Meng all wore ashen expressions, seated in silence. The atmosphere was as somber as if they were awaiting annihilation. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yong, the head of the Lu family, finally spoke. "Menger, are you certain that the one who went to rescue Nangong Yue is Bai Xuan?" "This is no jest." Before Lu Meng could respond, an elder interjected with a sharp tone. "Head, could there be any doubt? Since Bai Xuan made his grand vow, his likeness has spread throughout the Tianyang continent, known by all. Moreover, who else has the power to repel most of the top forces in the cultivation world and compel the Qingyun sect to alter its stance and take in Nangong Yue? Only Bai Xuan possesses such immense capability." The elder's tone shifted, his gaze turning venomous as it fixed on Lu Meng. "In my view, Lu Meng has thoroughly offended Bai Xuan. Sooner or later, he shall return to trouble us. The only way to safeguard our Lu family from Bai Xuan's wrath is to capture this child and deliver him to the South Palace for their disposal." Before he could finish, Lu Meng, seated in his position, could no longer contain himself. He slammed the table with fury, pointing at the speaker and rebuking him. "Third elder, what do you mean I have thoroughly offended Bai Xuan? This matter is entirely your fault. The information about Nangong Yue's inability to recover came from you. Had it not been for that, why would I have sought a divorce? It is evident you envy my son's position and conspired against me to elevate your own son." "Humph." The third elder scoffed disdainfully, completely disregarding the furious Lu Meng. His gaze was akin to that of one looking upon a dying man. "What do you mean I deliberately conspired against you? The information regarding Nangong Yue's condition was indeed mine. But were you not the one who eagerly sought to act on it? Moreover, what if Nangong Yue has been rendered incapable? Yet Bai Xuan came to her aid out of camaraderie for his fellow disciple? How would you respond then?" Lu Meng's face flushed crimson with rage, momentarily speechless, unable to find words to retort. Indeed, upon learning the exact information about Nangong Yue's condition, he had insisted on personally initiating the divorce and humiliating her. Initially, he intended to use this opportunity to ingratiate himself with the major powers, never anticipating that it would lead to offending Bai Xuan. "Enough. Have you all had your fill of this commotion?" In the assembly hall, the commotion erupted. "What is this raucousness?" Lu Yong thundered, striking the table with force, emanating an overwhelming presence that silenced the assembly. The third elder and Lu Meng fell silent. Alas, in the blink of an eye, the once imposing figure of Lu Yong appeared deflated. How could he have offended Bai Xuan? On one hand was his beloved son, and on the other, The future of the Liu clan. He found himself torn between the two. Chapter 35. The formal withdrawal of engagement. The current course of action is to first offer more spirit stones to the Nangong family, hoping to secure their hospitality and quell Bai Xuan's wrath. Should that fail, Lu Meng may need to be sacrificed. Lu Yong sighed helplessly. He was caught in a dilemma, and this was the best solution he could conceive. The third elder's eyes sparkled with triumph as he gazed at the trembling Lu Meng below. Unable to contain his derision, he jeered. The days of certain individuals strutting about in arrogance are numbered. Lu Meng, collapsing to the ground, was as pale as a ghost, drenched in cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably. Given his reckless actions, it was absurd to think Bai Xuan would ever forgive him. In Bai Xuan's eyes, the Liu family was but an ant. Easily crushed, what chance did he have? He lacked even the qualification to be forgiven. Bring him forth. The third elder sneered, rising from his seat with a commanding gesture. Imprison Lu Meng, lest he escape. Bai Xuan's ire is directed at my Liu family. The Liu clan's formidable members responded to the command, encircling Lu Meng, ready to act. No, please. You cannot do this. I am the heir of the Liu family. Lu Meng cried out desperately. Father, speak up. I cannot go to prison. His pleas were frantic, as if he had lost his senses, waving his arms in a futile attempt to flee, but his legs felt like jelly, failing him time and again. Lu Yong shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene, turning away to spare himself the sight. Was this insignificant insect truly worthy of my ire? You overestimate him greatly. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A detached voice resonated from the ceiling of the assembly hall. Who dares? The Liu family members were immediately seized with terror. Trembling as if confronted by a formidable adversary, they slid from their seats, unable to maintain their composure. The tone of the voice suggested. Could it be that Bai Xuan had come to confront them? How could he have arrived so swiftly? Before they could finish their words, a dazzling and resplendent sword aura, seemingly forged from pure yellow crystal, descended directly from the beams of the Liu family's residence. This sword aura stretched for miles, cleaving the Liu family estate in twain. Dust and debris erupted, filling the air with a thick haze that could not obscure the radiant and ethereal sight of a golden lotus. Indeed, it was Bai Xuan, accompanied by the restored visage of Yu Wei, arriving ostentatiously to confront the Liu family. The onlookers were utterly astonished, momentarily rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Undoubtedly, the visitor was Bai Xuan. They recognized the signature divine ability of the Bai family, the creation of the golden lotus. The Liu family's warriors, including Lu Yong, displayed expressions of terror and despair. How grievously had Lu Meng erred to provoke Bai Xuan to such an extent? Did it truly necessitate the summoning of the golden lotus to deal with our mere Liu family? Humph! Bai Xuan descended like a celestial being, gracefully commanding the golden lotus. With one hand entwined with Yu Wei and the other nonchalantly sweeping the sleeve, he conjured a fierce gale that swept away all the dust, instantly revealing clarity beneath. Previously obscured by the haze, the Liu family had remained oblivious, but as the dust settled, they were struck by the resplendent radiance emanating from the golden lotus. As blinding as the midday sun, they dared not gaze directly at it, bowing their heads in submission, embodying a pitiful willingness to be sacrificed. Truly, they exhibited a lack of ambition. Bai Xuan let out a disdainful laugh, gradually descending with Yong Wei, while allowing the golden lotus to remain suspended above them. From this elevated position, they gazed down upon their adversaries. He diminished the radiance of the golden lotus, making it possible for them to look directly at it. Where's Lu Meng? Raise your head, cur, he called. Yong Wei, junior sister, I have words for you. Yong Wei, the esteemed Nangong Yong Wei has also arrived? The members of the Liu family suddenly felt as though they had grasped the last thread of hope. Nangong Yong Wei. She has always been pure of heart and kind in spirit. Our Liu family has maintained a harmonious relationship with the Nangong family for generations. If Nangong Yong Wei is present, surely she will not allow Bai Xuan to annihilate us completely, will she? Yong Wei, she has come as well. The Liu family members all raised their heads to gaze upon the golden lotus. Yet, in the next moment, they were all struck dumb. Upon the golden lotus, beside Bai Xuan, stood a figure draped in flowing purple, with chestnut hair dancing in the air. Her jade-like arms were graceful. Her ruby lips and delicate nose formed an exquisite visage. Standing upon the lotus, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was none other than Nangong Yong Wei, who just hours prior had been rendered utterly disfigured and loathed by all. How could this be possible? The Lu family members doubted their own eyes and were unable to believe what they were witnessing. Nangong Yongwei, had she truly recovered? So swiftly? The mysterious ailment that had left numerous formidable warriors helpless. How could it be resolved by Bai Xuan in such a short span? Especially Lu family's third elder. He appeared as if he had seen a ghost. The information regarding Nangong Yongwei's descent into incapacitation was something he had received with absolute certainty. However, to be cautious, he had personally visited the Nangong family to investigate her condition. He was utterly convinced that his judgment had been infallible. Nangong Yongwei was undoubtedly rendered useless. How then could she now appear before him in perfect health? What methods had Bai Xuan employed? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Bai Xuan, seemingly unperturbed, spoke in a calm tone. Yet those beneath him reacted as if they had heard the roar of dragons and tigers, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Even Lu Meng was no exception. Upon seeing the exquisite visage of Nangong Yue once more, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. Perhaps it was regret for having kicked someone when they were down, for bearing the weight of the Nangong family and humiliating Nangong Yue. Alas, life offers no remedy for regret. In her eyes, he now saw nothing but an icy demeanor akin to an ancient glacier. You shall go to my family and withdraw the engagement, Yue declared coldly. I have consented. Today, Brother Bai Xuan, witnesses of the world, know that we share no bond any longer. But remember, it is not you who has cast me aside, but rather, I who have dismissed you. The same words were uttered again after a few hours, yet the roles had reversed. Chapter 36. Lu Meng frightened to death. Xiao Rong enters the auction. Lu Meng no longer held his head high, but instead bowed his head in submission, a pitiful sight akin to a drenched dog. Youwei's countenance remained frigid, her confidence unwavering, yet her heart harbored no further indignation or disappointment. For such a scoundrel, she deemed him unworthy. From this moment forth, she and Lu Meng would share no ties. Why the silence? Did you not hear? As Lu Meng's family members remained mute and intimidated, Bai Xuan's tone grew increasingly impatient. Having resolved the matter at hand, he wished to continue his journey with Yue. Yes, we heard you. Young Master Bai, Lu Meng has been dismissed by Miss Nangong. They share no relationship whatsoever. The third elder of the Lu family, witnessing Bai Xuan's rising ire, hurriedly bowed and ingratiated himself to Bai Xuan. Given the circumstances, it appeared Bai Xuan harbored no intent of venting his anger upon others, but was solely focused on troubling Lu Meng. The third elder, glancing back at the trembling and silent Lu Meng, could not help but revel in his misfortune. You and your father have reached the end of your road today. Indeed, Bai Xuan did not intend to depart just yet. Lu Meng, raise your head and look at me. In truth, Bai Xuan had already pinpointed Lu Meng's location. Yet, without extracting him from the shadows, how could he allow him to taste the bitterness of despair? Young Master Bai, Lu Meng is over here. The third elder displayed a countenance of unrestrained joy, rushing to Lu Meng's side and, with one hand, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. No, I don't want to go outside. Please, do not kill me. Lu Meng never anticipated that the third elder would suddenly drag him out. In a frantic struggle, he clawed and kicked, desperately resisting. Yet, as merely a practitioner of qi cultivation, he was no match for the formidable third elder, who was a late-stage foundation establishment expert. Soon, Lu Meng realized that his flailing and writhing were utterly ineffective against the third elder. In a state of utter terror, he turned his gaze towards Jin Lian, where Bai Xuan's expression was mocking and his demeanor ominous. In an instant, Lu Meng propelled himself backward, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth, succumbing to sheer fright. Dead. The third elder paused, clearly taken aback, for Bai Xuan had yet to make a move. How could it be that Lu Meng had died from mere terror? Bai Xuan gently shook his head. Although he had not anticipated that Lu Meng would be so profoundly frightened as to meet his demise, such occurrences are not uncommon. Those who habitually exert their power over others, becoming increasingly arrogant and tyrannical, often reveal their cowardice when separated from the throngs that once supported their misdeeds and stripped of the authority that sheltered them. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune. The third elder muttered a curse under his breath as he callously discarded Lu Meng's lifeless body, treating it as refuse, and then nonchalantly brushed off his hands. His face contorted with disdain. In stark contrast, Lu Yong remained hidden within the crowd, lowering his gaze and refraining from even a single breath. While others treated his own son with such disdain, he found himself unable to utter a word. How fortunate he was. Had the situation been in my hands, to wish for death would have been a mere luxury. Bai Xuan cast a lofty glance at the lifeless body of Lu Meng. His words, though unremarkable, sent shivers down the spines of the Lu family. Young Wei merely observed the scene with an indifferent demeanor, devoid of any sympathy. Through the crisis faced by the Nangong family, she had matured considerably. Had Bai Xuan not appeared today, her fate would have been far more tragic than that of Lu Meng. Every grievance has its source, and debts have their creditors. With Lu Meng now deceased, Bai Xuan had no intention of lingering further. Initially, the Lu family feared that Bai Xuan might annihilate their entire clan. However, such fears were merely figments of their imagination. What stature did they possess to warrant death at Bai Xuan's hands? Junior sister Yongwei, let us depart. Indeed, brother Bai Xuan, she replied, her expression still somber. This marked her first encounter with the grim reality of a cultivator taking a life, albeit indirectly. From this moment forth, her mindset would begin to transform at an accelerated pace. Soon, Bai Xuan ascended on his ostentatious golden lotus, transforming into a divine rainbow as he soared away, leaving the Lu family drenched in sweat and feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. 15 days later, outside the Qingyan sect, beside the palatial edifices of the Merchant Association, a magnificent structure adorned with intricately carved beams and gilded silver stood proudly. Here, a plethora of wealthy young gentlemen and ladies, members of esteemed families, and figures from the pinnacle of power gathered for the renowned auction of Wanbao Shenglai. Wanbao Shenglai is an exceedingly enigmatic merchant association on the Tianyang continent. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, and the identity of its proprietor is unknown. Yet, their establishments flourish throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The jewelry, medicinal herbs, and weapon shops that Bai Xuan previously took Xiaorong to are predominantly owned by Wanbao Shenglai. The ability to control such a multitude of establishments, while ensuring that no one dares to cause trouble, speaks volumes about Wanbao Shenlai's strength, which is hardly inferior to that of the most prestigious sects in the Chongqing aristocracy. Many speculate that the proprietor of Wanbao Shenlai possesses strength akin to that of the tribulation stage. At this moment, the crowd gradually settled into their seats as the auction commenced. Welcome, distinguished talents, to our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This auction, upon the elevated platform, amidst the seats reserved for esteemed guests, a young girl clad in a blue robe rhythmically tapped a crystal cup on the jade table. With her head tilted back against the chair, she nonchalantly crossed her legs, her gaze drifting listlessly over the attendees below. It was none other than Xiaorong. At this juncture, it had been over half a month since she successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage while Bai Xuan embarked on his travels. On that day, fearing Bai Xuan would scold her for returning late, she refrained from preparing dinner for him. Instead, she stealthily opened the door as if she were a thief, cautiously slipping inside. Initially, she intended to peek into the room to see if Bai Xuan was asleep. However, to her anxious yet excited surprise, she found the room eerily empty. It had long been vacated, leaving behind only a letter stating he had gone on a journey. Why did Bai Xuan leave without informing her? What urgency compelled him to depart so hastily? Xiaorong was perplexed, yet within her heart lingered a subtle, elusive sense of loss. In a moment of shared existence with Bai Xuan, she secretly wished it could last forever. Her reason for being here was quite simple. She was running low on spiritual stones. Logically, during the time Xiaorong prepared meals for Bai Xuan, she should have accrued a substantial amount of spiritual stones, making scarcity an unlikely scenario. Yet, exceptions exist, and Xiaorong proudly counted herself among them. Chapter 37. An encounter with an unfamiliar Bai Xuan, who spends lavishly. As a reincarnator, she possessed an extraordinary understanding of realms and powers. When it came to breakthroughs, as long as resources were sufficient, concerns about unstable mindsets or hasty actions were rendered moot. Thus, during Bai Xuan's absence, Xiaorong ventured far and wide to acquire expensive herbs, combining them with the materials Bai Xuan had previously gifted her to concoct elixirs. Consuming these potions, she absorbed their potency, enhancing her cultivation and breaking through to higher realms. In a mere fortnight, her strength soared like a rocket, escalating from the first to the fourth layer of foundation establishment, equivalent to a 10-day leap in realms. What does this signify? For an ordinary cultivator, transitioning from the first to the second layer typically requires at least 6 months. As one progresses, the difficulty of advancing in cultivation only intensifies. Xiaorong's rapid progress was truly unparalleled, To call her a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. However, the rate at which she consumed resources was exponentially greater than that of others. Spiritual stones vanished at an astonishing pace, quicker than flowing water, more voracious than a glutton. Consequently, the numerous resources Bai Xuan had procured for her were nearly depleted within half a month. She had transformed from a minor affluent individual into a destitute one. The meager resources provided monthly by the Qingyun sect were utterly insufficient, leaving her no choice but to attend the auction and sell her possessions. What she brought to auction was anything but ordinary. Seemingly mundane, these items were highly coveted and were the highlight of the event. Otherwise, a pauper with pockets cleaner than her face would never have been invited to the VIP section. How tedious. Isn't this auction starting yet? Hurry up, so I can collect my money and leave. Xiaorong yawned, yet her small hands were nimble as she swiftly grabbed the exquisite spiritual fruits from the jade table. In less than 3 rounds, she had devoured them all, chewing noisily. The attendant nearby looked utterly distressed, their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Was this host truly inviting someone who resembled a famished ghost? She had already consumed 11 plates. One would think that a robust young lady should be full by now. What are you staring at? Set more out. Xiaorong furrowed her brow, patting her abdomen as she struck the table. In her previous days of affluence, she had devoted her wealth to acquiring cultivation resources, never indulging in fine delicacies. Now, with a rare opportunity to reap the benefits of free resources, how could she not seize the moment? Beside her, the attendant remained silent. Meanwhile, beneath the high platform and amidst the throng, 2 figures made their delayed entrance. Cloaked in hats that concealed their identities, it was none other than Bai Xuan and Nangong Yue. Initially, Nangong Yue had envisioned that with Bai Xuan accompanying her, even at a leisurely pace, they would reach Qingyun sect within 3 days. However, Bai Xuan was in no rush to return to Qingyun sect. Instead, he led Yue on a leisurely journey, enjoying the wonders of the world. They fished in rivers, barbecued in the woods, admired the sunset over the vast desert, built a snow cabin in the frigid north, and soared into the evening sky to witness the breathtaking conjunction of vibrant stars and the setting sun. Bai Xuan, in a moment of whimsy, indulged in a display of charm. This scene is most fitting for the recitation of a poem. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose soar together, the autumn waters and the vast sky blend into one hue. A harvest of twinkling stars fills my eyes. Indeed, it brings me great comfort. If the opportunity arises, I shall pay a visit to the forces that had previously troubled the Nangong family, allowing them to witness the rejuvenated Yue, leading them to believe that Bai Xuan has indeed restored her to health. Nangong Yue, transformed once more into that unparalleled prodigy. Then, under the auspices of the Qingyun sect, I shall admonish them, extracting a substantial sum from their grasp. A fair division shall follow. Of course, they have also made their demands, requesting that Bai Xuan and Yue maintain a low profile for a month. They wish to mitigate the repercussions of their earlier retreat from the Nangong family, an issue they regard with great seriousness as it pertains to the reputation of their sect. Bai Xuan readily agreed. Should this matter become public, it would reflect poorly on them. Aside from a hollow reputation, they would gain nothing, and it would inevitably provoke hostility from the powerful factions, who might feel their pride wounded. The unfolding of events aligned perfectly with Bai Xuan's expectations. The fervent discussions that had erupted half a month ago regarding the various factions' intentions to obliterate the Nangong clan had since faded into silence. The outcome of this affair remained undisclosed, leaving the public with the impression that it had simply dissipated without resolution, thereby causing no adverse repercussions. Bai Xuan and Yue adhered to their agreement, donning hats capable of concealing their presence in bustling locales such as the Commerce Association. At this moment, both Bai Xuan and Yue were seated comfortably, while Xiaorong occupied a VIP seat less than 100 meters away from them. Bai Xuan and Xiaorong, though meeting for the first time, remain unacquainted. The auction officially commences. With the resounding strike of a gong, the first treasure is presented for bidding. Junior sister, should you see anything that piques your interest, feel free to speak up. I shall cover the costs. Bai Xuan gently waved his feather fan, his tone casual and serene, exuding an air of affluence. Upon hearing him, Yue's delicate face flushed slightly. Her voice was soft and tender. All right, thank you, senior brother. Referring to each other as senior brother and junior sister was a mutual agreement between them, a form of address when others were present. Ding, the host is once again putting on a facade of grandeur, which I find intolerable. If you genuinely wish to provide Yue with money, you should have given her a fair share when those factions offered spirit stones, rather than splitting it 50-50. Ding. Now that the money has been divided, you still feign an air of generosity, claiming that senior brother will cover the expenses. Ding. This system cannot abide by the host's hypocritical demeanor. What does a mere system understand? If I do not take half, do you believe Yue would accept that sum of spirit stones? Lacking comprehension of my reasoning, you incessantly complain. The earlier decision to restore Yue's appearance was also to facilitate the collection of funds from those factions at this juncture, was it not? Ding. A fallacious argument. Does the host even comprehend accounting? The spirit stones you scammed from those factions amount to only a few million. Yet that rare Yaoguang celestial herb is not a product of the Tianyang continent. No amount of spirit stones can procure it. Chapter 38. The center of attention wherever you go. Soon, the first item for auction was presented by a strikingly beautiful attendant, who brought it forth from behind the scenes. The first auction item was the ice crystal jade. This exquisite item is the essence of the world's ice crystals, formed over millions of years, constituting a superior treasure of the Tianyang continent. It possesses the ability to suppress internal toxins and malevolent fire. For those who cultivate ice-based techniques, acquiring this item can enhance their comprehension, leading to sudden insights and rapid progress in their cultivation. The starting bid is 1 million spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 50,000. 1 million. 105 million. In no time, 4 or 5 items had already been auctioned off, with some rare treasures fetching prices in the millions. Bai Xuan reclined languidly in his chair, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the auction items being presented by the maidens. He sought to procure a weapon for Yue, yet had not stumbled upon a suitable choice. Yue surveyed the surrounding crowd with a composed demeanor, though her small hands fidgeted nervously as she sat upright. Prior to arriving near Qingyun sect, she had always believed that 100,000 spirit stones constituted a substantial sum. The idea of 800,000 spirit stones seemed utterly unimaginable, a price so exorbitant it defied comprehension. After all, the entirety of the Nangong family's millennia of savings amounted to only 800,000 spirit stones. It was only upon accompanying Bai Xuan to this grand auction hosted by the god of 10,000 treasures that she realized how ludicrous her previous understanding had been. The disparity between the preeminent powers and third-rate families was indeed vast. Her family's entire fortune barely qualified them to bid on the first item, the ice crystal jade. Stealing a glance at Bai Xuan, she found him reclining with an air of nonchalance, propped up on his head as he observed the proceedings below. Clearly, he was unfazed by expenditures that easily reached 1 million spirit stones, likely considering such spending quite ordinary. The mere thought of her family presenting 80,000 spirit stones as a token of gratitude to Bai Xuan made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Brother Bai Xuan, at that time, you must have thought that our offering of 800,000 was rather meager. Yet, instead of ridiculing my family, he graciously declined and patiently gifted that sum of spirit stones to me. Brother Bai Xuan, truly a good person. The next auction item, the exquisite jade sword. Oh, Bai Xuan lifted his eyelids with a hint of interest and turned to look at Yue. Junior sister, do you recall the weapon you practice? It is the sword, is it not? Bai Xuan's words pulled Yue back from her self-pity. She turned to Bai Xuan in astonishment, her voice brimming with surprise. Yes, but how did you come to know this, senior brother? Bai Xuan chuckled softly. On that day in your chamber, I beheld the sword sheath. Junior sister, what do you think of this sword? How about if I purchase it for you? Yue's beautiful eyes darted towards the platform. In the silver tray lay a delicate jade sword, quietly resting. The sword exhibited a celestial azure hue, seemingly infused with a verdant mist. Its slender blade shimmered with a frosty radiance, while the hilt, crafted from cold mountain white iron, was adorned with a row of neatly arranged, translucent azure gemstones, indicating its considerable worth and adding an exquisite touch to the sword's end. Placed upon the silver tray, it emanated a cool, solitary brilliance. Though it may not be a peerless treasure, it certainly ranked among the finest swords in the Tianyang continent. Yue's cheeks flushed prettily, her large eyes fixated on the exquisite jade sword, sparkling with excitement as she discreetly swallowed, clearly enamored by it. In her perception, this was the finest sword in all of Tianyang continent. Actually, I feel, the starting bid is 5 million spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 200,000. Well, perhaps I should reconsider. I seem to not be that fond of it. As the auctioneer's voice fell, Yu Wei's expression swiftly transformed. In an instant, it shifted from a rosy hue to one of pallor. She lowered her head shyly. Was it truly that expensive? The starting bid was set at 5 million spirit stones. She recalled that she and Bai Xuan had secured some funds from various powerful factions, supplemented by her family's support. Yet, she merely possessed around 6 million spirit stones. With the starting bid at 5 million and each increment requiring a minimum of 200,000, it was clear her meager funds were insufficient. Furthermore, although Bai Xuan had mentioned purchasing it for her, he had already aided her immensely. How could she possibly ask him to spend more? Bai Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sudden change in Yu Wei's expression. Does this young lady truly hold me in such low regard? Is 5 million truly a substantial amount? I am, after all, a man with a fortune of 8 billion. Am I not? 6 million. Bai Xuan paid no heed to Yu Wei and was the first to make a bid. His words immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding prodigies, who turned to observe. A single increment of 1 million was truly indicative of immense wealth. Judging by his boldness, he must belong to the esteemed Chongqing family, a figure from a top-tier sect, no doubt. Yu Wei's delicate face turned slightly pale, clearly startled by Bai Xuan's substantial increase in spirit stones. Such a dramatic raise was quite daunting, even for a purchase. She gently tugged at the sleeve of Bai Xuan's robe, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Senior brother Bai Xuan, that was too much of an increase." Bai Xuan, however, remained utterly indifferent, lounging comfortably with his legs crossed like a wealthy lord. He spoke without hesitation, his voice resonating clearly. "Junior sister, fret not. It is merely spirit stones. I have an abundance." His words painted him as a lavish tycoon, exuding an air of considerable wealth. Those noble figures who gazed upon him could only respond in astonishment and disbelief. Did he not understand the principle that true wealth should remain discreet? Such a lack of cunning and depth suggested he might not belong to the core disciples of the Eternal Life clan or any top-tier force. Beside him sat a junior sister, likely a disciple from that affluent faction, attempting to curry favor with the beauty beside him, showcasing his ostentation. Xiao Rong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she glanced down at the young man in white seated below. His extravagant spending habits, disregarding costs entirely, reminded her of someone. During their shopping excursions, he too paid no mind to prices. As long as she liked it, he would purchase it. Why did he leave without a word? She pondered, uncertain of his current whereabouts for training. Bai Xuan, how long until we can meet again? Xiao Rong struggled to conceal the sadness in her gaze. Letting out a soft sigh, the attendant nearby couldn't help but feel delighted. Seeing her in such a melancholic state, perhaps she would finally be unable to eat? After all, it was already the 17th course. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Rong's expression shifted dramatically. The transition between sorrow and her usual demeanor was seamless. Having cultivated for millennia and reached the tribulation stage, controlling her emotions was trivial for her. What is the hold-up? Fill it up, she exclaimed. Do you want me to complain to your manager? Xiao Rong threatened, shaking her tightly clenched fist playfully, revealing her little tiger teeth. The seasoned attendant found himself at a loss for words, wearing a woeful expression. But, Miss Xiao Rong, can you still eat? It's the 17th course. Can I request a takeout if I can't finish? Why must you concern yourself with that? Hurry, fill my plate. Xiao Rong pounded the table in dissatisfaction, exhibiting the demeanor of someone ready to cause a scene. After all, it was a rare opportunity to indulge, and she would not let it slip away easily. Fine then. The attendant felt as though he were on the verge of tears, questioning why, after a lifetime of virtue, he had encountered such an insatiable glutton. Chapter 39. An eye-catching package, the Gong family. 1 million. Count me in. As Bai Xuan finished speaking, a voice, cool and feminine, resonated. The speaker, judging by her tone, seemed to be a girl of about 17 or 18 years. She was seated very close to Bai Xuan, adorned with a conical hat that obscured her features. Yet, through the translucent white veil beneath the hat, Bai Xuan could distinctly perceive her bright eyes, which clearly conveyed disdain and provocation. The ability to negotiate at such a high stake of 1 million indicated that her background was anything but ordinary. Senior brother, there's no need, she interjected. I'm not particularly fond of it either. Yu Wei observed keenly, and naturally realized that the individual engaged in the negotiation was not to be underestimated. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary confrontations whenever possible. Bai Xuan undoubtedly comprehends the intricacies of the situation, yet how could he possibly relinquish his stance so easily? Bai Xuan fears no one, for he is unafraid of offending others. 10 million spirit stones. Bai Xuan paid no heed to the persistent tugging of Yue beside him. Reclining in a manner befitting a lord, with an unflinching demeanor, he raised his bid, his voice devoid of urgency, as if he were merely purchasing a cabbage that cost nothing at all. His nonchalant words captured the attention of all present, including Xiao Rong in the VIP section, who momentarily forgot her meal, intrigued by the unfolding drama. With a bold leap to 10 million, it was evident that he possessed considerable wealth, suggesting he was no ordinary disciple of influence. Though this display might stem from a desire to maintain his composure before his junior sister, a foolish bravado driven by impulse, it remains undeniable that he was a rather wealthy fool, far more affluent than his current self. One could only wonder about the strength he possessed. Xiao Rong mused to herself, her old habit resurfacing. Whenever she encountered the affluent, she felt an irresistible urge to seize their riches. It was clear that Bai Xuan's audacity to bid was unexpected, especially as he escalated the price to 10 million. To her, he appeared youthful, yet ostentatiously acted like a grandee, slouching in his seat, and his speech bore the hallmarks of a rogue. It was likely he lacked any noble bearing. Certainly not a renowned prodigy. How dared he compete with her for the item? What audacity! The girl beneath the conical hat glared at Bai Xuan, her eyes aflame with indignation. She had a great fondness for the jade sword, intending to acquire it for her own amusement. Yet the price of 10 million had already far exceeded the sword's intrinsic worth. To continue bidding, regardless of whether she ultimately secured the sword, would prove imprudent. Will this young lady continue to bid? The host on stage, visibly exhilarated, understood that the higher the selling price of these auctioned items, the greater his share. Just as the girl beneath the hat opened her mouth, caught between fury and hesitation, to respond, she faltered. At this juncture, to raise the bid would seem decidedly inappropriate. Yet, witnessing Bai Xuan's casual, leg-shaking display ignited her ire anew. You insolent ruffian, what arrogance! She thought. I shall bid 100, 1 million. But before her words could fully escape her lips, another voice surged forth, announcing 20 million. Bai Xuan spoke in a tone of utter indifference, as if he were merely purchasing an inconspicuous trinket. His nonchalant demeanor completely disregarded the presence of the hat-wearing girl, as if he were confident that what he desired had yet to be claimed by another. Even the worldly wise Xiao Rong found herself momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the crowd below, she suddenly perceived a striking contrast. Bai Xuan, standing at the eye of the storm, exuded an air of calmness that belied the astonishment of those around him. She felt an unsettling sense of familiarity about him, yet could not pinpoint its source. If Xiao Rong was so astonished, one could only imagine the reaction of the other prodigies, who were left speechless, ensnared in a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The only sound that pierced the stillness was that of collective gasps. Everyone was dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. What an audacious display! Even the wealthiest lineage, the Gongxi family, could scarcely match such extravagance. The hat-wearing girl, blushing with indignation, stammered in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Bai Xuan would continue bidding, much less escalate the price to 20 million. She had assumed that his initial offer of 10 million was the limit of his resources, his last desperate effort. Who could have foreseen that he would raise it to such an astonishing sum? Was he truly so affluent? The elderly man beside the girl, witnessing her distress, donned a scowl and stepped forward protectively. His voice boomed like a thunderclap, emanating an overwhelming presence that cast a shadow over the entire gathering, as if dark clouds were pressing down upon the city. He confronted Bai Xuan with authority. Some of the less powerful prodigies began to pale, trembling as if caught in a tempest. I am Gongxi Lian, a member of the illustrious Gongxi family. This young lady beside me is Gongxi Yu, the direct descendant of our house. We have come to the Qingyan sect with no ulterior motives, solely for the purpose of friendly exchange. This sword has captured my young lady's interest. Given your posture, which suggests a sense of ownership, perhaps you would consider exercising the courtesy of relinquishing it. Grant my young lady this favor, and I assure you, we will extend our warmest hospitality upon your next visit to the Gongxi residence. Chapter 40. The Gongxi family of the Longevity clan. It was astonishing. They were indeed the wealthiest lineage within the Longevity clan, the Gongxi family. What business did they have at the Qingyan sect? This was truly formidable. Who was this young man in white, possessing wealth that seemed to surpass even that of the Gongxi family? But what did it matter? If he had any sense, he would surely concede the sword without further ado. To offend the longevity clan over such a blade would be patently unwise. Brother, I no longer desire this sword. Let us yield it. Yue was evidently startled by the old man's words, her delicate face paling in response. This reaction was understandable. A prodigy born into a third-rate family, despite her exceptional talent and extraordinary demeanor, had yet to fully mature. Confronting a formidable figure from the Chongqing family would naturally instill a sense of trepidation within her. It turned out to be those old geezers from the Gongxi family, particularly the meticulously calculating Gongxi Yu. The situation of the young man beneath the hat appeared rather precarious. Seated upon the high platform, Xiao Rong gazed intently downward. The imposing aura emanating from Gongxi Lian, meant to intimidate the crowd, held no sway over her, the reincarnated empress. On the contrary, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of kinship towards the young man in white. This concern for him began to overshadow her thoughts. As for the Chongqing family, she was intimately familiar with them. In her previous life, during her cultivation, she had significant interactions with the Gongxi family. As a wandering cultivator, whenever she encountered a bottleneck in her training and lacked resources, she would transform into the Moonlight Heroine, stealthily infiltrating the affluent Gongxi household. She would seize whatever caught her eye, pots, pans, tapestries, and decorations, stuffing them into her pockets, only to sell them in the black market for spirit stones. After all, as a prominent family, even their mundane possessions held considerable value. Xiao Rong was exceedingly cautious in her undertakings, employing her supernatural abilities with utmost silence, eluding detection by any divine being. Yet, curiously, every time Gongxi Yu was at home, no matter how meticulous she was, she would invariably be detected. This would lead to her being pursued by Gongxi Yu along with the family's powerful members. Each time, she would have to flee for thousands of miles, unable to shake off her relentless pursuers. After she successfully ascended and achieved the status of an emperor, these events somehow became public knowledge. Gongxi Yu discovered that the Moonlight Heroine who had once aided her family was, in fact, Xiao Rong. This revelation prompted her to traverse great distances, accompanied by formidable allies, specifically to demand repayment. During that period, Xiao Rong was burdened with the myriad affairs of establishing her new empire, all while enduring the incessant annoyances brought forth by Gongxi Yu. Now, upon encountering this old rival once more, Xiao Rong felt a mix of nostalgia and melancholy. No longer did the mere mention of Gongxi Yu's name irk her as it once did in her past life. After a millennium of separation, their reunion felt akin to meeting an old friend after a long absence. Nevertheless, deep down, she still harbored a wish for Gongxi Yu to face some setbacks. Young man in white, persevere. Do not falter, stand your ground and infuriate Gongxi Yu, Xiao Rong murmured while leaning against the window, silently cheering for the young man in white as her gaze remained fixed on the scene below. At that moment, all eyes were on Bai Xuan, awaiting his decision. Would he bow his head in submission and relinquish the sword to the Gong family, or would he boldly seize it for 20 million, presenting it to his young apprentice? Yet, amidst the swirling tensions, Bai Xuan exhibited not a trace of panic. His demeanor only served to further infuriate Gongxi Yu, who stood beside him with a frosty expression, her face flushed with anger. Initially, she had anticipated that once her esteemed uncle invoked the name of the Gong family, the opposition would quake in fear, hastily offering the jade sword in a display of servility to curry favor. To her astonishment, it appeared that he had no intention of acknowledging her at all. "Hey, you, the young rogue in white, speak up. My uncle is addressing you. Have you no voice?" Gongxi Yu stepped forward, hands on her hips. Throughout her life, she had always gotten what she desired and had never endured such indignity. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, everyone awaited the young man's next move. How would he respond? Bai Xuan lightly shook his garments, rising with effortless elegance, momentarily rendering the crowd speechless. This demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. His composed actions suggested that even the Gong family's declaration of their name had failed to unsettle him. Could it be that he possessed some hidden confidence? Ding! How remarkable! The host truly embodies the essence of a protagonist. Wherever he goes, he becomes the focal point, inevitably incurring the ire of powerful factions. Is the Gong family truly formidable? Ding! Similar to the Bai family, they belong to a lineage of longevity, being among the wealthiest of such families. Moreover, the one contesting the sword is none other than the legitimate daughter of the Gong family. Oh, it seems they have quite the reputation. Bai Xuan furrowed his brows, realizing that the background of his opponent was more formidable than he had initially surmised. Nevertheless, this revelation would not sway him into relinquishing the Jade Sword. You, the Gong family, are indeed powerful, yet I am no ordinary adversary myself. At that moment, Bai Xuan rose, clicking his tongue in contemplation, engaging in a battle of wits with the cunning old fox, Gong Silian. Ah, so it is the esteemed Gong family, he exclaimed, feigning a bow. I have long admired your illustrious reputation. Gong Siyu, witnessing Bai Xuan's gesture, pouted with a touch of pride. Indeed, my uncle Lian and I are both members of the Gong lineage. She felt a sense of triumph, reflecting on how Bai Xuan had previously exuded an air of superiority, as if he were invincible. Yet upon hearing the name of the Gong family, he obediently stood at attention. However, this demeanor only elicited a sigh of resignation from Gong Silian, who found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Alas, it was merely a polite compliment from another. Yet the young lady took it to heart. The words he truly intended to convey had yet to be spoken, and indeed, as Gong Silian had anticipated, the moment had arrived. The youth clad in white stepped forward, completely disregarding Gong Siyu, which left her feeling a tumult of embarrassment and anger, rendering her utterly mortified. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, You audacious ruffian in white. Yet, Bai Xuan paid her no heed, further inciting her fury to a boiling point. Chapter 41. The forceful seizure of the precious sword, the highlight of the auction. It had long been rumored that the Chongqing Gongxi family wielded tremendous power. Within their domain, any valuable item that surfaced could only belong to them. The younger generation had previously dismissed this as mere hearsay, but upon witnessing the reality, they found it undeniably true. The treasures of the protagonist's family were eagerly sought after, and how much more so within their own sphere of influence. Bai Xuan's tone was unremarkable, yet his words concealed a sharp edge. He was far more audacious than the onlookers, such as Xiao Rong, had anticipated, openly confronting others and even chastising the Gongxi family in the process. You insolent scoundrel in white! How dare you slander the Gongxi family? Gongxi you could hardly tolerate disparaging remarks about her family, and the urge to retaliate against Bai Xuan surged within her. However, she was restrained by the elder Gong Silian, who pressed her down firmly. Miss, there is no need for anger, he advised, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, directed at Bai Xuan, exuding an unmistakable hostility. He intervened to prevent Gong Siyu from acting rashly, not out of fear of the young man clad in white, but because a confrontation in the realm of Wanbao would undoubtedly draw the attention of its inhabitants. Moreover, the auction was governed by the principle that the highest bidder prevails, and they were already at a disadvantage. Miss, our visit to the Qingyun sect entails matters of greater significance. This time, let us avoid causing any disturbances. The elder gently urged the irate Gong Siyu. With gritted teeth, she ultimately acquiesced, lowering her head in resignation. There was little she could do. They were not in the territory of the Gongxi family. Her and the elder's purpose for coming to the Qingyun sect indeed involved more pressing matters. Creating a scene within the influence of the sect would be ill-advised. The reputation of the Chongqing Gongxi family offered no intimidation to their adversary, leaving her with no alternative. You arrogant ruffian! We, the Gongxi family, shall not stoop to your level. To everyone's surprise, Gong Siyu refrained from further provoking the young man in white. With a flick of her sleeve, she took her seat in silence, choosing not to speak further. Bai Xuan paid no heed to Gong Siyu, stifling a yawn, seemingly indifferent to her presence. He took the delicate hand of Yue and sat down beside her. This infuriated Gong Siyu, nearly sending her into a fit of rage. Who would have thought that, in the end, this young man in white would not concede the jade sword? Perhaps the Gong family refrained from taking action out of respect for the esteemed Wanbao Shintai. Nevertheless, I find myself quite admiring him. He did not yield in the face of the formidable Gong family. The other elites exchanged hushed whispers, their words reaching Gong Siyu's ears, causing her complexion to fluctuate between hues of green and red. Xiao Rong leaned against the windowsill of the VIP section, laughing heartily. It was a rare delight to witness Gong Siyu's misfortune. Although the day had been dull, it was not without its merits. Soon, the auction resumed. Yet Bai Xuan hardly paid attention to the subsequent items. He engaged with the attending server, prepaying with spirit stones to ensure Yue could immediately acquire the jade sword. Although she protested with words of refusal, her fondness for the sword was unmistakable as she cradled it in her palms, caressing it repeatedly. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze, flashing a silly smile at Bai Xuan. Of course, there was a purpose behind Bai Xuan's early acquisition of the sword, being seated not too far from Gong Xiu. He had a desire to showcase it. He would cough occasionally to draw her attention, inviting her to observe Yue's playful handling of the jade sword. Watching the mischievous demeanor of the young man in white, Gong Xiu genuinely felt the urge to seize a nearby elite and unleash her frustration upon him, even wishing to include his little junior sister in her ire. The subsequent auction items proceeded in an orderly fashion, devoid of any further incidents resembling the earlier contest between Bai Xuan and Gong Xiu over a single item. It seemed that everyone was conserving spirit stones, awaiting something significant. As the auction approached its climax, the host on stage lowered their voice mysteriously, announcing that the next item would be the Pai Si de assistance of the event. The atmosphere in the room shifted rapidly. The earlier chatter ceased, replaced by an anticipatory silence. The numerous elites below held their breath, their words silenced. But the gradual quickening of their breaths betrayed their palpable excitement. What could this grand finale item be? Bai Xuan furrowed his brows. He and Yue had traveled a great distance to attend the auction hosted by Wanbao, hoping to procure a weapon for Yue. He was completely unaware of any grand treasures that had been advertised as the highlights of this auction. Bai Xuan's consciousness swept across the surroundings, and his doubts grew ever deeper. How peculiar. According to the memories of the original owner, a typical auction would usually only see 7 or 8 individuals donning hats to conceal their appearances and souls. Yet now, as he surveyed the area, aside from a handful of exceptional youths, the majority of the attendees were all wearing hats. Something was amiss. What could this final item be? Bai Xuan surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant eye, his heart alert. He was formidable, yet he would never act recklessly. The slightest hint of disturbance would prompt him to swiftly draw Xiao Wei close, employing his extraordinary abilities to ascend on a divine rainbow and soar away. Xiao Wei, however, had already taken note of the situation. The majority of the talented individuals present donned wide-brimmed hats. Nevertheless, she had never before ventured into such an establishment. Bai Xuan said nothing, and she deemed this quite normal, not giving it much thought. This ultimate treasure is to be sold in 3 distinct parts. Can a single artifact truly be divided into 3 portions? Bai Xuan found himself increasingly bewildered. What treasures could this Wanbao Shenlai possibly offer? Esteemed guests, to ensure the authenticity of these treasures, we have specially invited the distinguished individual who provided them. As the host's words resonated, the doors of the VIP section swung open, revealing a graceful young lady clad in azure. She waved her hand, casting her gaze upon the assembled prodigies below. Xiaorong, how could it be her? Bai Xuan's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. Could it be that this crowning treasure is the elixir refined by Xiaorong? If so, a remarkably precious and rare divine pill being sold in 3 portions aligns perfectly with the practices of the Wanbao Shenlai Merchant Association. However, Bai Xuan quickly dismissed his own conjecture. He extended his consciousness upward, clearly sensing that Xiaorong's strength had significantly increased since their last parting. It seemed she had reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. In just a fortnight, she had broken through 4 levels, a feat unheard of across the entirety of Tianyang continent. This could hardly be termed as merely outstanding. It was nothing short of monstrous. Yet, even with Xiaorong's current prowess, possessing the true form of the fire phoenix, capable of controlling countless flames, it would still be impossible for her to concoct an extraordinary divine pill worthy of being the crowning jewel of the Wanbao Shenlai Merchant Association, especially not one sold in 3 parts. After all, without the requisite cultivation, even the finest fire-controlling physique is rendered futile. What could it truly be? Bai Xuan was perplexed. Xiaorong merely revealed herself, waved her sleeve to the crowd below, and then returned to the VIP section. The atmosphere below gradually returned to tranquility. Everyone was on edge, their hearts taut, and no one uttered a word. Even the sounds of breathing and swallowing seemed magnified in this moment. Yue swallowed hard, her eyes blinking rapidly, her delicate face betraying her anxiety. What could possibly be the grand finale among so many exquisite treasures, drawing such anticipation and excitement from the powerful and gifted? Gong Xiu wore a bewildered expression, glancing left and right. She had come to this auction on a whim. Initially, she had simply wished to join the excitement. She had no inkling of what this grand treasure could be, worthy of such elaborate preparations and fervor. Soon, 3 plates carved from white jade were brought forth, each holding a distinct, enigmatic substance, delicately shrouded beneath a translucent white veil, carried by 3 graceful maidens. Bai Xuan, unusually earnest, felt his consciousness surge like a tide, descending with intent. Upon perceiving the exquisite white jade plate, he was secretly astonished. Its crystalline clarity and immaculate whiteness marked it as an exceptionally rare treasure from the Tianyang continent. Yet such a celestial artifact was relegated to the role of a mere container? His curiosity deepened regarding the true nature of these 3 items. However, a veil of white gauze obscured his ability to probe further. Esteemed friends, this treasure is being sold in 3 portions. One portion is the revitalizing bathing pill. Another is the appetite-enhancing pill. The third is the warming pill to dispel chill. Each of these elixirs is priced consistently, starting at 7.5 million spirit stones. Each bidding increment must not be less than 300,000 spirit stones. Revitalizing bathing pill, appetite-enhancing pill, warming pill, were these not the most commonplace of elixirs? The kind that cost merely 30 spirit stones each? How could they command such exorbitant prices? It was evident that these 3 were merely code names, concealing the true nature of the items being auctioned from open discussion. Bai Xuan, ever so perceptive, immediately discerned the underlying intricacies. Gong Siyu, with a slight furrowing of her brows, hesitated for a moment before contemplating this possibility as well. Yet, she remained aloof, refusing to inquire of the youth without a conical hat. Only the young Wei took the host's words to heart, her small face turning pale with fright. I have consumed elixirs since childhood. I never realized they are so exorbitantly priced in a place like this. How terrifying. Why is that? These 3 types of elixirs are supposedly quite common. Before the host could finish speaking, the youths adorned with conical hats could no longer contain themselves and began to bid. I offer 8 million for the Yichuan pill. A mere 8 million? I bid 8.5 million. 9 million. The digestion pill is mine. Why do all the voices sound feminine? Bai Xuan grew increasingly curious. What on earth is this? Hey, you over there. Yes, you. The young boy nearby was clearly taken aback, not expecting the young lady from the Gong family to address him directly. For a moment, he was at a loss, pointing to himself in disbelief. Upon realizing that Gong Yusi was indeed speaking to him, he hurriedly leaned in, filled with trepidation. Miss Gong, is there something you wish to convey? A satisfied smirk crossed Gong Yusi's face as she observed the boy's obsequious demeanor. This was the proper attitude one should have when addressing her. Unlike that young man in white. I ask you, what exactly are these elixirs brought by the Wanbao Shenlai? Surely they cannot be the Yichuan pill, the dispersing food pill, or the cold-expelling pill, can they? The boy sighed, a hint of a wry smile flitting across his face. Miss Gong, your acumen is commendable. What Wanbao Shenlai has procured is indeed not elixirs. Have you heard of the recent rise to prominence of Bai Xuan, the unparalleled prodigy of the Qingyan sect, hailed as the savior immortal? What does this have to do with Bai Xuan? Gong Yusi furrowed her brow in confusion. Indeed, what relevance does this hold for me? She echoed, bewildered. Yes, what bearing does this have on my senior brother Bai Xuan? Bai Xuan, the young and unassuming figure, gazed back in confusion. Miss Gong Si, allow me to recount the tale slowly. After an intense battle with the malevolent cultivator Zhang Dan, Bai Xuan of the Qingyan sect made a grand vow, officially ascending to the pinnacle of strength among the younger generation. Simultaneously, his striking visage was immortalized through the use of a recording stone, spreading widely across the Tianyang continent. Countless vibrant and youthful maidens yearned to draw near to Bai Xuan, yet found themselves unable. Among them was a prodigy named Xiaorong, who happened to be Bai Xuan's junior disciple. During Bai Xuan's recovery from his injuries, she tended to him, naturally possessing many of his personal belongings. The Yichuan pill, in truth, was a bathrobe he had once worn. The dispel food pill, in reality, were the utensils he had used. As for the cold-dispelling pill, it was the very bedding he had once covered himself with. Gong Siyu, Bai Xuan, Yu Wei. It seems somewhat comprehensible. Ding, astonishing. The host is worth such a fortune. 10 million. No one shall compete with me. The Yichuan Dan is mine. Ding. The system suggests that the host establish a male duck establishment, with the host as the sole headliner. Let them spend 1 million spirit stones to enter, with only 10 spots available each day, and those who win the lottery shall gain entry. Ding. In just 3 days, we could topple the myriad treasures of the divine realm, reigning supreme over the Tianyang continent for an entire year. Ding. A century hence, we would inadvertently save the Tianyang continent. For the majority of the populace would be the host's progeny, rendering conflict impossible. What nonsense you speak, O system! Bai Xuan retorted twice, choosing to disregard the system. At that moment, Yichuan Dan was auctioned off by a robust and imposing female prodigy for the staggering price of 13,550,000 spirit stones. Chapter 43. The Influence of Bai Xuan, Returning to Qingyun's Sect. Mine, you belong to me. She took 3 strides, and then 2 more, lunging forward, seizing Bai Xuan's garments from the jade plate, bringing them close to her mouth and nose. With a fervent inhalation, she exclaimed, so this is the scent of young Master Bai. Indeed, it is delightful. At this juncture, her white gauze hat fell away, revealing her true visage. Her dark skin and robust features, imbued with a hint of rapture, elicited gritted teeth from the other enchanting female prodigies in attendance. They seethed with envy, lamenting their insufficient finances which allowed young Master Bai's belongings to fall into such unsavory hands, desecrated. Simultaneously, this spectacle left Bai Xuan utterly astonished, his mind racing with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. The infatuated demeanor of this female prodigy increasingly reminded him of individuals on Blue Star consumed by narcotics, utterly entranced. In the past, he had regarded the original owner's striking countenance as a significant advantage. During his initial encounter with Xiaorong, he had effortlessly garnered the affection of numerous female cultivators, compelling them to exert pressure on Xiaorong. However, his perspective had shifted. Given the original owner's ethereal beauty, he pondered the dire consequences should his cultivation falter or should he sustain grievous injuries, rendering him powerless. If he were to fall into the clutches of such individuals, he would be trapped in a predicament from which escape was impossible, subjected to relentless exploitation. Master, senior brother. Yue was equally startled by the scene. Her delicate little hands emerged from her sleeves, gripping Bai Xuan tightly. What would these women do if they discovered that she had kissed senior brother Bai? The young girl's face turned pale, a thought too dreadful to entertain. After all, she had yet to fully restore her cultivation, even if she possessed ethereal beauty. She could hardly be deemed worthy of Bai Xuan. Gong Xiu and the elder, observing the frenzied crowd, found themselves enveloped in silence. The Gong family resided far from the Qingyun sect and had only heard whispers of Bai Xuan's name. However, the fervor exhibited by these people was unlike anything they had encountered. Just upon entering the territory of the Qingyun sect, they were met with such a spectacle. An utterly mundane garment, merely because it had once adorned Bai Xuan, was being auctioned at an exorbitant price of millions. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of that youthful prodigy, despite his reluctance, he regarded it as nothing extraordinary. She could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Bai Xuan's influence in this place. If this trend continued, his impact would only deepen. One day, should he raise his hand and call, he could likely summon an immensely formidable power in an instant. Both Gong Xiu and the elder's expressions grew somber. Presently, the final item for auction was Bai Xuan's personal belongings. In truth, the time for selling treasures had already concluded. They had no intention of lingering here any longer. The pressing matter was to hasten to the Qingyun sect and perhaps catch a glimpse of the one who had captivated so many, Bai Xuan. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan stood aside, holding the young girl's hand, watching as the female cultivators fervently bid for his unwashed undergarments from 3 days prior. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over him. Ding, one must commend Xiaorong. She truly deserves the title of the reborn empress. In her previous life, she ascended from a mere wandering cultivator to one who transcended tribulations, possessing a mind for commerce that was unparalleled. Given the current momentum, she was likely to earn a fortune in spirit stones this time around. Indeed, Bai Xuan sighed softly. At this moment, the digestive elixir and the utensils he had used were fiercely contested in an auction, ultimately being acquired by a female prodigy for the staggering sum of 15 million. He even speculated that, were this not the renowned auction house of Wanbao, these remarkable women might very well resort to physical altercations over such treasures. Was he mistaken? Bai Xuan's bright eyes suddenly flickered, as if sensing that something was amiss. Ding, what's wrong? Xiaorong had provided something to Wanbao Shun that seemed to be a counterfeit. I recall never having used this set of red lacquered tableware, nor that pair of large autumn red trousers. Ding, be confident. I also remember not having used them. What on earth? Bai Xuan suddenly felt a chill beneath him, and with a delayed realization, a shiver coursed through his heart. since the item provided to Bai Xuan was counterfeit. The location of the genuine article was, of course, patently clear. It must have been collected by Xiaorong. He couldn't help but recall the charming smile adorning Xiaorong's face. Yet, in the next moment, the scene shifted dramatically. Xiaorong's visage transformed into one of ravenous desire. Clutching his undergarment and inhaling deeply, all the while exclaiming, "This is the scent of Bai Xuan hiss." "System, you say?" Bai Xuan instinctively recoiled, a hint of fear creeping into her demeanor. Could it be that Xiaorong was, in fact, a pervert? Ding. And so what if she is? Even if she were a pervert, the host must not betray or let her down. Ding. It is because of her faith in the host that Xiaorong has regained hope in this world. The host should refrain from performing a cold and indifferent act of distancing herself. Otherwise, all our efforts over the past few months would be in vain. I am well aware of this. Bai Xuan swallowed hard, nodding with great difficulty. His expression was ambiguous, neither good nor bad. However, at this moment, he could not bear to remain here for even a second longer. After more than half a month, his courtyard must have been restored. Now, he simply wished to return to Qingyan sect with Yue. "Yue, let us depart." Bai Xuan reined in his emotions and naturally took the small hand of Nangong Yue. The auction had concluded for the day. "I shall escort you back to Qingyan sect a little earlier today, so we may pay a visit to Elder Suimo." "Elder Suimo? Is not Elder Wang being sent by her?" Yue obediently nodded in agreement. Following closely behind Bai Xuan, the two departed from the auction house. She had long wished to leave this place, as every passing second made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. It seemed as if everyone was vying for her beloved senior brother Bai Xuan. Chapter 44. The opulent Chongqing family at this moment, in the VIP area. Xiaorong lounged comfortably in a soft chair, observing the crowd of female cultivators below scrambling for the 3 elixirs, a faint smile gracing her lips. Remarkably, she refrained from indulging further, much to the relief of the attendant beside her. Should she continue to partake, she feared she would be unable to satisfy the shopkeeper. After all, it would be hard for him to believe that this petite girl had consumed no less than 36 plates of exquisite pastries and several rare fruits. It seems that the collaboration with Wanbao Shenchai has indeed been delightful. Xiaorong's demeanor settled into calmness, her eyes reflecting a tranquil depth akin to a still pond. While she appeared utterly composed, her heart brimmed with uncontained joy. Wanbao Shenchai could never have imagined that what she presented to them was, in fact, a counterfeit. By cleverly mixing in a few tattered garments and broken utensils, she had garnered millions of spirit stones in profit. This was nothing short of an epic con, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. As for the genuine belongings of Bai Xuan, how could she ever bear to part with them? They were treasures she intended to cherish for herself. Typically, Wanbao Shenchai maintained a stringent appraisal process for treasures, requiring numerous procedures before items could be auctioned. This was the assurance that the public need not worry about acquiring forgeries from them. Yet, Xiaorong's methods were anything but ordinary. Long before in her previous life, she had devised a plan to purchase fakes from Wanbao Shenchai. After countless trials and errors, she finally discerned the intricacies of their appraisal system and even developed specialized techniques to counteract it. This was why she could submit a collection of mundane items to the trading company without raising the slightest suspicion. Haha, what a delightful collaboration. Haha. The attendant forced a smile, feeling increasingly weary of the gluttonous visage before him. He sincerely hoped she would soon vanish from his sight. At this moment, within Qingyan sect, the outer sect, as twilight descends, the sun sinks toward the western horizon. The flowing crimson rays of the setting sun resemble the divine blood of celestial beings, pure and resplendent. Ethereal mists waft gently, and vibrant colors permeate the air. In the sky, arcs of divine rainbows intertwine, as numerous cultivators wielding various magical artifacts soar above. The scene is a dazzling spectacle, radiant and overflowing with brilliance. Their forms enveloped in a kaleidoscope of hues, exuding an aura as profound and formidable as the ocean's depths. These are the prodigies entering and exiting the Qingyan sect, appearing like uniquely colored stars, their luminous splendor entwined with the blood-red twilight. Beneath the vast firmament, an extraordinary beauty emerges, intertwining vitality with a sense of harshness. Bai Xuan, accompanied by Yue, had already entered the outer sect of Qingyan sect, making their way towards his courtyard. Along the way, Yue could not contain her continuous exclamations of wonder. The realm of cultivation was indeed vast and boundless. Qingyun sect truly deserved its reputation as the premier sect of Tianyang continent. The area encompassed by just the outer sect was expansive and limitless, stretching beyond sight. The azure mountains rolled like a coiling dragon, while palatial halls, pavilions, and terraces adorned in gilded silver shimmered with an ethereal glow, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. To avoid causing any disturbances, Bai Xuan and Yue kept their hats on. Junior sister Yue, as night has fallen, how about we take a rest at my place? We can visit Elder Su Mo tomorrow, Bai Xuan suggested. Yue shyly lowered her head. The last rays of the setting sun filtering through the translucent white veil of her hat, casting a soft glow on her delicate face. Her bright eyes glistened with moisture, sparkling like autumn dew, exuding unparalleled beauty. Then, I shall trouble you, brother Bai Xuan. By the time the two arrived at Bai Xuan's courtyard, the night had just begun to descend. Bai Xuan did not carry Yue aloft. Rather, upon entering the outer gate, he chose to walk. Firstly, wearing a bamboo hat while riding on the rainbow would easily draw attention, appearing somewhat ostentatious. Secondly, he wished for Yue to gain a deeper understanding of the surroundings of the outer sect. Naturally, he harbored no thoughts of wanting to hold Yue's petite hand for an extended period. At this moment, the heavenly realm was rather serene, with few disciples wandering about. Bai Xuan and Yue cast aside their reservations and removed their conical hats. Wow, is this truly the courtyard of senior brother Bai Xuan? How opulent! Yue glanced around briefly, her eyes sparkling with envy. Just the two magnificent golden lions at the entrance must have cost a fortune. Quite impressive, indeed. Bai Xuan let out a light chuckle. Junior sister Yue, please come in quickly. Why do you linger at the door? Bai Xuan pushed open the heavy door and glanced back at Nangong Yue. The little girl stood on tiptoe before the entrance, eagerly looking around. Her large eyes filled with wonder. Wow, this intricate carving, this exquisite painting, and this door knocker crafted from amethyst. It must cost a fortune. Perhaps a mere trinket from Bai Xuan's courtyard could purchase 10 of the Nangong family's possessions. It was only upon hearing Bai Xuan call her that Yue reluctantly shifted her gaze and stepped inside. The sights within were even more astonishing to her. The staircase, intricately carved from white jade, leads to a table constructed of pale green jadeite, while the chalices, fashioned from purple crystal, gleam elegantly. The yellow glass tiles, meticulously molded, adorn the surroundings. Each corner, every artifact, resplendently proclaims opulence, exuding the nobility of the Longsheng lineage and the esteemed sections. This spectacle repeatedly challenges Yongwei's nascent values and refreshes her understanding. Previously, she had only been aware of the chasm that lay between third-rate families and the illustrious Longsheng lineage. The foremost sects and the immortal teachings, a divide as insurmountable as the heavens. Yet today, she has truly felt the weight of that disparity. As she gazes around, a sudden blush rises to her cheeks. Her earlier conjectures, it seems, were rather modest. For even the most trivial of items here could equate to the worth of 100 items from the Nangong family. Bai Xuan's bright, expressive eyes discerned the tension etched upon Yue's face. He gently chuckled. Yue, my dear junior sister, there is no need to feel so constrained. This place is my home, and thus it is yours as well. Come, allow me to show you around before we head to your chamber for the night. Indeed. Thank you, brother Bai Xuan, she replied. Chapter 45. The Return of Xiao Rong, the first meeting of the two ladies. As night fell, the silver glow enveloped the surroundings, cool and serene as water. The courtyard of Bai Xuan is softly illuminated. After wandering around, Yue still feels hesitant and bashful. She is convinced that she is unworthy of any room in Bai Xuan's courtyard, even those that are the most untidy and poorly decorated. Bai Xuan discerned the subtle thoughts hidden within Yue's eyes. Thus, adhering to the principle of winning hearts, he promptly escorted her to the most opulent main chamber, insisting she take residence there. Yue, of course, was initially reluctant. However, after Bai Xuan's persistent persuasion, she ultimately yielded and consented. Simultaneously, she silently vowed to herself, Brother Bai Xuan has treated me with such kindness. If I were to regain my abilities, I would certainly not let his benevolence go unrequited in this lifetime. Bai Xuan had settled Yue comfortably and casually wandered into a nearby vacant room. After tidying up, he lay down to rest. Having been on the move for several days, he had yet to enjoy a proper sleep. Although for someone of his realm, the necessity of sleep seemed trivial, he still cherished the habit of slumber at night. After several more hours had passed, the moon reached its zenith, signaling the arrival of the hour of the pig. At this point, Xiao Rong emerged from the Wanbao Shenglai Chamber of Commerce, having concluded the distribution of spirit stones. She bore a hint of inebriation, her steps somewhat unsteady. Yet she hurried back to Qingyun's sect with remarkable speed. Initially, there had been concerns about the auction of Bai Xuan's personal belongings, fearing that no one would bid and that their extensive promotion would amount to naught. To their surprise, not only was the auction successful, but it exceeded all expectations. The shopkeeper, elated, even brought out his cherished vintage spirit wine, sharing it with select members of the chamber. Ordinarily, guests were not entitled to partake. But who was Xiaorong? Her audacity rivaled that of a city wall, guided by the principle that one should not squander opportunities. She disregarded the shopkeeper's incredulous and pained expression. With the ease of drinking plain water, she downed 3 large cups in rapid succession. And despite soaring through the air for quite some time, she remained blissfully intoxicated, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Her heart still carried a slight buzz of inebriation. He. What a bountiful harvest this time, Xiao Rong mused as she weighed the heavy storage belt in her hand, recalling the pained expression on the shopkeeper's face as he served her the treasured elixir. A grin threatened to stretch from ear to ear. However, it was little wonder that the old miser was so stingy. His wine was indeed a rare gem in the realm of cultivation. Xiao Rong savored the taste lingering in her mouth, reveling in the many advantages she had gained in a single day, which brightened her spirits. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned pensive. Alas, she pondered, when would Bai Xuan return? Ever since Bai Xuan departed, she has been plagued by an incessant sense of emptiness, as if something profoundly significant had vanished alongside him. Each time she returns to Qingyun's sect, she deliberately takes a longer route to visit Bai Xuan's courtyard, hoping to catch a glimpse of his return at the earliest moment. As dusk descended today, she initially intended to return to her own quarters to commence her alchemical practices without delay. However, unknowingly, her feet once again led her toward Bai Xuan's courtyard. Perhaps it is for the best, she thought with a wistful sigh. A glimmer of light danced in her eyes. She understood that a cultivator's journey often serves the purpose of transcending one's own state of mind, which can take many years. Yet, a flicker of hope still lingered within her heart. What if Bai Xuan had returned unexpectedly? With that thought, Xiao Rong summoned her divine abilities. Moving with the grace of a startled swan, swiftly making her way toward Bai Xuan's courtyard. Meanwhile, within the main house, Yue lit a small oil lamp, no larger than a soybean, tossing and turning in her restless sleep. Senior brother Bai Xuan, what kind of feelings do I truly harbor for him? The first time she laid eyes on Bai Xuan's true visage, she, like most young maidens in the Tianyang continent, was captivated by his ethereal beauty. As the days have passed over the course of the past half-month, Bai Xuan assisted her in overcoming the turmoil within her family. He never shunned her. Even when she was disfigured, he took her on journeys across the globe to procure a jade sword for her. He did not hesitate to offend the esteemed Sea family of the Eternal Life Palace. He offered her the finest room in the courtyard to reside in. She had lost count of the favors Bai Xuan had bestowed upon her. Her initial admiration for him had blossomed into an all-consuming love. Until today, she had firmly believed that as long as she restored her innate abilities and diligently cultivated her skills, there would come a day when she could attract the gaze of others and stand proudly beside Bai Xuan. However, after today, her conviction began to waver. The influence of brother Bai Xuan is indeed remarkable. Nearly all the female prodigies in the vicinity of the Qingyun sect are utterly enamored with him. Even a garment once worn by brother Bai Xuan can be auctioned off at an exorbitant price. Will I, in the future, find myself competing with such individuals? They are not only formidable in strength and breathtaking in beauty, but also hail from renowned families and prestigious sections. In comparison to them, my talents and appearance seem rather insignificant. The Nangong family, when juxtaposed with them, is scarcely a grain of sand. Brother Bai Xuan, do you truly treat me with the same indulgence as an ordinary junior sister? Is it only appropriate for a Tao partner to seek companionship with those of equal standing? Was my previous kiss to you an act of great discourtesy? I feel utterly unworthy. Why did I allow myself to act so rashly, tarnishing your honor? At this moment, Xiao Rong, having crossed a mountain peak, gazed eagerly downward beneath the soft glow of the moonlight. Alas, he has not yet returned. Disappointment habitually swept over her, and she shook her head. Wait, something feels amiss. In an instant, the intoxicating haze dissipated, and clarity returned to her mind. Could I have been mistaken? The lights in brother Bai Xuan's courtyard, are they illuminated? Has he returned? Xiao Rong's gaze was drawn to the dim yellow light, instantly recalling the day Bai Xuan departed. That day, the room was also graced by the flicker of a small oil lamp, no larger than a soybean. However, he was absent, leaving only a faint trace of his presence and a note behind. Chapter 46. A Great Misunderstanding. Xiao Rong's Tender Heart. The mere thought of returning late that day, missing the chance to see Bai Xuan, filled Xiao Rong with regret. Now, although the reasons for his sudden and secretive return remained a mystery, the prospect of merely taking a few steps into the courtyard to see him ignited her heart with excitement. What if I were to sneak in for a glance? Xiao Rong's small hands fidgeted, her large eyes wide and twinkling with anticipation as she concocted excuses for her intrusion. This was not mere curiosity about brother Bai Xuan. Rather, she was concerned. What if his courtyard had been targeted by thieves? After all, the Chongqing family was affluent, and with the master absent, it would surely attract trouble. Yes, I am merely looking out for Bai Xuan. Should he request my assistance, I would gladly oblige. Yet, in truth, throughout the illustrious history of the Qingyan sect, no thief had ever dared to venture so boldly into its grounds. Furthermore, as a member of the Chongqing family, Bai Xuan was even less likely to be challenged. Xiao Rong's reasoning was merely a means to justify her intentions. Should Bai Xuan discover her presence, she would claim her concern was solely for the safety of his courtyard, with no desire to see him whatsoever. However, based on my previous observations while he recuperated in my courtyard, it seemed he truly did sleep soundly at night. If I tread lightly, I should remain undetected, shouldn't I? Xiao Rong quietly murmured to herself, transforming into a swift wind, her form resembling a specter. With delicate steps, she gracefully leapt into the main room of the courtyard, treading lightly as she entered. At that moment, the young Wei, lying on the bed, remained utterly oblivious, though her mind was clouded with thoughts. The weariness from her recent exertions rendered her body fatigued. Unlike Bai Xuan, who could choose to sleep or stay awake at whim, she, with her meager cultivation, succumbed to slumber despite her swirling emotions, drifting into a hazy sleep as midnight approached. No thief has invaded. Bai Xuan has truly returned. Xiao Rong concealed herself behind the wardrobe, whispering softly, peering through a crack to catch a glimpse of young Wei. In the glow of the light, young Wei's petite figure was magnified upon the wall, and in her delight, Xiao Rong, slightly intoxicated, failed to discern the truth. Mistaking the sleeping young Wei for the matured Bai Xuan, it appeared that Bai Xuan was indeed fast asleep. As Xiao Rong gazed at the silhouette of young Wei, her heart raced within her chest, pounding as if it might leap from her throat. She now comprehended why she felt like a thief when she had taken money from Bai Xuan before, unable to meet his gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. As a mere first-tier loose cultivator, she had progressed to the tribulation stage, employing every unscrupulous means imaginable for resources and spirit stones without a hint of shame or remorse. Yet, upon encountering Bai Xuan, she found herself anxious over having swindled a mere 100 million from the scion of a wealthy and illustrious family. Why such tension? It seemed that deep down, she regarded him as rather special. Bai Xuan? Bai Xuan, are you asleep? Xiao Rong cautiously peeked her head out, directing her soft call toward young Wei. Young Wei swallowed hard, her consciousness still foggy, turning over to continue her slumber. Clearly, she remained entirely unaware that within the Bai family courtyard, a place where, by all logic, no thief would dare to intrude, someone had slipped in. It appears she is in a deep sleep. Observing this, Xiao Rong's courage gradually grew. Having come this close, Bai Xuan still hadn't he noticed? Oh dear, such an opportunity is truly rare, since he sleeps so soundly. Perhaps engaging in a little mischief wouldn't raise any alarm upon this thought. A faint, infatuated smile graced Xiao Rong's lips. A wicked idea flickered through her mind, taking root and blossoming, persistently urging her onward. As Bai Xuan, a paragon of unparalleled excellence, lay in slumber, how could he possibly sleep so soundly? Could there be something amiss? As his junior disciple, with his well-being in mind, I extended my delicate hand to gently assess his condition. Everything seemed normal. Surely, this was not too excessive. A surge of lust ignited within me, a fire that could not be easily extinguished. Xiao Rong's smooth back glistened with fragrant perspiration, and she felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Her throat was parched and itchy. Bai Xuan, I am genuinely concerned for your health, she assured herself. I absolutely harbor no ulterior motives. Swallowing hard, her face flushed, her eyes shimmering with moisture. She arched her back and stealthily approached the bedside of the sleeping Yue. A pair of soft, delicate hands, restless with excitement, ventured down the pristine neck of Yue. At that moment, Yue, half awake, felt a cool sensation brush against her neck and instantly became alert. What was happening? Was someone there? Someone was touching me. Yue felt as though she had been struck by a swiftly moving celestial vessel, her mind momentarily clouded. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure. Who could it be? Her heart raced, palms dampened with sweat, and her cheeks blushed a rosy hue. However, beneath the dim light, Xiaorong, slightly inebriated, remained oblivious. The person she was touching was not Bai Xuan at all. It was, in fact, a beautiful young maiden. Yue's delicate face turned crimson. Her lips slightly pursed, too timid to open her eyes and see. Who was this intruder? Yet, under such circumstances, from the standpoint of a rational cultivator, the answer was glaringly obvious. Who else could it be but Bai Xuan? After all, this was the Qingyun sect, a premier sect of the Tianyang continent, where no petty thieves would dare to trespass. Moreover, this residence belonged to Bai Xuan, a disciple of the Chongqing family, situated within the outer gates of Qingyun sect. In all likelihood, no thief would dare to provoke the Chongqing family in the dead of night. Thus, in Yue's clear and logical thoughts, she immediately identified the one touching her as Bai Xuan. The innocent Bai Xuan, lying in bed, was completely unaware of the brewing storm. How soft was Bai Xuan's flesh? Though he appeared rugged, he felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Chapter 47. The Awakening of Xiaorong. A mistaken encounter. At this moment, the corners of Xiaorong's mouth were nearly stretched beyond bounds. Crystal-clear drool cascaded from her youthful, rosy lips, trailing into elongated strands before ultimately descending. To her astonishment, she found herself enjoying the moment, her eyes fluttering shut. Her delicate hands trembled as they roamed, pinching and exploring with a hesitant fervor. Her complexion flushed, she panted softly, each breath a whisper of excitement. In that instant, she resembled a young enchantress lost in her desires. Meanwhile, Yue was utterly taken aback by Bai Xuan's audacious actions. With her eyes tightly shut, she dared not move, her mind a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, as if a pot of glue had been overturned. A myriad of bizarre and fanciful ideas surged forth. Is this truly my senior? Bai Xuan? How bold he is, how skilled. Could it be that he seeks to touch me because he harbors feelings for me? In truth, I too have feelings for Bai Xuan. Should I awaken now? If he wishes to touch me, surely any moment would suffice. Yet, perhaps I should remain in slumber, for what if he is too shy to proceed? What if he leaves? Oh, how adorable Bai Xuan is. I suppose I shall play along and let him explore. Were Bai Xuan to hear Yue's inner musings, he would likely be astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could such an illicit act of midnight exploration appear so innocent and endearing in her eyes? The lens through which she viewed Bai Xuan was undeniably, excessively generous. At that moment, Xiaorong opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with a tipsy allure. Emboldened by the unfolding intimacy, how could Bai Xuan remain oblivious? Was he truly unresisting, or had he merely recognized the gentle hands upon him as belonging to me, thus choosing not to resist? Perhaps I should test the waters, she pondered. Swiftly, her thoughts were confirmed. Her soft hand glided down Yue's alabaster neck and fragrant shoulder, seeking to caress Bai Xuan's chest. Yue, clearly aware of her intentions, bit her silver teeth in secret, her delicate form shuddering slightly, engulfed in profound embarrassment. Bai Xuan, how straightforward he is. Is he truly desiring to touch my bosom? What will happen next? Will he engage in even more intimate acts? What should I do? Without allowing Yongwei much time for contemplation, Xiaorong bared her prominent teeth, her entranced little hands instinctively reaching out. At that moment, Yongwei was at a loss. Feeling both anticipation and shyness, her body instinctively leaning slightly, willingly responding. Oh my, she has indeed turned to the side. Bai Xuan is surely awake. It appears she is in perfect sync with my intentions. Witnessing this scene, Xiaorong felt a sudden clarity. Bai Xuan appeared indifferent to her subtle movements, even going so far as to cooperate willingly. In his heart, could he not also harbor feelings for me? Though I remain perplexed as to why he departed so hastily a fortnight ago, his early return now suggests he might have come back for my sake. At this moment, Xiaorong felt an exhilarating thrill, banishing the furtive mindset akin to that of a thief. Since both parties were awake, it could hardly be considered sneaky, could it? In my view, it certainly was not. Perhaps Bai Xuan intentionally returned early, feigning slumber to entice me. That charming rascal. How dare he act coy before me when I am already so boldly forward? Yet he continues to pretend to be asleep, showing no signs of initiative whatsoever. Humph. A smirk danced upon Xiaorong's lips as she playfully licked them. Just wait till I impose my will upon you. With a mischievous grin, Xiaorong's hand subtly glided towards Yu Wei's chest, applying a firm and forceful squeeze. Ah, the pain. Although Yu Wei had braced herself for such a moment, the intensity of Xiaorong's grip took her by surprise, drawing a sharp intake of breath and a soft gasp. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Bai Xuan. That was rather forceful. Could it be that he has a penchant for violence? Yu Wei bit down on her lip, shutting her eyes tightly. Too afraid to look. She had previously thought Bai Xuan would merely caress her gently. She never anticipated such fervency. The unfolding events had exceeded Yu Wei's expectations. Yet at this moment, it was Xiaorong who found herself utterly bewildered, her mind momentarily failing her. What on earth is happening? Bai Xuan's chest. Should it not be a solid mass of muscle? Why then does it appear so full and soft, almost like that of a youthful maiden? Who exactly is he? In the dim light, the flickering flame emitted crackling sounds. With each brief glimmer, Xiaorong's senses were completely awakened. What lay before her was not the Bai Xuan she had longed for, but rather a girl with snow-white skin, stunning beauty, and an ethereal presence. At that moment, Xiaorong felt as though struck by lightning. Her body stiffened, rendering her immobile. A rather unsettling thought surfaced in her mind. I couldn't have entered the wrong room, could I? And mistook this little junior sister for Bai Xuan, having touched her for so long. Oh no, having been so forceful, this little junior sister must surely be awake now. She won't think me a pervert, will she? She hasn't seen my face. Has she? It's all that wretched innkeeper's fault for serving such potent wine. It made my head spin. Chapter 48, Xiaorong's Escape and Yu Wei's Contemplation. Blaming the heavens, the earth, and even the air, but never oneself. Such was Xiaorong's usual demeanor. How could she possibly err? However, now, despite her innocence, remaining here was decidedly unwise. Xiaorong became as stealthy as a thief, tiptoeing carefully as she pulled back the luxurious velvet covers, extracting her hand from beneath them. Fearful of disturbing Yu Wei further. Just moments ago, she had been audacious, and now she was engulfed by trepidation. Why has Senior Bai Xuan stopped touching me? Could it be that my earlier exclamation has made him shy? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have spoken up. How strange. Hearing this sound. Why is he slowly moving away? Is he leaving? No, I must call out to him. I need to apologize. With this thought, Yu Wei could no longer remain still. Her small hand clenched tightly as she prepared to rise. However, Xiaorong caught sight of the girl on the bed attempting to get up, mistaking her intentions as an approach to seize her. Instantly, she was frightened as if confronted by a ghost. A shiver ran through her, cold sweat beading down her brow, a chill coursing from her soles to the crown of her head. A bitter smile crept upon her lips. Here I am, Xiaorong, navigating the treacherous realms of cultivation. Steadfast and strategic, I have faced countless brushes with death and ventured through many perilous situations. Regardless of the life-threatening crises I encountered, my spirit remained unyielded. Standing tall against the winds, unafraid, I shall laugh in the face of the world. Step by step, from a mere solitary cultivator to the revered empress of the tribulation stage, who commands the admiration of countless beings. Regardless of the tempestuous trials faced, she has never once faltered. In 2 lifetimes, this is her first experience of such a predicament. How utterly distressing. If this little junior sister discovers the incident of my inappropriate touch, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. How could I, Xiaorong, aspire to be a magnificent empress thereafter? Moreover, the most pressing concern lies in how Bai Xuan would perceive me if he learns of this matter. Would he regard me as a pervert and distance himself from me? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. For the first time, my legs feel weak, and hesitation is no longer an option. I immediately adopt the swiftest posture of my life, forming seals with my hands and channeling my spiritual energy. Even invoking the essence of the fire phoenix's true yang. In the blink of an eye, my delicate figure transforms into a fleeting shadow, escaping through the window bathed in moonlight. By the time Yu Wei turns her head to open her eyes, there is no one left at the foot of her bed. Alas, was it my oversight that allowed senior brother Bai Xuan to depart? A wave of melancholy washes over Yu Wei, her brows knitted and gaze cast down, dimmed by the shadows. The silver moonlight spills across the window, fresh and ethereal, casting the shadows of the bamboo outside to dance gently upon the sill. In this space caught between light and darkness, Yue Wei, seated on her bed, appears profoundly despondent. It is indeed her miscalculation that led to senior brother Bai Xuan's departure. Ding! TSK TSK TSK, how delightful. What a splendid scene of two women in such a predicament, though I had long anticipated that, given the host's charm. It was only a matter of time before two women would fall for him. I did not expect it to unfold so swiftly, resulting in such a grand blunder. The system glanced back at Bai Xuan, who lay oblivious on the bed, soundly asleep, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ding! The system never sleeps. It is indeed beneficial. For no dramatic moment shall be missed. Ding! I wonder how the host will feel when he awakens tomorrow and I reveal this incident to him. I am filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xiaorong deftly rides the fierce wind, soaring for dozens of miles, her heart racing incessantly. How vexing. How could I have misjudged the situation? It is all the fault of that wretched shopkeeper from the Wanbao Divine Store. Xiaorong swiftly traversed one mountain peak after another, her frustration manifesting as she smacked her forehead, her lips muttering incessantly, devoid of any coherent words. She unleashed a torrent of invectives upon the ancestral lineage of the esteemed shopkeeper of the Wanbao Divine, cursing them with fervor. The memory of her earlier, unabashedly lecherous touch upon her junior sister flooded her mind, igniting a profound sense of shame and annoyance within her. Yet, she resolved to dismiss it all. After all, no one was watching. Shaking her head, she endeavored to clear her thoughts. Upon arriving at her courtyard, she wasted no time, consuming a medicinal pill before settling down to meditate and cultivate her skills. She was determined not to dwell on any thoughts, even for a fleeting second. After all, the potential embarrassment of being discovered was a matter of great humiliation. Meanwhile, Yue Wei, unable to find sleep after her senior brother Bai Xuan departed, gazed out at the delicate clouds and the starry moon. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, tossing and turning restlessly until the waning stars and the moon sank, giving way to the pale light of dawn. Exhausted and burdened by her ponderings, she finally succumbed to slumber. Half an hour later, the sky turned a deep purple. The earth transformed into shades of indigo, and the day had already begun to brighten. Bai Xuan stretched lazily, gradually awakening. Ah, how wonderfully refreshing it feels to have slept. Bai Xuan stifled a yawn and rubbed his eyes. Good morning, system. Ever since I arrived in this realm of Tianyang, I have not slept so soundly in ages. Ding! This esteemed system has two messages to convey to the diminutive host. By the way, it would be prudent for the little host to refrain from sleeping so deeply in the future. This is not Blue Star. We are in the realm of cultivation, where the majority of practitioners remain awake throughout the night. Sleeping as soundly as you do, the host risks missing out on vital information. Moreover, you may fall victim to the scheming of others who may take advantage of your vulnerability. What? You insolent little system. How dare you speak to this esteemed host in such a manner? Do you believe I require your guidance? If it weren't for my presence in Qinyan's sect, would I sleep so peacefully? Speak. Bai Xuan lounged on the bed, exuding an air of nonchalance, utterly at ease. What news do you wish to convey to me? Chapter 49. Elder Wang Bing, enduring endless torment. Ding. Host, please take note of your current demeanor, for soon you shall find it impossible to maintain such arrogance. Why speak in such a manner? Could it be that something significant transpired while I was in slumber? Bai Xuan furrowed his brows slightly. This should not be the case. Should it? If something truly occurred during the night, the system would undoubtedly have alerted him. After all, as far as he knew, the system never slumbered. The fact that it only spoke upon his awakening suggested that it was likely nothing of great consequence. With Bai Xuan present, there were no significant troubles to be had. If there is something, do not hesitate to speak. While he put on a brave front, Bai Xuan did not forget to maintain his air of superiority. Ding! Elder Wang had arrived at your courtyard at the break of dawn, awaiting an audience with you and Nangang Yue. However, due to your deep slumber, he found it inappropriate to enter directly. He has already been waiting outside for over an hour. So he did come. It is quite remarkable that an elder would personally seek me out. It appears the pressure he has been under these past few days is considerable. Bai Xuan's gaze grew serious, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Generally speaking, there was seldom anything of urgent nature requiring attention. The elders of the Qingyun sect would not casually seek out their disciples unless absolutely necessary. Although they held the esteemed title of elders, they were also cultivators who spent the majority of their time in their secluded abodes, cultivating their spirits or striving towards higher realms. Aside from their administrative duties within the sect, today, however, Elder Wang Bing had surprisingly waited outside for over an hour. Clearly, he was eager to meet Bai Xuan, arriving almost immediately after Bai Xuan's return. Without needing Wang Bing to articulate it, Bai Xuan could surmise the reason for his urgency. It likely stemmed from Su Mo's skepticism regarding Bai Xuan's ability to cure Nangang Yue. At that time, Elder Wang Bing had been dispatched to handle the situation, defying Su Mo's orders and aligning himself with Bai Xuan, boldly declaring his support for Nangang Yue in the face of formidable powers. It was obvious that upon returning to the Qingyun sect, he would face inquiries and pressure from Su Mo. The situation unfolded precisely as Bai Xuan had anticipated. At this moment, standing outside the door, Wang Bing gazed at the door that had remained unyielding despite his persistent knocking, his spirits starting to wane. The burden he bore was far heavier than Bai Xuan could imagine. Upon his return, Su Mo had bluntly informed him that if Bai Xuan failed to rescue Nangang Yue, his position as an elder of the Qingyun sect could be rendered inactive for several years. Most critically, Wang Bing himself was uncertain of Bai Xuan's confidence in resolving Nangang Yue's peculiar affliction. After all, this illness was notoriously difficult to treat. Even the most formidable practitioners, including Wang Bing himself, were at a loss. Even the offering of a rare celestial herb, preserved within the Qingyun sect, had proven utterly futile. Although Bai Xuan possesses unparalleled strength and is revered as a reincarnated true immortal, undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation, it is implausible for him to excel in every aspect. Could he truly be both immensely powerful and proficient in the art of medicine? Such a notion seems far-fetched. Even he himself, upon witnessing Bai Xuan's extraordinary confidence and charisma, couldn't help but regard him as a formidable prodigy, never daring to deceive himself with falsehoods. In a moment of impulse, he acquiesced. In truth, Wang Bing had not even reached the Qingyun sect before he began to regret his decision. Su Mo's authority at the outer gates of the sect was indisputable. If Bai Xuan were unable to cure the peculiar ailment afflicting Yue, her assertion of needing a few years of rest would effectively translate to her dismissal from the elder position. Wang Bing had initially thought that with Bai Xuan's cultivation level, taking Yue along, he would reach the Qingyun sect in no more than 3 days. He intended to inquire further about Bai Xuan's capabilities and methods of treatment. If he deemed the situation unreliable, he could swiftly distance himself from it. After all, Bai Xuan was a celebrated figure within the Qingyun sect, and Su Mo would not take action against him, allowing Bai Xuan to bear the consequences alone. However, as the days passed, Wang Bing realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet Bai Xuan had not returned. Su Mo summoned him once again, delivering yet another admonition. In the following days, Wang Bing was plagued with anxiety, his heart ablaze with worry, finding it increasingly difficult to focus on his cultivation. He found himself yearning for Bai Xuan's return, even in his dreams. Yesterday, when Bai Xuan and Nangang Yue entered the Qingyun sect, they triggered the barrier's response. Wang Bing received the news of Bai Xuan's return just as dawn broke. He immediately summoned his divine rainbow and soared towards the sect, anticipating the long-awaited reunion with Bai Xuan. Yet, to his bewilderment, after knocking at the door for what felt like an eternity, Bai Xuan remained unresponsive. This inevitably led him into a whirlpool of thoughts. Could it be? Has Bai Xuan already succumbed to failure? Is that why he has delayed for so long and still refuses to see me? Otherwise, why would he not open the door? Could it be that he has fallen asleep? Unlikely. By the time one reaches the foundation establishment stage, practitioners typically do not indulge in slumber. Moreover, Bai Xuan, a prodigy of formidable cultivation and enigmatic realm, would certainly not be so negligent. Alas, it is my own folly that I believed in Bai Xuan's grandiose claims. I must have been momentarily deranged. Meanwhile, Elder Wang Bing stands outside Bai Xuan's courtyard early in the morning, attracting the attention of numerous disciples from the Qingyun sect, who gather at a distance to observe. How curious. Why is Elder Wang Bing standing before Brother Bai Xuan's courtyard? Is he perhaps awaiting Brother Bai Xuan's return? He has come back? Just half a month ago, it was reported that Brother Bai Xuan had departed without a word for training, and now he returns so soon? Perhaps prodigies are indeed different from us mere mortals. Yet, judging by Elder Wang Bing's expression, it seems he is not in good spirits. What business could he have with Brother Bai Xuan? Inside the courtyard, Bai Xuan hastily dons his attire while conversing with the system in his mind. Oh, what is there to fret about? It's merely a matter of keeping Elder Wang waiting for a while. What is there to fear? Bai Xuan opened the door, his gaze drifting towards the main room where Nangang Yue resided. The window of the main room was ajar, and through the windowsill, Bai Xuan beheld the still slumbering figure of Yue. Chapter 50. Dispelling doubts and proceeding to meet Su Mo. And what of the other matter? What could it be? Bai Xuan swiftly rose to his feet and donned his garments, preparing to open the door for Elder Wang Bing. Ding! The host should brace himself mentally. What on earth could this be about? Bai Xuan furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed by the system's peculiar discourse today. What could possibly have transpired? In a succinct manner, the system elucidated the events of the previous night. Xiao Rong had stealthily infiltrated the courtyard, mistaking Nangong Yue for Bai Xuan, and proceeded to grope and pinch her. Meanwhile, Nangong Yue, believing Xiao Rong to be Bai Xuan, blushed and offered no resistance, allowing Xiao Rong to have her way. It was only when Xiao Rong's actions grew too forceful, prompting a cry from Nangong Yue, that she realized she had merely been fondling a junior sister from the Qingyun sect, rather than Bai Xuan. As the system recounted the tale with vivid detail, Bai Xuan's expression inevitably darkened. No wonder Yue had still been asleep when he glanced over earlier. He had felt a twinge of confusion, assuming she would rise early today. After all, this was not the time for her to indulge in slumber. It turned out she had been disturbed by Xiao Rong's antics the night before, tossing and turning, unable to find rest until dawn finally arrived, allowing her to drift into sleep. Thus, she remained in bed. And then there was Xiao Rong, sneaking in with intentions to touch him. This was entirely unexpected. Although Xiao Rong had left behind her garments and entrusted the counterfeit to the Wanbao Shenzong, he sensed that her intentions towards him were likely not simple. She might indeed harbor feelings for him. Yet, the renowned reincarnated Empress of Tribulation daring to enter his chamber under the cover of night to engage in such unspeakable acts was beyond his anticipation. He hoped that Yue would not truly perceive him as a deviant. After all, this was not an act he had committed. Bai Xuan cast another glance at the slumbering Yue, unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. Yue had mistaken Xiao Rong for herself, offering no resistance, which surely indicated her affection for him. To be favored by someone as exquisite as Nangong Yue, a rare gem among women, would bring joy to any man. Yet, being misidentified as a midnight intruder left him feeling somewhat uneasy. After a moment, Bai Xuan traversed the expansive estate, moving through its myriad halls, until he reached the door at the back. He pushed against the heavy bronze door, which creaked ominously as it began to yield. Morning light streamed through the partially opened portal, casting a fine dust into the air, which shimmered distinctly in the radiant sunlight. Bai Xuan, adorned with a crown of feathers and dressed in white garments, possesses a jade-like visage. His bright, spirited eyes and ethereal demeanor radiate an otherworldly charm. The strikingly handsome face of Bai Xuan emerges from within the door. Wow! Look quickly, it truly is Senior Brother Bai Xuan. He has returned. Indeed, as I had anticipated, the only person capable of making Elder Wang Bing wait at Qingyun sect, apart from Elder Su Mo, is none other than Senior Brother Bai Xuan. How remarkably handsome. Today, in my eagerness to see Senior Brother Bai Xuan, I neglected my alchemical furnace and came here to await his arrival. Now that I have laid eyes on him, even if my furnace were to explode, I would consider it worth the sacrifice. What seems to be a simple act of opening a door, when performed by Bai Xuan, transforms into an enchanting spectacle, exuding an irresistible allure. This beautiful scene unfolds before Elder Wang Bing, whose once despondent gaze is now infused with a hint of color. Oh, at long last, I have seen you, Bai Xuan. The wait has been excruciating. Were it not for the multitude of Qingyun sect disciples surrounding Bai Xuan's courtyard, he would have been compelled to weep openly. After longing for what felt like an eternity, Bai Xuan has finally returned. It has now been half a month since he promised to cure the peculiar ailment afflicting Nangong Yue. With time slipping away, one can only hope that he has made progress and will soon reveal the outcome, whether it be success or failure. At last, the days of anxious uncertainty are behind us. Elder Wang Bing, my apologies for my lack of decorum. Bai Xuan feigned a state of panic as he hurriedly bowed to Elder Wang Bing. Having returned late last night and indulged in sleep this morning, he had not anticipated that he would keep Elder Wang waiting for such an extended period. There is no need for such formality, Wang Bing said, forcibly suppressing the urge to weep as he gestured dismissively at Bai Xuan. You promised me at that time that within a month, you would heal Nangong Yue. What has become of that promise now? Bai Xuan gazed at Wang Bing's woeful expression and couldn't help but smile gently. Elder Wang Bing, please come in for a detailed discussion, he said. Everything is proceeding according to plan, is it not? Wang Bing replied, somewhat skeptical. If everything is indeed under your control, Then why has the door not been opened until now? Bai Xuan let out a wry smile, perceiving Wang Bing's skepticism. Elder Wang Bing, it seems you are indeed indulging in slumber today. Once you step inside, everything will become apparent. As the two conversed, their pace remained unhurried, and they soon found themselves moving towards the inner courtyard. Elder Wang Bing, what tea would you like? I shall prepare it for you. No need, no need. Wang Bing interjected, dismissing Bai Xuan's kind offer with a wave of his hand. After all, he was a cultivator who had practiced for a millennium. Observing Bai Xuan's ease in conversation, he too calmed down, yet doubts still lingered in his heart. His gaze flickered as he spoke. I wish to meet Nangong Yue at once, to ascertain the extent of her recovery. Should there be any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I can collaborate with Elder Su Mo to provide you with further assistance. Oh, I see. Bai Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile, a knowing expression that remained unspoken. Collaborating with Elder Su Mo to offer me assistance? What a deception. This ancient fox, having cultivated for a millennium, is indeed cunning. Although Elder Wang Bing spoke sweetly, Bai Xuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. Wang Bing's words were merely a matter of preserving his own dignity. He was reluctant to admit that he could not cure Yue. He must have regretted vouching for me that day. He harbored no belief in his ability to heal Yue's peculiar ailment. Otherwise, upon first seeing me today, he would not have displayed such a wretched expression. His claim of wanting to see how much Yue has recovered was, in truth, a mere pretext to assess the efficacy of Bai Xuan's treatment. Should it prove ineffective, he would promptly sever ties with me. As for Elder Wang Bing's assertions, I have already healed half of Yue's condition. The remaining half will be resolved naturally when the month's time arrives. Bai Xuan, do you truly mean this? Wang Bing's expression was one of skepticism. He had learned his lesson and would not be so easily swayed by Bai Xuan's mere words as he had been before. Chapter 51. Eye to Eye. Elder Wang Bing, please come here. Bai Xuan, weary of prolonging the discussion, decided to cease further engagement. His absence over the past few days had likely placed considerable pressure on Su Mo. He would no longer be so easily swayed by mere snippets of conversation. Rather than continuing this exchange, it would be more fitting to allow him a glimpse of the rejuvenated Yue. Very well, Wang Bing acquiesced. Bai Xuan did not hesitate and led him directly to the main house, which was the room where Yue was resting. Elder Wang Bing, let us halt here. Junior sister Yue is still resting. We should refrain from disturbing her. Bai Xuan accompanied Wang Bing to a secluded courtyard, distanced from the main residence. Yet, with the keen eyesight of a cultivator, he could distinctly perceive through the window. Inside, the once altered visage of Nangong Yue had been restored. Nangong Yue has truly returned to her former self? At this moment, Wang Bing observed intently. His consciousness flowed forth like liquid mercury, extending into the room. He was certain that Bai Xuan had not employed any trickery. The figure reclined within was undoubtedly Nangong Yue. However, a look of incredulity crossed his face. It was evident he struggled to accept this revelation. The peculiar affliction that had stymied numerous formidable practitioners had indeed been cured by Bai Xuan. What means did Bai Xuan employ to achieve such remarkable prowess? Elder Wang's statement is quite erroneous. Bai Xuan let out a soft laugh and gently shook his head. I have merely restored the appearance of my junior sister Yue. The peculiar illness she suffers from will require another fortnight for a complete cure. Ah, I see, sighed Captain Wang, a wave of relief washing over him. All his previous worries, anxieties, and uncertainties dissipated in that moment. He turned his gaze towards Bai Xuan, whose face, always serene and untroubled, seemed indifferent to the turmoil of the world around him. For some inexplicable reason, despite possessing greater strength than Bai Xuan at present, he found himself filled with a sense of reverence for him. Bai Xuan, during your decade of forbearance, to what remarkable heights have you truly developed your capabilities? And to what extent will you ascend in the future? It is indeed a source of great anticipation. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs. I shall negotiate and endeavor to assist you to the best of my abilities. Wang Bing's tone had evidently transformed. Previously, he spoke with uncertainty and caution, fearful of Bai Xuan's seriousness. Now, his words resonated with confidence and conviction, anxious that Bai Xuan might doubt him. This time, my deepest gratitude to Elder Wang Bing. Bai Xuan inclined his body slightly in gratitude towards Wang Bing, who promptly assisted him to his feet. By the way, Bai Xuan, there is another matter, Wang Bing said, shifting his tone as he turned to face Bai Xuan. Elder Su Mo previously instructed that upon your return to the Qing insect, both you and Nangong Yue must meet with her. She has some matters to discuss with you too. I shall step out for a moment. And you should awaken Nangong Yue. I will then escort you both to meet Elder Suemo. As Wang Bing mentioned Suemo, his demeanor changed remarkably, becoming notably more formal. It was evident that, including Wang Bing, the other elders of the Qingyun sect seemed to hold a certain trepidation towards Suemo. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Wang Bing. Bai Xuan nodded. Upon his return, Suemo would summon him. This meeting with Suemo was something Bai Xuan had anticipated. Originally, according to Suemo's intentions, if Nangong Yue were to consume a rare celestial herb and still remain afflicted by her peculiar ailment, then the Qingyun sect would sever all ties with her. Henceforth, there would be no further involvement. After all, the sect had generously provided her with a rare celestial herb from Tianyang continent for her treatment, demonstrating considerable benevolence. However, Bai Xuan obstinately contravened Suemo's wishes. At a critical moment, he emerged with unwavering determination, defying the pressures and risks, and forcibly rescued Nangong Yue, ensuring the safety of the Nangong family. He even persuaded Elder Wang Bing to utter the words that Nangong Yue was indeed a disciple of their sect. It is worth noting that even if Bai Xuan ultimately succeeded in curing Nangong Yue, his actions would still contradict Suemo's directives. Suemo would undoubtedly demand an explanation from him. Elder Wang Bing nodded to Bai Xuan, choosing not to linger further, and exited the courtyard directly. Bai Xuan gazed after him until he disappeared from view, before gently pushing the door open and stepping into the main chamber. Alas, what an exquisitely beautiful face it is. Bai Xuan tiptoed closer, standing by the bedside. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed intently at the delicate, fair, and handsome visage of Yue. Unable to suppress his admiration, he exclaimed, "How delightful it is to be a hero rescuing a beauty in such a brief span. To win the heart of such a stunning woman." Oh, Bai Xuan was admiring the surroundings when he suddenly caught sight of a spot of red on the delicate white neck of Yue. Perhaps it was the doing of Xiaorong? Bai Xuan smiled wryly. How much strength did she exert? Truly oblivious to the balance of things. Ding. Oh dear, you haven't even confirmed your relationship yet, and already you feel heartache? Or perhaps, you merely lament why it was not you who fiercely pinched Yue yesterday? The system's teasing voice echoed in her mind. At this moment, Bai Xuan found himself devoid of any inclination to engage in a verbal sparring match. The mere thought that Yue might perceive him as a nocturnal intruder filled with ulterior motives dampened his spirits. Alas, system, what do you suppose would happen if I were to awaken Yue right now? How would she regard me? Ding, she would likely think, why is this perverse individual here once more? Does he intend to invade my personal space again? This wretched beast. Indeed, there is not a single commendable word to be found in your remarks. Bai Xuan, feeling rather disinterested, pondered the tone he should adopt to rouse Yue from her slumber. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice echoed in his ear. Bai Xuan, senior brother, good morning. Huh? What on earth? Yue has awakened? Bai Xuan was suddenly struck with alarm, having been preoccupied with conversing with the system. Upon turning around abruptly, he found himself face to face with the innocent gaze of Yue, who was clutching the blanket with her small hands and wide, innocent eyes. Their eyes locked in a moment of mutual surprise. What a predicament! Surely, Yue would misunderstand the situation once again. It was already difficult to clarify, and now it seemed even more substantiated. Chapter 52, Setting Off to Visit Suemo. Ah, ahem. Yue, my junior sister, so you have awakened. I was just contemplating waking you up myself. Bai Xuan turned his head aside, one hand resting on his forehead, while the other rested on his hip, exuding an air of awkwardness. Why did Yue choose to awaken just at the moment he came to see her, after having slept soundly until now? How peculiar. A delicate blush swiftly adorned Yue's fair and lovely visage. She gently pinched her fingertips and cautiously pulled the blanket over her neck, concealing the spots that had been fervently reddened the previous night. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, sparkling and captivating, as she looked at Bai Xuan with a pitiful gaze that evoked deep sympathy. Bai Xuan, with a look of perplexity, turned to Yue. The two exchanged glances, neither daring to break the silence or articulate their thoughts. The stillness lingered. After several moments, Yue finally parted her crimson lips, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment, as if summoning immense courage. Senior brother Bai Xuan, I was in the wrong last night. I shouldn't have. Wait. Bai Xuan was instantly thrown into disarray by a single remark from Yue, rendered utterly at a loss. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for her awakening. She might leap from her bed and deliver a resounding slap, berating him for his lewdness the previous night. Or perhaps she would daintily dress, avoiding his gaze and choosing not to mention the incident again. But please, do not apologize. You were the one violated. You are the true victim here. The events of yesterday have already passed and need not be revisited. When the system had communicated with him moments ago, Bai Xuan had harbored some doubt, suspecting that it might be exaggerating the truth to deceive him. It was hard to believe that even if he had heroically rescued the enchanting Nangon Yu Wei, she would be so forthcoming. Would she truly allow him to take liberties in the dead of night without resistance, even welcoming his advances? But now, witnessing her initiate an apology, he found himself convinced. Bai Xuan's words, though laced with stuttering and panic, fell upon Yu Wei's ears, rendering her countenance pale. They transformed into a tone of chilling indifference and heartlessness. Senior brother Bai Xuan remarked that there is no need to mention yesterday's events again. Could it be that he has lost interest in me? It is entirely my fault for having called out last night. Reflecting on this, Yu Wei could not help but feel tears welling up once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Xuan hurried to console his junior sister, Yu Wei. Senior brother means no harm. Please rise quickly. Elder Su Mo has summoned us for an important matter. Elder Su Mo? Yu Wei's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. After soothing her for a while longer, she finally donned her attire and stepped out of the courtyard alongside Bai Xuan. Elder Wang Bing had already been waiting there for quite some time. Had Yu Wei been aware of Wang Bing's presence, she would not have delayed for so long. Now, upon seeing him, she hurriedly bowed in respect, her demeanor filled with trepidation. Elder Wang Bing, I was unaware of your presence. Please forgive me. At this moment, Elder Wang Bing appeared considerably more amiable than when he first arrived at Bai Xuan's courtyard. Observing Yu Wei's features up close and sensing the subtle increase in her cultivation level, he felt a renewed sense of confidence in Bai Xuan's abilities. Surely, recovery was imminent. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality, he replied. Just as Yu Wei was apologizing to Elder Wang Bing, a group of female disciples from Qingyun's sect, who had been waiting patiently nearby, seized the opportunity. Like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey, they swiftly surrounded Bai Xuan, catching both Wang Bing and Yu Wei off guard with their speed. Bai Shidi, do you remember me? We met a month ago at the market near Qingyun's sect. I never expected to see you again so soon. What a coincidence. I've long admired your illustrious name, Bai Shidi. Previously, when my senior sister was away on business, I caught a glimpse of your noble figure as you made your grand vow. I secretly wish to be the life you desire to protect. Indeed, Bai Shi Xiao. Should any wicked cultivators target me on my journey, I hope you will lend your hand. As they spoke, several charming female cultivators adopted a delicate and alluring demeanor, evoking a protective instinct in many male disciples who observed them. If only my junior sister spoke to me like that. If it were so, I would dare to challenge even the formidable beings of the Yuanying stage. However, those who stood before Bai Xuan were all renowned talents in the outside world. The very same female cultivators who were now playfully flirting would transform into fearsome demonesses or war goddesses when the time called for action, possessing terrifying strength and profound cultivation. Yet, the strikingly beautiful Nangon Yu Wei, standing beside Bai Xuan, was effortlessly overlooked by the crowd. Ha ha ha, dear sisters, you jest. What wicked beings could possibly threaten the prodigies of our Qingyun sect? Even if such threats existed, I would certainly rise to the occasion and do my utmost to assist. Bai Xuan smiled gracefully, bowing slightly to the numerous senior sisters before him. However, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to expedite this encounter so he could slip away with Yu Wei. The female cultivators, noticing Bai Xuan's pause, were well aware that Elder Wang Bing sought him for a matter of importance. Yet, they still swayed their soft and fragrant forms, yearning to draw closer to Bai Xuan and prolong his stay. But Bai Xuan deftly sidestepped their advances. Respected sisters, he stated, Elder Su Mo has summoned me for an urgent matter. I shall not linger here any longer. Indeed, the mention of Su Mo's name held a gravitas that was distinctly different from that of Wang Bing. It was an undeniable chasm between the two. Those who had initially intended to grasp Bai Xuan's sleeve instantly fell silent, with Bai Xuan making his intentions clear to meet Su Mo, although they were visibly reluctant. They dared not impede his departure. They graciously parted to allow him passage. Bai Xuan chose not to linger any longer in this place. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gently took the soft, delicate hand of a young maiden and, accompanied by Wang Bing, transformed into a fleeting arc of light, soaring into the sky. It was only at this moment that the onlookers became aware of the enchanting beauty that had been by Bai Xuan's side all along. Did you notice? Who was the maiden that Bai Xuan just held? Exclaimed one. She is truly stunning. How can such exquisite beauty exist in this world? Wait, she just emerged from Bai Xuan's courtyard, didn't she? It must be so. Oh dear, I was so engrossed in watching Bai Xuan that I completely overlooked her. Who exactly is she, and what is her relationship with Bai Xuan? Chapter 53. The Azure Cloud Hall and the Azure Cloud Sect, within the Outer Gate's central region. Ethereal mist swirled, and vapor hung in the air, while stars glimmered in splendid hues, scattered across the vast expanse of the sky. Cascading down like a celestial veil that enveloped this wondrous realm, shimmering with radiant light. Majestic peaks towered, islands floated in the air, and silver waterfalls cascaded down. Numerous palaces and pavilions were interspersed among the towering azure mountains. Brilliant magical artifacts streaked across the heavens, leaving trails of dazzling rainbows in their wake, resembling a myriad of shooting stars dancing through the night sky. Within a magnificent celestial hall adorned with jade and gold, cultivators moved about, their voices creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. This was indeed the Azure Cloud Sect's hub for managing a multitude of affairs, the Azure Cloud Hall. Suemo, as the de facto authority of the Outer Gate, would sometimes take a seat here to oversee both major and minor matters concerning the sect. Bai Xuan, Xiaorong, along with all the outer disciples, had gathered at this location to report. Here, after registering their names and completing the necessary formalities, they would receive the cultivation resources distributed by the Qingyun sect. Upon completion, a young attendant would escort each newly initiated outer disciple to their respective cave abodes. At this moment, 2 radiant beams descended from the sky, drawing nearer, revealing 3 figures. It was none other than Bai Xuan and Yue, accompanied by Wang Bing, who had brought them here. Suemo chose to meet Yue here. Could it be that he intends to acknowledge her identity as a disciple of the Qingyun sect? Bai Xuan grasped the seemingly dazed Yue and cast a sweeping glance around, pondering Suemo's intentions. Look quickly. Look over there. That disciple clad in a white robe and feathered attire. Could it be the young supreme being, the transcendent immortal Bai Xuan, as rumored in the outside world? It must be him, without a doubt. I purchased his portrait at the market outside Qingyun sect. It was quite expensive. After waiting for so long, I have finally laid eyes on his true form today. I can hardly believe it. His youthful countenance, barely over 20 years of age, yet possessing the ability to vanquish the most formidable prodigy of Qingyun sect in a century, Zhang Dan. Truly remarkable, indeed. As Bai Xuan had just landed, the nearby cultivators began to stir restlessly, instinctively parting to create a path for him. Many renowned prodigies, who were notoriously arrogant and domineering in the outside world, lowered their heads and stepped back, too intimidated to meet Bai Xuan's gaze directly. The eyes that turned towards him were filled with profound reverence. Only a few charming female cultivators dared to step forward, playfully posing in front of Bai Xuan. Such is the nature of fame. The reputation of the first-rate family and the might of Zhang Dan had overshadowed all of their brilliance within a century, instilling in them an unwavering sense of respect. Yet now they faced Zhang Dan, who had triumphed over nefarious practices and whose strength had surged dramatically. How could they not feel a sense of trepidation? Brother Bai Xuan. The timid Yue clutched at his sleeve, a hint of fear in her voice. They stood in the core area of the outer sect of Qingyun sect, where the sights were even more astonishing than what Yue had witnessed the previous day. As they walked, each prodigy she saw was powerful and extraordinarily gifted, constantly reshaping her understanding of the world. Was there truly such an abundance of exceptional talents in existence? Now, as she overheard the whispers among the Qingyun sect disciples nearby, her heart could not help but fill with apprehension. Sister Yue, worry not. Bai Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Yue, who was secretly swallowing her saliva, and offered a faint smile. He was fully aware of the thoughts swirling in her mind and gently squeezed her hand. Their conversation was entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Wang Bing, they proceeded. Bai Xuan and Yue entered the Qingyun palace. Venturing deeper within, as they progressed, the surroundings underwent a swift transformation. No longer resplendent and extravagant, the ambience grew increasingly solemn and dignified. Bai Xuan, Yue, and Wang Bing spoke in hushed tones, casting glances back at one another. The sweat beading on Wang Bing's forehead revealed his tension, mirroring that of Yue. After all, they were about to encounter formidable beings in the tribulation stage, the true sovereigns of Tianyang continent. In stark contrast, Bai Xuan remained unperturbed, his countenance unchanged and demeanor tranquil. I will enter shortly to report to Elder Suemo. You too shall wait until you hear Elder Su Imo summon you before entering, understood? Wang Bing reiterated this to Yu Wei, concerned that she, hailing from a lesser-known region, might be unfamiliar with the protocols. This caused Yu Wei's face to turn pale with anxiety, nodding fervently as she muttered to herself, fearful of making any misstep. By the way, it seems this is not your first visit here, is it, host? Strictly speaking, that was indeed the case. Memories of Bai Xuan were stirred, engaging in light-hearted banter with the system within his mind. However, these were not Bai Xuan's own recollections, but those of the original owner. The original owner had frequently bullied the weak and created disturbances, leading to numerous occasions where he was summoned here for punishment by Suimo. Initially, upon his arrival, he was as anxious as the current Yu Wei. Yet, as time passed, he transformed into a seasoned veteran, and his mindset gradually shifted. After all, Suimo was an elder of the esteemed Qingyun sect, the foremost righteous sect in the world. What could he possibly do to him? As long as he was not subjected to physical retribution, he felt no fear. His mentality became laid back, and his perspective broadened. Chapter 54, The Probing of Suimo. Not long after, a voice emerged from within the Qingyun hall. Bai Xuan, composed and unruffled, gently clasped the small hand of Yu Wei. He pushed open the doors and stepped inside. It was as if the very heavens and earth had been turned upside down. The scenery before him underwent a rapid transformation. The landscape elongated like fine threads, which then reassembled into new forms. In the blink of an eye, the world had shifted dramatically, and Bai Xuan along with Yu Wei found themselves atop a vast, ethereal mountain, suspended in the boundless expanse of azure clouds. This extraordinary phenomenon was known to Bai Xuan. Within the Qingshan Palace, the surroundings could automatically shift in accordance with Sumo's whims, creating a unique realm. Bai Xuan had never before visited this particular space. Each time the original owner had been summoned to the Qingshan Palace by Suimo, the sights had never been as enchanting as they were now. Before him lay a mist-laden vista, with immense clouds that resembled an endless sea and sky. Scattered throughout were pavilions and water pavilions, along with small towers and palatial structures. 4 figures emerged in the distance. 3 were seated while 1 stood. Bai Xuan gazed intently, and there, standing to the side, trembling and drenched in sweat, was Wang Bing, whom Suimo had summoned. Suimo, seated gracefully, was accompanied by 2 individuals of differing heights, whom Bai Xuan did not recognize. Come over, Suimo gently beckoned. With a wave of her purple sleeve, several stacks of exquisite jade plates appeared on the crystal table before her, adorned with delicately crafted pastries. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern faint, swirling strands of colorful celestial light upon them, indicative of their extraordinary quality. Thank you, Elder Suimo. Despite Sumo's gentle demeanor, Yu Wei displayed overwhelming anxiety. Observing Sumo's kind gesture of conjuring treats to entertain them, she repeatedly bowed in gratitude. She also respectfully saluted Wang Bing and the 2 unfamiliar figures, while harboring a sense of curiosity. Discreetly stealing glances at the woman who stood at the pinnacle of Tianyang continent. Seated upon a jade stool, Suimo radiated an ethereal purity, surrounded by a celestial glow. Her exquisite features resembled those of a divine maiden who had descended from the heavens. Draped in a flowing purple robe, her bare feet rested upon the immaculate clouds below. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of awe. She emanated a brilliant yet soft white light, casting an otherworldly ambience within the space. As if a deity had graced their presence, lofty and unattainable. Despite her amiable demeanor, an air of trepidation lingered, compelling them to sit upright and refrain from approaching her. Bai Xuan, on the other hand, remained unfazed by Sumo's divine radiance. In response to Suimo, he merely offered a slight bow, a stark contrast to the demeanor of young Wei. Bai Xuan adheres to his own principles when handling affairs. He can afford to be respectful towards Wang Bing, a minor elder from the Qingyun sect, granting them the esteem they desire to cater to their vanity, which may prove advantageous for his own purposes. In contrast, he treats Suimo, a person of tangible authority, with an air of nonchalance, irrespective of her impressive stature. This approach, paradoxically, piques her interest and draws her attention. Indeed, in the next moment, Sumo's gaze, previously fixed on Yu Wei, shifted towards Bai Xuan. Su Elder, the disciple is here, Bai Xuan stated. Please take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you. Suimo responded with a faint smile, her purple sleeves sweeping through the air, releasing a fragrance akin to orchids and deer musk, enveloping the atmosphere with its enchanting allure. Before Bai Xuan and Yu Wei, two jade stools suddenly materialized. Bai Xuan led the apprehensive Yu Wei, his demeanor calm and composed, deliberately choosing to sit on the bench nearest to Su Mo, hoping to alleviate Yu Wei's anxiety. The other two individuals had been scrutinizing them ever since Bai Xuan and Yu Wei entered, yet Bai Xuan paid them no heed. Pray tell, Bai Xuan, what is your purpose in visiting the Nangong household? What do you truly intend by rescuing Nangong Yu Wei? Su Mo's exquisite visage remained adorned with a smile, her tone gentle. However, for reasons unknown, her words sent a chill of trepidation through the air. Meanwhile, standing beside them, Wang Bing immediately furrowed his brows, feeling a wave of tension wash over him. There was something rather peculiar about Elder Su Mo's remarks. Why did Bai Xuan venture to the Nangong family to rescue Nangong Yu Wei? He had articulated his intentions quite clearly at that moment, attributing his actions to a sense of shared namesake. Yu Wei found herself perplexed by the words of Elder Su Mo. His tone was oddly accusatory, almost as if he were interrogating senior brother Bai Xuan. Could it be that senior brother Bai Xuan harbored ulterior motives for assisting our Nangong family? How could that be possible? At that time, without senior brother Bai Xuan's timely intervention, the Nangong family would have faced utter annihilation. Furthermore, even if Bai Xuan had been driven by other ambitions, what could a mere third-rate family like ours possibly offer him? It appears that those who rise to become the true power holders of the Qingyun sect, emerging from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, are indeed extraordinary individuals. Bai Xuan could not help but exclaim. He had long sensed the stark contrast between himself and the original owner of this body. Previously, when he had vowed to save the world and selflessly devoted himself to influencing Xiaorong, although Su Mo could not find fault with him, there lingered an unspoken doubt regarding her trust in him. The act of killing Zhang Dan had served as a warning to himself. Thus, her direct inquiry now did not come as a surprise, yet it still left him somewhat astonished. Elder Su Mo, my actions as a disciple are never the result of mere whim. My decision to rescue junior sister Yu Wei was the culmination of careful deliberation. Bai Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Yu Wei. She was utterly earnest, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently upon him. It was evident that she too harbored a deep curiosity. How would senior brother Bai Xuan express himself? With a soft sigh, Bai Xuan gracefully shook his sleeves and rose, turning his back. I once vowed with a heart devoted to the Tao to promote the Great Way and eradicate all malevolence in the world. Nangong Yu Wei. She is my junior sister, who joined our Qingyun sect many years ago. Upon learning that she had inexplicably fallen ill and lost her cultivation, I suspected that, years prior, she had offended numerous powerful factions. Now, faced with this unwarranted calamity, she would undoubtedly be subjected to further malice from many formidable adversaries. Chapter 55. Yu Wei's Techniques. Su Mo's Intentions. Senior brother Bai Xuan. With her hands clasped together, Yu Wei's beautiful eyes glistened with tears, gazing earnestly at the impassioned Bai Xuan. As she observed him gesturing dramatically, his words somewhat exaggerated, she felt that her senior brother Bai Xuan was speaking from the depths of his heart, revealing profound emotion. Thus, even though I am aware that venturing to the Nangong family entails navigating through numerous powerful factions, akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers, fraught with peril, I remain undeterred. Through the starry night, I made my way, arriving just as my junior sister was being put in a difficult position. Everything I do is driven by sincere intentions, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. After Bai Xuan's impassioned speech, the scene fell into a profound silence. Apart from the soft sobs of Yu Wei, no other sounds could be heard. Ding. Host, your eloquence is truly remarkable. Ding. Pay attention to Su Mo's expression. Her countenance has grown increasingly grim. It seems that her initial disbelief has now intensified. Oh, is that so? Bai Xuan cast a fleeting glance. Was it so? Su Mo furrowed her brows. Her eyes betrayed her disbelief, suggesting she felt as though Bai Xuan had played her for a fool. Could there truly exist such noble souls in this world? Clearly, Su Mo harbored no faith in her own assertions. However, as long as she maintained her stance, claiming to be rescuing Nangong Yu Wei, there was little Su Mo could hold against her. Haha. Having a disciple like you in Qingyun sect is indeed a stroke of fortune for our sect. Su Mo's stiff expression relaxed slightly. Her smile strained as she nodded at Bai Xuan. This elicited a wave of anxious gasps from those around them. Nangong Yu Wei. Is your name indeed Nangong Yu Wei? Yes. Elder Su Mo, I am called Nangong Yu Wei. Upon hearing her name called, Yu Wei stood up awkwardly, her palms clammy and fidgeting like a timid chick, taking refuge behind Bai Xuan. I heard Elder Wang Bin mention that after Bai Xuan treated you for half a month, your appearance was restored, and the strange ailment afflicting you was stabilized. Even your cultivation has seen a slight increase, correct? Indeed, Elder Suemo. After Brother Bai Xuan's treatment, I have now reached the third level of qi refinement. Yue Wei nodded vigorously, as if trying to affirm her words. That's quite fortuitous, Suemo remarked with a faint smile. Her eyes glimmered briefly as they swept over Bai Xuan. Though the motion was but a fleeting moment, Bai Xuan keenly detected a hint of mischief in her gaze. Goodness! System, could it be that Suemo harbors ill intentions? A troubling thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Ding! I share the same sentiment as the host. It appears Suemo has realized she cannot find fault with you, and may be considering taking action against Nangong Yue. Ding! It seems she intends to exploit another's hand, hoping to expose a flaw in the host. Bai Xuan's gaze suddenly deepened. He was almost certain that since his arrival in this world, this woman had never regarded him as the original master. Indeed, a woman capable of ascending to the position of the outer sect supervisor in the Qingyun sect was no ordinary individual. Henceforth, he must exercise greater caution in her presence. With a cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement, he had accumulated sufficient spiritual energy to perform some rudimentary spells. Perhaps it would be wise to demonstrate the techniques he had learned over the years at the Nangong family right here. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, both I and Elder Wang Bing would be glad to provide you with guidance. Oh, really? Thank you, Elder Suemo. Thank you, Elder Wang Bing. Nangong Youwei's face instantly brightened, her joy uncontainable. Initially, when Suemo had suggested she showcase her learned spells, she had been filled with trepidation. In the 2 days since her arrival at the Qingyun sect, she had encountered countless formidable prodigies, all of whom appeared as commonplace as fish passing through a river. While her innate talent might not have been inferior to theirs, in comparison to their divine spells, she fell woefully short. The profound resources and foundational strength of a top-tier sect far exceeded those of a mere third-rate family. The techniques she had once taken pride in now seemed clumsy and laughable beside theirs. Thus, hearing that Suemo was willing to mentor her and acknowledged her identity as a disciple of the Qingyun sect filled her with elation. Then, I hope to entertain Elder Suemo and Elder Wang Bing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Wei swiftly retrieved the Qingyu Linglong sword that Bai Xuan had auctioned for her from her storage ring. The sword emerged, shimmering with a 6-foot cold radiance. A verdant mist emanated from the blade, which was slender and delicate, appearing as though it were cradled within her fair hands. Oh, not bad. Suemo cast a glance at the sword in Nangong Youwei's grasp, nodding in affirmation before turning his gaze back to Bai Xuan, standing nearby. His suspicions deepened. Undoubtedly, given the lowly status of the Nangong family's third-rate influence, even with 1,000 years of hard work, they could never provide such a fine sword for Nangong Yue. It must have been a gift from Bai Xuan. What a risk he took, traversing such distances, and yet he was so lavish with his generosity towards Nangong Yue. What could his true intentions be? Bai Xuan, there is indeed something amiss with you. At this moment, the two individuals seated alongside Suemo suddenly narrowed their eyes upon catching sight of the Qingyun Linglong sword. Elder Suemo and Elder Wang Bing observed as Yue Wei grasped the Qingyun sword, her delicate countenance instantly transforming into one of cold determination. Shedding the earlier expressions of anxiety and trepidation, she swiftly entered a state of combat readiness. Yet, when she glanced back at Bai Xuan, a trace of warmth involuntarily surfaced in her gaze. Senior brother Bai Xuan, please watch closely. With that, Yue Wei commenced her sword dance. The azure blade appeared to be cloaked in a layer of frost, its sharpness akin to a smooth silk ribbon that swirled around her. As she twirled, the blade danced through the air, radiating a chilling light, and the snow seemed to crystallize into ice, resembling a resplendent butterfly. The spectacle was exceptionally magnificent. It was evident that she was primarily practicing ice-based techniques. Elder Suemo observed intently for a moment before shaking her head. All show and no substance. Much of what you perform is superfluous. Chapter 56, The Bet. Yue Wei's rhythm faltered noticeably, her cheeks flushing slightly. Elder Sumo's critique was indeed rather blunt. Aware that she was somewhat out of her depth, she endeavored to maintain her composure and continued her swordplay. Enough, enough. Suemo turned away, unable to contain herself. It is truly too unappealing to witness this. She waved her hand, signaling Yue Wei to cease. I have a general idea of what you have learned thus far. She continued. Yue Wei, who had intended to persist in her sword dance, instantly halted as if she had committed a grave error. clasping her hands behind her back and standing pitifully behind Bai Xuan. Your current abilities, in comparison to the other disciples of the Qingyun sect, are like a firefly against the full moon. The disparity is far too vast. Please, Elder Su Mo, rest assured, I will undoubtedly exert myself to catch up. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Yue hurriedly assured her. Fearful that her shortcomings in technique might lead Su Mo to think ill of her and bar her entry into the Qingyun sect, she interrupted before Su Mo could finish speaking. The rules of our Qingyun sect are exceedingly strict. If one's strength does not meet the requirements, regardless of circumstances, even if admitted, one will ultimately be expelled. Please, Elder Su Mo, grant me a little time. I promise I can catch up. Yue's face flushed with urgency, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The contrast between her elation at gaining Elder Su Mo's approval and her current predicament of potential expulsion was stark. Elder Su Mo regarded the nearly tearful Yue with a hint of satisfaction, nodding her head. Shifting her tone, she added, however, there are indeed ways for you to remain. Please, Elder, do tell. No matter how challenging it may be, I will surely accomplish it. Upon perceiving a glimmer of hope, Yue hastily interjected. Well, that depends on whether your esteemed senior brother Bai Xuan is willing to make sacrifices for you. In an instant, Yue found herself at a loss for words, her voice caught in her throat. What does this have to do with senior brother Bai Xuan? Indeed, Bai Xuan's expression was serene, his pair of black eyes resembling tranquil depths, devoid of any ripples. This matched perfectly with his expectations. Su Mo had instructed Yue to dance with the sword, precisely because he recognized her elementary magical abilities, thus using it as leverage to intimidate her. After all the circumlocution, the focus returned to himself. Oh, I wonder what Elder Su Mo requires of his disciple. As long as it ensures that junior sister Yue remains, I am willing to comply with any request. Bai Xuan maintained an expression of calmness, as serene as the gentle breeze and clear clouds. Since the opponent had made a move, it was only natural to respond in kind, which proved to be no great challenge. Su Mo observed Bai Xuan's unruffled demeanor, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of surprise, soon replaced by a playful intrigue. However, she could not contain her tears, which flowed uncontrollably, prompting her to speak hastily. Though she was often described as innocent and naive, the truth was now evident to even the most oblivious. It appears that senior brother Bai Xuan and Elder Su Mo are at odds with one another. From the very moment senior brother Bai Xuan brought me in, Elder Su Mo's expression was far from amicable. Now, she is using me as leverage, undoubtedly intending to set a trap for senior brother Bai Xuan. This condition is certainly unattainable. Brother Bai Xuan has always assisted me immensely. I cannot be so selfish as to endanger him for my own sake. I would not hesitate to be expelled from the Qingyun sect for this cause. No, Brother Bai Xuan, it cannot be. Yue's delicate frame quivered, her voice trembling, yet resolutely placing herself between Bai Xuan and Su Mo. How intriguing. Su Mo crossed his legs, resting one jade-like hand upon his chin, observing the scene with keen interest. Even if this leads to my expulsion from the Qingyun sect once more, it cannot be. Yet, Bai Xuan paid no heed to Yue's words, effortlessly lifting her as one would a small chick. Brother Bai Xuan, you cannot. Release me. Yue struggled in vain, her small hands and feet flailing helplessly. Bai Xuan, are you certain you wish to assist Nangang Yue? If matters do not unfold favorably, you too shall be implicated, Su Mo remarked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed intently upon Bai Xuan, as though seeking flaws in his expression. Elder Su Mo, you jest. I have assured that my junior sister Yue shall enter the Qingyun sect, and I shall undoubtedly fulfill this promise. Should Elder Su Mo have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Bai Xuan met the gaze head-on, unfazed in the slightest. In contrast, the delicate Yue trembled at his words, falling silent. She merely let out soft sobs, tears cascading down her cheeks. Within a month's time, not only must he cure Nangang Yue's ailment, but also guide her in her cultivation, restoring her realm to the original 5th level of foundation establishment. Elder Su Mo, you are mistaken. I originally possessed only the 3rd level of qi refinement, Yue replied, her voice laced with sorrow. What I assert is indeed the truth. A light remark from Su Mo instantly silenced her. She merely lowered her head, tears flowing uncontrollably. At this moment, she comprehended the situation. Elder Su Mo had no intention of allowing her to enter the Qingyun sect. Rather, he was deliberately placing obstacles in the paths of both her and senior brother Bai Xuan. Even if, after half a month, Senior brother Bai Xuan managed to heal her affliction. It was inconceivable that she could elevate her realm from the 3rd level of qi refinement to the 5th level of foundation establishment within a mere 15 days. Such aspirations were beyond even the wildest dreams. Elder Wang Bing observed as Su Mo tormented the two with a sense of helplessness. Nangong Yue was a prodigy he held in high regard, while Bai Xuan was a disciple of his own faction. Despite Bai Xuan being on the verge of healing Nangong Yue, he could not fathom why Su Mo continued to impose difficulties upon them. He wished to speak on their behalf, but lacked the courage. Alas, Bai Xuan, you and Nangong Yue are truly unfortunate. How could you have offended Su Mo? The notion of ascending realms in such a short span of time was utterly implausible. Sigh. All he could do was silently lament from the sidelines. Was it truly such a trivial matter? What difficulty could it possibly entail? Bai Xuan's expression remained as unruffled as ever, and his words flowed with an unparalleled tranquility. Yet, to the ears of those present, it resonated like a thunderous revelation, as if the very heavens had been rent asunder. Bai Xuan, you must listen carefully. It is not the 5th layer of qi refinement, but the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Indeed, I understand. Bai Xuan naturally nodded in agreement. Very well. If you cannot accomplish this, you must withdraw from the Qingyan sect, never to return. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, the others were immediately thrown into an uproar. Bai Xuan? The pride of the Qingyan sect? To leave the Qingyun sect? Never to return for a lifetime? How could this be? Wang Bing could no longer contain himself. Esteemed Elder Su, such a notion seems rather imprudent. Bai Xuan is, after all, the most illustrious and powerful disciple in the history of our Qingyan sect. To expel him over a mere wager would surely invite ridicule from the other forces of the Tianyang continent. Wang Bing articulated with great caution, each word measured and trembling. He feared that any misstep could provoke Elder Su's ire, rendering his own position precarious. However, to his astonishment, Su Mo dismissed his remarks entirely, treating them as if they were but the whisper of the wind. He ignored Wang Bing completely, leaving him standing there with a flushed face, engulfed in embarrassment. Bai Xuan is undoubtedly the most formidable disciple in history. How could he be unaware of this? It is precisely because of his immense strength and unparalleled prowess that he eclipses all the brilliance of his generation. Moreover, he is devoid of desires, relentlessly contemplating self-sacrifice to assist the weak. How can such a person possibly exist in this world? There must be ulterior motives at play. But what could they be? When I declared that Bai Xuan would forever be barred from rejoining the Qingyan sect, I anticipated that he would retreat in the face of adversity. Who could have foreseen that he would wholeheartedly acquiesce? I find myself increasingly intrigued by Bai Xuan. What is the source of your unwavering confidence? Elder Wang Bing need not speak on my behalf. Bai Xuan picked up the conversation from Wang Bing, ensuring he did not feel overly embarrassed. After all, he was speaking on his own behalf. A disciple's words must be upheld. Just 1 month. Bai Xuan's words were not loud, yet they resonated throughout this space. Very well. Since you have agreed, I shall extend my assistance to you. With a graceful flick of her delicate sleeve, Su Mo summoned a fragrant breeze reminiscent of orchids. In an instant, before Bai Xuan, there materialized a flawless and translucent purple crystal, intricately carved into a token, gently hovering in the air. Inscribed upon it was the elegantly refined character for Su. This is my token from the Qingyan sect, which I shall lend to you. With this, you may freely access the scriptures and techniques within the sect's library. However, it must not be lent to others, and the duration of use is limited to 1 month. Bai Xuan gently set down Yue and offered a respectful bow to Su Mo. With measured steps, he approached and carefully tucked the floating token into his embrace. Ding! Caution, host. This cunning woman, Su Mo, is laying a trap for you. The crux of your wager with her lies in elevating Nangong Yue's cultivation to the foundational stage, rather than diverting your focus towards the study of techniques. The malicious scheming of this old woman is truly insidious. Achieving such a significant advancement in one's cultivation within a month is akin to scaling the heavens. In such circumstances, she still presents you with a token, attempting to ensnare you in her deception. System, I have taken note of your words as well. Bai Xuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, engaging in a dialogue with the system in his mind. However, to the outside world, he appeared as composed and unruffled as ever. Yet, Su Mo, that insufferable old fellow, truly deserved his fate. Had I not immediately acquiesced, revealing a hint of trepidation, it would undoubtedly have aroused her suspicions even further. System, do you possess any method to swiftly elevate a cultivator's realm? Ding. Well, if it's you, host, I can directly bestow cultivation rewards. Directly bestow cultivation rewards? Bai Xuan couldn't help but feel a flutter in his eyelids. Was this too extraordinary? When he first encountered the system, it proclaimed itself to be the most formidable system in history. Initially skeptical, he was now convinced of its remarkable prowess. Ding, however, this would pose significant challenges for others. Ding, let us devise an excuse to withdraw for now. This matter requires careful deliberation. Indeed, you make a valid point. I shall find a pretext to escort you away. Bai Xuan nodded in agreement. He too was eager to leave the Qingyan Hall for every 10 words he uttered. He faced 9 challenges from Elder Suemo. Since you have no further business this time, may I take junior sister Yue and depart? He inquired. In that case, I shall not detain you any longer, Suemo replied, gesturing for Bai Xuan and Yue to leave. At that moment, the 2 individuals who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. Elder Suemo, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with Bai Xuan. Oh, what matter does Miss Gongxi wish to address? Sumo's hand fell as her enchanting gaze flitted between Bai Xuan and Gongxi. Her curiosity piqued by the apparent connection between them. It is merely a casual conversation. I am acquainted with Taoist Bai Xuan, though I fear he may not recognize me. Gongxi's words were icy, laced with provocation. Ding. Ah, host, how careless. How could we encounter Gongxi here? Just yesterday, you were vociferously criticizing her at the auction of Wanbao Shenlai. To run into her today is truly unfortunate. It is quite vexing, especially at a moment when I am eager to make my exit. Bai Xuan was filled with indignation. From the moment he entered the Qingyan Palace, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to engage with the woman, Suemo. He had paid little attention to the 2 individuals seated beside him. Now, it had come to a point where they had explicitly called him out. Bai Xuan found himself with no other recourse but to turn towards Gongxi Lian and Gongxi Yu. At that moment, a figure clad in a black robe spoke with a voice that was both icy and crisp. His features were exquisitely delicate, resembling glistening snow, with eyes that sparkled like diamonds. The expressions upon his brow and eyes exuded a valiant spirit that rivaled that of any man. His hair, thick and lustrous, cascaded down to his waist, flowing elegantly in the breeze, emanating an aura of solitary pride and pristine beauty. This was none other than Gongxi Yu. Seated beside her was an elder, adorned in an ornate robe embroidered with golden patterns. His hair and beard were entirely white, resembling flawless crystal. Yet he radiated a vitality that could only be described as fierce. His eyes seemed to reflect countless stars, and with each flutter of his brow, one could sense the terrifying spectacle of cosmic destruction and creation. This was Gongxi Lian. Chapter 58. Sophistry, Reluctance to Acknowledge the Truth. Bai Xuan, do you remember me? We met yesterday at Wanbao Shenlai. Gongxi Yu's tone was laced with mockery. She and her uncle, Gongxi Lian, had come to Qingyan sect to discuss matters with Suemo. Although her abilities paled in comparison to his, as the legitimate daughter of the Gongxi family, she was accorded a personal reception by Suemo. Just moments ago, Wang Bing had entered to inform Suemo of Bai Xuan's arrival, which filled her with delight. Since witnessing the commotion among the female cultivators vying for Bai Xuan's personal belongings at Wanbao Shenlai the day before, she had been astounded by his considerable influence. Her initial plan upon arriving at Qingyan sect was to conclude her business and then pay a visit to Bai Xuan. Little did she anticipate that he would come to her instead. Since his entrance, she had been secretly observing his demeanor and appearance. Handsome and refined, a paragon of grace. He was indeed worthy of the acclaim he received as a celestial being. Although she was puzzled by Su Mo's apparent displeasure towards him and the subsequent difficulties he faced, she still intended to cultivate a rapport with Bai Xuan. After all, his talents and abilities were undeniable, and fostering a good relationship with him would undoubtedly benefit the Gongxi family in the future. However, everything changed when Nangong Yue, the young disciple beside him, produced the exquisite jade sword. In that instant, her thoughts shifted entirely. She was not a fool. She quickly recognized Bai Xuan and Nangong Yue. After all the fuss, it turned out that he was the very same young man in white who had donned a hat and competed with her for the sword at Wanbao Shenlai. Initially, she had assumed that the figure beneath the hat was merely a foolish prodigal, yet she never expected him to be the illustrious Bai Xuan renowned far and wide. At this point, she had completely lost interest in befriending Bai Xuan. Yesterday, his words regarding the esteemed family of Gongxi had lingered in her mind, and she found it impossible to muster a pleasant demeanor towards him. It was perhaps best to feign ignorance about the matter and avoid a confrontation with Bai Xuan. This way, at least when they formally met, both parties could maintain a semblance of civility. However, as events unfolded, she gradually discerned that Su Mo seemed to harbor a strong disdain for Bai Xuan. He appeared to be scheming to eliminate Bai Xuan from the Qingyun sect by using the young and inexperienced junior sister beside him to gamble against Bai Xuan. Upon hearing this, her perspective shifted once more. The demands Su Mo placed upon Bai Xuan were utterly unattainable, serving merely as a pretext to oust him from the sect. Although she was unaware of any prior grievances between them that might have led Su Mo to create such difficulties for Bai Xuan, it was evident that Bai Xuan was in a precarious situation this time. With such a splendid opportunity at hand, how could she refrain from adding to his misfortune? Thus, she decided to speak up. It turned out that the individual from the Chongqing Palace was indeed unreasonable. Bai Xuan smiled warmly, performing a gentle bow before turning to Yue. Junior sister Yue, do extend your greetings to our two esteemed guests. Oh, certainly. At this moment, Yue had ceased her tears. Upon realizing that the person before her was the one whom her senior brother Bai Xuan had offended the previous evening, she hastily wiped her eyes and, following Bai Xuan's lead, offered a slight bow to the two individuals. The harsh circumstances compelled her to adopt a fa of strength. Goodness, such gentle demeanor. It hardly seems like words one would expect from Taoist Bai Xuan. I recall when we first met yesterday, Taoist Bai Xuan displayed such boldness, proclaiming that our Gongxi family is immensely powerful, brazenly seizing what belongs to you. What has prompted such a swift change in attitude today? Gongxi Yu, with a self-satisfied smirk, stroked her chin, feigning a mature tone. Beneath her spirited brow, there was an unmistakable air of mockery. Bai Xuan's expression remained unchanged. Yet he had come to a realization. The other party had recognized him. This time, it seemed they were eager to take advantage of his predicament with Su Mo. However, Bai Xuan remained entirely unfazed. As long as he was not caught in the act, he would adamantly deny any wrongdoing and engage in clever rebuttals. What could she possibly do to him? Bai Xuan deliberately feigned doubt. Miss Gong Siyu, what do you mean by that? This is our first meeting. When have I ever mentioned the Gong family? Surely, Miss Gong must have mistaken me for someone else. Fellow Taoist Bai Xuan, are you perhaps bold in words yet timid in deeds? Gong Siyu's gaze shifted to Nangong Yue. The Qingyun Linglong sword wielded by junior sister Yue during her dance today is precisely the one you acquired yesterday at Wanbao Shenlai for a staggering 20 million spirit stones. Has merely a night passed, and you have already forgotten, fellow Taoist Bai Xuan? Truly, it is all my fault. I have caused you trouble once more. Senior brother Bai Xuan. Yue's face fell, her eyes shimmering with tears, overwhelmed by guilt. It was indeed her unveiling of the Qingyun Linglong sword that had led to Bai Xuan being recognized. Such a curious turn of events. Bai Xuan's face displayed astonishment. Someone actually spent 20 million spirit stones to acquire this sword? Miss Gong Siyu, to be frank, my junior sister Yue obtained this sword purely by fate. On our journey to the Qingyun sect, we encountered an elderly man who proclaimed that Yue had a connection with this sword and bestowed it upon her. Yue, do you not agree with my words? Yes, Bai Xuan's senior brother speaks the truth. This sword was gifted to me by an old grandfather. Yue nodded fervently. As if pounding garlic, she was not foolish. At this moment, she remained calm. As long as she and Bai Xuan's senior brother resolutely denied any wrongdoing, Miss Gong Siyu had no recourse. You see, Miss Gong Siyu, my junior sister Yue is corroborating my account. I speak nothing but the truth. Gong Siyu was both infuriated and amused by Bai Xuan's words. She is indeed in cahoots with you, so naturally, she would support your claims. As for the sword that Miss Gong Siyu witnessed yesterday, it must be a twin to this one, hence the misunderstanding. Chapter 59. Bai Xuan's fury. Gong Siyu was left speechless, struggling to find her words. It was clear to any discerning observer that Bai Xuan was merely engaging in sophistry. Yet, the issue lay in her inability to counter his arguments. If Miss Gong Siyu had no further matters to discuss, my junior sister Yue and I shall take our leave. Bai Xuan spoke once more. He was genuinely prepared to depart, with little time to engage in idle conversation with Gong Siyu. Today, he needed to swiftly suppress the pearl within Nangong Yue's body and subsequently discuss with the system how to expedite Yue's cultivation. However, the more he expressed his urgency, the more Gong Siyu impeded his departure. Why was Bai Xuan in such a haste to leave? From the very beginning, he had been evasive, eager to make a quick exit. What matter could be so pressing? Perhaps it was related to healing Nangong Yue? This could not stand. Gong Siyu's beautiful eyes narrowed with determination. Regardless of his intentions, she resolved to find a way to detain him. Today, she would demonstrate that the Gong Xiu family was not to be trifled with. After contemplating, Gong Xiu turned her gaze back to Bai Xuan. So it seems. Esteemed Taoist Bai Xuan, you are indeed well-versed in knowledge. I truly wish to form a friendship with you. Why not engage in a friendly spar today? To hone our skills? Gong Xiu smiled brightly at Bai Xuan, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Bai Xuan felt a surge of anger within him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Yet, he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. He was convinced that Gong Xiu's proposal was a calculated maneuver. Having discerned his eagerness to return and devise a strategy to confront Sumo's wager. Thus, her suggestion of a friendly contest was merely a ruse to delay him. Damn it, system. Have I inadvertently given Gong Xiu this woman's face? All I desire is to leave, yet she persistently seeks to hinder my progress. Ding. Gong Xiu is indeed petty and enjoys adding insult to injury. It is highly likely that today's encounter with her will not conclude amicably. What is it? Esteemed Taoist Bai, why are you silent? Gong Xiu arrogantly arched an eyebrow at Bai Xuan, her gaze laced with disdain, reminiscent of their first meeting. Senior brother Bai. You mustn't. Negong Youwei's eyes were reddened, her voice trembling as she clutched Bai Xuan's sleeve, her body quivering, exuding an air of timidity. Her desire to stop Bai Xuan stemmed from a simple wish. She did not want to see him embroiled in conflict with others of the long-lived families because of her. Negong Youwei, do not overestimate yourself by attempting to obstruct Taoist Bai. He is not a mere insignificant figure for you to admire from afar. Taoist Bai is renowned for his immense strength, unparalleled among the younger generation, and celebrated throughout Tianyang continent. Whatever he chooses to do, he does not require others to dictate his actions. I, Young Wei, found myself at a loss for words, utterly taken aback by the aggressive remarks of Gong Xiu. In that moment, tears inexplicably streamed down my face, rendering me speechless. When I sparred with my companion Bai Xuan, I had brought along the exquisite purple gold folding umbrella from the Gong Xiu family. Surely, Bai Xuan would not mind, given his formidable strength. It appears that Gong Xiu's caustic speech, as well as her attempts to involve Nangong Young Wei, are merely tactics to provoke me into combat. It is evident that she possesses a keen awareness of her limitations, recognizing she cannot overpower me, and thus seeks to wield the prestigious purple gold umbrella of her family. According to the information I have gathered, the purple gold umbrella of the Changshan Gong Xiu family is remarkable. Not only does it possess tremendous power, but its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. Were it not for the significant disparity in our strengths, it could easily render its wielder invincible. What can one say? I have shown restraint time and again, yet Gong Xiu continues to press her advantage, pushing me to the brink. In her determination to provoke me, she has even resorted to insulting Young Wei, striking at my vulnerabilities. Very well, you have spoken at length, and your intentions are clear, to incite my wrath. You have succeeded. Bai Xuan cast a pained glance at the Young Wei, who was discreetly wiping away her tears. Turning to face Gong Xiu, his expression shifted immediately, his gaze growing increasingly hostile. Since Miss Gong Xiu has brought the matter to this point, if I were to decline any further, it would certainly appear as though I lack compassion. Today, I, Bai Xuan, shall engage in a duel with Miss Gong Xiu at the Qing sect. Gong Xiu, feeling the intensity of Bai Xuan's almost predatory stare, suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over her. Her initial intent was merely to delay Bai Xuan and thwart his ambitions. She never truly wished to engage in a real battle. She was acutely aware that Bai Xuan, possessing overwhelming martial prowess, had earned the title of the strongest among the younger generation of Tianyang continent, earning the admiration of many prodigies from the Qing sect. His strength was undoubtedly beyond her imagination. Even with the assistance of the purple golden peacock umbrella, she feared that engaging him would yield no favorable outcome. Yet, he had previously maintained an expression of calm, akin to a tranquil sea. How could her mere provocation have stirred such a tempest within him? Was it possible that her slighting remarks about Nangong Youwei had incited this transformation? Nevertheless, the words had been spoken, and he had accepted the challenge. To retract her statement at this juncture was simply not an option. Thus, Gong Xiu feigned satisfaction, nodding with a veneer of confidence. Ah, splendid. This is indeed the best outcome. However, Miss Gong Xiu must also agree to one condition of mine. Bai Xuan furrowed his brows and lowered his head, fixating his intense gaze on Gong Xiu, causing her heart to quiver with unease. Very well, he declared. You shall state it plainly. Our contest will take place upon the martial arena of the Qing sect. Furthermore, Let it be proclaimed to all disciples of the Qingyun sect. They shall be invited to gather at the arena to observe and learn from our duel. Chapter 60. Let the contest commence. Miss Gong see you. You wouldn't dare refuse. Would you? Of course not. I would never refuse. Gong Xiu retorted, her face flushed crimson, though her heart was filled with profound regret, given Bai Xuan's charisma. Once the news of our duel spread, the martial arena of the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly be packed to capacity. The majority of the sect's disciples would flock to witness the spectacle. If, while wielding her treasured purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, she were to be bested by Bai Xuan, the humiliation would be immense. It was essential to recognize that most disciples of the Qingyun sect hailed from the various powerful factions of Tianyang continent. Should she suffer defeat, within a mere moment, the tale would echo throughout the entire realm of cultivation. The daughter of the Chongqing Gong family, equipped with her family's artifact, had still succumbed to Bai Xuan of the Chongqing Bai clan. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Yet, the words had already been spoken. Bai Xuan also acquiesced. If he were to retreat now, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed. Very well, let us proceed at once. Bai Xuan responded decisively. Is it now? So soon? Gong Xiu's gaze flickered uncertainly. Witnessing Bai Xuan's unwavering resolve rendered her somewhat hesitant to meet his eyes. What is it? Bai Xuan inquired. Miss Gong Xiu, is there an issue? What do you mean? Of course, there is no problem. Gong Xiu retorted stubbornly. Very well then. Elder Suemo, is there any concern on your part? Bai Xuan turned to Suemo. Of course, there is no issue. I shall escort you both to the arena right away. Sumo's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, her lips slightly parted in a radiant smile. Although she did not fully comprehend why Gong Xiu had suddenly taken issue with Bai Xuan, nor the history of their past grievances, she was nonetheless grateful that Gong Xiu was willing to test Bai Xuan's mettle on her behalf, to ascertain the extent of his hidden prowess. How could she refuse such a devoted champion? A moment later, they arrived at the Qingyun sect's outer gate, the arena. As the foremost righteous sect on Tianyang continent, the arena of Qingyun sect was resplendent, constructed from lustrous, smooth white jade, forming a circular expanse with a diameter of 100 miles. At the periphery of the arena, intricate formations etched in ethereal spirit sand delineated a barrier that could partition the cosmos, isolating the arena from the tumultuous battles within. No matter how cataclysmic the clashes grew, this array would effortlessly contain the chaos. At that moment, news of Bai Xuan and Gong Xiu's impending duel had already spread, summoned by Suemo. Disciples from both the outer and inner sects, along with numerous cultivators, converged from all directions. Even esteemed elders rode upon rare and exotic beasts, enveloped in a luminous aura, arriving in a grand procession that enclosed the arena like an impenetrable fortress. Oh, Li Wei, you have come as well? Is everything all right at the alchemy chamber? Indeed. I heard that our esteemed senior brother Bai Xuan is to engage in a friendly exchange with the direct descendant of the Chongqing family, Miss Gong Xiu, and that we are welcome to observe and learn. I hastened here without even pausing to check on the alchemical furnace. Just this morning, I sensed that Bai Xuan's return to Qingyun sect would stir the waters once more. Sure enough, within mere hours, he is set to duel with Miss Gong Xiu. Indeed. At this juncture, Bai Xuan had already taken the stage, standing alone against the wind, eyes closed in deep concentration, allowing the gentle breeze to flutter through his sleeves. He uttered not a word, silently awaiting Gong Xiu, resembling a celestial being poised at the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Gong Xiu stood below the platform alongside Gong Xilian. My lady, there is no need for alarm. Bai Xuan has audaciously allowed you to enter the arena with the purple gold pendant and umbrella. You are already in an invincible position. Gong Xilian, facing away from Gong Xiu, observed Bai Xuan atop the stage. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to face her again. No matter how formidable Bai Xuan may be, he has yet to fully realize his potential. Is it possible to contend with the illustrious Sijing Peilu umbrella? Let us first probe his capabilities, for it shall yield its own benefits. Thus, we shall ascertain the appropriate demeanor to adopt, whether to allure or to confront him. Gong Si bowed her head in silence, acknowledging the truth in Gong Xilian's words. She comprehended this rationale well. However, for reasons unknown, the mere thought of facing Bai Xuan in battle sent shivers coursing through her. It felt as though an extreme discomfort arose from the depths of her soul, rendering her reluctant to engage Bai Xuan directly. Rest assured, Uncle Lian, I fully grasp the situation. Bai Xuan insulted the Gong Si family yesterday. I shall ensure he pays the price. At this moment, Su Mo, Wang Bing, and Nangong Yue were seated atop the high platform, awaiting the most advantageous vantage point to witness the impending clash. Suemo sat at the center, exuding an ethereal grace, as if a celestial being had descended to observe the mortal realm. Wang Bing, lacking such splendor, suppressed his aura, sitting nearby and daring not to breathe audibly. Only Yue could not remain still, pacing anxiously upon the platform, her face a portrait of worry. Elder Wang Bing, should Bai Xuan find himself at a disadvantage? You must intervene, she exclaimed. What if Gong Siyu, wielding a formidable artifact, proves too much for him? Elder Wang Bing, coughing softly. Wang Bing cautiously observed Su Mo's expression. Noticing her unwavering gaze fixed upon Bai Xuan, he finally exhaled in relief, daring to respond. Nangong Yue, fret not. You, being from outside the central region of Tianyang continent, may lack a proper understanding of Bai Xuan's prowess. He is far from being as simple as he appears. Chapter 61. A flick of two fingers shatters the blade's radiance. The might of Bai Xuan. Wang Bing furrowed his brow, recollecting the day Bai Xuan had intervened at the Nangong residence, fiercely protecting Nangong Yue while withstanding the oppressive aura of the Sun and Moon sect's formidable members. Despite merely a decade of cultivation, his displayed strength rivaled that of the elite families. Truly remarkable. Moments later, Gong Siyu ascended the martial stage, and the atmosphere surged to a crescendo. The duel between Bai Xuan of the Changsheng Bai family and Gong Siyu, the rightful daughter of the Chongqing Gongxi family, was about to commence. Brother Bai Xuan, keep it up. The disciples of Qingyun sect cheered, rallying behind Bai Xuan. Gong Siyu, clad in black, stood poised with her sword, the runes shimmering in and out of visibility. Taking a deep breath, her aura radiated an indomitable strength, with a surge of battle intent. The brilliant light of her blade erupted, casting a resplendent glow that pierced through the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. Despite the deep-seated fear within her, which deterred her from confronting Bai Xuan directly, stepping onto the martial stage transformed her resolve. Every move she made symbolized the honor of the Gong family's longevity. How could she falter in battle? Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gong Siyu stood proudly before Bai Xuan. As the legitimate daughter of the Gong family, she was renowned as a prodigy of exceptional talent, her prowess undeniably formidable. Bai Xuan, my friend. Gong Siyu's voice resonated, her gaze slicing through the air like a celestial blade, even causing the void to resonate with her power. I seek your guidance. Gasps filled the air. Gong Siyu, as the foremost prodigy of the Gong family, truly possessed extraordinary strength. Indeed, the oppressive presence she exudes resembles divine authority. Her power must be at the third level of Golden Core. Hey, you all are so focused on Gong Siyu that you overlook the formidable presence of Brother Bai Xuan. One voice chimed in. Zhang Dan's cultivation is also at Golden Core, and with his practice of sinister arts that drain vitality, his strength has significantly increased. It is only by a narrow margin that he can match Brother Bai Xuan. This battle is without doubt in favor of Brother Bai Xuan. We are merely here to observe. As this was said, the surrounding prodigies nodded in agreement. Brotherly speaks wisely, another added. I share the same sentiment. Bai Xuan stood resolutely, eyes closed, facing the wind. She offered no response to Gong Siyu, appearing to be in deep meditation, or perhaps simply dismissive of her presence. Feeling the disdain emanating from Bai Xuan, Gong Siyu could not help but feel a surge of indignation. With a delicate step, akin to a swan gliding upon water, she leaped into the air, initiating the first strike. Bai Xuan, behold my blade, she declared, bringing her horizontal sword down with force. A fierce, white blade of light, reminiscent of a crescent moon, sliced through the void, resonating with an indomitable power as it surged toward Bai Xuan. Ethereal symbols flickered upon the blade, entwined with strands of profound Tao energy, showcasing its extraordinary might. This strike was executed with the full extent of Gong Siyu's strength, reaching the 7th tier of her prowess. Yet, she did not expect this blow to pose any genuine threat to Bai Xuan. It was merely a test, albeit one she approached with great seriousness. Nevertheless, Bai Xuan remained utterly still, not even lifting her eyelids, maintaining her original stance. Look at that, someone exclaimed. Gong Siyu's strike is so formidable. Yet Bai Xuan stands there unmoving? Could she be intending to take it head-on? Another voice chimed in my opinion. Such a divine technique is surely beneath Bai Xuan's notice. She could shatter it with a mere flick of her finger, thus requiring no evasion, effortlessly deflecting it. If Bai Xuan truly managed to block it with ease, the disparity in their abilities would be glaring, and the Gong family would suffer a significant loss of face today. Gong Xiyu observed Bai Xian's unyielding posture, her expression shifting through various shades of disbelief. Though not her full strength, surely this attack could not be deemed weak. Does Bai Xian truly regard me with such disdain? How vast is the chasm that separates us? As the glint of the blade draws ever closer, Bai Xian remains utterly motionless. The hearts of the onlookers collectively quicken, particularly that of Yu Wei, who is on the verge of exasperation. Will brother Bai Xian emerge unscathed? Why is he yet to take action? At last, in a moment of dire peril, as the blade gleams, poised to cleave Bai Xian asunder, the previously closed eyes of Bai Xian slowly open. In that fleeting instant, the arena is engulfed in a radiant golden light, with spiritual energy surging and the fierce winds howling. Centered around Bai Xian, an unparalleled aura radiates forth, as if seeking to overturn the very heavens and earth. Bai Xian has made his move. A brilliant golden light flickers as he extends his fingers, which now gleam as if forged from pure gold. With effortless composure, he effortlessly clasps the fierce blade of Gong Xiyu, as if pinching a fallen leaf between his fingers. Merely with 2 digits, he has ensnared her lethal strike. The shimmering blade remains suspended in Bai Xian's grasp, buzzing incessantly, yet it cannot advance an inch further. Bai Xian deliberately lingered, allowing the disciples of Qingyun's sect, the elders, as well as the figures on the high platform, Nangong Yue, Su Mo, Wang Bing, and Gong Xiyu, to witness this scene with utmost clarity. Mere seconds later, as Bai Xian gently exerted pressure between his fingers, a crisp sound echoed, akin to the shattering of delicate jade. In an instant, Gong Xiyu's blade light disintegrated, transforming into a cascade of sparkling white sand that danced away with the wind. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, everyone was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The shock within them was beyond measure. This is astonishingly powerful. Such strength seems to belong to an entirely different realm compared to the younger generation. Lu Hai, brother, pinch me. I feel as though I am hallucinating. Witnessing Bai Xian extinguish Gong Xiyu's blade light with merely 2 fingers. Li Di, if you speak thus, I too feel as if I am in a mirage. For I have seen it as well. Though this scene unfolded vividly before their eyes, no one dared to accept its reality. How little time has passed since then. In his previous confrontation with Zhang Dan, Bai Xian exhibited considerable strength, yet it did not reach such an unreasonable level. At this moment, Gong Xilian in the audience suddenly wore an expression of profound seriousness. Had he been too presumptuous and underestimated Bai Xian? Chapter 62. Gong Xiyu's full force, absolute kill. Miss Gong Xiyu, with her in hand, has truly secured an invincible position? Bai Xian, just how formidable are you? On the high platform, Su Mo furrowed her brow, taken aback by Bai Xian's performance, which exceeded her expectations. So powerful. For the younger generation, it was nothing short of a crushing despair. For her, understanding Bai Xian's true intentions remained elusive, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. The greater Bai Xian's strength, the higher the danger he poses. It seems that further probing is essential. Bai Xian, what has caused such a sudden transformation in you? You have vowed to rescue Nangong. What is your true intention? Wang Bing gazed down at the arena. Although he had witnessed Bai Xian withstand the oppressive aura of the Sun and Moon sect's divine transformation expert, witnessing the scene of him effortlessly shattering the sword light with merely 2 fingers left him in awe once more. Truly formidable. Bai Xian's disciple, Yu Wei, with her small hands resting on the jade railing, finally ceased her anxious pacing. She recognized Bai Xian's exceptional prowess, yet this display of dominance surpassed her previous understanding. She lay on the platform, lost in thought as she gazed at Bai Xian, her lips unconsciously murmuring, "Seeing your brother Bai Xian is truly remarkable." Miss Gong Xiyu. Bai Xian commenced his movement, his steps deliberate and unhurried, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. Yet, each stride bore the weight of profound psychological pressure upon those present. Is this blade not your utmost effort? Pray, allow me to witness your most formidable strike. Fear not. Focus solely on channeling your spiritual energy. I shall refrain from intervening. Let me behold whether I possess the capacity to withstand it. Bai Xian's voice was calm, his tone gentle. Yet, at that moment, it reverberated like thunder breaking the stillness, resonating in the ears of everyone present. You may gather your spiritual energy. I will not make a move. Will you accept your strongest strike? Is this truly the way of combat for a prodigy like Bai Xian? This was not a battle. It was a blatant humiliation. Gong Xiyu clearly sensed it too. Her face flushed with anger, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. She resolved to hold nothing back. Her next move would be her utmost effort. Very well, Taoist Bai Xuan. Allow me to demonstrate the full extent of my power. At that moment, a terrifying vortex began to manifest in the sky above the Qing insect's arena. As the veins on Gong Xiyu's forehead became pronounced, it resembled an insatiable black hole, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In mere moments, it seemed to drain the very essence of the heavens and the earth, leaving many cultivators of the Qingyun sect aghast. Such overwhelming power was indeed frightening. Gong Xiyu was worthy of her renowned status as a prodigy. It was truly terrifying. It appeared as though she aimed to consume all the spiritual energy in this realm. One could not underestimate her. This was no trivial matter. Below the stage, Gong Xiliang fell silent, fully aware that the technique Gong Xiyu was about to employ was the pride of their Gong family. After gathering sufficient spiritual energy, the resultant strike would possess the might to cleave through the heavens and the earth, embodying the ultimate form of their family's honor. It must succeed. At the very least, it should breach Bai Xuan's defenses. It should not end in utter humiliation. On the high platform, Su Mo maintained an unreadable expression, as still as a placid lake. She was well acquainted with the Gong family. After witnessing the failure of Gong Xiyu's initial strike, she anticipated this move. Wang Bing felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing the formidable strength of this technique, and he couldn't help but worry for Bai Xuan. Yue Wei, after finally calming down, found her heart racing again, her face betraying her concern. Senior brother Bai Xuan is so powerful, surely he will be fine, right? As Gong Xiyu continued to extract spiritual energy, the sky above Qingyun's sect began to darken, an endless expanse of ominous clouds emanating a terrifying pressure, as if an immense force were about to descend. This scene left all observing cultivators pale and trembling with fear. Gong Xiyu unleashed her full strength, her eyes radiating a murderous intent that enveloped her surroundings. In that moment, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended, exuding an overwhelming aura that left everyone paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Indeed, she was truly the direct descendant of the Chongqing Gong family. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xuan silently marveled in his heart. The formidable might displayed, though not quite surpassing his own, was nonetheless a stark contrast when compared to the celestial talents of the Tianyang continent and even the Qingyun sect. It appeared to be a chasm of disparity, a significant elevation in rank. Yet, despite this, Bai Xuan remained unfazed, neither emanating a similar aura to withstand the overwhelming pressure nor altering his expression, as if he regarded this formidable force as inconsequential. Bai Xuan, my friend, behold this blade of mine. As Bai Xuan was lost in contemplation, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, icy exclamation from Gong Xiyu. In that moment, the unfamiliar blade she wielded began to undergo a striking transformation. Runes flickered to life, and ethereal strands of white luminescence emerged upon the blade, spiraling gracefully from the hilt to the tip. The weapon gradually absorbed the radiance, becoming increasingly brilliant and dazzling, akin to the sun's blinding glare, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Bai Xuan, behold the blade, Gong Xiyu proclaimed, as she swung the unfamiliar knife towards Bai Xuan's head with ferocious intent. In the void, a resplendent arc of light surged forth, a luminescent shadow resembling a crescent sun, adorned with ever-shifting myriad runes. This was the essence of absolute annihilation. The formidable force emanating from her blade transcended the limits of Gong Xiyu's current realm, exuding a power that could rival even the late stages of the Golden Core realm. Chapter 63. The Might of the Purple Gold Pei Luo Umbrella. Gong Xiyu brimmed with confidence. Without resorting to the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, this strike represented the pinnacle of her current capabilities. Even cultivators several realms above her would find themselves facing imminent demise under this singular blow, with no glimmer of survival in sight. Bai Xuan, no matter how formidable or invincible he may be, ultimately belongs to the same youthful generation as herself. It is inconceivable that he could nonchalantly accept such a blow as he did moments ago, with an air of indifference. Indeed, reality aligned with her expectations. This technique, a hallmark of the Xi family from the Palace of Eternal Life, possesses a power that defies ordinary reasoning. Bai Xuan can no longer afford to be casual. It is time to get serious. The Sixzhang golden body. One can see the spiritual energy emanating from Bai Xuan, erupting with the ferocity of a volcanic explosion. suffused with celestial aura and radiant golden light, as if he were a true immortal on earth. Bowing down, he strikes the ground with both hands. Rise. The earth trembles. In an instant, a magnificent, resplendent half-sized Buddha, exuding compassion, manifests in the world once more. Surrounded by Zen ambience and the resonance of the Tao. Several months later, Bai Xuan once again invokes the six-zhang golden body, which appears even larger than the full-sized Buddha he summoned during his previous battle with Zhang Dan. How terrifying! The spectacle of this battle is truly horrifying. Were it not for the protective formation, we would likely be crushed by the residual energy on the spot. I was fortunate to witness Bai Xuan's previous confrontation with Zhang Dan when he utilized the six-zhang golden body, though that golden Buddha was indeed awe-inspiring. It pales in comparison to the current half-sized Buddha. To describe Bai Xuan's strength as advancing at an astonishing pace is no exaggeration. In the arena, Bai Xuan stands at the center of the golden Buddha, controlling its form as he faces Gong Siyu's devastating strike that rends space itself. He steps forward, unflinching, causing the gathered spectators to turn pale, drenched in sweat. Initially, one might think that Bai Xuan summoned the Buddha to withstand Gong Siyu's unparalleled blow. Yet it appears that Lu Xiong shares this sentiment. Bai Xuan had previously stated that he wished for Gong Siyu to unleash her full power. And it seems he intends to receive this strike with the Buddha. Truly, it is astonishing. The great Buddha confronts Gong Siyu's slicing attack, which threatens to obliterate the very void, bracing against the unparalleled blade light. It extends a single hand. Clang, clang, clang. Remarkably, with just one hand of the Buddha, he captures Gong Siyu's most formidable strike. Ding, ding, ding. The blade light and the Buddha's hand engage in a rapid friction, creating a dazzling spectacle of sparks that stretch for hundreds of meters. Even though one might anticipate that Bai Xuan would use the Buddha's hand to absorb this strike, witnessing it unfold before their eyes leaves the onlookers momentarily speechless. Gong Siyu appears as if she has seen a ghost. She knows better than anyone the immense power of her strike. To have such an extraordinary blow caught by Bai Xuan's Buddha is utterly unfathomable. Within the Buddha, Bai Xuan's expression is grave. He brings his palms together, gathering spiritual energy. The Buddha moves once again, tightening its grip on the blade light. The friction between the blade and the Buddha's hand intensifies, producing even more sparks. Rise, Bai Xuan exclaimed in a deep voice. The great Buddha lifted the blade's radiance, deftly altering its trajectory with a single hand. Astonishingly, it was hurled towards Gong Siyu. What? How could this be possible? Initially, it was thought that Bai Xuan would merely catch the blow, yet he astonishingly returned it with such force. How could I possibly defend against this? The turn of events unfolded far too swiftly for Gong Siyu to react. It was not only her. The onlookers were equally taken aback. Bai Xuan unexpectedly employed such a cunning maneuver. Within the depths of Gong Siyu's eyes, the impending strike magnified relentlessly, growing larger and larger. At this critical juncture, even if she were to react, evasion was beyond her grasp. Just as the situation appeared dire, a radiant violet light erupted from Gong Siyu, soaring into the heavens. It was the revered purple-gold Pei Luo umbrella of the Gong family from the Palace of Eternal Life. Among the crowd, a well-informed prodigy gasped in astonishment. What a dazzling brilliance! It was indeed the treasured artifact of the Gong family, the purple-gold Pei Luo umbrella. No wonder Gong Siyu dared to confront senior brother Bai Xuan. She was armed with the formidable umbrella. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Yet none reproached Gong Siyu for wielding an external artifact during her duel with Bai Xuan. In their subconscious minds, they had long ceased to regard Bai Xuan as their equal. It would be peculiar to engage in battle with him without employing a powerful artifact. Upon the arena, violet light enveloped Gong Siyu, concealing the terror evident in her gaze. Centered around her, the purple-golden glow coalesced into the shape of an umbrella. With a resounding clang, the golden umbrella took form, unleashing a forceful sonic wave that nearly shattered the very fabric of the arena. It resembled a cataclysmic tidal wave, crashing upon Bai Xuan's returning blade of light, shattering it into countless fragments. Even the steadfast golden-bodied Buddha trembled, its form flushed with red. Coughing involuntarily, Bai Xuan, trapped within the Buddha, felt a hint of the overwhelming pressure. Indeed, this purple-gold Pei Luo umbrella is exceedingly powerful. Ding! As the treasured artifact of the Gong family from the Palace of Eternal Life, it is, of course, formidable. the host must exercise caution. However, it seems that Gong Xiu is not able to fully harness its power. Otherwise, she would not have refrained from utilizing the umbrella's strength at the onset of battle. Ding! That previous action was likely a response of the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, activated by the sense that Gong Xiu's life was in peril. Thus, it emerged to protect its master autonomously. Is it merely an automatic defense mechanism? Bai Xuan gazed up at the celestial heights, where the ethereal figure of Gong Xiu was enveloped in a radiant purple light. An overwhelming sense of pressure washed over him. The mere act of autonomously defending its master was astonishingly powerful. If it could fully unleash its might, the force would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Though he currently appeared invincible among his peers, he knew that in the grand realm of cultivation, facing true powerhouses would result in his swift demise. Leaving no room for doubt, it became evident that to achieve the ultimate goal of saving the Tianyang continent, he had a long and arduous journey ahead, necessitating immense effort. On the martial arts stage, the battle raged on. After shattering the blade's brilliance, the purple gold umbrella seemed to possess a will of its own, unleashing a tidal wave of divine consciousness without waiting for Gong Xiu's command. It swept across the entire space, ultimately locking onto Bai Xuan. Even within the protective embrace of the Golden Buddha, Bai Xuan felt as though he were ensnared by heavenly thunder, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp. Outside the arena, the disciples of Qingyun's sect, as well as the gathered cultivators, became acutely aware of this moment, their hearts racing in anticipation. They understood that the true battle was only just beginning. With a thunderous roar, the golden serpent danced wildly while the silver dragon unleashed a mighty roar. Surrounding the purple gold umbrella was an uncountable multitude of lightning bolts, enveloping the entire martial arts stage in a relentless barrage of indiscriminate attacks. The crackling thunder and lightning fell upon the Buddha's form like a torrential downpour, striking with unyielding ferocity. The golden statue of the Buddha, represented by Bai Xuan, appears as a mere grain of sand amidst an ocean of thunder. It is perpetually on the brink of being submerged. Such an overwhelming might is indeed formidable. Were it not for my senior brother Bai Xuan within, one might swiftly perish in this cataclysm. The cherished treasure of the Changxing Palace, the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, is truly as legendary as its reputation suggests, exhibiting remarkable prowess. However, esteemed brothers and fellow disciples, do observe that Gong Xiu, situated at the heart of the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, seems unable to exert control over it. Oh, is that so? What could be the reason? I seem to recall my elders mentioning that such treasures are extraordinarily exceptional. Could it be that this exceptional nature is manifested here? Indeed. As the disciples of the Qingyun sect have articulated, Gong Xiu currently resembles a captive of the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, ensconced at its center and rendered immobile. The assaults directed at Bai Xuan are autonomously executed by the umbrella itself. As the legitimate daughter of the Changxing clan, Gong Xiu has been imbued with great expectations since her youth, being bestowed this purple gold Pei Luo umbrella for her possession. Situated at the core of the Changxing Palace, she became privy to myriad secrets unknown to ordinary folk long ago. It is said that this includes the 12 supreme magical artifacts of the Tianyang continent. Their origins and purposes remain shrouded in mystery. The sole certainty is that these 12 artifacts existed prior to the formation of this realm, possessing their own sentience, but now lie in a dormant state. Gong Xiu has wielded the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella for over a century, aware that it instinctively protects its master in times of peril. Yet, she has never encountered a scenario where the umbrella disregards her commands. Now, immobilized within it, a sense of unease begins to stir within her. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Sumo's countenance is grave as she silently observes the majestic display of the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella's power. Her strikingly ethereal visage appears veiled by a thin mist, her delicate crimson lips pressed tightly together, and unexpectedly, a flicker of unfamiliar emotion stirs within her heart. Panic? Am I feeling anxious at this moment? Since achieving the tribulation, it has been a long time since I experienced such an emotion. Her keen perception has long since recognized that the umbrella's current offensive against Bai Xuan is not orchestrated by Gong Xiu, but rather a decision made by its own consciousness. Why is this so? In my extensive cultivation journey, I have never witnessed a magical artifact possessing its own awareness. Could it be that the legends of old are indeed true? That the 12 premier artifacts of the Tianyang continent each possess their own sentience, now merely ensnared in slumber? Bai Xuan, Why is it that every time you strike, events unfold in ways I could never have anticipated? How many mysteries lie hidden within you? Yue Wei now gazes anxiously at Bai Xuan amidst the stormy sea of thunder, her heart laden with worry. Her fingers are tightly clasped against her chest, as if in prayer for Bai Xuan's safety. Senior brother Bai Xuan, you must hold on. Below the competition stage, Gong Si Lian raises her head to the vast sky, seemingly captivated by the imposing figure of Gong Siyu. Sweat beads involuntarily form on her forehead. She can no longer maintain her composure. Miss Gong Siyu, why has this purple gold pendant umbrella suddenly spiraled out of control? You must remain safe. In the tempestuous sea of thunder, Bai Xuan forms intricate hand seals, no longer daring to underestimate the situation. He channels the Taishang Zao Hua Ling Xianju with unwavering determination, summoning forth an incessant flow of spiritual energy, akin to an inexhaustible fountain, surging from within him. Come forth. Bai Xuan let out a resounding shout, his arms outstretched. A blinding golden light emerged within the tempest of thunder, expanding at a visibly rapid pace. The golden Buddha of Bai Xuan, wildly burgeoning with flesh and blood, radiated a blinding golden light, as if intent on overturning the entire realm of thunder. Towering and majestic, the fully realized golden Buddha sat upon the arena, as grand as a mountain. Go! Bai Xuan waved his hand, and the great Buddha raised a single hand, crushing the thunderous force with overwhelming power, and lunged towards Gong Siyu, who was sheltered beneath the purple gold umbrella. Ah, Bai Xuan. Gong Siyu was frightened to the point of losing her composure, devoid of any fighting spirit, her voice trembling delicately. The inability to control the purple gold umbrella already left her in a state of panic. Little did she anticipate that, amid such a ferocious onslaught, Bai Xuan would possess the strength to counterattack. It was utterly terrifying. The onlookers below were equally astounded by the spectacle, their tongues rendered immobile, unable to utter a word. They felt as though their very souls were quaking. Faced with such a cataclysmic display of combat, there was not a shred of resistance within them. They simply yearned to kneel in submission. With a resounding crash, it was as if a pillar connecting heaven and earth had been shattered. Wrapped in the purple gold umbrella, Gong Siyu was sent soaring like a ball, struck away by Bai Xuan, who commanded the golden Buddha. She plummeted to the ground like a meteor, embedding herself within it and raising a cloud of dust. In that moment, the storm of thunder summoned by the purple gold umbrella gradually dissipated. Cough, cough, cough. Protected by the umbrella, Gong Siyu was not gravely harmed, but she was still left coughing from the impact. Was it over? Bai Xuan, riding on the majestic Buddha, floated gracefully in the air, gazing down at the swirling dust below. A sense of relief washed over him. Just as he was about to disperse the Buddha and cease the use of the six-zhang golden body, a voice, unexpectedly clear and resonant, echoed in his mind. Ding, host. Be cautious. The purple gold umbrella is emulating the techniques of Gong Siyu, gathering spiritual energy and preparing for a formidable strike. One must remain vigilant. What? Did the umbrella withstand the force of my Buddha's strike without faltering? Bai Xuan was taken aback. The intensity of this battle exceeded his expectations. Indeed, no sooner had the system's voice faded than an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The dust and smoke below dissipated as if swept away by a powerful gust of wind. A blade of darkness, reminiscent of an abyss, surged forth, interwoven with crackling crimson lightning. It bore the essence of laws and surged toward Bai Xuan with an alarming swiftness, threatening to obliterate him. This is bad, truly troublesome. Chapter 65, The Appearance of Xiaorong. Ah! Bai Xuan, wary and cautious, clasped his hands together once more, channeling his spiritual energy. The golden body Buddha radiated with a brilliant golden light, becoming remarkably tangible once again. The purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, truly a treasured artifact cherished by the Longevity clan. Bai Xuan also felt the weight of pressure, swiftly operating the supreme creation Lingxian technique. He dared not allow even the slightest lapse in focus. On the Buddha's hand, radiant beams of seven-colored light were rapidly coalescing. He had to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. The disciples and elders of Qingyun's sect observing the battle, as well as Gong Silian below and Nangong Yue, Suimo, and Wang Bing on the high platform, all sensed it. This confrontation would culminate in the final blow between the two. After this strike, the victor would be revealed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, holding their breath for fear of missing a decisive moment. Their eyes were glued to the stage. At that instant, beneath everyone's gaze. A figure harnessed the divine rainbow, soaring toward the contest stage like a shooting star. Cough, cough, cough. What immense pressure. It felt as though all the air within one's very organs was being squeezed out. The purple gold Pei Luo umbrella of the Gong family was indeed formidable. With a thud, the newcomer passed through the barrier and entered the arena. Xiao Xiaorong, what are you doing here? Bai Xuan, who was focused on gathering spiritual power, suddenly noticed a cultivator rapidly approaching him. By the time he recognized her as Xiao Xiaorong, she had already crossed into the arena's barrier and was nearly at his side. Xiao Xiaorong, why have you come here? Hurry and withdraw, Bai Xuan shouted anxiously. At this moment, the battle between him and Gong Xiu had transcended the realm of ordinary prodigies. Even Xiao Rong, despite being an exceptionally talented foundational cultivator, would be overwhelmed by the residual forces of their clash. The spectators finally noticed Xiao Rong's presence, erupting in astonishment. How could junior sister Xiao Rong be here? This is too reckless. How can she intervene in senior brother Bai Xuan's fight? Some even called out loudly to her, junior sister Xiao Rong. It's dangerous. Quickly withdraw. However, Xiao Rong seemed oblivious to the warnings from Bai Xuan and the disciples of Qinyan's sect. Undeterred, she pressed forward, resolutely flying towards Bai Xuan despite the immense pressure. At this point, Xiao Rong was close to Bai Xuan, having entered the center of the arena, making retreat impossible. With no other choice, Bai Xuan extended his protective hand, sheltering her within. Xiao Rong, familiar with the situation, effortlessly moved to Bai Xuan's side. Xiao Rong, what brings you here? Before Bai Xuan could finish her admonition, she was swiftly countered. I'm here to assist you. There's no time for lengthy explanations. Hurry, get up. In an instant, Xiao Rong formed intricate hand seals, and her aura surged with fervor, immense and profound. A fiery red phoenix emblem emerged upon her forehead. The runes flickered as a viscous force of vital energy surged from within her, the blood-red spiritual power swirling around her, rapidly taking shape. She was illuminated, resembling a primordial beast of ferocity. Bai Xuan let out a faint sigh, understanding the kindness of Xiao Rong. At this moment, it was indeed not a time for evasion. Fire Phoenix True Sun. With Xiao Rong's delicate exclamation, a vibrant fire phoenix seemingly imbued with life emerged atop the golden-skinned Buddha. It circled and cried out, its wings ablaze with genuine fire. How terrifying! Wasn't Xiao Shimi's cultivation merely at the qi refining stage? What kind of divine ability was she wielding? Divine ability? Surely my senior brother must be mistaken. I recall that even the most rudimentary divine abilities require a foundation-building cultivation level to be executed. It cannot be wrong. This has to be a divine ability. How astonishingly talented Xiao Shimi is. Within mere months at Qinyan's sect, her strength has ascended to the foundation establishment realm. The multitude of observing cultivators were profoundly shaken by this spectacle. Firstly, there was Xiao Rong's sudden appearance, disregarding all else to fly to Bai Xuan's side and shield him. Secondly, her formidable prowess was undeniable, as she was capable of manifesting a divine ability, signifying her strength had indubitably reached the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 66. The duel concludes. Xiao Rong, with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of foundation establishment, likely possesses the fire wind true body. The technique she practices must be an extraordinarily powerful fire attribute method. Bai Xuan's strength remains unknown, his physique a mystery, and his technique undisclosed. Why can I not see through you? Bai Xuan, you should be able to withstand this attack, so allow me to demonstrate. How could someone like you willingly remain in the outer sect of Qinyan's sect for so many years? Upon the high platform, Su Mo's aura wavered unpredictably. She seemed to blend into the void, employing her exceptionally keen spiritual sense to scrutinize Bai Xuan on the martial arts arena. She wished to observe whether Bai Xuan could withstand Lu Wanner's strike. Bai Xuan's prowess was truly beyond comprehension. A resounding roar echoed, as if shattering the very heavens and earth, reverberating through the cosmos like the thunderous clash of titans. Even one you found it unbearable. The terrifying black blade light clashed with the colossal Buddha, which bore the flaming phoenix. It was akin to the collision of two immensely gigantic planets, unleashing an unimaginable horror that erupted forth. Within the radius surrounding the trio, everything visible to the naked eye, from the pristine jade bricks to other objects, was instantly shattered and consumed by flames, reduced to mere dust. At that moment, although the previous explosion had already astonished the world to its core, the residual waves at the trio's location were far from over. Xiao Rong, come here. Without waiting for her response, Bai Xuan swiftly pulled Xiao Rong into his embrace. The Buddha's golden arms and torso, following the collision, were already damaged and cracked, with half of its head blown apart. Bai Xuan once again fervently channeled his spiritual energy, seeking to mend the great Buddha, yet the progress was agonizingly slow. Reluctantly, he summoned the golden lotus for protection. A surge of vibrant life force flowed into Xiao Rong's body as Bai Xuan cradled her, burying his head in her embrace. Indeed, as Bai Xuan had anticipated, the previously terrifying explosion was merely a minor disturbance created by the clash of the Black Blade and the great Buddha's fiery winds. The true explosion had yet to arrive. Thunderous rumblings echoed. An unimaginable scene of horror began to unfold. Brilliant crimson waves of fire surged forth like a golden crow unleashed in an explosion. Even Xiao Rong, sheltered by the golden Buddha and the life-giving lotus in Bai Xuan's arms, felt the overwhelming pressure, as if her very bones were being crushed under an immense weight. Despite their past enmity, she could not help but worry for Gong Xiu in the face of such a terrifying spectacle. Gong Xiu's face bore a look of despair and confusion, her mind racing with countless thoughts as she was momentarily paralyzed by the sight before her. The deafening roar continued unabated, engulfing Gong Xiu's figure in a merciless blaze. Senior brother Bai Xuan. Nan Gong Yue gazed at the shattered great Buddha, now completely submerged in flames, tears streaming down her face. In a fit of hysteria, she cried out, losing control of her body, her hands gripping the railing as she longed to leap into the arena. Calm down, Yue. Stay calm. Wang Bing intervened swiftly, pulling her back from the brink of self-destruction. Yet, Nangong Yue continued to wail, Senior brother Bai Xuan. Let me in, don't hold me back. I must see senior brother Bai Xuan. Below, Gong Xilian refrained from intervening to save Gong Xiu. As a senior member of the Gong Xi family and her protector, he bore the responsibility of ensuring her growth. However, he also understood the necessity of exposing her to the trials of reality. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot uphold the dignity of the Gong Xi family. Furthermore, while the explosion was indeed terrifying, one should not underestimate the protective power of the purple golden peacock umbrella. Although Gong Xiu might be momentarily stunned by the shockwave, she would likely emerge unscathed. Indeed, this was the case. Bai Xuan and Xiao Rong, shielded by the great Buddha and the golden lotus, felt their bones nearly shatter under the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Gong Xiu, protected by the purple golden peacock umbrella, merely suffered a fall, losing consciousness from the force of the blast. This is truly terrifying. Is this merely a battle among the younger generation? No, it cannot be simply described as such. It is a clash between senior brother Bai Xuan and the 12 most formidable treasures of the Tianyang continent. Indeed, although the great Buddha of brother Bai Xuan remains damaged, it still stands resolutely, while the Zijin Pei Luo umbrella, along with Gong Xiu, has seemingly vanished. The outcome is unmistakably in favor of brother Bai Xuan. As the disciples of Qingyun sect, who have been observing the battle, are filled with profound emotions. This clash has truly captivated them, igniting their fervor and excitement. Once again, they have witnessed the formidable power of Bai Xuan firsthand. The arena remains ablaze with fierce flames. Under the nurturing embrace of the golden lotus, Xiaorong's injuries have swiftly healed. She emerges from the great Buddha, unfazed by the searing heat that surrounds her. As the true embodiment of the fire phoenix, her constitution is extraordinarily rare and powerful, granting her exceptional resilience and mastery over flames. With a flick of her fingers, she conjures her divine abilities. The once rampant inferno is suddenly drawn into her grasp, transforming into a flickering flame. With a gentle clap of her hands, she extinguishes it effortlessly. Nearby, Gong Xiu emerges from the desolate sea of flames, revealing herself at this moment. The battle between Bai Xuan and Gong Xiu has finally reached its conclusion, with Bai Xuan emerging victorious, a triumph undeniably deserved. Xiao Rong, what possessed you to recklessly fly in here? Are you not aware of the dangers that lurk? Bai Xuan's expression turned stern as he intended to admonish Xiao Rong. Yet, Xiao Rong remained unfazed by his demeanor, her tone as melodious as delicate jade as she retorted. How dare you criticize me? I have questions for you. You should have at least informed me before embarking on your journey. Chapter 67. The encounter of two maidens shakes the arena. I have just emerged from my seclusion, only to witness you embroiled in a conflict with Gong Xiu. And she wields her family's treasured artifact, the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella. How could I possibly stand idly by? Xiaorong pouted, her frustration spilling forth in a torrent of words directed at Bai Xuan, expressing her grievances from the past few days. In her impassioned state, glistening tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. It seems that Xiaorong holds you in high regard. Just a few days apart, and she is already so anxious. She has unconsciously assumed the role of your partner. Ding! Being favored by both Xiaorong and Nangong Yue, the two daughters of destiny, bestows upon the host considerable fortune in love. Of course, there exists the possibility that the host is the object of affection for both. Yet their jealousy might lead to an imbalance in their relationship. Ding! Ultimately, both may harbor resentment born of love, leading to a tragic end for the host. What nonsense is this system spouting? I was too preoccupied with dealing with Gong Siyu to attend to you, was I not? Goodness. And Yue is here as well. Bai Xuan suddenly came to a realization. It was evident that both individuals held a deep affection for him. However, he could not have anticipated the scene of chaos that would unfold upon their meeting. Most importantly, he found himself in a precarious situation, unable to offend either party. Hey, Bai Xuan, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? Xiaorong glared at the lost in thought Bai Xuan, her frustration mounting. She stomped her foot in exasperation and bit down on his arm. Ouch, that hurts. Bai Xuan gasped in pain, suddenly regaining his senses. I ask you, after leaving the Qingyan sect, what did you do? Bai Xuan was about to respond when he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, he could not reveal that his sudden departure was to rescue another female cultivator. Such a confession would undoubtedly invite trouble. Just as Bai Xuan was contemplating how to articulate his thoughts, the young Wei on the high platform shouted, Bai Xuan, senior brother, and leaped down with a resounding thud. Gong Si Lian also ascended the platform, rushing to the side of the unconscious Gong Siyu to assess her injuries. Fool, do not jump. Bai Xuan could not help but feel overwhelmed. Xiaorong and Nangong Yue, each one of them, exhibited an audacity that was hard to fathom. They proceeded with their actions without a shred of consideration for the consequences. Wang Bing too, why did he not restrain her? Yet, one could hardly fault him, for he had exerted himself to the utmost. During the climactic final clash of Bai Xuan and Siyu, which resulted in a tremendous explosion, Nangong Yue endeavored to leap down to Bai Xuan's side, only to be halted by him. At that moment, however, Yue was completely engulfed by guilt. Driven to a state of hysteria, disregarding everything else, fixated solely on reaching Bai Xuan. In her desperation, she clawed and scratched at Wang Bing, who found himself in a dilemma, unable to relinquish his grip, yet too fearful to strike, lest he inadvertently harm Nangong Yue once more. Bai Xuan ultimately found himself unable to fulfill the wager with Su Mo, leaving him to endure in silence. As a venerable elder of the esteemed Qingyan sect, he was accustomed to being courted and flattered wherever he went, commanding a presence that inspired both awe and respect. Yet, he had been humiliated by a mere junior, leaving him wounded and disgraced. The fact that he managed to suppress his anger was already a considerable concession to his dignity. How could he possibly attempt to draw her in at such a moment? Alas, as Bai Xuan anticipated, the platform stood 800 meters above the ground, and the young Wei had only attained the third level of qi refinement. She landed squarely on her backside, yelping in pain. Oh dear! Bai Xuan, witnessing this scene, could not help but cover his face and frown. However, Yue, despite enduring the pain, patted her backside and stood up, scampering up to the competition stage and eagerly running towards Bai Xuan and Xiaorong. Who is she? Seeing Bai Xuan ignore her and instead show concern for another female cultivator, Xiaorong was instantly consumed by jealousy. Tilting her head and furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the approaching Nangong Yue, who, despite her tear-stained cheeks, could not conceal the delicate fairness of her features, akin to freshly crafted porcelain unexpectedly dusted with grime. Her petite and exquisite features were perfectly arranged upon her face, rendering her irresistibly charming, resembling a stunningly beautiful doll. Xiaorong's frown deepened. How peculiar. Why does this enchanting female cultivator seem so familiar? Where have I seen her before? It suddenly dawned on me. In an instant, Xiaorong appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, as if a faint spark had illuminated the entire dim cavern. Everything became clear. So it was. How dare you, Bai Xuan, to betray me, Xiaorong, and flirt with another woman? Bai Xuan, with his back turned to Xiaorong, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Xiaorong understood everything. She had not mistakenly entered the wrong courtyard yesterday. The place she had ventured into was indeed Bai Xuan's residence. However, she had not anticipated that, instead of finding Bai Xuan in his bedroom, she encountered a wild girl of unknown origins. Bai Xuan remained oblivious to the fact that the deceased had taken refuge in that secluded corner. Furthermore, what was even more significant was that yesterday, when she had been so audaciously intimate with this female cultivator, it was evident that the latter was fully awake. Yet, why did she not resist? Surely, she must have mistaken herself for Bai Xuan, thinking it was he who was caressing her. What a scandalous affair. This little vixen. She is not unattractive, but does she truly lack the affection of a man? Chapter 68. The Kneeling of Yu Wei and Xiao Rong's Suspicions. This is utterly infuriating. How dare Bai Xuan show such concern for that little harlot? And yet, he coldly neglects me, who risked my life to save him. This is intolerable. I cannot bear it any longer. Ding. The system kindly reminds the host. The two women have yet to formally meet, and it seems you have already displeased Xiao Rong. Oh, is that so? Bai Xuan turned around and indeed saw Xiao Rong's face, dark and menacing, as though it were capable of devouring a soul. Ahem. Bai Xuan was instantly drenched in sweat, flustered and disoriented. Xiao Rong, please do not misunderstand. My abrupt departure that day was not due to a hurried search for Yu Wei. Ding. Is the host foolish? Are you confessing without being prompted? This is no different from the proverbial act of hiding silver without a trace. Alas, upon uttering his words, Bai Xuan realized he had misspoken, causing him to anxiously slap his forehead. Typically composed and clear-headed, he found himself in a state of disarray. It appears that this enchanting beauty, as lovely as a celestial maiden, is named Yu Wei. Was his hasty departure that day in pursuit of her affections? Why do you feel the need to explain yourself to me? What business is it of mine? Indeed, a classic line spoken by a displeased girlfriend. Before Bai Xuan's journey through time, he had heard much on the Blue Star. Sister Xiao Rong, my actions are indeed guided by my own rationale. Please allow me to explain. Explain what? I dare not let you explain. Xiao Rong's words flowed incessantly, unleashing a torrent of criticism upon Bai Xuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. At that moment, Yu Wei arrived beside Bai Xuan and Xiao Rong. With a swift motion, Xiao Rong turned her gaze towards Nangong Yu Wei. Though she had previously claimed that Bai Xuan's affairs were of no concern to her, the moment another woman approached, she assertively pulled Bai Xuan behind her, her exquisite eyes narrowing into slits, filled with palpable hostility directed at the approaching Nangong Yu Wei. This display left Yu Wei feeling a mix of shock and revulsion. In their earlier confrontation, she had observed how this sister Xiao Rong, disregarding her own safety, summoned a divine rainbow to rush onto the duel stage in aid of Bai Xuan. It was then that she realized the relationship between sister Xiao Rong and brother Bai Xuan was undoubtedly complex. When Xiao Rong unleashed the fire phoenix Tru Yang to assist Bai Xuan against the formidable, heavenly, slashing black blade conjured by the purple gold Pei Luo umbrella, a profound emptiness settled within her. It felt as though something of great significance had been lost, or perhaps something she had never possessed. Yet, she longed to stand by Bai Xuan's side, to be the one who fought alongside him against their adversaries. Rather than merely hindering his efforts as she felt she was doing now, she scrutinized Xiao Rong before her, clad in elegant green attire, possessing striking features. She exuded an aura of an ethereal beauty, fresh and captivating. Even in her fierce glare, there was an undeniable allure. After a few moments of hesitation, Yu Wei finally spoke. Brother Bai Xuan, are you unharmed? Before Bai Xuan could respond, he was interrupted by Xiao Rong. Rest assured, Bai Xuan is perfectly fine. He is lively and energetic. He could devour 100 bowls of rice in one breath. He does not require your concern at all. Bai Xuan could not help but feel embarrassed and silently criticize from behind. How could one possibly consume 1,000,000 meals? What a ludicrous exaggeration. Bai Xuan, are you truly all right? Yong Wei still expressed concern, pressing him for reassurance. Yes, Yong Wei, you need not worry. I am perfectly fine, Bai Xuan replied. Xiao Rong became increasingly infuriated. It seemed as though these two regarded her as invisible. Huff. Yong Wei sighed with relief, placing a hand on her chest. It's a relief to hear you're okay, Bai Xuan, she said, her expression finally relaxing. The tension in her heart had finally dissipated. However, Xiao Rong, listening to their conversation, found it utterly ordinary, yet it struck her ears as if the two were engaging in flirtation. Her irritation grew. That little vixen. You have truly provoked me. What caliber of person do you think you are? The man I, Xiao Rong, have set my sights on. How dare you covet him? Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? Bai Xuan is not someone you should concern yourself with. Oh dear, Xiao Rong. Do try to temper your anger. Bai Xuan noticed Xiao Rong preparing to berate Yu Wei and quickly positioned himself between the two. He was genuinely concerned that Xiao Rong would unleash a torrent of scathing remarks upon Yu Wei, potentially leaving her with deep psychological scars. After all, she had recently endured a harrowing family crisis and the betrayal of her fiancé. Just moments ago, she had faced relentless provocation from Su Mo. She was not like Xiao Rong, an ancient being with centuries of experience. Her emotional resilience was still fragile. Oh, Bai Xuan, how dare you speak on his behalf? Xiao Rong exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Fine, I shall take my leave then. What do you mean, leave? Just listen and allow for an explanation. Bai Xuan seized the temperamental Xiao Rong, and amidst their tugging, Nangong Yu Wei, before the entire assembly of disciples and elders of Qingyun's sect, suddenly knelt before Xiao Rong with a resounding thud. Senior sister Xiao Rong, though I am unaware of the circumstances that have transpired, it seems we must be entangled in some misunderstanding. Regardless of the cause, I am immensely grateful to you. Your willingness to disregard your own safety and ascend the competition stage to assist senior brother Bai Xuan is truly commendable. Thank you, junior sister Xiao Rong. Her voice resonated loudly, ensuring that every cultivator in the vicinity of the arena could hear her words. This act of kneeling left both Xiao Rong and Bai Xuan utterly flabbergasted, rendering them motionless. Xiao Rong's complexion shifted dramatically, turning crimson. This female cultivator appeared to be no ordinary flirt. Why was she expressing gratitude for saving Bai Xuan and even bowing to her? Was I just moments ago behaving like a shrew? Chapter 69, Bai Xuan's vision, granting face to the Gong family, unreasonably. Could it be? Did Bai Xuan deceive me? Is there truly something between this junior sister and Bai Xuan that I am unaware of? At this moment, the murmurs of those around began to echo. How peculiar. Why would that fellow disciple kneel before Sister Xiao Rong? Brother Li Wei, you may not be aware, but the one kneeling is none other than a member of our Qingyun sect. I witnessed it with my own eyes this morning as she emerged from Brother Bai Xuan's courtyard. Is that so? Do they share a tumultuous history? What could compel her to kneel? Junior sister Yu Wei, what are you doing? Please, rise quickly. Bai Xuan looked helplessly at the tear-streaked face of Yu Wei and hurriedly approached her, intending to help her to her feet. I won't get up. Yu Wei insisted, her flushed cheeks betraying her resolve as she attempted to remain on her knees. However, her stubbornness was not to be entertained. Bai Xuan exerted a slight force and effortlessly lifted her up. Bai Xuan, please don't, Yu Wei pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as she was about to speak further, Xiao Rong, who had been standing by, finally interjected. Enough, let us get up. We can discuss matters when we return. With a sense of determination, Xiao Rong took Yu Wei from Bai Xuan's grasp and supported her on her own. She cast a deep glance at Bai Xuan and said, Bai Xuan, I will take this little junior sister back first. We shall wait for you in your courtyard. All right, Bai Xuan replied. Bai Xuan nodded. Xiao Rong truly understood him, realizing that the matters at hand were still unresolved. Without needing his words, she departed with Yu Wei. Xiao Rong did not linger. Together with Yu Wei, she transformed into a streak of light and left the competition arena. At that moment, only Bai Xuan, Gong Siyu, and Gong Si Lian remained on the stage. Uncle Gong, how is Miss Gong Siyu's condition? Bai Xuan inquired as he approached. Gong Si Lian did not impede his advance. His eyes, akin to those of a great eagle, gazed upon Bai Xuan as if he were witnessing some divine marvel, scrutinizing him from head to toe, seemingly attempting to see through his very essence. She is not gravely injured, merely suffering from some minor wounds. She has simply fainted. Gong Si Lian replied. Ah, I see. It is a relief to hear that Miss Gong Siyu is well. Bai Xuan feigned concern and sighed softly. Uncle Gong, regarding my recent exchange with Miss Gong Siyu, it is not to say that she is inferior to me. Rather, it was the unwelcome intervention of my junior sister, Zhong Xiaorong, that allowed me to gain the upper hand, albeit slightly. Perhaps we could consider this match a draw between us? What do you think? Ding. I never expected the host would take the initiative to express such sentiments, offering the other party an opportunity for grace. Ding. The host's magnanimity and foresight are far more profound than I had anticipated. Whatever it is that needs to be said or done, I am confident in my ability to handle it. Bai Xuan is now quite clear-headed. Indeed, Gong Siyu had previously provoked his wrath. However, he has already retaliated against her. The anger has substantially dissipated. Furthermore, the Changxing family, a formidable entity, has stood resilient on the Tianyang continent for 1,000,000 years without faltering. It is inconceivable that they are merely ordinary. At least for now, he is not capable of confronting them. Thus, it is wise to avoid enmity. The influence of the Changxing family is intricately woven throughout the Tianyang continent. Having such a family as an adversary would render any endeavors in the cultivation world exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, if his assumptions are correct, Gong Silian, with a favorable inclination, will likely seize the opportunity to extend an olive branch rather than hold a grudge. As Bai Xuan anticipated, Gong Silian first exhibited surprise, a flicker of incredulity passing through his eyes. He had not foreseen that Gong Siyu's earlier provocations would compel Bai Xuan into combat with him, only to be utterly defeated in the end. Bai Xuan unexpectedly decided to come over, taking the initiative to mend their relationship. He even spoke with an incongruous sense of conscience, absurdly claiming that they had reached an impasse. However, both parties were willing to preserve the dignity of the Gongxi family, offering a gracious exit. How could one possibly refuse such an olive branch? Facing Bai Xuan, an exceptionally gifted individual whose strength bordered on the extraordinary and who was destined to ascend as the mightiest prodigy of the Tianyang continent, one would generally refrain from provoking unless there was an insurmountable grudge. Thus, on behalf of my esteemed lady, I express my gratitude to you, Taoist Bai Xuan. Gong Silian smiled warmly at Bai Xuan, finding him increasingly agreeable to behold. It was only fitting. Uncle Gong Si was indeed being courteous. Bai Xuan complimented without hesitation, immediately turning around and soaring into the sky. With fortune smiling upon him, he addressed the gathered disciples of the Qingyun sect. Esteemed brothers and sisters, revered elders. Today I shall engage in a friendly contest with Miss Gong Siyu. Due to the interference of others, both of us have sustained injuries to varying degrees. Therefore, today's battle shall be deemed a draw. I sincerely appreciate your presence here today. The voice of Taoist Bai Xuan, though not loud, resonated throughout the vast expanse like a mighty bell. The disciples who heard these words were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. What? The disparity between senior brother Bai Xuan and Gong Siyu is so apparent, yet he dares to claim a draw with her? Exclaimed one. Brother Zhang San, your perspective is rather narrow. Senior brother Bai Xuan is merely preserving the dignity of the Gong family, ensuring their defeat isn't too humiliating. Such magnanimity from him. The admiration for Bai Xuan surged among the crowd. On the high platform, Suemo stood with his arms crossed, silently observing the jubilant disciples below. Bai Xuan's actions once again exceeded her expectations. At merely 20 years of age, she possesses an extraordinary clarity of vision. She exhibits no desire for superficial fame and always leaves room for maneuver in her dealings. Her ability to garner admiration from various factions is truly remarkable. Bai Xuan, I find you increasingly inscrutable. Wang Bing gazed at the jubilant crowd below, feeling a surge of excitement himself. Chapter 70, Reconciliation. Observing Bai Xuan's character and actions today, I realized that my initial bet on him, standing by his side, was an exceedingly wise decision. As he matures, he will surely remember the kindness I have shown him. Will he not? Bai Xuan plummeted from the heights, engaging in a superficial tussle with Gong Silian before preparing to depart. There remained a matter within the courtyard awaiting his resolution. Uncle Gong Si, when do you and Miss Gong Si you plan to return? If it's a few evenings from now, once Miss Gong awakens, I wish to pay her a visit. I yearn to discuss the art of the blade and express the sentiments that dwell within my heart. Ha ha ha, truly? It seems that your intentions, Taoist Bai Xuan, are indeed a stroke of fortune for my young lady. Gong Silian chuckled heartily, fully aware that Bai Xuan's words were merely a formality. He likely assumed that I would decline, but today he miscalculated. For those of us seasoned in the ways of the world, not only do we know how to retreat gracefully, but we also relish in advancing our interests. Oh dear, how fortuitous, Taoist Bai Xuan. My young lady and I are in no hurry to depart. We shall reside for several days at Yunshanxian, just outside Qingyun sect. Pray, do not renege on your word. Alas, how foolish of me to forget the shamelessness of these old fellows. What was I thinking with my earlier pleasantries? Bai Xuan clenched his teeth in silent anger, yet he maintained a beaming smile on the surface. Naturally, he responded with a slight bow to Gong Silian. Not lingering for even a moment longer, he transformed into a radiant streak of light and departed. Look, it seems that senior brother Bai Xuan has left. Indeed, the battle he fought with Gong Siyu today was truly exhilarating to watch. Now that senior brother Bai Xuan has departed, let us take our leave as well. The disciples of Qingyun's sect gradually exited the arena, one by one. What was once a bustling crowd, filled with excitement, soon turned desolate. Before long, within Bai Xuan's courtyard, a brilliant beam of divine light descended from the heavens, revealing a figure amidst its glow. It was none other than Bai Xuan himself. Bai Xuan returned to his abode. Where the constraints of formality were few, he descended directly from the skies rather than entering through the front door. At that moment, within the courtyard, two individuals had been awaiting his arrival for quite some time. Senior brother Bai Xuan, you have returned. Are you unscathed? As soon as Bai Xuan landed, Yue approached him with immense concern, inquiring about his well-being. There was no need to fret over him. He was quite resilient. Xiao Rong was no fool. She had gradually come to comprehend many things. During her recent battle with Gong Xiyu, she had been perplexed by the formidable aura emanating from Bai Xuan. Wasn't he supposed to be injured? His indomitable spirit was akin to that of an unscathed warrior. It was only when he unleashed that golden lotus that Xiao Rong experienced a moment of enlightenment. The White family's terrifying abilities were numerous. Yet this golden lotus had garnered significant renown, a fact she now felt profoundly. One could assert that the vitality radiating from the lotus was extraordinarily robust, indicating that Bai Xuan's injuries had long since healed. However, for the past few days, he had feigned illness, lingering in her courtyard, compelling her to prepare meals and attend to him day and night. He would often turn pale, causing her concern. Had Bai Xuan truly been unwell, she would have said nothing. Yet, he had fully recovered, which vexed Xiao Rong greatly. After living 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had devoted herself so wholeheartedly to caring for someone. It rendered her feel like a servant, while she had once been an empress in her previous life. Ahem. Bai Xuan coughed lightly a few times, sensing that Xiao Rong had likely to do something. He decided to shift the conversation. All right, Xiao Rong, let me tell you what I have been up to since I left that day. Soon, Bai Xuan recounted his experiences after departing from the Qingyun sect to Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong cast a sidelong glance at Nangong Yue, her expression gradually shifting. Initially, as Bai Xuan spoke of Nangong Yue's unwarranted misfortunes, her diminished cultivation, and her disfigured appearance, she let out an impatient huff. However, considering that Bai Xuan had made a grand vow that somewhat concerned her, she remained silent, even though she felt disdain. But as the narrative progressed to the moment when Nangong Yue was humiliated by her fiancé's abrupt cancellation of their engagement, Xiao Rong's gaze began to change significantly. She intimately understood the anguish of being betrayed by someone presumed to be the closest. In her past life, she too had suffered betrayal during a moment of vulnerability. Thus, even a formidable figure like her had to retreat hastily, unable to showcase her ambitions. Xiao Rong empathized deeply with this pain, and her expression towards Nangong Yue subtly transformed. When Bai Xuan described his impressive entrance, confronting her former fiancé, and repelling the various factions, Xiao Rong felt a surge of vindication. Such contemptible individuals, who looked down upon others, deserve to be dealt with in this manner. A flicker of relief washed over her at Bai Xuan's timely intervention. Then, Bai Xuan narrated how he sought out that scoundrel fiancé, descending from the heavens on a golden lotus, unleashing divine light that shattered the roof of the Lu family home to confront Lu Meng. Xiao Rong's excitement grew, her earlier discontent dissipating entirely. The only regret was that Lu Meng had died from fright, denying her the opportunity to inflict proper torment, leaving Xiao Rong both astonished and disappointed. Finally, Bai Xuan summarized his return to the Qingyun sect with Yue, recounting the difficulties posed by Su Mo and Gong Xiyu, culminating in his ultimate showdown with Gong Xiyu. At this point, Xiao Rong's brow furrowed deeply. Bai Xuan, how could you be so foolish? Even if you managed to cure Yue's strange affliction, achieving a leap from the 3rd layer of qi refinement to the 5th layer of foundation establishment within a month is utterly impossible. How could you have agreed to such a thing? Xiao Rong cast a glance at Yue, a twinge of compassion evident in her gaze, before turning her attention to Bai Xuan with a sense of reproach. Ever since Bai Xuan had recounted the series of tribulations that Yue had endured, Xiao Rong's animosity towards her had gradually dissipated, almost imperceptibly. There was an undeniable resemblance to Xiao Rong's past self in Yue. Had it not been for her encounter with Bai Xuan, she might have effortlessly become Xiao Rong's doppelganger. It dawned on her that when she had reached out to touch Yue yesterday, the latter had mistakenly assumed it was Bai Xuan. It was not a lack of desire to resist, but rather a profound fear of defiance that held her back. After all, living under the roof of another. Xiao Rong understood the myriad of unspoken sorrows that accompanied such a life. Indeed, she found herself beginning to empathize with Yu Wei's plight. Alas, Bai Xuan let out a bitter laugh, his expression tinged with melancholy. I truly do not wish for this. Chapter 71. A True Man, Bai Xuan's Decision. However, Sumo's actions, while appearing to complicate matters for Yu Wei, were, in fact, a means to test me. Even if I were to acquiesce, she would undoubtedly concoct various excuses thereafter. Is that so? Xiao Rong rested her forehead on her hand, deep in contemplation. She was pondering a way for Bai Xuan and Yu Wei to extricate themselves from this predicament. Bai Xuan fell into silence, pondering how to respond. Meanwhile, the naive Yu Wei raised her head, glancing between Xiao Rong and Bai Xuan, as if she comprehended their conversation but was unable to interject. System. What method did you previously mention for rapidly enhancing Yu Wei's cultivation? Ding. Host. During your battle with Gong Siyu, I have been diligently calculating and deducing. Ding. Ultimately, I have identified two feasible methods. One requires a month to elevate Nangong Yu Wei's cultivation to the 5th level of foundation establishment. The other may accomplish the same feat in approximately half a month. Oh, is that so? Such fortunate news. Bai Xuan was instantly overjoyed. Truly, it is the most formidable system in history. At a critical moment, it proves to be utterly dependable. Pray, tell me what exactly is it? Ding. Firstly, with my assistance, the host will swiftly master the dual cultivation technique. Immediately, suppress the extraordinary pearl within Nangong Yue's body. Then, engage in uninterrupted dual cultivation with her. In doing so, by the final day of the month, it should enable Nangong Yue to reach the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Bai Xuan, would you care to reflect upon the words you are uttering, laden with treachery? Setting aside whether Yue would acquiesce, even if she were to agree, I would still grapple with my own conscience. Such actions bear a striking resemblance to taking advantage of another's vulnerability. Furthermore, let us consider this. Even if I were to lower my standards ever so slightly and consent, would Xiao Rong be amenable? It would be nothing short of disastrous for me. This plan is utterly untenable. Pray, share the next one. Ding. The host must immediately suppress the wondrous pearl within Nangong Yue and then instruct her in the art of dual cultivation. Seek out a myriad of virgins to nurture. Within half a month, Nangong Yu's realm could ascend to the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Halt. Halt. Bai Xuan found it utterly intolerable. Without waiting for the system to finish speaking, he interjected, System, why are you so unreliable? Is this the only method you have, this sinister dual cultivation? Ding. Host. Please do not harbor prejudice against dual cultivation. It can indeed lead to enlightenment and is one of the myriad paths to transcendence. Never mind. I shall devise a solution on my own, he concluded. Bai Xuan, filled with disappointment, concluded his conversation with the system, ready to sigh in despair. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, illuminating a bold idea that surfaced in his mind. Of course, the system. Did you not previously mention the possibility of elevating my cultivation level? Ding. Indeed, as you are my host, I possess the ability to enhance your capabilities at will. Ding. However, to preserve the balance of the Tianyang continent, there are limitations to the extent of enhancement. For instance, as it stands, you are at the 9th level of the Tao Foundation, and the system can elevate you directly to a higher realm. Specifically to the perfect 9th level of the Golden Core. System, this enhancement can be repeated, correct? For example, if my realm were to fall back to the 9th level of the Tao Foundation, you could assist me in ascending once more. Ding. Yes, that is indeed possible. Ding. Are you suggesting? Quite right. Bai Xuan solemnly nodded, a resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. If my conjecture holds true, the within junior sister Yue, while it may consume her cultivation, possesses a limit. Once this threshold is surpassed, the excess spiritual energy will revert to her, thereby elevating her realm. My previous use of the on junior sister Yue, which propelled her cultivation from the 1st to the 3rd level of qi refinement, stands as testament to this. Ding. Ding. Thus, your intention, dear host, is to continuously sacrifice your own realm, bestowing your spiritual energy upon thee until it reaches saturation, thereby enhancing Nangong Yue's cultivation. Then, I shall assist you in restoration, allowing you to sacrifice your realm anew, perpetuating this cycle until Nangong Yue attains the 5th level of foundation establishment. Is that correct? Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Ding. Ding. Host. You must contemplate this carefully. You may have traversed to the Tianyang continent, where the laws are unfamiliar to you. A decline in realm is an excruciating ordeal. Far worse than 1,000 swords piercing the heart, a myriad of blades tearing the flesh, or being consumed by flames and shattered to pieces. The pain is amplified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold compared to any agony you could conceive of on Blue Star. Moreover, while this method may expedite Nangong Youwei's ascension in strength, it simultaneously entails that you must endure suffering unimaginable to an ordinary person for an entire month. You must also ensure that Xiao Rong and Nangong Youwei remain oblivious to any signs. Chapter 72. Revealing the reason, preparing to suppress. You must maintain an appearance of normalcy. Should they discover the truth, they would undoubtedly oppose this course of action. Host, are you truly resolved to silently bear this pain? Bai Xuan smiled wryly, opening his mouth in a gesture of resignation. System, you underestimate my resolve. I have previously vowed to save the Tianyang continent, and I shall indeed fulfill that promise. If I cannot endure this minor pain, how can I even speak of salvation? Ding. Host, you must consider this carefully. The dual cultivation you envision is not as dreadful as you imagine. Isn't there an old saying? To embrace 100 women at night is to ascend during the day. To embrace 1,000 men at night is to attain a celestial status. No need for further words. System. My mind is made up. Ding. Very well. Suddenly lifting his head, Bai Xuan was resolute in his decision. He gazed upon the furrowed brow and woeful expression of Xiao Rong, who sat idly by, seemingly at a loss for what to do, as if nothing had transpired. With a calm and carefree smile, he spoke. Junior Sister Youwei, Junior Sister Xiao Rong. There is no need for concern. I have already devised a solution. Really? Is that true, Brother Bai Xuan? That is splendid. Youwei exhibited unwavering trust in Bai Xuan's words, harboring not a shred of doubt. She would even believe him if he claimed that the Tianyang continent would explode or that the sun would rise in the west. Is that truly the case? Do you possess a method? Pray tell me. Xiao Rong, however, was not so easily swayed. As a reincarnated empress, she had witnessed and experienced much. Unlike the naive and innocent Youwei, who was just beginning to navigate the world, Bai Xuan believed everything that was said. After all, even she, a mere reincarnated empress, found herself utterly powerless. Although Bai Xuan possesses exceptional talent and an imposing demeanor, when compared to myself, he ultimately remains a mere junior. Can he conceive thoughts that elude my own? This is not a question for you to ponder. I have my own means to address it. Bai Xuan, feigning profundity, delicately pressed his lips together, deliberately adopting a smug demeanor before Xiao Rong to dissuade the proud and reborn empress from further inquiries. Indeed, upon witnessing Bai Xuan's insufferable expression, Xiao Rong's irritation flared immediately. You still won't tell me. She huffed. Even if you did, I wouldn't care to know. With a pout, she turned away in a huff. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xuan refrained from approaching to console Xiao Rong. Instead, he raised his gaze towards the sky outside the courtyard. From the early hours of the day, when he accompanied Wang Bing to pay a visit to Su Mo, until now, he had returned once more to the courtyard. A day had swiftly passed. Outside the courtyard, the crescent moon hung high, faintly revealing a pallid hue amidst the dense black clouds, appearing both elusive and ethereal. Unbeknownst to him, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering the peaks of Zongheng Mountain, the palatial structures, and the balustrades of the waterside pavilions indistinct. It seems yet another sleepless night awaits. Bai Xuan sighed inwardly and turned to Xiao Rong. Junior Sister Xiao Rong, the day is drawing to a close. Do you wish to return home now? With that, he spoke. Bai Xuan turned back with a tender smile, casting a glance at Youwei. Tonight, I shall channel my powers and exert my utmost efforts to completely alleviate the peculiar ailment afflicting Junior Sister Youwei. Upon mentioning the strange affliction that plagued Youwei, Xiao Rong's expression grew increasingly concerned. Did they not say it would take half a month? Can your body withstand such an expenditure of energy for an immediate cure? Xiao Rong gazed at Bai Xuan with a hint of worry. Through their days of acquaintance, she had gradually discerned the true nature of Bai Xuan. Heaven knows the extent of dedication and effort he expended beneath his seemingly calm exterior. Indeed, Sister Xiao Rong speaks wisely. Bai Xuan, is your health truly unaffected? Youwei chimed in eagerly. After Bai Xuan recounted the entire sequence of events, it was evident to her that Xiao Rong's hostility had begun to dissipate. In fact, it had vanished entirely. Yue chose not to dwell on Xiao Rong's initial unkind demeanor during their first encounter. Moreover, Xiao Rong had aided Bai Xuan at that time, for which Yue felt a sense of gratitude. She referred to herself as Little Yue while affectionately calling her sister Xiao Rong. The occurrences on the martial arena could be dismissed as mere misunderstandings. Rest assured, my foundation is solid and profound. There is nothing to worry about. With Bai Xuan's assurance, Xiao Rong felt no need to voice further concerns. In that case, I shall refrain from attending today and will instead safeguard you and little Yue. Thank you, Sister Xiao Rong. We are grateful, Yue replied. Let us be on our way, junior sister Yue. Bai Xuan, accompanied by Yue, proceeded towards the main residence. Just before entering, Xiao Rong's expression was intricate, and she took a moment to remind Bai Xuan, one must not force the course of fate. Simply do your utmost. Bai Xuan smiled gently. He certainly grasped the implications behind Xiao Rong's words. Given Xiao Rong's cunning nature, it was likely that when he initially mentioned that Yue had encountered an unexpected calamity and succumbed to a peculiar ailment, she had seized the opportunity to discreetly examine Yue's condition while she was unguarded. Should she have uncovered any clues, she would not have waited for Bai Xuan to take action. She would have acted on her own accord. The absence of any immediate response indicated that she had yet to grasp the essence of this strange illness. This was her way of reassuring Bai Xuan, suggesting that even if he were unable to cure it, it was of little consequence, for every occurrence has its own cause and effect. However, Bai Xuan was no ordinary individual. He was the savior of the Tianyang continent. He smiled just as charmingly as when they first met, his expression as radiant as the clear sunlight. Rest assured, he said, just leave it to me. Bai Xuan took Xiao Rong with him and established a barrier within the room. As long as the barrier remains intact against external forces, everything that transpires within shall remain impervious to any form of inquiry. Bai Xuan and Yue sat facing each other in solemn meditation. Senior brother Bai Xuan, Yue began. I recall you once mentioned that the root of my peculiar affliction lies within a mysterious pearl that has entered my body. I wonder how you intend to cure me now? Surely, you do not plan to extract the pillar, do you? Yue's delicate face contorted with concern as she voiced her uncertainties. Bai Xuan smiled faintly, as if imparting profound teachings. In a calm tone, he spoke. Junior sister Yue, you are mistaken. There is a saying, misfortune lies in the embrace of fortune, and fortune hides within misfortune. They are intrinsically linked. Some time ago, you were afflicted by that peculiar pearl, resulting in a decline in your cultivation and a disfigurement of your beauty. However, this very pearl is now on the verge of merging with your essence, which is, in fact, a fortunate turn of events. Is that so? What is brother Bai Xuan speaking of? I seem to struggle to comprehend, she pondered. Host, the phrase misfortune and fortune are interdependent is a proverb from your blue star. Not known in the Tianyang continent, came an explanation. Is that so? It does seem plausible. Yue murmured, her mouth agape, reflecting on the depth of brother Bai Xuan's words, which indeed seemed enigmatic. Ahem. To put it simply, I shall employ a magical artifact to suppress this peculiar pearl, ultimately curing junior sister Yue's ailment. Once this pearl fully merges with your essence, you shall be able to harness its power, and it will, in turn, nourish you. Now I understand. Yue's expression brightened as Bai Xuan's explanation became clear and accessible. However, her joy was fleeting, dimming within moments. To suppress such a formidable pearl, this magical artifact must be exceedingly rare on the Tianyang continent. Even for the affluent and extravagant brother Bai Xuan, it must be considered precious. I truly feel like a burden to him, repeatedly requiring such sacrifices. The events that unfolded next only served to confirm her suspicions. Bai Xuan began to channel the Taishang transformation of a mortal's technique, and a radiant aura filled the room. Almost immediately, he gracefully wielded his jade hand, summoning from his consciousness a luminous, elongated golden lock, seemingly forged from liquid gold, adorned with various sparkling gems that glimmered with ethereal light. Amid the spectacle, the faint sound of celestial music could be heard, accompanied by wisps of pure white spiritual energy. It was the nine heavens golden lock that Bai Xuan possessed. Brother Bai Xuan's possession is indeed remarkably precious. Yongwei's eyes shimmered, resembling pools of water, stirring with waves of emotion. She recognized the ethereal energy surrounding the golden lock, a familiar aura belonging to her senior brother, Bai Xuan. The presence of such energy upon the treasure indicated the immense value placed upon it, typically nurtured within his consciousness and dantian. Over time, The treasure absorbed this essence, revealing Bai Xian's deep affection and regard for it. Yet now, he had chosen to present it to her. With tears welling in her eyes, Yongwei yearned to decline, but the memories of Bai Xian's previous assistance flooded her mind. Would voicing her reluctance now diminish the sincerity of his intentions? Yongwei, do not burden yourself with such thoughts. My reason for offering this to you is not for any other purpose. It is simply because you are worthy. So please, accept it wholeheartedly. The system chimed in. Oh dear, such words give me goosebumps. Your speech is truly melodious. This was intended for Nangong Yongwei all along. Yet you had to add, it is simply because you are worthy. Truly, how pretentious. The system sighed, suggesting, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Why do you always appear to dampen the mood when I am feeling sentimental? As tears streamed down her face, Yongwei found it increasingly difficult to contain her emotions. She longed to cry freely, yet the grim reality of her and Bai Xian's circumstances steeled her resolve, forcing her to suppress her tears once more. Bai Xian gazed at the scene before him with a sense of gratification. Oh, how swiftly you have grown, young junior sister. Indeed, in the future, you shall undoubtedly become an unparalleled prodigy, capable of astonishing the entirety of the Tianyang continent. Bai Xian did not hesitate. He immediately activated his divine powers. The 8-9 immortal gold celestial lock transformed into a radiant beam of light, swiftly merging into the center of Nangong Yowei's brow. Concurrently, Bai Xian's consciousness enveloped it. Entering the depths of Yowei's mind, a dense mist surged forth, enveloping them. Bai Xian pierced through layers of dense fog, successfully entering the essence of Yue. This realm unfolded as a translucent yellow world, reminiscent of a harmonious union between water and sky. Below lay an endless, shimmering sea, while above, an extraordinarily radiant sky stretched infinitely. Before Bai Xian floated a crystalline orb, exuding a gentle lavender hue, suspended in the void and slowly rotating, emanating shimmering divine light. Within the orb, mist swirled and vapor danced, concealing flickers of vibrant colors that appeared and vanished like ephemeral dreams. It resembled a celestial pearl, cradling the entire resplendent starry sky of a summer night within its depths, revealing an unparalleled brilliance and mystique. This was the condensing heaven golden pearl. Ding! A voice resonated within Bai Xian's mind. Ding! Host, please observe. This pearl is the origin of all events, the condensing heaven golden pearl. At this moment, it no longer repels with Nangong Yowei's consciousness. In the ensuing days, it will gradually immerse itself in the waters, ultimately merging completely with Nangong Yowei's essence. When that moment arrives, Nangong Yue will be able to sense the extraordinary pearl within her being and harness its power. Thus, it was revealed. Bai Xian fell into a deep contemplation. Upon his recent entry, he had been startled by the extraordinary orb before him. Its remarkable nature elucidated why it could devour his radiant light, celestial herb. Chapter 74, A Visit to Gong Siu. Ding! Host, please act swiftly. The longer your consciousness lingers within the essence of Nangong Yue, the greater her depletion will be. Given her current cultivation level, merely at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, she cannot sustain this for long. Very well, I shall proceed immediately. Bai Xian focused intently, momentarily immersing himself in his origin. He summoned the 9 celestial gold heavenly lock, intending to secure the. To his astonishment, the peculiar orb seemed to possess a will of its own. It sensed Bai Xian's intention to ensnare it and transformed into a streak of radiant light, fleeing. Goodness! System, you failed to inform me that the could escape. Ding! True treasures possess their own consciousness. Many on the Tianyang continent are merely in a state of slumber. The entering Nangong Yowei's body was also its choice. Otherwise, why would only she suffer such an unwarranted calamity? It seems somewhat plausible. During my previous confrontation with Gong Siu, I vaguely sensed that she was not the one controlling the purple gold peacock umbrella. Ding! Host, do not delay. Nangong Yue can hardly endure for a few more minutes. At this moment, in the room, Nangong Yue, just as the system had indicated, furrowed her brows, beads of fragrant sweat beginning to form on her forehead. I am acutely aware. Bai Xian did not hesitate. He immediately activated the Taishang Zhaohua Lingxianju, harnessing the ethereal energy. With all his strength, he soared through the air, swiftly catching up to the Ningtian golden pearl. To prevent its escape once more, he seized it firmly in his grasp. Hiss! This orb is exceedingly hot. Has it transformed into fire due to an extreme cold? No sooner had he grasped it than a layer of frost rapidly ascended his arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his divine powers, commanding the 8-9 celestial gold Tantian lock to ensnare the Ningtian golden pearl directly. Buzz, 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 the golden pearl emitted a series of cries, seemingly enraged at being restrained. The frost adorning Bai Xuan's hand receded at a visibly rapid pace. The residual essence he had retained within the 8-9 celestial gold Tantian lock began to dissolve in Nangong Youwei's primordial essence, akin to sugar dissolving in water, transforming into incredibly pure spiritual energy. This energy nourished Nangong Youwei's body, causing her cultivation level to ascend sharply, qi refinement 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, until it finally stabilized at the 9th layer of qi refinement. This is indeed the best outcome. Bai Xuan, within the essence of the source, observed this scene until Nangong Youwei's realm stabilized. Once he withdrew his divine consciousness from her origin, he returned to his corporeal form. At that moment, the sky had already brightened significantly. The resplendent morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating the space. Nangong Youwei, utterly exhausted, had collapsed to the ground and succumbed to a deep slumber. Bai Xuan was utterly exhausted. Time seemed to pass with astonishing swiftness. I recall that within the essence of Youwei, only a mere 10 minutes had elapsed, yet outside, dawn had already broken. Bai Xuan rose to his feet, gently lifting Nangong Youwei from the ground and placing her upon the bed, tucking her in securely. He then pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to encounter Xiao Rong, who had spent the night in vigil, her eyes betraying a profound weariness. "It seems the toll on you has been considerable as well," she remarked, her beautiful gaze appraising Bai Xuan with a hint of concern. Approaching him with affectionate familiarity, she brought forth a fragrant breeze, reminiscent of orchids and deer. With her sleeve, she delicately wiped the perspiration from his brow. "Have you succeeded? Is the peculiar ailment within little Youwei resolved?" "Indeed it is." Bai Xuan's visage still bore a hint of pallor. Yet, when he smiled, his confidence radiated, stirring the hearts of those around him. This sight caused Xiao Rong's heart to ache. Not only had he alleviated his junior sister Youwei's peculiar ailment, but he had also remarkably elevated her cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement overnight. She had now succumbed to unconsciousness, and upon awakening, she would be poised to establish her foundation. Indeed, when she awakens, I shall concoct a foundational elixir for her. Xiao Rong gently nodded in agreement. Bai Xuan, what are your plans for today? Will you remain here until little Youwei regains consciousness? No, he replied. I have an appointment with Gong Siyu. Today, I must attend to that matter. Bai Xuan wielded his pen with a flourish, inscribing a note on paper to inform himself that he would be stepping out for a brief period. He placed it on the bedside, ensuring that Youwei would see it upon awakening. Simultaneously, he succinctly recounted to Xiao Rong the events that had transpired following yesterday's duel. So that is how it is. Xiao Rong mused thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Such words indeed seemed to emanate from that old hound, Gong Xilian. The Gong family of Changsheng is among the wealthiest of the Chongqing aristocracy, largely due to the fact that many other families of the same lineage are too proud to engage in commerce. It is not surprising that they would utter such sentiments. Bai Xuan was to meet Gong Siyu shortly. Perhaps I should accompany him? It would be fortuitous, as I have recently run out of spirit stones for my cultivation. Why not seize this opportunity to discreetly procure a few spirit stones from Gong Siyu? Additionally, I could take advantage of Bai Xuan's reputation to display my prowess before her. This would indeed be the best course of action. Then I shall accompany you, I declared. It is my responsibility to ensure you hold your own against Gong Siyu. Splendid. In that case, let us proceed together. Outside the Qingyan sect, at Yunshangxian, the inn where Gong Siyu and Gong Xilian resided, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Bai Xuan ascended, dragging along the shimmering starlight, reminiscent of resplendent celestial bodies that had fallen to the earthly realm. Clad in ethereal robes, he moved with grace, a paragon of elegance unmatched in this world. As he descended from the heavens, a gentle breeze enveloped him, and his presence was as refreshing as dew upon blooming flowers, akin to a celestial crane soaring across the sky, returning from its sacred journey. This sight captivated numerous enchanting female cultivators, who peeked from their windows, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With emotions akin to autumn waters, they whispered softly among themselves. Whose son is this? He is extraordinarily handsome. Are you not aware? This is Bai Xuan, the esteemed disciple of the Qingyun sect, the very one whose name has been circulating throughout Tianyang continent. Oh, who would have thought that Bai Xuan not only excels in strength among his peers, but is also blessed with such striking beauty? Had I known earlier, I would have diligently cultivated my skills to join the Qingyun sect and become his little junior sister. Indeed, with such a chance, one might even have a romantic encounter with Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the throng of female cultivators who were drooling and besotted by his presence. Chapter 75. The Encounter with Gong Xiyu. Indeed, Bai Xuan was truly exceptional. Unlike any other, wherever he went, there was no need to seek. Simply standing there would attract a multitude of exquisite female cultivators eager to present themselves for his selection. Xiao Rong cast a venomous glare at those stunning cultivators who exchanged flirtatious glances with Bai Xuan, their figures curvaceous and alluring. She couldn't help but compare herself to them, feeling rather ordinary in contrast. Her speech dripped with sarcasm. She had initially believed that her arrival at Yunshangshuan would stir up a commotion. After all, she was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went, with crowds drawn to her presence. Little did she expect that in Bai Xuan's company, all radiance would be eclipsed. It was as if the glow of a firefly paled in comparison to the brilliance of the full moon. Regardless of how dazzling it might be, people would only notice the moon's silvery sheen. Even the male cultivators were captivated solely by Bai Xuan, showering him with admiration while completely overlooking her beauty. Now, wherever Bai Xuan roamed, he was followed by a throng of enchantresses, drawn to him like moths to a flame. This irked Xiao Rong immensely. Those little vixens, their eyes were fixated on him, a gaggle of lovesick little minxes, utterly lost in their own thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xuan offered a faint smile, exuding an unparalleled elegance that seemed to transcend the mundane. The sight left several female cultivators momentarily entranced. Sister Zhao's remarks are misguided. A gentleman bears his talents with grace, drawing the gaze of others, and this is not a fault of the gentleman. He mused. Is it truly my misdeed that the elder sisters hold me in admiration? As they exchanged words, the two figures gracefully turned, arriving at the cloud pavilion, the temporary abode of Gong Si Lian had long sensed their presence and, with a beaming smile, awaited them at the door. Bai Xuan, my friend, you are indeed a man of your word, Gong Si Lian remarked with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Not long after Gong Xiyu awoke yesterday, she could have embarked on her journey home. It was through my earnest persuasion that she chose to remain, wishing to meet you, Bai Xuan. Uncle Gong Si, as an elder, how can you stand outside awaiting us, mere juniors? Such behavior is truly unbecoming. Bai Xuan's acting was indeed remarkable. Outside the Yunshang Pavilion, amidst the throng of cultivators and beings, he respectfully performed a bow to Gong Silian. Observing Bai Xuan bestowing such courtesy upon him, Gong Silian was utterly delighted, unable to suppress his smile. Who could that individual be, to command such respect from Bai Xuan in front of so many onlookers? This was something I was unaware of. Yet one could surmise that being able to reside in Yunshang Pavilion must indicate a person of some significance. Little did they know, have you all squandered these years? He is Gong Silian, an elder of the Gong family of the Longevity Palace. Ah, so it is Gong Silian. No wonder even a figure like Bai Xuan shows him such reverence. Truly, the illustrious longevity families of the Tianyang continent are deserving of their reputation. As Gong Silian listened to the discussions around him, his heart swelled with joy. He was quite certain that Bai Xuan had intentionally bowed to him in public, not only expressing goodwill, but also upholding the prestige of the Gong family. It is essential to understand that Gong Silian represents the Gong family in his public dealings. He also discerned that Bai Xuan shared his desire to avoid any discord stemming from previous events. Listening to the surrounding chatter, the corners of his mouth could hardly contain his smile. Xiao Rong cast a sidelong glance at the exuberantly smiling Gong Silian, harboring disdain within her heart. She silently scoffed, standing tall without acknowledging Gong Silian or offering him any greeting, presenting a stark contrast to Bai Xuan's demeanor. Humph. A mere scion of the Gong family thinks to receive a bow from me, the Empress? How presumptuous. Oh, look over there. Who is that waiting beside senior brother Bai Xuan? He bows respectfully, yet she does not reciprocate? It appears to be Xiao Rong from the Qingyun sect. I've heard of her, the malicious sycophant from the tales of tea-houses and taverns. Oh. Xiao Rong, ever perceptive, immediately noticed a few cultivators lurking in the crowd, surreptitiously observing her. What are they saying? I, Xiao Rong, am no one's sycophant. fuming with indignation. She bared her teeth and waved her delicate little fists at those gazing upon her. Though angered, she appeared remarkably endearing. So, she is the one they speak of in the tea-houses, Bai Xuan's sycophant? Gong Silian regarded Xiao Rong with a hint of disdain. His primary purpose for waiting here was to mend relations with Bai Xuan. The attitude of this little female cultivator held no significance for him, and he was not concerned in the least. However, at this moment, he could never have anticipated that the girl he so lightly regarded would one day rise to become an empress who stands atop the Gong family. Taoist Bai Xuan. Miss Gong Xian has been awake for some time. Please, do come in, she said cheerfully, gesturing inward with a wave of her hand. However, Bai Xuan merely smiled in response, refraining from entering hastily. Instead, he offered a slight bow towards the interior, his tone warm as he spoke. Might I inquire about Miss Gong Xian's well-being? Both I and my junior sister, Xiao Rong, have been quite concerned for you. May we enter for a brief conversation? Oh. Even before stepping inside, he takes the initiative to inquire about Miss Gong Xian's wishes. Truly, Bai Xuan is a paragon of elegance. Came the murmurs of admiration from the crowd. Indeed, not only is he immensely powerful, but his grace and etiquette make him a role model for our generation. The praises flowed unabated, even causing Gong Siliang to be momentarily taken aback, eliciting a laugh from her. Bai Xuan is indeed a remarkable young talent. I was rather presumptuous earlier by not inquiring about my sister before allowing you to mate. Inside the room, Gong Xian had already sensed Bai Xuan's presence outside, having overheard the exchange between him and Gong Siliang. Yet, she found herself astonished by his current demeanor, so humble and reasonable. Perhaps, the man beneath the conical hat is his true self? When the hat is removed, he is merely Bai Xuan of the Changsheng Bai clan, a disciple of the Qingyun sect, bound by propriety in speech and action. At that moment, Bai Xuan's tall and slender silhouette cast a shadow on the white wall of the room, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window. The antique ambience of the room was enhanced by the faint fragrance emanating from the incense burner, with wisps of smoke dancing gracefully amidst freshly cut branches of white plum blossoms. The subtle fragrance and delicate shadows created a unique charm. I appreciate your concern, Bai Xuan. Please, do come in, Gong Xian said, fidgeting with her lips, wishing to express a few kind words to him, but ultimately, they caught in her throat, unable to escape. Her proud nature rendered her incapable of altering her attitude towards someone so swiftly. Bai Xuan gently inclined his body in a courteous gesture towards her before stepping inside the room with Xiao Rong. Within the confines of the chamber, Gong Xiu sat half-reclined on the bed, her complexion slightly pale. As Bai Xuan crossed the threshold, she softly coughed a few times. Miss Gong Xiu, how do you feel? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Bai Xuan's tone was imbued with a hint of urgency as he gazed at Lu Wanner with clear, concerned eyes, a cascade of gentle waves of affection swirling within his gaze. This only served to further unsettle Lu Wanner's already tumultuous heart. How could he appear so genuinely concerned for me? Yet, Xiao Rong merely cast a disdainful glance, standing aside with a scoff. Protected by the Zijin Pero umbrella, what harm could come to you? At worst, you would stumble and momentarily lose consciousness. It is needless to even contemplate. You are surely restored by now. And yet, you continue to feign a cough. Are you attempting to elicit guilt from Bai Xuan? This young lady, Gong Xiu, harbors no such ulterior motives. It is undoubtedly the cunning old fox, Gong Silian, who has instigated her actions. I have long held contempt for him. The saying goes, old but not dead is a thief, and Gong Silian, being both aged and sly, deserves to be called a great villain. Though I inwardly muttered curses, Xiao Rong merely stood by with a cold gaze, refraining from exposing the truth, trusting that Bai Xuan could discern it for himself. For now, she was merely playing along with their charade. Thank you for your concern, Bai Xuan Taoist. I am fine, though I do feel a lingering pain in my chest when I rest at night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong could no longer maintain her composure. Was the next line to be an attempt at extorting Bai Xuan? Miss Gong Xiu, your words are misplaced. The fame of the Zijin Pero umbrella from the Gong family is known throughout the entire Tianyang continent. How could a trivial spar yesterday possibly cause you harm? Could it be that what you possess is a counterfeit? What nonsense is this? I am the legitimate daughter of the Gong family. How could what I hold be a counterfeit? Gong Xiu was about to deny it, but then realized that to admit so would be tantamount to indirectly acknowledging the weakness of her family's Zijin Pero umbrella. Who is this girl, speaking with such sharp wit? Gong Siyu could not help but turn to glance at Xiao Rong, recognizing her from the previous day's tournament where she aided Bai Xuan. Xiao Rong, in turn, regarded her with an unfriendly expression. Strangely, at that moment, as their eyes met and the features of one another became clear, Gong Siyu felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if this were not their first encounter. In an obscure way, it seemed they shared a profound connection. Perhaps it was merely the overwhelming strength of Bai Xuan that fostered this sensation? Seeing the awkwardness of the situation, Gong Xilian hastily interjected with a jovial demeanor. "Uncle Gong, you flatter me." Bai Xuan, with a humble demeanor, politely declined. Gong Xilian gazed intently at Xiao Rong, his expression laden with profound significance. Initially, when Xiao Rong displayed a lack of respect towards him, he paid it no heed. For the focus of the matter was Bai Xuan, rendering Xiao Rong's attitude inconsequential. However, the circumstances now warranted a reconsideration. If every time the young lady discussed matters with Bai Xuan, Xiao Rong interjected, how could any meaningful conversation transpire? Yet, considering that Xiao Rong had accompanied Bai Xuan, it would be rather impolite to unceremoniously dismiss him. What to do? Gong Xilian meticulously scrutinized Xiao Rong's attire, noting the faded garment, a 10-piece azure robe, and a pair of worn-out black shoes. It appeared he possessed no other adornments. Standing alongside Bai Xuan, who radiated brilliance in sumptuous garments adorned with jade and gold, Xiao Rong seemed to lack even the status of a servant, his presence almost jarring. One might speculate he was merely an unsophisticated individual, unacquainted with the world. With this realization, Gong Xilian suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He summoned someone from Yunshanxian and had them bring an assortment of exquisite and luxurious delicacies, the likes of which were seldom seen outside. Bai Xuan and Gong Xilian regarded the situation as commonplace. However, Xiao Rong's gaze, as anticipated by Gong Xilian, was immediately captivated. She approached and voraciously stuffed her mouth with the food. Gong Xilian nodded in satisfaction, thinking to silence her with these morsels. Surely, she would be unable to interject now, right? Yet, to Gong Xilian's surprise, no matter how full her mouth was or how much she stammered, she still managed to squeeze in a few words, particularly to retort against Gong Siyu at critical moments. Moreover, she devoured everything with remarkable speed and with unabashed boldness. Invited Yun Shangxian to continue serving more dishes, placing the bill squarely on her own shoulders. Gong Xilian couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. He had truly underestimated this young lady. How could such a petite stomach accommodate so much, especially when she seemed to favor the more extravagant dishes? Since it was futile to silence her, he decided to no longer delay matters. Gong Xilian discreetly signaled to Gong Siyu, who instantly understood the cue. After much banter with Bai Xuan, it was finally time to address the real issue. Bai Xuan, my friend, he began, I observe that among the younger generation, even when aided by external resources, none can rival your prowess. With such strength, it is indeed disheartening to see you troubled by the Qing insect. Oh? Bai Xuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue. After such a lengthy discourse, are we finally to engage in the matter at hand? The Qingyun sect treats me as if I were their own child. Even in the face of any injustice, I would never forsake them. Bai Xuan smiled faintly, uncertain whether Gong Siyu was sent by Su Mo to test him. Naturally, he dared not voice his grievances regarding the Qingyun sect in her presence. I presume you are aware, he inquired, of the significance of the date 1 month from now? Is it not the deadline for my wager with Su Mo? He pondered. What else could it possibly signify? Noticing Bai Xuan's apparent hesitation, Gong Siyu assumed he was feigning ignorance and decided to be more direct. Bai Xuan, do not jest with me. How could you possibly be unaware? 1 month hence, the Tianyang continent will host the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, held once every 300 years. Exclusively for the young prodigies under 300 years of age. The Tianyang Festival. All the youthful elites across the Tianyang continent will gather to vie for the title of the strongest. And the venue, of course, will be at the Qingyun sect. My uncle and I have come precisely to discuss this matter with the Qingyun sect. Thus, Bai Xuan, do you grasp my intent? Gong Siyu's tone softened as she cautiously gauged Bai Xuan's reaction. However, it was evident that Bai Xuan had initially been oblivious to this event. He merely believed that the approaching month marked the conclusion of his wager with Su Mo. Yet he was beginning to comprehend the implications of Gong Siyu's words. She undoubtedly feared that he would fail to fulfill the terms of their bet, and when the time arrived, Su Mo would publicly expel this so-called genius of the Qingyun sect, tarnishing his reputation amidst the renowned figures of the Tianyang continent. Such an action would surely cause a stir, potentially leading to a drastic reversal of his standing. Gong Xiu likely assumed he would be anxious about having his name sullied in such a manner. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that she intended for her family to intervene on his behalf after the month had passed to restore some of his lost dignity. Of course, should the Gong family wish to assist him, it would entail certain conditions, though they had yet to articulate them. Ah, so the Tianyang festival is upon us, exclaimed Xiao Rong, lifting her head as she munched on pastries. Her current life was progressing at a pace far swifter than in her previous existence. At this juncture in her past, she had still been hiding from pursuers, oblivious to the events transpiring in the outside world. Ha! Bai Xuan paused momentarily before suddenly bursting into laughter, leaving Gong Xiu, who had been quietly observing his expression, utterly bewildered. Miss Gong Xiu, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I assure you, I, Bai Xuan, have never uttered a word that I could not fulfill. I have proclaimed that within a month, I shall elevate Nangong Youwei's cultivation to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Therefore, I shall undoubtedly achieve it. There is no need for you, Miss Gong Xiu, to concern yourself with this matter. Bai Xuan, my fellow cultivator, now is not the time for bravado. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Gong Xiu gazed at Bai Xuan with a complex expression. She had willingly extended her goodwill. Why persist in stubbornness at such a moment? Surely, he could not genuinely expect to elevate her cultivation to the 5th level of foundation establishment within a mere month, could he? Ha! Miss Gong Xiu, I shall not tarry any longer. Let us reconvene at the Tianyang Grand Assembly in 1 month. Bai Xuan declared. Xiao Rong, let us take our leave. Bai Xuan's sudden farewell evidently caught everyone by surprise. Xiao Rong hastily stuffed pastries into her mouth while directing the attendants at Yan Shangshuan. Hey, you there. Quickly pack all of this for me. Hurry. Why are you just standing there? And while you're at it, prepare everything again according to this standard. I shall return tomorrow to collect it, and the bill can be charged to them. After saying this, Xiao Rong did not forget to add with a sense of conviction. After all, I am quite short on funds. Bai Xuan, Gong Xiu. At this moment, Gong Xilian glanced at the bill and nearly lost control of his expression. 1 million spirit stones? Consumed so much? Throughout my life, I have diligently accumulated virtue. How could I encounter such a glutton? The two exited the room where Gong Xiu resided. At this point, some time had passed since Bai Xuan entered. Nevertheless, within the tavern, many beautiful female cultivators wandered about. Their demeanor shy and enchanting, akin to fish sinking or swans alighting, seemingly searching for a certain someone's presence, hoping to catch a fleeting glimpse. TSK. This Bai Xuan truly possesses an innate charm that attracts little foxes. Wherever he goes, a throng of lovely maidens and vibrant blossoms follows. Xiao Rong observed the scene in the corridor, witnessing Bai Xuan surrounded by blushing, beautiful female cultivators, with a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. Although she had benefited from the Gong family today, she found it impossible to feel any joy. A whole month. Bai Xuan, what means will you employ to fulfill your agreement with Suemo? After a brief moment, 2 radiant streaks of light descended from the high heavens, revealing the figures of Bai Xuan and Xiao Rong. Bai Xuan, my esteemed senior. Sister Xiao Rong, you have returned. At that moment, Yue had already awakened. She had perused the note left by Bai Xuan and was earnestly practicing the techniques she had learned previously in Bai Xuan's courtyard, honing her swordsmanship. Just as she became engrossed in her training, she sensed the presence of the two and eagerly greeted them. Indeed, we have returned. How does it feel to have cured your ailment and reached the 9th level of qi refinement? Bai Xuan smiled gently. Indeed. It has been a long time since I've experienced such a sense of relaxation. Thank you, senior brother Bai Xuan. The excitement of Yue was palpable, and her tone exuded newfound confidence. Chapter 78. It was evident that her target was Bai Xuan's pocket. Now, she had completely cured her affliction. The once awe-inspiring prodigy, Nangong Yue, who had once captivated the entire Tianyang continent, had returned. At last, she could stand tall beside Bai Xuan, striving with determination. Excellent. Truly excellent. Bai Xuan nodded with a smile. Xiao Yue, are you hungry? Xiao Rong, with her hands behind her back, leaped out from the side. Hee. Sister Xiao Rong, I am indeed a bit hungry. There was no denying it. Although she was a cultivator, her abilities were still quite rudimentary, and she had yet to reach the level of fasting. Moreover, Bai Xuan had expended considerable energy last night suppressing the Ning Tian Jinzhu for her. Having risen this morning without having eaten anything, she had immediately begun practicing her swordplay. To claim she was not hungry would be rather peculiar. Ding! Xiao Rong raised her hand, brandishing a selection of pastries she had brought back from Yunshangxian, shaking them vigorously towards Yue. Look, I specifically went to purchase these for you. From a luxurious restaurant. They were quite expensive. At this juncture, Xiao Rong feigned an exaggeratedly pained expression, ensuring Yue could perceive her sincerity. She then turned, casting a warning glance at Bai Xuan, as if to say, dare to say more, and you shall suffer the consequences. Ah, so these were bought specifically for me, Sister Yue? And they were so expensive. Yue's initial excitement upon seeing the delicate packaging was palpable. Sister Xiao Rong is truly kind to me. Even while discussing matters with brother Bai Xuan, she remembered to bring me a treat. Little did she know that Xiao Rong had claimed the pastries were solely for her. The thought filled her heart with warmth. Glancing at Xiao Rong's attire, she noticed the faded blue robe, which seemed to suggest a more impoverished state than her own. A wave of sadness washed over her, feeling a pang of guilt. Despite Xiao Rong's financial struggles, she still thought of bringing her gifts. Sister Xiao Rong, how much did these cost? I have money. I can pay you. Xiao Rong maintained her pained expression, one hand covering her face. Upon seeing Yue's cautious demeanor, she felt a surge of joy, realizing she had succeeded halfway. Alas, as your elder sister, I cannot accept money. I could survive on dirt for 2 years to recover from this expenditure. Yue was immediately taken aback, her face paling. Suddenly, the pastry's packaging appeared less appealing, and their aroma lost its charm. Regardless of her financial situation, Xiao Rong was still a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and she should receive a monthly allowance of spirit stones. If she had to endure 2 years of hardship for these pastries, how exorbitantly priced must they be? No, I must pay. I have money now. Yue, both frightened and stubborn, lifted her storage bag, the sound of jingling spirit stones echoing as she shook it. Inside lay the entirety of the spirit stones entrusted to her by Bai Xuan and her family, over 6 million. Alas, Xiao Rong deliberately feigned a look of difficulty. It is not an exorbitant amount, merely 20 million. How much? 20 million. Yue was instantly taken aback by Xiao Rong's words, her legs turning to jelly. The storage pouch in her hand clattered to the ground. Is this not excessively expensive? What kind of delicacies would command such a price? Bai Xuan gazed at the scene before him with a hint of perplexity, based on his understanding of Xiao Rong. Although she claimed to spare no means in her pursuit of spirit stones, devoid of any moral scruples or sentiments, he believed she still maintained certain boundaries. Surely, she would not deceive a humble cultivator like Yue, would she? Yet, for someone like her, such a trifling sum might appear negligible. After all, a sword worth merely a few hundred spirit stones could be acquired for 20 million. Thus, why not indulge in a few pastries? Right, senior brother Bai Xuan? Indeed. How could Xiao Rong possibly swindle Yue? It became clear that her intentions were directed at him all along. It was evident that during Yue's sword dance, she had recognized the exquisite Qingyu Linglong sword, leading to the revelation of his identity, the extravagant figure who had purchased the sword for 20 million that fateful night. She had deliberately enticed Yue into this charade, with the ultimate aim of plundering his wallet. Who could possess such remarkable prowess? At this moment, Yue was completely captivated, her mouth agape and all alongside Xiao Rong. Meanwhile, Xiao Rong cast sly glances at Bai Xuan, her heart brimming with pride. Their gazes inadvertently met, and she smirked. That day at the Wamao Shenlai auction house, witnessing your lavish spending felt oddly familiar, and I could faintly see your silhouette. I never anticipated it would truly be you, dear brother Bai Xuan. Previously, when you recounted your experiences, you intentionally omitted this part. However, it was futile, as I still uncovered the truth, did I not? To spare your innocent junior sister from disappointment, you should comply and settle the payment. System, pray tell. What is it that makes Xiao Rong so pleased and triumphant? I had initially presumed she would not dare to acknowledge it. For does that not imply I have discovered her auctioning my garments? The crux of the matter is that what she offered was merely a counterfeit, my genuine personal belongings. She must still be hoarding. Ding host. You have underestimated Xiao Rong's audacity, have you not? A cultivator like her, who has ascended from the lowest rungs, would likely disregard any notions of face in pursuit of resources. Ding. After all, in this realm of cultivation, without strength, your dignity seems but a jest. Do you believe it? She even now perceives herself as having sold a trove of worthless trinkets under your name, reaping millions of spirit stones in return, and feels a sense of pride in it. I am convinced of this, and indeed, At this moment, Xiao Rong is precisely thinking this way. Ahem, Sister Xiao Rong. Since you find yourself in need of spirit stones, allow me to cover the sum of 20 million. Bai Xuan approached and retrieved a storage pouch, filling it with precisely 20 million spirit stones, which he then handed to Xiao Rong. Oh dear, how could we possibly accept this? Indeed, Sister Xiao Rong is right. How could we take any more of your money, Brother Bai Xuan? Sister Xiao Rong? Before Yue Wei could finish her sentence, Xiao Rong feigned reluctance. Yet her body betrayed her, eagerly grasping the pouch as if fearing it might slip away. She swiftly claimed a portion for herself, over 1 million, no less. Sister Xiao Rong, we're not saying we don't want it, Yue Wei protested, but Xiao Rong immediately stuffed a pastry into her mouth. Little Yue Wei, is it delicious? It's quite tasty, Yue Wei managed to say, her words muffled. Oh my, Brother Bai Xuan, look how much she enjoys it. Let us buy another batch tomorrow. Spending another 20 million spirit stones surely wouldn't trouble you, would it? After all, you're so wealthy that the price increases are merely trivial increments. Chapter 79, Under the Moonlight. What more could Sister Xiao Rong possibly say? How could we continue to ask Brother Bai Xuan for more funds, especially so much? Yue Wei, with her mouth full of pastries, struggled to articulate her thoughts, desperately trying to swallow so she could speak. What she meant was that these delicacies should not be at the expense of Brother Bai Xuan. Although her own funds were insufficient, she still had several million left. How could they allow Brother Bai Xuan to spend more due to their indulgences? But Xiao Rong offered her no chance to voice her concerns, shoving another handful of treats into her mouth. Look how happy little Yue Wei is, Brother Bai Xuan. Now, do open your purse. Bai Xuan gazed at the smiling Xiao Rong, his heart racing with frustration. Ding. Host, look quickly. Was I not correct? Xiao Rong is precisely the type who seizes every opportunity to exploit it to the fullest. Truly worthy of being a woman who could cultivate to the transcendent stage in her previous life. There is no need for you to extol her virtues before me now. Bai Xuan winced with a tinge of sympathy as he reluctantly handed Xiao Rong a storage ring containing 20 million spirit stones. Xiao Rong, displaying a commendable sense of loyalty, generously allocated over 1 million to Yue Wei. Although the division was a staggering 19-1 for someone like Xiao Rong, who typically took advantage of others. This act was an extraordinary display of generosity. Yet, as Bai Xuan observed the triumphant smirk at the corners of Xiao Rong's mouth, he couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. Even with his vast wealth of 8 billion spirit stones, losing 40 million in one fell swoop was still somewhat painful. After indulging in refreshments with Yue Wei and satisfying their appetites, Xiao Rong meticulously examined her physique, preparing to concoct the most suitable foundational elixir for her. Bai Xuan, accompanied by the token bestowed by Su Mo, took Yue Wei to leisurely explore the scripture pavilion of Qingyun sect. He meticulously selected several techniques and abilities suited to her constitution, meticulously transcribing them onto copies for her. Once her strength reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, she could gradually practice these arts. After all, Su Mo had merely indicated that the token was valid for a month, without forbidding Bai Xuan and Yue Wei from making copies to practice at their own pace. By the time the two returned, dusk had already descended. Xiao Rong had prepared foundation establishment pills with great care, and, utilizing half a spirit stone for the purpose, had cooked a delightful meal for them. Yue Wei savored the dishes with unabashed delight, repeatedly praising Xiao Rong for her exceptional skills. After dinner, Yue Wei, not daring to delay, consumed the foundation establishment pill crafted by Xiao Rong and retreated to her room to undergo her breakthrough. As the sky darkened, the night enveloped the world, with stars twinkling and the shadows of trees dancing gently. A cool evening breeze brushed across their faces, bringing a refreshing sensation. The courtyard, once filled with lively chatter, fell into a serene silence. At this moment, Bai Xuan sat cross-legged on the rooftop, eyes closed, safeguarding Yue Wei's progress. Moments later, as clouds drifted and the moon shifted, silvery light cascaded down. After tidying up the dishes, Xiao Rong lightly stepped onto the rooftop, akin to a swan gracefully spreading its wings under the moonlight. She approached Bai Xuan and settled beside him. Brother Bai Xuan, the moonlight tonight is truly beautiful, Xiao Rong exclaimed, her cheeks slightly flushed, hands on her hips, her bright eyes shimmering, with glimmers reflecting beneath her long eyelashes. Junior sister Xiao Rong, your words are rather misplaced. Bai Xuan let out a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. The moonlight has always possessed such exquisite beauty. It is merely that we, as cultivators, are often preoccupied with enhancing our abilities and competing for gain, thus overlooking it. Oh, does this imply that Brother Bai Xuan has been attentive to the myriad splendors of this world? I had assumed that someone as remarkably gifted as Brother Bai Xuan, who shines so brilliantly, would be even more competitive than those who fiercely vie for advantage. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan merely chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying. As cultivators, we have been at odds with the heavens, the earth, and our fellow beings since the inception of our practice. Every endeavor demands a struggle to the death, yet we remain oblivious to the truth that the path to greatness lies within the mundane. True strength emanates from the depths of one's own heart. Only by delving into our inner selves can we uncover the most profound opportunities. The saying, upon enlightenment, one ascends to the heavens, encapsulates this principle. Indeed, the words of Senior Brother Bai Xuan are remarkably profound, leaving one in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Rong smiled brightly, tilting her head slightly. Her pair of crystalline eyes seemed to pierce through him. Since Senior Brother Bai Xuan possesses such insight into human hearts, why not discern the thoughts of his junior sister? I am, after all, quite lost. What is it that I am pursuing in the eyes of Senior Brother Bai Xuan? What do I truly desire? How does he perceive me? What kind of person do I appear to be in your eyes? What a curious question. At this moment, Bai Xuan suddenly became acutely aware of the shift in atmosphere. Here we were, discussing the profound truths of cultivation, yet the conversation had grown increasingly ambiguous. It felt as though Xiao Rong had dined well, gathered ample spirit stones, and now sought to engage in poetic musings with him. Ah, junior sister Xiao Rong. In my eyes, you are an exuberant, powerful, kind, and gentle cultivator. You possess the ambition to change the world and the potential to transcend tribulations. Could it be that Senior Brother Bai Xuan is jesting at my expense? Xiao Rong was amused by Bai Xuan's remarks. You must have known all along. Hadn't you? Chapter 80. Xiao Rong's seduction and Bai Xuan's missed opportunity. Previously, I leveraged your reputation to swindle money from the Wanbao god, and this time, I took advantage of Xiao Yue to deceive you of 40 million spirit stones. How did Senior Brother Bai Xuan perceive my kindness and gentleness? Nevertheless, despite her words, Xiao Rong felt an unexplained astonishment at Bai Xuan's assertion of her potential to overcome tribulations. Brother Bai Xuan possesses remarkable insight. This is merely a superficial appearance. Bai Xuan turned his bright, expressive eyes towards Xiao Rong, gazing at her with utmost seriousness. I do not merely observe with my eyes, he declared, his tone imbued with a playful challenge. Well then, I shall reluctantly concede that you have answered correctly, Xiao Rong replied, her pride rekindled. With her head held high and a playful hum escaping her lips, she pointed her delicate nose at Bai Xuan's chest. This demeanor resembled that of a triumphant rooster, yet also evoked the gentle charm of a docile kitten after a rainstorm. She oscillated between rejection and invitation. Her sentiments conveyed in a myriad of flavors by Xiao Rong's exquisite performance. Even Bai Xuan, who prided himself on his virtuous demeanor and was renowned as the paragon of integrity in Tianyang continent, found himself swallowing hard, caught in the throes of desire. He yearned for the immediacy of possession, yet simultaneously wished to savor the experience slowly, allowing time to enhance the allure. The cool, silvery moonlight cast a gentle glow, reflecting her enchanting silhouette and the swaying branches of the trees upon the pale blue tiles. The young girl's myriad emotions, her hidden contradictions, shyness, and anticipation, were expressed to the fullest extent in Xiao Rong's current demeanor. The scene before him was utterly mesmerizing, dreamlike in its beauty. Xiao Rong, brimming with delight at her own performance, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If Bai Xuan were to see my true beauty illuminated by the moonlight, he would surely find me charming and lovely, far surpassing those brazen admirers who pursued him without shame. She mused, her heart swelling with joy. Indeed, her possessive feelings towards Bai Xuan had always been intensely fervent. When she witnessed his concern for Nangong Yue, she had been consumed with a desire to tear her rival to shreds. However, after hearing Bai Xuan recount his experiences with Nangong Yue, she gradually began to understand. Bai Xuan is the savior of the Tianyang continent, relentlessly forging ahead on his journey, encountering a myriad of individuals along the way. She cannot remain by Bai Xuan's side like a vigilant vulture, isolating all the female cultivators who show interest in him. Furthermore, some individuals inevitably gravitate towards Bai Xuan. a phenomenon that Xiao Rong cannot hinder. Take, for instance, the case of Nangong Yue, who exemplifies this notion. Bai Xuan's actions stem from his sincere heart, in alignment with his grand aspirations, an unstoppable trend dictated by fate. Thus, while refining pills today, she pondered how she could secure Bai Xuan firmly by her side. After much contemplation, she devised a rather simplistic yet effective strategy to entice him, making him utterly captivated by her. Wouldn't that suffice? If he loses his restraint, perhaps they could share an intimate encounter tonight, which would be even better. Xiao Rong harbors considerable confidence in her own beauty. Despite her indifference to her appearance in both her past life and this rebirth, eschewing makeup and embellishments, she once believed that no matter how stunning one appeared, such superficiality paled in comparison to true cultivation. At times, she even felt a twinge of regret for being so extraordinarily beautiful. In both her previous life and this reincarnation, her striking visage attracted considerable trouble. Those lofty aristocrats and esteemed disciples, accustomed to the company of enchanting women, would swarm her like starving wolves scenting fresh meat, or sharks drawn to blood, relentlessly pestering her. It became a tiresome nuisance, disrupting her tranquil cultivation and leading to a cascade of troubles, with Zhang Yunzi being a prime example. However, everything changed upon her encounter with Bai Xuan, the man who elicited disdain at first glance, wonder at the second, and instant love at the third. It seems that, at times, possessing beauty may not be such a curse after all. Xiao Rong, petite and delicate, basked in the moonlight, striving to present her supple form to Bai Xuan, hoping he would notice her fair physique. If he were to entertain other thoughts about her, that would be even more delightful. The effect of her efforts was indeed palpable and remarkably pronounced. Bai Xuan was utterly captivated by the scene before him. The young girl, bathed in the light of the moon, possessed an innocence reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, rendering him spellbound. This moment was undeniably enchanting, so much so that Bai Xuan found himself momentarily dazed, forgetting to breathe, and feeling a sense of suffocation. A stirring within him ignited a flicker of mischief. A surge of impassioned thoughts surged through his mind. The exquisite Xiao Rong is being so forward. If I do not reciprocate in some manner, would it not seem rather unkind? Ding. The host can certainly engage with individuals from the Tianyang continent. This system does not govern such matters. However, it is advised that the host exercise restraint for this month, lest you seek out an undisclosed barrier. Bai Xuan found himself momentarily bewildered by the system's words. Why was that? Ding. Host, at this very moment, Suemo has left a fragment of his primordial spirit to observe you. What on earth? Indeed, how could I have forgotten about that old schemer, Suemo? In an instant, Bai Xuan composed himself. He yearned to engage in some intimate activities with Xiao Rong, yet he wished to avoid any onlookers. Damn Suemo. It was one thing to trouble me usually, but now he dares to ruin my chances. Today, Xiao Rong was so proactive. Do you understand how rare such an opportunity is? Curse that Suemo. Just wait until I cultivate to surpass the entire Tianyang continent and become its strongest. Chapter 81. As the night envelopes, I shall take the initiative. When I possess the freedom to act as I please, my first act shall be to forcefully kiss you in front of all the world, making you pay for obstructing my desires today. Ding. According to the system's meticulous calculations and analyses, the host is merely engaging in empty bravado. In simpler terms, it is a display of impotent rage. System, do you know? Oftentimes, you could simply remain silent. Ahem. Bai Xuan, inopportunely, cleared his throat twice, akin to a heavy hammer striking glass, shattering the enchanting and ambiguous atmosphere into fragments. How curious. Bai Xuan ought not to cough, should he? Xiao Rong, her eyes closed, remained lost in her thoughts. Shouldn't she have first stared in disbelief, then pounded her chest in frustration, utterly vexed? To utter a phrase. Xiao Rong, it turns out you have always been this stunningly beautiful, hasn't he it? How blind was I not to notice before? What depths of ignorance must I have sunk to, forsaking the captivating beauty beside me to gaze upon the withered blooms of the Qingyun sect? I am truly wretched. In the end, I would kneel, gazing at her with deep affection, and say, Junior sister Xiao Rong, would you be willing to be my Tao companion? The delicate, flawless visage of Xiao Rong, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered in hues of rosy red and silvery white, swirling across her face. Ultimately, I shall maintain a semblance of restraint. Well, seeing your earnest invitation, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. It is with great difficulty that I agree. At this moment, Xiao Rong had completely succumbed to her own fantasies, unable to extricate herself from the reverie. Junior sister Xiao Rong. At this moment, Bai Xuan gritted his teeth in frustration with every word he uttered. The mere thought of a celestial beauty standing before him, while he remained utterly powerless, filled him with a profound sense of resentment. He felt an overwhelming urge to pound his chest in despair. The weather seemed to have turned a touch chilly, senior brother. I suddenly feel a bit cold. Allow me to fetch an additional garment. As Bai Xuan's words faded, he swiftly descended from the rooftop, departing and leaving Xiao Rong in a state of bewilderment. Alone, she stood amidst the chaotic winds. What is the meaning of this? Surely, this cannot be happening. I have made such an active effort. Bai Xuan has actually fled? The excuse he provided is utterly feeble. You, a cultivator of such formidable prowess, cannot possibly withstand this mere chill? What a farce. Could it be that Bai Xuan does not favor me? Does he disdain my appearance? In an instant, Xiao Rong was engulfed by uncertainty, feeling self-conscious about her looks. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she altered her perspective. I have lived 2 lifetimes, and I have always been adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. How extraordinarily beautiful I am. How could Bai Xuan possibly not harbor affection? He must have been shy just now. Indeed, that must be the reason for his hasty retreat. At this moment, Xiao Rong could no longer afford to dwell on such trivialities. Nor did she concern herself with the fact that no one was there to assist Nangong Yue in overcoming the protective barriers. After all, within the confines of Qingyan sect, no harm could befall them. Earlier, she had closed her eyes, intending for Bai Xuan to draw near and kiss her, unaware of his expression. Now, she felt compelled to ascertain whether Bai Xuan's cheeks had flushed. Senior brother Bai Xuan, I feel quite chilly, she exclaimed. Wait for me. Xiao Rong then hurriedly descended from the rooftop. At that moment, within the void, a figure appeared, ethereal and elusive, embodying an aura of celestial grace and icy purity, reminiscent of an ice goddess. This was none other than the formidable elder of the outer sect, Elder Su Mo, manifesting a fragment of her primordial spirit. She had been concealed in this realm for quite some time, having masked her presence since the day Bai Xuan departed from Qingyun Hall, silently trailing behind him in the void, observing his every move. Previously, Bai Xuan had assisted Nangong Yue in completely resolving her peculiar ailment by establishing a barrier that thwarted external scrutiny. However, for a formidable being like Su Mo from the Tianyang continent, this barrier was as flimsy as paper. She could effortlessly breach it and enter the domain within. Yet, doing so would pose a risk of detection by Bai Xuan. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had been unable to fathom the true extent of Bai Xuan's capabilities. Furthermore, Bai Xuan had not committed any heinous acts, and as an elder of the Qingyun sect, one of the mightiest on the Tianyang continent, she possessed her own sense of pride and would not resort to underhanded tactics merely to ascertain the nature of a junior. It was indeed perplexing. How could he have been so entranced by the exquisite beauty of Xiao Rong at first glance, yet now, when she approached him, he fled with a flushed countenance? What could be the reason? Was it possible that he was incapable of maintaining composure? In the void, Su Mo's figure flickered, her gaze directed downwards towards Bai Xuan's courtyard. Filled with confusion, she had even entertained the notion that a 20-year-old youth like Bai Xuan might be incapable of arousal, yet she never contemplated the possibility of him discovering her presence. Her understanding of Bai Xuan was becoming increasingly convoluted. At that moment, within Bai Xuan's courtyard, in a side chamber, the melodious and chilling voice of Xiao Rong echoed, Bai Xuan, don't run away. The sound only intensified the tumultuous emotions within Bai Xuan, prompting him to flee even faster. He genuinely feared losing control and inadvertently engaging with Xiao Rong, only to be observed by Su Mo from above. Xiao Rong, please stop pursuing me. I am unwell today and must retreat to meditate for the night. I hope you can safeguard me in my absence. Bai Xuan's throat burned with an intense heat, causing his speech to stutter. He initially wished to swiftly rid himself of Xiao Rong. However, as a disciple of a prestigious lineage, his courtyard spanned 100 acres. Yet, each room remained rather confined. Chapter 82. The battle's outcome was evident. The vanquished was Bai Xuan. Before he could take more than a few steps, he reached an impasse. Suddenly, Xiao Rong leaped forward, catching up to Bai Xuan and toppling him to the ground. Senior Bai Xuan, where do you feel unwell? I, Xiao Rong, am well versed in the art of alchemy. Allow me to examine you, she remarked with a mischievous grin, her laughter echoing harshly in the desolate night. At this moment, there was no need to observe his countenance. From Bai Xuan's slightly trembling voice, she could ascertain with utmost certainty. Bai Xuan, indeed, how shy. Although Bai Xuan has previously clarified the nature of his relationship with Xiao Yue, and she has not refuted it, acknowledging their bond as mere senior and junior disciples. Xiao Rong, with the acute intuition of a woman, is distinctly aware. For Nangong Yue, Bai Xuan is not merely an exceptionally talented senior, he is also her savior. How could she possibly remain indifferent? It is simply that her current affliction renders her unable to express her feelings. In the future, she is certain to compete with herself for Bai Xuan's affections. As she contemplates this under the soft moonlight, with stars twinkling above, she realizes that their moments of solitude together are fleeting. Today, she must seize the opportunity. Let me show you, Bai Xuan, my skills in healing others. Xiao Rong stood up and turned Bai Xuan on the examination table like a fish. She swayed her supple hips and nestled against his waist, her hands playfully exploring the fabric of his clothing, seeking the warmth beneath. Junior sister Xiao Rong, I suddenly feel as though I am perfectly fine. You needn't trouble yourself with an examination. Please, allow me to rise. Bai Xuan, why are you being so courteous? Just as they were playfully shoving one another, Xiao Rong unexpectedly leaned back. She felt a distinct sensation in her hips. Oh no, I've been discovered. System, what should I do? This is a disaster. Ding. Ha ha host. Why not let Su Mo witness your prowess? It might not be such a bad idea. Please, be quiet. Bai Xuan, overwhelmed by bitterness, tightly shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Meanwhile, Xiao Rong stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, immobile in that moment. The scene had come to a standstill. In an instant, a plethora of disparate words flooded Xiao Rong's mind. Bai Xuan has reacted. To himself. Meanwhile, in the void above, Su Mo found himself captivated, unable to avert his gaze. It turns out Bai Xuan's masculine faculties are intact. But why did he flee earlier? How peculiar. Could it be that his moral standards are truly that elevated? Judging by the scene, it appears that Xiao Rong has indeed taken a keen interest in Bai Xuan. Ever since her tribulation, she has been disinterested in anything for millennia. Yet at this moment, she is thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle before her. Enchanted. Hee. Bai Xuan, dear senior brother, how curious. It seems as though you have developed a hard lump. Shall I examine it for you? Observing Bai Xuan's response, Xiao Rong's tone grew increasingly teasing, her actions bolder as she repositioned herself atop him. System, how could Xiao Rong dare to do such a thing? Why does she appear utterly unashamed? Bai Xuan's once fair skin now blazed a fiery red, eliciting peals of laughter from Xiao Rong. Ding, host. You must understand that the Xiao Rong before you is, in fact, an ancient woman who has lived for millennia, merely cloaked in the guise of youth. Ding, and you, my host, are but a pure-hearted youth of 20. In your time on Blue Star, you had never even touched a girl, even after traversing to the Tianyang continent. Your interactions with Nangong Yue were merely slight physical exchanges. Ding, tell me, do you think Xiao Rong dares to do otherwise? Bai Xuan, dear brother, how shy you are. Xiao Rong now had the upper hand, her sultry gaze looking down upon the motionless Bai Xuan sprawled on the ground. Even her manner of address had turned suggestive. Come, let me take a whiff. She nestled her little head against Bai Xuan's bare chest, boldly inhaling the scent that emanated from him while caressing his firm muscles. Her breath quickened, revealing a euphoric expression. Despite her breathtaking beauty, a rare gem in this world, she now appeared utterly unrefined, grinning foolishly like a mischievous imp. A stream of clear saliva trickled between her crimson lips and pristine teeth, revealing an intoxicating delight. Her heart raced wildly, as though it might leap from her chest, and she pressed herself closer to Bai Xuan, relishing the warmth radiating from his body, her hands exploring his solid, pale skin with fervor. Bai Xuan, dear brother, why are you silent? The stars are particularly bright tonight, and the moonlight is simply exquisite. My heart feels so cold and lonely. Oh, Bai Xuan, you smell wonderful. May I hold you for a moment? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. My Bai Xuan, brother. In the tranquil night, the sky outside was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, shimmering brilliantly, while the silvery moonlight cascaded through the window like soft silk, gently enveloping the room. Having savored enough of Bai Xuan's chest, Xiao Rong gracefully rose, shedding her garments under the enchanting moonlight, revealing her flawless, snow-white back. She leaned closer to Bai Xuan's lips, her breath fragrant as she tentatively whispered, Bai Xuan, dear brother, Why do you not speak? May I taste the sweetness of your lips? No. System. I cannot allow Xiao Rong to continue her reckless antics upon my body. Otherwise, I fear that I may truly lose control. With a determined heart, Bai Xuan harnessed an immense reservoir of mental strength to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he seized the moment when Xiao Rong was caught off guard and forcefully pushed her away. Ouch! Exclaimed Xiao Rong as she fell to the ground. Utterly astonished by the sheer force of Bai Xuan's willpower, she had never anticipated that his resolve would be so formidable. Despite the overwhelming reaction he had towards her, he managed to endure. Chapter 83. It begins. How should one put it? Truly, he is deserving of the title of a prodigy who can endure for a decade without revealing his true capabilities. His willpower is indeed unparalleled. Bai Xuan did not dare to linger, fearing that he might be caught again by Xiao Rong. Seizing the moment while Xiao Rong was busy dressing, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy and transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring away. Ah, is this how it ends? Bai Xuan has left. He actually resisted. In the void, Suemo could scarcely fathom that the encounter would conclude in such a manner. How could it end before it even began? It left her yearning for more. By the time Xiao Rong had finished dressing and stepped out of the side room, Bai Xuan's figure had long since vanished. Xiao Rong's face flushed, her beautiful eyes gazing in the direction Bai Xuan had departed, recalling their intimate moments. Her legs felt weak and her heart fluttered. How shy she was. Bai Xuan, dear brother, your body clearly yearns for me as well. Why do you choose to flee? Ha! Xiao Rong could not help but reminisce about the moment she had tackled Bai Xuan to the ground, rendering him motionless. She chuckled softly. Yet, can you escape the first day of the month and still evade the 15th? As long as you remain by my side, I refuse to believe I cannot claim you. Time flowed on. A quiet night passed. By dawn of the following day, she had successfully broken through to the young micro stage, seamlessly entering the foundation establishment phase. Achieving an unparalleled, authentic foundation. The very first thought that crossed her mind upon emerging was to seek out Bai Xuan and share her joy. However, he was nowhere to be found. Sister Xiao Rong, where is Bai Xuan? Where has he gone? Oh, he went out to calm down. He should be back by noon. Xiao Rong replied with a smile, offering a dismissive answer. Little Yu Wei, come lend a hand. You've just broken through and must be exhausted. Sister Xiao Rong will prepare delicious food for you. Wai Yu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she swallowed hard. I'm coming, Sister Xiao Rong. Today, Xiao Rong was unusually attentive, claiming it was to reward Yu Wei, preparing a lavish feast. In truth, she simply wished to impress Bai Xuan. Hours passed until noon arrived. The sun shining brightly. Bai Xuan had just returned, having barely touched the ground when Xiao Rong, radiant with the glow of spring, approached him with a beaming smile. Oh, Bai Xuan, you are back, she exclaimed, her tone excessively sweet, sending shivers down his spine. The memory of yesterday's encounter, where Xiao Rong had taken advantage of him, surged back to his mind, igniting a rush of anger within him. Usually, her voice was as melodious as the sound of delicate jade. So how could she utter such inflections? Upon hearing that Bai Xuan had returned, Yu Wei hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, her voice soft and tender as she greeted him. Bai Xuan, you're back. I've just completed my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Come in quickly to eat. Today, Sister Xiao Rong and I have prepared a feast. Ah, indeed. Bai Xuan felt a surge of delight upon hearing Yu Wei's words. Unlike Xiao Rong, who deliberately adopted a coy tone, Yu Wei's voice was inherently soft, melodious, and effortlessly pleasant. In comparison to Xiao Rong, the distinction was unmistakable. Indeed, it was akin to the enchanting melodies of celestial music, illuminating the ears. Very well, I shall proceed at once. Bai Xuan smiled and nodded at Yu Wei, seizing the opportunity to circumvent Xiao Rong. At the table, Yu Wei was engrossed in her meal, taking small bites and chewing swiftly, her face alight with sheer delight. Yet, despite her contentment, she noticed the peculiar tension between Bai Xuan and Xiao Rong today. Bai Xuan, allow me to serve you some more dishes. This one is truly delectable. Do give it a try? Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Rong, but I shall manage on my own, Bai Xuan replied politely. Oh, come now, Bai Xuan. Why the formality? I simply do not understand. It seemed as though Bai Xuan was deliberately avoiding interaction with Xiao Rong. Why was that? It puzzled her. After the meal, Xiao Rong took the initiative to clear away the dishes. Bai Xuan did not dare to linger and hurriedly took Nangon Yu Wei with him into the room. He set up a barrier. Brother Bai Xuan, what is your method for rapidly enhancing my cultivation? What must I do? Yu Wei sat across from Bai Xuan, her eyes earnest as she locked gazes with him, her face tense. Though she had always placed her trust in her senior brother Bai Xuan and believed in his words without reservation, the idea of elevating her cultivation directly to the 5th layer of foundation establishment within a month felt astonishingly extraordinary. Junior sister Yue, have no worries. With Xiaorong absent, I have reverted to the confident and graceful prodigy of the Qingyan sect, Bai Xuan reassured her. The technique is akin to the extraordinary pearl within you. It merely employs a slightly different approach. To explain it in detail would take considerable time, so let us commence directly. Oh, I see. Yue felt somewhat bewildered, lacking comprehension. Yet, since her senior brother had spoken so, she resolved to follow his lead. Understood, brother Bai Xuan. Then, junior sister Yue, focus your mind. All right, brother Bai Xuan. Yue, now fully serious, began to meditate. All right, system, the time has come. Assist me in enhancing her cultivation. As Bai Xuan prepared to aid Yue in strengthening her abilities. The system chimed. Ding. Host, have you truly made up your mind? Are you certain? The fall in cultivation is excruciating. And considering the speed at which the golden pearl of condensation devours cultivation, it will not suffice to elevate Nangong Yue to the 5th layer of foundation establishment in merely 1 or 2 instances. Ding. It is still not too late to reconsider the 2 plans I proposed. Huh. Does the system underestimate me? Since I have resolved to save the Tianyong continent, I am prepared for whatever it entails. Let us not linger, but begin. Ding. Very well then. The moment the system's words fell, the aura emanating from Bai Xuan suddenly surged like a tsunami, with his vital energy surging forth to reach celestial heights. In an instant, he experienced an overwhelming sense of newfound strength that nearly threatened to rupture his physical form, rendering him unconscious. Within his dantian, the originally lustrous orb spun rapidly, erupting with an extraordinarily brilliant golden light from within. A perfect golden core had been achieved. Yet, all of this went unnoticed by the meditative Yue, who remained in deep contemplation beside him. Ding. Host, I previously neglected to inform you that with my system, I can automatically conceal your aura from detection by others. This implies that, despite your significant power increase, the young Nangong Yue before you will perceive only a faint fluctuation of energy. Ding. Since you are prepared for this realization, let us commence. Very well. Bai Xuan calmed the searing heat coursing through her flesh. With a flick of her jade-like hand, she summoned a strand of divine consciousness, which transformed into a streak of golden light. It penetrated the brow of the young Wei, dispelling the swirling mists and delving once more into her very essence. Ah, it has significantly transformed since my initial descent into its depths. Bai Xuan floated within this expanse of yellow, gazing at the celestial gold pearl, ensnared by the 8 or 9 immortal gold lock. Unable to restrain a series of exclamations, he marveled. It begins. Bai Xuan soared forward, deftly unfastening the 8-9 celestial gold lock, grasping the Ningtian golden pearl firmly in his hand to prevent it from wandering away. Oh, it is still exceedingly hot. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the heat still caused him to grimace. Yet, his gaze remained resolutely unwavering. Humph, you are merely a small elixir. Are you not capable of absorbing cultivation? Today, your father Bai Xuan shall allow you to absorb to your heart's content. Bai Xuan relaxed his defenses, allowing an opportunity to arise, precisely as he had anticipated. The heavenly golden pearl, sensing the aura ripe for consumption, immediately latched onto his soul like a leech seeking nourishment. No need for him to grasp it at all. It clung tenaciously to his essence, rendering any attempt to shake it off futile. Like a relentless river, it voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy from Bai Xuan's being. A sharp, crippling pain surged from the palm of his hand, spreading rapidly throughout his entire body. It felt as though each bone within him was being incessantly crushed, ground down, and shattered in a relentless cycle. Bai Xuan was overwhelmed by pain, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted. Even his voice trembled as if his very soul were shaken. When he first heard the system declare that it would be painful, he believed he had mentally prepared himself. Yet, when the moment truly arrived, the agony surpassed all his expectations. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible sound resonated from within Bai Xuan's being. His realm plummeted, instantly. From the pinnacle of the perfect golden core, he fell to the 9th level of the perfect golden core. This condensing heaven golden pearl was indeed extraordinary. It could even draw from him so profoundly. Merely contemplating this for a brief moment caused his realm to diminish by 1 tier. One can only imagine When the young Wei encountered this condensing heaven golden pearl, it is likely that in less than no time, his cultivation would be nearly depleted. Damn it! Bai Xuan now finds himself writhing in agony, floating within the essence of his infancy, rolling back and forth. He yearns to contemplate something, to divert his attention. Yet, this unparalleled pain incessantly torments him, rendering it utterly impossible. System. Bai Xuan found even the communication within his mind with the system to be an arduous task. It is no wonder you have repeatedly urged me to relinquish this. It is indeed a torment. Ding! If the host wishes to give up now, it is not too late. There is no need to concern yourself with pride. After all, such suffering is not something that anyone should bear. Do you look down upon me? Even if no one is watching at this moment, Bai Xuan still wished to present an air of indifference, a calm demeanor before the system. Yet, his furrowed brow, clenched teeth, and grim visage betrayed him. I am the mightiest prodigy of the Tianyang continent. What is this trifling pain in comparison? Ding! Perfect timing. Since we have this opportunity, why not share with me the history of the Tianyang continent, spanning millions of years? You cannot be serious? Ding! Oh, dear host, whom do you underestimate? I am the strongest system in history. Since you earnestly seek knowledge, I shall indulge you. Listen closely. The Tianyang continent came into being millions of years ago amidst a celestial and demonic war that shattered realms. Time continued to slip away. Each passing moment was an exquisite torture for Bai Xuan. His cultivation level was in decline, from perfect golden core 9th layer to perfect golden core 8th layer, then to perfect golden core 7th layer, as the heavenly pearl absorbed more and more spiritual energy. Chapter 85, Xiaorong's Doubts. Bai Xuan distinctly sensed that the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy was gradually diminishing. Slowly, it reached a state of saturation. The spiritual energy it consumed was nourishing the exterior of Nangong Yue. Bai Xuan's spiritual energy is dwindling, and his realm is declining. In contrast, Nangong Yue's spiritual energy is on the rise, and her realm is gradually ascending. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. Bai Xuan could no longer recall how many times he had heard the sound of his realm plummeting. He was uncertain of his current cultivation level. Battling against the excruciating pain had consumed all his willpower. Ding, ding, ding. 3 exceptionally clear chimes resonated within Bai Xuan's mind, instantly jolting his nearly numb consciousness back to reality. It was the system. Ding, host, swiftly utilize your divine powers to shake off the Ningtian golden pearl. Your cultivation has been devoured, plummeting down to the golden core realm. You have returned to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation in the heavenly path. Have we finally reached it? Bai Xuan's expression was dazed, yet he exhibited not the slightest hesitation as he promptly sprang into action, channeling his divine consciousness. He summoned the 8-9 celestial gold heavenly lock and invoked it towards the golden pearl of condensation in his grasp. Sensing the emergence of the lock, the golden pearl attempted to flee, yet Bai Xuan clutched it firmly in his hand. The 8-9 celestial gold heavenly lock. Go. He instantly secured it. The heat in his hand diminished, yet the temperature remained unchanged, still emanating waves of searing pain akin to being scorched. The agony stemming from his diminished realm dissipated. Yet it lingered, causing a persistent ache in Bai Xuan's bones. Cursed golden pearl of condensation. It feasted upon my cultivation just moments ago, reveling in the act. Bai Xuan, filled with ire, bared his teeth, treating the golden orb as if it were merely a fragile glass sphere. He kicked it back and forth, trampling upon it in a fit of rage. Ding, host, please do not linger any longer inside. Come out promptly. This time, the cultivation of Nangong Yue has been elevated to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. A bountiful harvest indeed. Hurry out and allow your spirit to rest. Has it truly ascended directly to the 2nd level of foundation establishment? It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Bai Xuan grinned, laughter illuminating his face. All right, I shall emerge at once. Within the confines of the room, a flicker of light danced once more. Bai Xuan's consciousness returned to his body. He awakened, only to realize that he was already drenched in sweat, as if he had been submerged in water for days. His white garments were thoroughly soaked, and a pool of perspiration had formed on the ground. Yue, junior sister? Bai Xuan raised his gaze towards Yue. In that moment, she resembled him in many ways, as she too was completely drenched. Ding, rest assured, host. Nangong Yue is unharmed. It is merely an excessive depletion of energy. Ding, allow her to rest for a day and night, and she shall recover. Host, you should also take this opportunity to recuperate. The next time you break through, The duration of seclusion will need to be extended. Yes, I understand. After confirming Youwei's safety, Bai Xuan suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over him. He attempted to rise, only to find his legs trembling and weak. How utterly embarrassing. Bai Xuan let out a self-deprecating laugh, summoned his spiritual energy, and with great effort, rose to his feet. He opened the barrier, pushed the door aside, and stepped outside. At that moment, it was indeed midday. The radiant sunlight poured forth like a torrent of water, illuminating Bai Xuan and cleansing every corner of his being with clarity. As soon as he opened the door, Xiaorong's anxious face leaned in. "Senior brother Bai Xuan, you have finally emerged. You and Xiao Yue have been in seclusion for a full 3 days. I was worried something might happen to you, yet I dared not rashly enter the barrier to disturb you. How do you feel now? Were you successful?" Xiaorong bombarded Bai Xuan with a flurry of questions. However, at that moment, Bai Xuan had no inclination to respond to her. "Ah, yes, junior sister Xiaorong." Bai Xuan strained to maintain his composure, yet the fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable. Ever since his arrival in the Tianyang continent, he had never before been so overwhelmed by drowsiness. He was utterly exhausted. "As for my junior sister Yue, she is well. Such matters can wait for another time." Bai Xuan spoke, but Xiaorong, wishing to express more, suddenly caught sight of the depths of his gaze. It was a profound weariness, as if he had endured countless eons of relentless trials. She was taken aback, her words caught in her throat, and she fell silent. It was perplexing. Despite the seemingly boundless strength emanating from Bai Xuan, why did he appear so weary? Xiaorong yearned to offer him support, yet she hesitated, unsure. "Brother Bai Xuan, you must certainly have your own considerations at this moment, correct? It would be best for me not to take any action. I shall take a moment to rest." Bai Xuan endeavored to muster an exceedingly forced smile. She struggled to hold herself together, leaving no time to bathe or change her attire. Instead, she entered a side room and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep. As Bai Xuan had just entered the room, Xiaorong hurriedly followed behind. Bai Xuan lay upon the bed, soundly asleep. What could possibly have transpired to exhaust a cultivator of his caliber so profoundly? Xiaorong's eyes widened in astonishment. She turned and re-entered the main room to ascertain the condition of Nangong Yue. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she was once again taken aback. Before her lay a substantial pool of sweat. There was no need to inquire further. It was undoubtedly Bai Xuan's. At that moment, Yue was also drenched, collapsed upon the floor. What on earth had occurred? Xiaorong's delicate features tightened, her confusion deepening. She rushed forward to lift Yue onto the bed while simultaneously assessing her cultivation. What? How could this be? Had she truly succeeded? Was this the second layer of foundation establishment? Xiaorong could not conceal the shock etched upon her face. This was simply unfathomable. Chapter 86. Su Mo begins to waver. It was precisely because she too was at the second layer of foundation establishment that she understood all too well the arduousness of advancing a level. The reason she had been able to rapidly strengthen herself in such a short span was due to her reincarnation. She merely retraced her previous path. Coupled with the abundant resources provided by Bai Xuan, she had been able to concoct the most suitable elixirs for herself, thereby breaking through her realm. However, the confluence of these three factors had not afforded her the same terrifying speed of advancement as Nangong Yue. To enter seclusion for merely 3 days and directly achieve the second layer of foundation establishment? What methods did Bai Xuan truly employ? At this moment, Su Mo, high in the sky, was also profoundly shaken. Bai Xuan, how on earth did he achieve this? In a mere 3 days, he has managed to elevate Nangong Youe's realm by an entire level. She recalls her own arduous journey through foundational cultivation, fully aware of the formidable challenge that such an advancement entails. Even for someone as exceptionally gifted as she, it required a considerable investment of time. Could it be that Bai Xuan is truly capable of fulfilling the wager he made with her? Su Mo gazes pensively at Bai Xuan, who lies peacefully asleep below. Murmuring to herself, "Bai Xuan, I find you increasingly enigmatic. Why did you flee when Xiaorong willingly offered herself? What methods have you employed now to facilitate such a rapid enhancement in Nangong Youe's prowess? What secrets do you harbor? In the depths of slumber, Bai Xuan seems to sense a gentle presence attending to him, changing his garments, cleansing his body, and tenderly draping him with fresh bedding. Time passes unnoticed until the crisp voice of the system reverberates once more in Bai Xuan's mind. Ding. Host, I am aware that you have not yet fully rested. Your spirit remains weary. However, it is time to rise. Ding! Nangong Yue's body has fully recovered. To ensure she reaches the 5th level of foundational cultivation smoothly, we must not squander any more time. Very well, Bai Xuan concedes, stirred from his deep slumber by the voice resonating within his consciousness. I understand. Bai Xuan lifted his eyelids with great difficulty, opening them just a crack to gaze out the window. At that moment, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the doorframe in a crimson hue. Bai Xuan had slumbered for an entire day and night. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the sweat stains that once adorned his body had been wholly removed, and he was now clad in fresh garments, resting upon a soft bedding. It was evident that all of this had been arranged by Xiao Rong. One must admit, a woman who has lived for millennia certainly knows how to care for others. Bai Xuan forced a smile as he jested with the system. Ding! The host is well aware of his sharp tongue. All right, let us begin. Bai Xuan mustered his spirit and lifted the covers, rising from his bed. Barefoot, he stepped out of the room, only to encounter Yue, who was practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. At that moment, her strength had reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment, and the sword techniques she executed, though reminiscent of those she had displayed before Su Mo, exuded an entirely different aura. The disparity was nothing short of astonishing. Bai Xuan, you're awake, Yue exclaimed, halting her movements the instant she saw him emerge. Her face was filled with concern and a hint of guilt as she approached him. How are you feeling now, Bai Xuan? Do you need to rest a bit longer? She had already heard from Xiao Rong the previous day when she had awakened. After Bai Xuan assisted her in transcending her realm, he appeared utterly exhausted, as though he had endured countless life and death battles. This was the first time Xiao Rong witnessed the invincible Bai Xuan displaying such a pale visage. Upon hearing this, Yue felt a pang of sympathy, fully comprehending that Bai Xuan's transformation was entirely due to her. Now a genuine foundational cultivator, she understood the arduousness of breaking through another layer. The fact that her senior brother Bai Xuan could elevate his realm in merely 3 days was beyond her imagination. What kind of methods had he employed? And what sacrifices had he made? Hearing a sound, Xiao Rong emerged from the kitchen, quickly discerning that Bai Xuan had not yet fully rested. His spiritual essence still bore the marks of fatigue. Why are you up? Xiao Rong inquired with a furrowed brow, a hint of reproach in her voice. Shouldn't you rest a little longer? No. Bai Xuan offered a faint smile, gently declining Xiao Rong's suggestion. Her countenance regained a semblance of its former elegance. Yet her pallid complexion still stirred profound concern in the hearts of the two women. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. You, my dear junior sister Yue, must accompany me for seclusion at once. Xiao Rong replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. You have only just awakened, and now you wish to take little Yue into seclusion again? I have prepared our meal. At the very least, we should eat before departing. Not at all. Bai Xuan waved his hand, declining Xiao Rong's suggestion. Yue, junior sister, come with me. Oh, I understand, Yue replied, her head hanging low, her mood equally somber. She obediently followed Bai Xuan, trailing closely behind him as they re-entered the chamber, retreating into seclusion. Sighing, Bai Xuan's voice echoed softly. Xiao Rong stood there, gazing blankly at Bai Xuan's figure as it vanished once more into the confines of the barrier, a wave of loneliness washing over her heart. What Bai Xuan remained unaware of was that Xiao Rong had prepared the freshest of meals for him to enjoy upon awakening. However, the dishes, once meticulously crafted, had gone through cycles of cooling and reheating. After several hours had passed without Bai Xuan stirring, she resolved to discard the cold food and prepare a new meal for him. You truly have me worried, Xiao Rong sighed, choosing to remain seated outside the room, patiently awaiting Bai Xuan's emergence. Meanwhile, in the void above, Su Mo felt a shift in her long-held suspicions regarding Bai Xuan. Her senses were exceptionally acute, and she had already perceived that Bai Xuan's spirit had not fully recovered. Nevertheless, he had ventured forth with Nangong Yue to attempt another breakthrough. At that moment, a flicker of regret washed over her. There was a possibility she had consistently taken for granted and overlooked. What if what Bai Xuan has said is indeed true? What should I do now? Chapter 87, Being Seen Through. Am I not continually making things difficult for the good-hearted? She suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was it not better to have avoided the wager with Bai Xuan? Once again, it is a familiar process, a cycle of well-known repetitions. Bai Xuan arrived at the origin of Yue, seeking the system's assistance to enhance his cultivation. Gripping the golden pearl of condensed heaven, he unlocked the 8-9 immortal gold celestial lock. The familiar sensation of pain once again permeated his entire heart. This time, the duration was prolonged, and the expended spiritual energy was significantly greater. Bai Xuan cultivated his spiritual energy once again, yet it was insufficient. He could only command the system to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the perfect golden core. Subsequently, he allowed the condensing heaven golden pearl to absorb spiritual energy, nourishing the fragile way. This cyclical process continued, though the passage of time became an enigma. Within Bai Xuan's consciousness, it felt as though eons had elapsed. Each moment was a torment. He initially believed that as his realm continued to decline, over time, he might acclimatize to this suffering, rendering it less excruciating. However, reality proved that Bai Xuan was merely indulging in wishful thinking. Pain was pain. There was no room for adaptation. After another 7 days of seclusion, Bai Xuan elevated Wei's strength to the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Yet, he was utterly drained, nearly staggering as he dispelled the barrier and opened the door. He collapsed directly into the embrace of Xiao Rong, who had been waiting at the threshold. Bai Xuan attempted to reassure Xiao Rong that he was fine. But before he could finish his words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Xuan once again succumbed to slumber for an entire day and night, only to be roused by the system once more. With great effort, he lifted his weary body and, grasping Yue Wei's hand, retreated into their chamber to enter seclusion. Time flowed by, and during this period of introspection, Bai Xuan and Yue Wei remained secluded for an unusually extended duration. 10 full days had elapsed. Bai Xuan and Nangong Yue Wei have yet to emerge. Even Xiao Rong, who waits outside, feels as if time has stretched interminably. Alas, when will brother Bai Xuan finally appear? Sitting upon the steps before the house, Xiao Rong's heart is heavy with concern for Bai Xuan. Helpless, she can do nothing but idly gaze at the clouds drifting across the horizon. Lost in her thoughts, she is suddenly jolted by the sound of the barrier being breached. A voice filled with sobs calls out, "Brother Bai Xuan." Could it be? The barrier has been broken? The retreat of brother Bai Xuan and Xiao Yue has come to an end. Xiao Rong, filled with joy, soon sensed something amiss. How peculiar. The tone in Xiao Yue's voice felt somewhat off. In the next moment, the door swung open, and Yue, with tears streaming down her face, rushed out. Following her was Bai Xuan, who attempted to pursue but collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. "Xiao Yue, what has happened? Do not panic. Speak to me," Xiao Rong exclaimed, startled by the scene before her. She hurried forward to support Yue. "Sister Xiao Rong, you must persuade brother Bai Xuan. He cannot act this way." "Huh? Persuade brother Bai Xuan about what?" Xiao Rong was left in a haze, utterly bewildered. Alas, the system has its flaws. It seems the situation has indeed been revealed. Bai Xuan collapsed onto the ground, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had been tirelessly conveying his cultivation to Yue through the Ling Tian golden pearl. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. When he initially ventured to the Nangong family and rescued Nangong Yue, the system had informed him that after a month, the Ling Tian golden pearl would completely merge with Nangong Yue's essence. The Ling Tian golden pearl would nourish Nangong Yue, and her extraordinary abilities would soon manifest. Now, a month had indeed passed, and the Ling Tian golden pearl had fully integrated with Yue's essence. Bai Xuan, through the use of the celestial gold pearl, delivered spiritual energy to Yue, enhancing her cultivation to a remarkable level. Naturally, this did not go unnoticed. Ding. Host, consider the brighter side. At least now, you are no longer enduring that excruciating pain. Isn't that a relief? Yue's cultivation had already reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment. And with a few more days remaining until the deadline of your wager with Su Mo, ding. Yue has now fully mastered the celestial gold pearl. Coupled with the spiritual energy you previously bestowed upon her, she is very close to breaking through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. With her innate talent, she should be able to achieve this through her own efforts. Yue sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. After merging with the celestial gold pearl, she comprehended the gravity of the situation entirely. Stammering, she recounted the events to Xiao Rong. With every word from Yue's lips, Xiao Rong's astonishment deepened. To endure immense suffering, continually sacrificing one's own cultivation, only to feed it back into another through the mysterious pearl within their body. Such revelations could send shivers down anyone's spine. Not to mention, Bai Xuan had actually gone through with it, and persisted for such a prolonged period. Xiao Rong's gaze fell upon the man lying on the ground, increasingly awed by his remarkable strength and resilience. In her past life, She had faced severe injuries and experienced a decline in her cultivation. The agony of that experience was something she could never forget, a torment she never wished to relive. Yet, Bai Xuan had silently borne it all, endured for so long. The thought of how Bai Xuan would feign indifference and maintain a calm demeanor each time he emerged from seclusion pierced Xiao Rong's heart like a sharp blade. Tears blurred her vision. This was her first time weeping after Bai Xuan had made his grand vow. Taking a deep breath, she understood that this was not the moment for tears. Little Yue, do not let Bai Xuan's earnest intentions go to waste. Since you have mastered the peculiar pearl and have been granted a tremendous opportunity, do not squander any more time. Chapter 88. The third task, Dragon Hawk. Hurry and enter seclusion. Xiao Rong, with tear-filled eyes, gazed fixedly at the unconscious Bai Xuan lying on the ground. I will help Bai Xuan to the bed to rest. Meanwhile, in the void, Su Mo, who had been observing Bai Xuan, was equally astonished by his actions. Previously perplexed as to how Bai Xuan could elevate Yue's cultivation so rapidly within such a short span, everything now became clear. Su Mo could not help but recall her words from over half a month ago, when she had stated that she wanted Bai Xuan to raise Yue's cultivation to the 5th layer of foundation establishment within a month. Bai Xuan's demeanor exuded an air of confidence, tranquility, and indifference. Yet beneath this faade lay the burden of immense suffering. Bai Xuan, in my millennia of cultivation, you are the first junior I truly admire. In this wager, you have emerged victorious. At this moment, Su Mo's figure resembled an ice sculpture, gradually melting into the horizon, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the Azure Cloud Palace, the scene shifted once more. A secluded valley adorned with orchids, the moonlight ethereal and delicate like water, mist swirling gently, enveloping the jade table and the small pavilions. The setting was starkly different from what Bai Xuan had witnessed previously. A wisp of white essence returned to Su Mo, who was savoring the celestial nectar and fine wine. It was a fragment of her primordial spirit, returning to her true self, arriving even sooner than I had anticipated. Su Mo, with her jade-like hand, lifted the exquisite drink and consumed it in one swift motion, as memories from her primordial spirit intertwined with her. Subtle changes flickered across her countenance. Is it truly like this? Bai Xuan, you possess remarkable fortitude. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the day after tomorrow would mark the grand Tianyang gathering. Bai Xuan, lying in bed, had been in a state of unconsciousness for nearly 7 days before finally stirring. System? What time is it now? Has my cultivation level risen to the 5th layer of foundation establishment? Bai Xuan was uncertain how long he had been asleep. His mind felt hazy, yet he had regained considerable clarity compared to before. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to inquire about Yue's cultivation. Ding, rest assured, host. After you fell unconscious, Nangong Yue entered seclusion for just 5 days before successfully breaking through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Yesterday, Su Mo came by, acknowledged the wager, and confirmed your victory. Furthermore, he formally accepted Nangong Yue as a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Everything has been settled. Is that so? Bai Xuan finally relaxed, closing his eyes. This was the best course of action. Ding, I did not anticipate that this mission of Nangong Yue would become so convoluted, presenting numerous challenges. Host, you have worked diligently. In appreciation of your efforts, I have elevated your cultivation to the pinnacle of the perfect golden core. Is that so? Bai Xuan stretched his limbs, circulating his spiritual energy, and indeed felt a significant enhancement in his aura compared to before. Ding, does the host require further rest? No. Bai Xuan sat up in bed. Since I am already awake, I might as well pay a visit to Xiao Rong and Yue. They must have been quite worried during my period of unconsciousness. Ding, since you are not resting, why not take on a task first? Very well, what do you suggest, system? I have indeed been working on the task regarding Nangong Yue for quite some time. Ding, the host has accepted the third task. The Dragon Shadow who has returned from possession. Dragon Shadow? The very name suggests a character who revels in arrogance. Why not call him Dragon Proud Heaven? Ding, allow me to explain the task to the host. Dragon Shadow, an evil cultivator from the dawn of the Tianyang continent. He absorbed the resentment of the demon gods during the war between immortals and demons, thereby creating the sinister blood demon great method and the practice of sinister energy absorption. Blood demon great method? Bai Xuan furrowed his brows, reminiscing about the battle with Zhang Dan and the malevolent skills he had displayed. Not only could he grow stronger by devouring the flesh and blood of others, but he also touched upon the laws of space, allowing him to escape through spatial rifts at critical moments. He was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Could it be that the wicked techniques Zhang Dan practiced were indeed created by this individual? Ding! What the host has stated is correct. However, Zhang Dan only possesses a fragmented version. Its power cannot be compared to that wielded by the original creator. Ding! At the dawn of the Tianyang continent. Following the conclusion of the war between immortals and demons, Long Xiao, relying on the malevolent arts he had invented, spread poison across the world for an extended period. Ultimately, he was defeated by Gu Qingyun, the founder of the Qingyun sect, in alliance with numerous powerful beings from the Tianyang continent. Before his physical form dissipated, he tore through the void, allowing a fragment of his primordial spirit to escape into the chaotic void. After 1,000,000 years, he fortuitously emerged and seized the body of a mortal, adopting the name Yi Bufan. Ding! Had it not been for the host's intervention under the original narrative, Long Xiao would have controlled Yi Bufan's body, seizing the flesh and blood of mortals to cultivate. He would have absorbed the primordial yin of Yi Bufan's sister and devoured her flesh to establish his foundation. He would have slaughtered countless individuals across 7 mortal cities in the Tianyang continent to seize their blood and primordial yin, advancing to the Golden Core stage. He would have participated in the Tianyang Grand Assembly, secretly poisoning numerous female prodigies to acquire their primordial yin and consume their flesh, reaching the spirit-severing stage. He would have joined the Sun and Moon sect, betraying his masters and exterminating all within the sect. At the nascent soul stage, while being pursued by various righteous sects on the Tianyang continent, he would have set up a great formation, blood-sacrificing dozens of powerful beings. Upon reaching the composite stage amidst foreign invasions, he would have aided the oppressors, leading to the destruction of defensive formations across the Tianyang continent and the death of countless cultivators, thereby acquiring abundant resources. At the transformation stage, just as he intended to sacrifice half of the sentient beings of the Tianyang continent to attain the tribulation, he would have been ambushed by Su Mo and other tribulation-level powerhouses, ultimately leading to his demise. After hearing the system's narration, Bai Xuan fell silent. No wonder that upon his arrival, the system's first words urged him to save the Tianyang continent. The situation in that timeline, where he had not yet appeared, was so dire. This Long Xiao had poisoned so many lives. Chapter 89. Successful Condensation of Celestial Power. Ding! Host, you have 2 choices this time. Should you subdue him, or before the system could finish, Bai Xuan interrupted decisively. Kill. Of course, it's to kill. What purpose does it serve to leave such scum alive? Xiao Rong may have turned dark for her reasons, but unlike this Long Xiao, who is simply evil. System, what do you mean by that? Is there any need for hesitation regarding such a despicable individual? He will surely make an appearance at this grand event, won't he? The moment he steps out, I shall strike him down without hesitation, in order to avert the impending tragedies. Ding! While I fully comprehend the host's profound disdain for evil, such actions are not permissible. Huh? Bai Xuan was perplexed. Why is this so? Ding! Although Long Xiao is a quintessential villain, he is also a child of fortune, protected by the providence of the heavens. If the host were to directly subdue him, it would provoke a backlash from the heavenly fate. How can such a person, endowed with celestial fortune, exist? Truly, the heavens must be blind. Ding! However, the host can gradually diminish Long Xiao's fortune by continually striking at his pride. Once his fortune is completely depleted, the host will then be able to take action. Is that so? Bai Xuan murmured. Ding! In 2 days, the Tianyang Grand Assembly will commence. Long Xiao will emerge under the name of Yi Bufan at the Qingyun sect. According to the original narrative, Yi Bufan is destined to secure the top honors at this Tianyang Grand Assembly, thus gaining immense fame. What the host needs to do is to firmly suppress Yi Bufan, rendering him to question his very existence. Upon the successful completion of this task, a reward of the celestial technique, one thought of heaven, will be granted. This technique will restrain Yi Bufan's spatial abilities. I understand. Ding! Long Xiao harbors the resentment of a demon god, and coupled with his cultivation of nefarious arts, he is invincible within the same realm and can combat foes across a significant tier without facing defeat. The divine arts wielded through ordinary spiritual energy will be severely diminished upon striking him, potentially rendering them ineffective. Even the current host, in battle against him, would likely gain no advantage. Is it truly that formidable? Ding! However, the host need not worry. the Taishang Zhao Hua Ling Xian Ju you are cultivating is, in fact, an unparalleled celestial technique of immense power. This system can now provide the host with an opportunity to condense celestial energy. Should you succeed, you will wield celestial power, and the techniques driven by this energy will inflict double damage upon him. Hey, such a fortunate turn of events. It seems there is a chance for critical strikes as well. In that case, let us commence the condensation of celestial energy forthwith. Bai Xuan refrained from underestimating the gravity of his situation. In merely 2 days, he would engage in combat with Long Shao, a formidable entity that had existed for 1,000,000 years. Without thorough preparation, it would be utterly unwise. Ding! Excellent. The system shall autonomously establish a barrier for the host and manifest a celestial proving platform at this location. From here on, it rests in the hands of the host. As the system concluded its declaration, a delicate, translucent membrane enveloped Bai Xuan in an instant, sealing all his presence within. Before him, the void began to undergo remarkably resplendent and bizarre transformations. An enigmatic and boundless celestial energy surged forth from an unknown source, cascading and swirling around him, coalescing into strands of pure white silk. The threads twisted and turned, vibrant and sacred, dazzling in their brilliance. In no time at all, a platform, composed of celestial energy, smooth and radiant, resembling a lotus pedestal entirely crafted from pristine jade, materialized before Bai Xuan. Ding, hurry, host. I can only condense the celestial proving platform for a limited duration of 1 hour. Thank you, system. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xuan stepped onto the Jinxian platform and began to meditate, absorbing the surrounding energies. Outside the door, Xiao Rong and Yue remained oblivious to the extraordinary transformation unfolding right beneath their noses. Xiao Rong was preoccupied with alchemy, while Yue was engrossed in her sword practice, both believing that Bai Xuan was still in slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan sat cross-legged upon the Jinxian platform, his body radiating a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. Enveloped in a resplendent aura, celestial energy overflowed, ethereal brilliance permeated the air, and radiant clouds swirled around him, a sight to behold. Streams of exquisite, flawless celestial and spiritual power intertwined in a dazzling display, coalescing into a liquid form, resembling surging rivers that continuously encircled Bai Xuan, flowing with unrestrained vigor. At this moment, it became evident that the verdant spiritual energy was gradually diminishing, transforming into pure, luminous celestial power. Time flew swiftly, in the blink of an eye. Half an hour had passed. Surrounding Bai Xuan on the Jinxian platform, the once abundant emerald spiritual energy had been entirely replaced by the pure and brilliant celestial force. A low hum resonated through the air, followed by a thunderous roar. Bai Xuan's body suddenly erupted with an astonishing aura that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and crushing the earth. As his eyes opened and closed, terrifying visions of countless reincarnations and the obliteration of the 6 paths manifested before him. At that moment, an extraordinary and resplendent transformation unfolded. His originally exquisite attire appeared to be suffused with a luminous white light, with streams of golden radiance flowing through the seams of his sleeves. Simultaneously, a rounded halo, radiant and shimmering with golden brilliance, emerged behind him. He resembled an immortal who had traversed eons, flowing through myriad universes, reborn into a state of carefree transcendence. Meanwhile, the immortal ascension platform began to dissolve slowly, akin to sugar cubes dissolving in clear water. However, unlike before, the wisps of celestial energy did not vanish into the ether. Instead, they spiraled and coiled as if imbued with life, entering Bai Xuan's limbs and bones, completely absorbed by him. Bai Xuan gently exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. Yet at this moment, his gaze was devoid of any anomalies. Instead, it was clear and bright, akin to that of a newborn infant. Chapter 90. The dust settles, and the storms rise again. Bai Xuan gently exhaled, opening his eyes. Yet, at this moment, his gaze was devoid of any unusual phenomenon. Instead, it was clear and luminous, reminiscent of an infant just born. The aura surrounding him had also dulled, or rather, it was gradually dissipating. It was as if Bai Xuan stood there, yet no one could perceive his presence. The notion of transcending the mundane and returning to simplicity was embodied in this moment. The immortal altar had vanished from this realm, leaving not even a trace of its essence behind, as though it had never existed at all. Bai Xuan floated in the air, examining his hands back and forth. He sensed the profound and mysterious within him, imbued with the essence of the primordial chaos. Even though he had reached enlightenment and condensed his, he was still utterly astonished. Is this the legendary? How powerful it is. Indeed, the spiritual energy enter on entirely different levels, utterly incomparable. Bai Xuan now exudes an unparalleled confidence. Fully assured that should Gong Siyu, adorned with the exquisite Zijin Pei Luo umbrella, reappear before him, he would require no elaborate strategy. With a mere concentration of his celestial energy, without invoking any intricate spells, he could effortlessly deliver a punch that would render Gong Siyu unconscious. This approach, while devoid of complexity, proves to be the most straightforward and effective. Ding! The host is currently in the golden immortal mode, capable of harnessing celestial energy and employing celestial spells. Should the host exhaust the accumulated celestial energy, a period of meditation will be necessary to absorb spiritual energy and transmute it into celestial energy once more. Ding! As the host's cultivation level ascends, the capacity of the physical form to contain celestial energy will increase correspondingly, resulting in a more refined and potent celestial energy within the host's golden immortal mode, thus amplifying their strength. In truth, Bai Xuan had already discerned these truths upon entering the golden immortal mode, even without the system's guidance. The celestial energy emanating from Bai Xuan gradually dissipated, causing the once fluttering sleeves of his luminous garment, adorned with delicate golden threads, to lose their brilliance and fade into obscurity. He had reverted from the golden immortal mode. System, since this matter has come to a conclusion, I shall step outside to check on Xiao Rong and Yu Wei. It is time to alleviate the worries of those two ladies. Bai Xuan gently pushed the door open and stepped outside. At this moment, the sky was brilliantly illuminated, marking the arrival of noon. Bai Xuan, my esteemed senior, exclaimed Yu Wei, who was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Upon seeing Bai Xuan emerge, her voice brimmed with joy as she rushed towards him. Upon reaching his side, she took his hand and burst into tears. Bai Xuan, my senior brother, are you truly well? You were so foolish earlier, sacrificing your own cultivation to compensate me with the Lingtian golden pearl. Yu Wei wept, her tears falling like delicate blossoms, evoking a deep sense of sorrow in Bai Xuan. He could only comfort her by gently patting her back. Ding! It appears that Yu Wei's fusion with the Lingtian golden pearl has progressed well, as she now recognizes its name. Indeed, the Yu Wei who once astonished the entire Tianyang continent has returned. As Bai Xuan was lost in contemplation, Xiao Rong, who was refining pills in a secluded chamber, emerged upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard. Senior brother Bai Xuan, have you regained your strength? Xiao Rong's unexpected composure astonished Bai Xuan. Her luminous, beautiful eyes, though revealing a hint of fatigue, gazed at him with a complex expression. Ding, host. Xiao Rong has been under the impression that you had diminished your own cultivation to enhance the nascent stage of your powers. Consequently, she believed your strength had waned. Thus, she has been tirelessly concocting pills for the past 7 days and nights, striving to help you swiftly restore your spiritual energy and regain your strength. Is that so? A warm current flowed through Bai Xuan's heart. He had initially anticipated that upon his return, Xiao Rong would chastise him for his previous recklessness. To his surprise, not only did Xiao Rong refrain from reproaching him, but she also quietly became his steadfast support, refining elixirs to safeguard his well-being. Indeed, my gratitude to you, junior sister Xiao Rong. I am now completely recovered. Bai Xuan felt a surge of emotion, yet maintained a calm smile on the surface as he replied. By the way, junior sister Yu Wei, have you reached the 5th level of foundation establishment? What about your wager with Suimo? Yes. Yu Wei nodded eagerly. I just reached the 5th level of foundation establishment a few days ago, and Elder Suimo came to see me. He mentioned the bet with senior brother Bai Xuan, and that you emerged victorious. Is that so? Bai Xuan smiled radiantly. This is just fine. Although the Tianyang continent is referred to as a continent, its actual expanse is remarkably vast. The area where spiritual energy is most concentrated and thriving is the abode of the Chongqing family and the foremost sections. Surrounding the central region are the first-rate families and secondary sections. These locales represent the pinnacle of cultivation, where myriad races coexist and diverse doctrines flourish. They form the very heart of the Tianyang continent. As one ventures towards the periphery, the spiritual energy grows increasingly sparse, giving rise to second-rate and third-rate families, and even ordinary small nations devoid of cultivators. At this moment, within a humble small nation at the edge of the continent, in a squalid slum. A young boy lay unconscious on the ground, his body filthy and covered in grime. Brown blood seeped from his skull, mingling with the dust beneath him, creating a sticky mess. Not far from him lay another ragged little girl, his sister. The boy's name was Yi Bufan. He and his sister, Yi Ling, had been surviving alone in this slum since they were very young. Their father, a compulsive gambler, lost every time he bet and drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Each time he was drunk, regardless of day or night, he would relentlessly pursue their mother, heedless of her pleas and cries, brutally beating her in the streets. It was said that marrying her, a bearer of misfortune, brought such calamity upon them. Eventually, unable to endure the humiliation, their mother took her own life by drowning. Their father, burdened with insurmountable gambling debts, fled when creditors came to collect, leaving behind the two destitute siblings, Yi Bufan and Yi Ling, abandoned and alone. At that time, Yi Bufan was merely 10 years old. Over the years, the debts accrued by their gambling father had compounded to an unpayable amount. The grievous injuries the siblings sustained were inflicted by thugs sent to collect the debts. Time passed, and Yi Bufan, in a daze, felt someone attempting to tug at his clothing. A sharp intake of breath, coupled with the pangs of hunger and the pain from his wounds being jostled, jolted him awake. "It's you." A flicker of joy crossed Yi Bufan's face, infusing his words with newfound strength. The person before him was a companion he had grown up with, also a resident of the slum, who owed a considerable sum to those brutish men. With his innate strength, he had often helped them while working in the mountains to earn money, even saving their lives on several occasions. The sight of a familiar face brought a sense of comfort to his heart. Had they come here to look after me and my sister? However, his countenance soon darkened once more. Yi Bufan discovered that their hands and pockets were filled with the provisions he had painstakingly acquired, along with the meager savings he had managed to gather. This was not an act of caring for himself and his sister. It was clearly a brazen act of plunder. "What are you doing? Ah, how resilient you are. Still alive, Yi Bufan?" came the mocking voices. "If it were me, I would have perished long ago. Truly, you possess a remarkable tenacity. Brother Yi, Brother Yi." Haraha. Laughter erupted mockingly around him. Several individuals came forth, taking turns to demean him while urinating upon him. "I heard from the debt collector that if you fail to repay the money next month, your sister will be sold into a brothel. Your most cherished sister," one taunted. "I once held such affection for her, yet you refused me. Now, alas, she is about to be toyed with by those lecherous old men. But fear not. Even if I must borrow money, I shall attend to your sister." The laughter echoed cruelly as Yi Bufan despondently lowered his head onto the cold stone, allowing the foul liquid to trickle down his brow. They reveled in his misfortune for what felt like an eternity before departing. Only then did Yi Bufan feel a slight resurgence of strength. "Sister." He seemed to be on the brink of death, each breath a struggle. Just as despair and hopelessness enveloped him, a chilling, incisive voice resonated within his mind. Ah, such a pitiful sight. To endure such humiliation, yet remain utterly helpless. Who are you?" The voice appeared to emanate from within Yi Bufan's very being, transcending his comprehension. In his shock, he felt a flicker of clarity return. The sinister voice carried an air of mockery. "Who I am is beyond your understanding, insignificant worm. Yet, seeing your plight, I shall divulge a few truths. For it matters not. Those who have humiliated you shall meet their demise. However, your body shall be mine to claim. Furthermore, your most treasured sister will be subjected to my degradation, ravishment, and ultimately, consumed. What manner of being are you? Could it be that Yi Bufan's consciousness is gradually dissipating? An ancient legend emerges within his mind. In this world, there exists a being known as a cultivator, possessing the formidable power to create and destroy, to move mountains and fill seas. Today, it seems that I have been usurped by such a cultivator. At this moment, it has been a full hour since Yi Ling was humiliated and beaten. Long Xiao has completely seized control of Yi Bufan's body. He pays no heed to the filthy and tainted state of his form. Immediately, he senses the meager spiritual energy in this realm and successfully consolidates his nascent spirit to the third level of qi refinement. At this time, Yi Ling, lying on the ground, slightly purses her lips and begins to awaken slowly. Despite the dust that clings to her, it cannot conceal her exquisite beauty. She endures the pain coursing through her body and rises to her feet. "Brother," Yi Ling calls out weakly to Yi Bufan, unaware that he is currently in meditation. Mistaking him for still unconscious. "Brother was injured. I must fetch him medicine, Yiling bends her body and struggles to stand upright. Approaching the cabinet, she intends to retrieve money to buy medicine, only to find it completely empty. Her astute mind immediately realizes that during their unconsciousness, their home was robbed. Surely, it was those ruffians led by Jia Yi who had warned her brother to be wary of them. Furrowing her brows, Yiling reaches into a crack in the wall and pulls out a silver note, which she had secretly hidden away. I will use this little money to buy medicine for my brother. Yiling traverses a disheveled, narrow path through the slums. Only a few scattered individuals can be seen, their expressions resembling that of lifeless corpses. Although it is daytime, the pale sunlight casts a chilling glare akin to the sharp teeth of a ferocious beast. With a face smeared with dirt and limping slightly, Yiling enters a medicine shop. Judah, the shopkeeper, I would like to buy some medicine, she speaks softly. As she steps inside, a portly man with a greasy face and bulging flesh approaches her, sweat dripping off him. Oh, look who it is, little Yiling. Are you here to buy a coffin? I heard from that brat Jia Yi that your brother was beaten to death by debt collectors. They even urinated on him. Oh dear, how could I forget? What medicine could you possibly afford? At most, you could buy a rag to wrap your brother up in and toss him out for the wild dogs. He burst into laughter. The other patrons in the apothecary, upon hearing the pig-faced proprietor humiliate Xiaorong, gathered around like spectators at a spectacle. Among them were Jia Yi and his cohorts, who had previously taken advantage of Yi Bufan's misfortune. Yiling, I heard you're being sold to a brothel. Don't worry, I'll borrow money just to visit you. Jia Yi sneered. You heartless wretch. Yi Bufan treated you as a friend, and this is how you repay him, by tormenting his sister? The crowd jeered and laughed, their voices thick with mockery. Surrounded by their cruelty, Yiling flushed with humiliation, her face burning with shame. Yet she dared not retort. She was but a frail, injured girl, while they were hale and grown men. Provoking them would be folly. Manager Zhu, brother Jia Yi, please. I'm only here to fetch medicine for my brother. I have money. Trembling, she retrieved the crumpled banknotes she had carefully hidden in her robes. Before she could even present them, they were snatched from her grasp. Is this all? Pathetic. The pig-faced proprietor pocketed the money, his gaze raking over her with obscene hunger. Enough pretenses, you little slut. I've lusted after your body for so long, so wanton, so tempting. Your brother Yi Bufan always shielded you, but now that he's dead, you waltz right into my hands. His face twisted with malice as he seized her throat. Today, before all these witnesses, I'll devour you whole. Yiling burst into terrified sobs. Manager Zhu, please, this is just a jest. Let me go. I won't buy the medicine, leave. Huh. He ignored her pleas, her cries only fueling his perverse excitement. Don't resist. Be a good girl, and let me savor every inch of you. His fingers dug into her bruises until blood welled beneath her skin. Her anguished screams ringing through the shop. The onlookers grew ravenous. Manager Zhu, teach that little whore a lesson. Let us enjoy the show. Hurry up. We can't wait any longer. In the midst of the surrounding crowd's praises, the man, resembling a pig's head, felt himself transformed into a deity wielding the power over Yiling's life and death. His ruthlessness intensified as he tightened his grip around Yiling's neck, intent on rendering her unconscious. Meanwhile, Yiling's vision grew increasingly pale. Brother, is what Jia Yi said true? Are you really gone? Why haven't you come to save me? She lamented. Brother, it's all right. Little Ling, I will be with you shortly, she thought, her eyes darkening with despair. Just then, a remarkably familiar figure emerged before her. Ah, everyone. It appears you are all having quite the time today. What? How is this possible? The crowd gasped in shock, and the pig-headed man's grip slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Yiling broke free, ignoring the pain, and dashed into the arms of the newcomer, Yi Bufan. More precisely, it was Long Xiao, who had taken over Yi Bufan's body. Brother, you finally came. Yiling's tears of grievance flowed freely, yearning to embrace her brother, only to be forcefully pushed away. Long Xiao's gaze resembled that of a predator assessing its prey as he surveyed the onlookers in the pharmacy, licking his crimson lips, his heart racing with madness. Having just emerged, he was fortunate enough to encounter such an abundance of delectable flesh. His luck was indeed remarkable. After devouring all the mortals in this city, he believed he could successfully break through to the foundational stage by supplementing himself with Yi Bufan's sister. His foundational stage would easily overpower ordinary golden core cultivators. Coupled with his mastery of the blood-devouring and essence-absorbing technique, he could venture into the heart of the Tianyang continent and hunt down cultivators. His current presence here was not born out of concern for Yiling, but rather a mere coincidence as he feasted on mortals along his path. Today, all of you shall meet your demise. Yi Bufan's countenance was as rigid as a corpse, his smile devoid of warmth as he spoke. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, the crowd in the pharmacy erupted into laughter. Haha, you? A half-dead wretch like you? You're amusing me, Yi Bufan. You'd best apologize to me, or you'll truly perish here. Yi Bufan, have you lost your mind? Have those debt collectors knocked some sense out of you? If I were you, I would have taken that wretched Yi Ling and fled in disgrace, rather than making a scene here. At this moment, the pig-headed shopkeeper quivered with layers of flabby flesh, sweat reeking and splattering, exuding an exuberant energy as if to redeem the embarrassment caused by the sudden appearance of Yi Bufan, who had startled him into losing his composure and letting go of Yi Ling's dignity. His words were unrestrained, his eyes squinting like two black beans, glinting with malice, as he plotted how best to humiliate the brother and sister. Yi Bufan, you must be wishing for a swift demise, dreaming of your deceased mother. She who departed too early, upon witnessing your imminent death, would slap you off the bridge of helplessness to spare the world from your wretched existence. With a life as miserable as yours, do you dare wish for my demise? Not even in your dreams. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the shopkeeper is a man of culture. His eloquence is unmatched. Yi Bufan, your late mother. Yi Ling, who had initially felt a flicker of joy upon seeing her brother, akin to a fragile flame finally ignited, found her hopes extinguished by the cold water of these vulgar taunts. Had her brother pushed her away moments ago because she had ventured out alone? Was he angry? It was all her fault for stepping out, leading her brother into this troublesome predicament. Guilt enveloped her as she recalled the shopkeeper's derision towards their departed mother and the brutal demeanor he had displayed when attempting to violate her. Fear and anxiety gripped her heart, and her frail body trembled slightly, yet she lowered her gaze, unwilling to let Long Shao witness her distress. Fearing her brother would confront these brutes and endanger himself, with tears glistening, she fought to suppress the tremor in her voice, grasping Long Zhao's sleeve tightly with her delicate hands. Brother, let us return home. Yet Yi Bufan remained rooted in silence, his mind already devising a plan to eliminate that one individual. With a swift motion, Yi Bufan's shadow vanished from Yi Ling's grasp like a ghost, as if a bolt of lightning had struck, leaving only a faint trace in the void. The mocking expressions of the crowd froze on their faces. In the next instant, their laughter was silenced. The scornful looks transformed entirely into terror. One of the closest bystanders, who had laughed the loudest at the shopkeeper's insult towards Yi Ling's mother, was met by Long Shao, or rather, in their eyes, Yi Bufan. With the precision of a sharp knife piercing raw flesh, Yi Bufan's right hand effortlessly penetrated the man's throat. Blood gushed forth, a gruesome spectacle. Yet, what followed was even more horrifying. Before the eyes of all present, his body began to shrink and wither at an alarming rate, as if all the essence of his flesh and blood had been absorbed by Yi Bufan. In but a fleeting moment, Yi Bufan withdrew his hand, leaving an exquisite sensation that enveloped the onlookers. Amidst the palpable fear radiating from the crowd, Long Shao savored the moment, leisurely licking his hand. Before their astonished gaze, a delicate human skin fluttered in the air, stirred by the gentle breeze created as Yi Bufan retracted his hand. It danced gracefully like a ginkgo leaf swept by the wind, tracing elegant arcs before finally resting silently on the ground. Brother, Yi Ling stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, her beautiful face a canvas of shock and disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her once gentle and compliant brother could commit such an atrocity. Doubts swirled in her mind, questioning whether she had truly witnessed the event. At that moment, the others began to process the horror before them. How could Yi Bufan, gravely injured, still be alive? The figure standing before them bore no resemblance to the Yi Bufan they once knew. He was unmistakably a ravenous beast. This gruesome scene unfolded before their very eyes, drenched in blood. You. Those closest to Zhang Dan found themselves utterly paralyzed with fear, struggling to breathe and stammering incoherently, completely overwhelmed. Their legs weakened, collapsing onto the stone floor like a puddle of mush. They had witnessed the horrifying act of Zhang Dan being devoured by Long Shao, a scene so vivid that it instilled terror in their hearts. Run, quickly flee. I do not wish to perish. Some of the onlookers, positioned further from Long Shao, began to react, desperately attempting to escape their terror. Their limbs quaked, drenched in cold sweat, as they scrambled in a frantic bid for the door. Yet, how could Long Shao allow their escape? These are the sustenance for my flesh, the means to elevate my cultivation. Having come this far, do you still wish to flee? In an instant, Yi Bufan flung his hands, unleashing a multitude of azure-hued chains from his sleeves. With a cunning precision, they ensnared the legs and necks of those attempting to escape. With a swift motion, he yanked them back. The sharp sound of metal slicing through the air reverberated, and the chains soon turned crimson. Above, new layers of fresh human skin adorned the beams, while tattered strips of fabric fluttered like colorful petals in the wind, intermingled with the flesh, creating a grotesque yet strangely captivating beauty, reminiscent of a fallen bouquet scattered in the air. The mortals were first ensnared by the chains of the dragon hawk, and with a flick of his hand, the chains embedded themselves into their flesh, swiftly devouring their very souls. In the blink of an eye, several souls were reaped by Zhang Dan. Should anyone dare to contemplate escape, they would meet a grim fate. A hint of satisfaction graced Long Zhao's face, his tone calm and natural, devoid of the viciousness typically associated with those who take lives. It was as if he were engaged in the most mundane of tasks, akin to eating or drinking. Brother. Yiling could scarcely believe the scene before her. The impact on her was profound. Her brother had killed? Using a method she had never witnessed. One so brutal and powerful. No, this must be an illusion. I must have misinterpreted the situation. My brother would never take a life. Yiling muttered, her small face frozen in shock and disbelief, as if she had been rendered senseless by her brother Yi Bufan's actions. Some mortals who had initially contemplated fleeing found their legs turning to jelly upon hearing Long Zhao's words. With a resounding thud, they all fell to their knees before him. Yi Bufan. No, Master Yi, Ancestor Yi. I have never bullied you or Yi Ling. If anyone is to blame, it is that Zhu Datu. He was the one who mocked your late mother. If you must kill, let it be him. Indeed, Ancestor Yi, Immortal Yi, it is all Zhu Datu's fault. We have long harbored disdain for him. He even attempted to violate your sister, Yi Ling. He is lower than a beast. Yes, Immortal Yi. Your actions against these individuals were justified. They are in league with Zhu Datu, and I have always found them intolerable. They prey on the weak and fear the strong. They deserve their fate. Zhu Datu, the very person whom Zhang Dan had spared from death earlier, was lauded by these mortals as a cultured apothecary. Oh, is that so? Chapter 93, The Breakthrough of Long Shao. Listening to their words, a playful smirk crossed Long Zhao's lips. Indeed, in the face of life and death, these mortals exhibited no sense of conscience or morality. The black could transform into white, the foul into fragrant, and the ugly into beautiful. As long as they could survive, notions of purity, honor, and virtue could be cast aside. Long Zhao's gaze remained cold, yet when it fell upon the pig-headed apothecary, a glint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Very well, I shall spare your lives and grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. If you are willing to consume the flesh of that pig-headed apothecary, bite by bite, raw, I shall let you go. The multitude of pleading mortals was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with elation. This Yi Bufan truly was the kindest person in the world. He was willing to spare us. One need only pay a trivial price to consume the corpulent Zhu Daitu. In that moment, the multitude of mortals, who had been prostrating themselves before Long Shao and Yi Ling in abject terror, turned their gazes towards Zhu Daitu, who was fervently bowing before Yi Bufan. These impoverished souls, long accustomed to gnawing hunger, appeared emaciated, their limbs resembling dry twigs, their bodies akin to mere skeletons wrapped in skin. At this instant, a sinister green glow flickered in their eyes, transforming them into specters emerging from the depths of a ravenous hell, with Long Shao commanding them to devour Zhu Daitu. There was not a moment's hesitation. Even without a direct order, those nearest to Zhu Daitu began to stir restlessly. They felt no shame in contemplating the consumption of their kin. Rather, a thrill coursed through them at the prospect of finally indulging their primal desires and tasting flesh. Perhaps they had long harbored such thoughts, and now, Zhang Dan had merely shattered the thin veil of restraint that held them back. The pig-headed shopkeeper, upon witnessing the ominous green glow, was struck by the horrifying realization of his impending fate. Instantly, he was paralyzed by fear, his body betraying him as he banged his head against the stone floor, pleading, "Oh, ye immortal, I have been blinded by greed. I should not have mocked your deceased mother. Spare me, and I shall serve you faithfully for the rest of my days without complaint." Fresh blood seeped from his wounds, trickling through the crevices of the stone. Nearby, a corpse lay stripped of flesh, surrounded by scattered remnants of human skin. Ha ha ha. These fools are truly Na'vi. How could I ever let them escape as my sustenance? Long Shao felt a surge of exhilaration, rekindling a fragment of his former self. Relishing the sensation of looking down upon the masses as mere ants, capable of crushing them with a flick of his wrist. And what of that little girl, Yiling? It seemed she had fainted at the sight. How pitifully fragile mortals are. Zhang Dan stepped over the carcass and approached Yiling, gazing at her ashen face. He murmured, "You are connected by blood to Yi Bufan. I shall first absorb your essence, and then consume you, elevating my own power to the foundational stage." Without a trace of compassion, Long Shao delivered a sharp slap that jolted the unconscious Yiling awake. "Ga, brother?" she gasped, leaping to her feet in sheer terror. Her eyes wide as she beheld the person before her. Though he was of her own blood, the look he cast upon her felt utterly alien. "Let me be frank with you." Long Zhao's voice dripped with mockery, cold and chilling. He reveled in the fear emanating from Yiling as he inhabited Yi Bufan's body. "Your pathetic brother is dead. I have taken control of his vessel." "Then who? Who are you?" she stammered, a shiver of dread coursing through her. Yiling's face was suffused with terror, her eyes wide with fear. She had just cast a glance around and noticed the infernal scene that unfolded before her. "Who am I? What are you, mere insects, capable of comprehending?" she thought. "You need only grasp this. Today, I shall first absorb you, then consume you." Long Shao approached Yiling with deliberate steps, forcing her to retreat to the corner, leaving her with no escape. Moments later, within the city, not a single soul remained alive. Long Shao wielded a chain that emanated a faint azure glow, the sound of its friction resonating through the void. With a single strike, the entire city was reduced to ashes. The nations of Bina and Jiachio, along with numerous smaller states, once bustling with tens of thousands of inhabitants, had overnight become desolate ghost towns devoid of life. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, an atmosphere of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. In a level expanse within the sect, spiritual liquid gathered, and celestial energy lingered, forming a lake that shimmered like emeralds. Above this serene body of water, a multitude of cultivators soared through the skies, dispersing clouds and mist, their splendid magical artifacts slicing through the air. Enormous and opulent airships adorned with vibrant banners emitted thunderous sounds that echoed throughout the heavens, gradually coming to a halt in the void. These were the true masters of various sects, accompanied by their imposing fleets. "Wow, senior brother Bai Xuan, sister Xiaorong. Is this the essence of a top-tier sect? Even the accompanying fleet is so extravagantly luxurious." Bai Xuan and Xiaorong Yue stood atop the pavilion in the courtyard, gazing at the airships soaring above the sect, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Yue rested her hands on her head, her eyes filled with a profound sense of awe as she beheld the colossal warships and flying vessels. The following day marked the commencement of the Tianyang Grand Assembly, with representatives from various sects arriving one after another. "Little Yue, you have yet to witness the vastness of the world," she mused. "The vessels present today are merely the second-rate crafts put forth to maintain appearances. The truly formidable ones will only reveal themselves when the battle commences. Wouldn't you agree?" Bai Xuan Xixiang? Seizing the moment of Yue's wonder, Xiaorong cast flirtatious glances at Bai Xuan. In response, Bai Xuan merely smiled serenely. "Xiaorong shimmy, your insight is commendable." Chapter 94, The Name of Bai Xuan. No one would unveil their hidden trump cards for the world to admire. "All right, Yue shimmy. Have you seen enough? Return swiftly to continue your sword practice. The majority of disciples from the Qingyun sect will be participating in the Tianyang Grand Assembly. If you achieve a commendable ranking, it will surely earn you respect." "Hee, I understand," Bai Xuan Xixiao, Yue said, feeling a bit bashful as she scratched her head. Earlier, when the airships arrived, Bai Xuan and Xiaorong had regarded them with indifference. It was her insatiable curiosity that prompted her to express a desire to observe. "Bai Xuan Xixiang and sister Xiaorong, do your best too." "Indeed, we shall, little Yue." Bai Xuan returned to his chamber, setting up a barrier around him as he engaged in communication with the system. In the days leading up to the imminent Tianyang festival, where he would soon confront Long Shao, he dedicated himself to familiarizing himself with celestial energy and solidifying his techniques. "System, can you ascertain Long Zhao's current whereabouts?" Ding. Based on the narrative prior to the host's emergence, he should have infiltrated the central region of Tianyang continent. Upon learning that Qingyun sect is hosting the Tianyang festival, he is hastening his arrival here. Has his strength reached the golden core stage? Ding. According to the storyline, it should be so. He has achieved the consummate golden core stage, albeit slightly weaker than the host. However, possessing two forms of malevolent techniques, he can negate a substantial portion of spiritual energy attacks. The host should not underestimate him. This realm has surprisingly ascended at such a rapid pace. Bai Xuan gazed at the incense burner atop the jade table, the slender wisp of azure smoke rising, and he could not help but murmur. This sinister art of blood-sucking and essence-devouring is truly formidable. In a mere span of 2 days, it can elevate one's realm to the pinnacle of golden core. I shudder to think of how many lives he must take. Ding. The nefarious technique of Long Shao's essence absorption has also played a significant role, enhancing his cultivation by absorbing the yin energy of women, which is indeed terrifying. How does this differ from the dual cultivation technique you previously mentioned? Ding. Dual cultivation benefits both parties, whereas essence absorption depletes one side to replenish the other. I see. When the time comes for me and Xiao Rong and Nangong Yue, it would be rather splendid to learn this dual cultivation technique. Lying in bed each day while saving the Tianyang continent sounds quite appealing. Ding, rest assured. I shall provide you with an essence absorption technique, allowing Xiao Rong and Nangong Yue to replenish you, leading you to ever deeper depletion. Ultimately, you shall perish upon a woman's belly. At this moment, the disciples of the Qingyun sect were diligently honing their skills, preparing for the Tianyang Grand Assembly the following day. Meanwhile, outside the Qingyun sect, the marketplace thrived with cultivators and various beings from all corners of the Tianyang continent, bustling with life and fervor. Among them, a figure blended in, the dragon hawk that had usurped Yi Bufan. After devouring and absorbing the essence of tens of thousands of mortals, his cultivation had successfully breached into the golden core realm. This morning, he further utilized his divine abilities to tear through space, venturing to some remote locales of the Tianyang continent, seeking out lesser families of third-rate power. He devoured the golden core experts of these families and violated the foundational female kin. In less than a day, 6 or 7 third-rate families fell victim to his vicious hands. His strength had now become extraordinarily formidable, reaching the pinnacle of golden core. During this time, he also learned of a young generation competition called the Tianyang Grand Assembly, to be held at the Qingyun sect, and he continuously heard the name Bai Xuan from the mouths of the devoured cultivators. Thus, he once again employed his ability to tear through space, arriving at the heart of the Tianyang continent. At this moment, Long Shao donned a black hat, blending into the crowd, observing the Qingyun sect and the cultivation levels of the young generation. Qingyun sect? How does it bear such a resemblance to Gu Qingyun, who once suppressed me? Oh, I understand. Long Shao's pupils constricted sharply, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. It must be the sect founded by that old wretch Gu Qingyun. Millions of years ago, you conspired with many powerful beings to suppress me on the Tianyang continent. Now that I have returned, I shall ensure that your disciples pay in blood for their forebears' sins. Ah, have you all heard? It is Bai Xuan of the Qingyun sect. It is indeed the renowned Bai Xuan, hailed as the most formidable among the contemporary youth, who will grace the Tianyang Grand Assembly. Oh, will Taoist Bai Xuan also be participating? Is there any doubt regarding the outcome? Surely, Taoist Bai Xuan will emerge victorious. Oh, I have heard that not only is Taoist Bai Xuan extraordinarily powerful, effortlessly surpassing his peers, but he is also exceptionally kind-hearted and remarkably handsome. How I wish I had joined the Qingyun sect back in the day. Perhaps I could have become his little junior sister. Bai Xuan? Why am I hearing that name again? Who exactly is he? Long Zhao's expression darkened. When he slaughtered the first of the minor aristocratic families, someone from that clan, on the brink of death, uttered harsh words toward him. You wicked cultivator, do you not know the great vow established by Bai Xuan? Your vile deeds will inevitably lead you to be suppressed by him. At that time, he paid no heed, believing Bai Xuan to be merely a distant relative of that insignificant family. The dying words were nothing more than a futile attempt to express their own helplessness. However, as he annihilated the second, third, and fourth families, similar ominous warnings echoed, prompting him to harbor a sense of caution toward this Bai Xuan. Chapter 95. The Tianyang Grand Assembly commences. He understood well that, to avoid arousing suspicion, the several minor families he targeted were scattered across the vast expanse of Tianyang continent, separated by millions of miles. Yet, despite the distance, all spoke in unison of Bai Xuan before their demise. This indicated that Bai Xuan's name had thoroughly permeated the entire Tianyang continent. The extent of his renown largely stemmed from the formidable strength of this cultivator. Even the prodigies from the heart of Tianyang continent held profound reverence for Bai Xuan. Just how powerful is he? As Long Shao walked down the street, lost in thought, he suddenly heard the voice of a storyteller emanating from a nearby tavern. Esteemed guests, thank you for gracing our humble establishment. Please, remain patient. Today, we shall recount the legendary tale of Bai Xuan from the Qingyun sect. Such a prominent reputation? There is even a storyteller chronicling his deeds. Long Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment, his curiosity about this Bai Xuan intensifying. He made his way toward the source of the voice. The tavern was exquisitely decorated, bustling with patrons, all gathered on the first floor to listen to the storyteller. Today, I shall narrate the second tale of Bai Xuan, the Golden Lotus rescues Xiao Rong. Golden Lotus? Could it possibly be the Golden Lotus created by Bai Xiaosheng? Long Shao squeezed his way through the crowd, captivated by the storyteller's animated depiction of Bai Xuan's valor. The first words left him in shock. So this fellow is a descendant of Bai Xiaosheng. It seems that after my defeat all those years ago, Gu Qingyun and the many powerful cultivators who besieged me have established formidable families and sects that have stood for 1,000,000 years. Long Shao couldn't help but sigh in awe. Bai Xiaosheng is the progenitor of the illustrious Bai family, a lineage steeped in legend. He was one of the formidable figures who sought to vanquish him millions of years ago. The might of Bai Yunxing's Golden Lotus remains vividly etched in Long Zhao's memory. Even to this day, in the desolate city beyond the borders, a somber atmosphere prevails. The sun appears perpetually barred from illuminating this accursed land, where the weather resembles an eternal, obsidian night, shrouded beneath layers of ominous clouds. A biting wind sweeps through, lacerating the skin as if it were a blade. Amidst the swirling sands and stones, the seal of the battlefield between celestial beings and demons begins to weaken, and the shadows of myriad fiends loom like a tempest of dust, accompanied by haunting, chilling howls, bearing down upon the small city. Draped in black, a figure stands resolute, a blade in hand, with runes flickering into view as the ground yields to the Golden Lotus. The youth, wielding an unfamiliar sword and standing upon the Golden Lotus, does not waver even in the face of countless demons. In this realm devoid of light, he shines like the sun itself. A dazzling, resplendent golden radiance bursts forth, illuminating the entire expanse in an instant. Even the most formidable of demons falters at the sight. Long Shao squints his eyes, possessing such strength. This member of the Bai family must share a significant blood connection to Bai Xiaosheng. As a disciple of the Qingyun sect and a scion of the Bai family, this individual enjoys an extraordinary advantage. He harbors a deep-seated enmity with Bai Xuan that has spanned over 1,000,000 years. One wonders what the extent of Bai Xuan's cultivation might be and whether I could possibly contend with him. Long Shao settled into a seat within the tavern, akin to a scorpion lying in wait beneath the sands. He intended to gather as much intelligence on Bai Xuan as possible. What? He is apparently overlooked by the Bai family, willingly feigning ignorance, living as a libertine, and secretly developing his prowess within the outer sect of the Qingyun sect for a full decade? Such a chilling revelation, possessing such strength alongside this mindset. This youth's future cannot be underestimated. Indeed, from the storyteller's description, it appears that Zhang Dan has cultivated a sinister technique reminiscent of the blood-draining remnants I possess. Astonishingly, at merely 20 years of age, he is capable of standing toe-to-toe with someone who has practiced for over 200 years, and yet he has learned my wicked arts? How naive, utterly naive. I have lived 1,000,000 years and have never encountered anyone who has vowed to save the world in such a manner. How could that ever come to fruition? Has heaven responded? How could that be? Does the cosmic order truly believe that he possesses the potential to achieve such feats in the future? What an extraordinarily terrifying talent. No wonder those cultivators I devoured mentioned Bai Xuan's name in their final moments. Long Shao remained seated in the tavern, listening intently as the storyteller recounted Bai Xuan's valiant exploits time and again. As twilight descended and the tavern prepared to close, he reluctantly emerged from within. According to the storyteller, the battle between Bai Xuan and Zhang Dan occurred just over a month ago. At that time, Zhang Dan likely possessed a cultivation level around the 3rd or 4th layer of the Golden Core stage. Having practiced the remnants of my malevolent techniques, he should have the strength to rival that of the late Golden Core stage. However, if only a month has elapsed, it is reasonable to assume that his power has not undergone significant changes. He should still be no match for me. Long Shao pondered as he walked with his head bowed. Yet, one must not underestimate him. Possessing the golden lotus of Bai Xuan and having made great vows, he has elicited a response from the heavens, demonstrating the magnitude of his innate talent. If left to his own devices, it is almost certain that one day he will surpass the older generation of tribulation crossers like Gu Qingyun and Bai Xuan. Long Zhao's gaze grew increasingly dark and sinister. It appears that he must be eliminated before his wings have fully developed. This upcoming Tianyang Grand Assembly presents the perfect opportunity to remove him. Within the Qingyun sect, Bai Xuan remained in his chamber, immersed in profound meditation, attuning himself to the mystical arts in preparation for the impending battle against Long Zhao. Unbeknownst to him, the very adversary he sought was simultaneously in pursuit of him. As swiftly as the night passed, dawn broke, heralding the arrival of the Tianyang Grand Assembly. Within the confines of the Qingyun sect, the streets were bustling with throngs of people. The Tianyang Grand Assembly, while primarily a contest for the younger generation to vie for the title of the strongest, also served as a gathering for many prodigies from various sects to engage in intellectual discourse and exchange of their exceptional abilities. This was the so-called literary competition. Chapter 96, Luring the Serpent from its lair. Whether in literary or martial contests, the atmosphere was one of unparalleled freedom. During the Tianyang Grand Assembly, the Qingyun sect opened its doors to all cultivators and beings. The Longxing clan, premier sects, and immortal teachings, along with practitioners from various factions and even solitary cultivators, were granted unrestricted access to partake in the competitions. In the void above, numerous formidable figures from the Qingyun sect kept a vigilant watch, day and night, to prevent any clashes among the younger generation that could escalate into life-threatening encounters, while also guarding against those with ulterior motives. On the Tianyang continent, only a handful of formidable powers possessed the capability to host the Tianyang Grand Assembly. As the first light of day emerged, Long Zhao, under the guise of a wandering cultivator, stealthily infiltrated the Qingyun sect. Under the guidance of the system's prompt, Bai Xuan became aware of Long Zhao's infiltration. Early in the morning, she opened the door, accompanied by Xiao Rong and Yu Wei, to participate in the literary competition. Although she verbally claimed to attend the contest, her true intention was to lead the two young women on a leisurely exploration of Qingyun sect in search of Long Zhao. At this moment, the trio traversed the pathways of Qingyun sect, attracting the attention of nearby cultivators, who were utterly astonished and paused to observe. Wow, look over there. That is Bai Xuan, the senior brother of Qingyun sect. How handsome he is. The rumors from the outside world hold true. He truly resembles a celestial being. How impressive. At such a tender age, having cultivated for merely a decade or so, he has already surpassed those of us who have been practicing for 1 or 2 centuries. Look at the 2 female cultivators beside him. They also appear remarkably youthful. Judging by their fluctuating auras, they are undoubtedly formidable as well. As Xiao Rong, following closely behind Bai Xuan, overheard the whispers of admiration directed towards her, she could not help but ponder deeply. In truth, she had always preferred to conceal her true cultivation level. Logically, her strength had already reached the foundation establishment stage over a month ago, qualifying her for entry into the inner sect of Qingyun. However, she had refrained from doing so. It was not that she lacked the desire to join the inner sect. She was well aware that the cultivation resources there far surpassed those in the outer sect. Yet, for someone like her, who was cautious by nature, it was prudent to remain in the outer sect, at least for 6 months, until her cultivation reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Only then would she intentionally reveal her foundation establishment level and seek entry into the inner sect. From the very beginning, she had concealed her true cultivation level even from Bai Xuan, though she could not keep it hidden indefinitely. As events unfolded, the circumstances exceeded her expectations. In the midst of combat between Bai Xuan and Gong Siyu, who wielded a purple-gold parasol, she was engulfed with an overwhelming sense of anxiety regarding Bai Xuan's safety. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the arena to aid him, disregarding everything else. Otherwise, how could her true capabilities have been revealed so prematurely? This unreserved action left Xiao Rong feeling rather uncomfortable, even instilling a sense of insecurity within her. After all, in her past life, she had survived by sheer tenacity, persevering until she reached the tribulation phase. It was only when she had become nearly unmatched across the Tianyang continent, commanding her own empire, that her genuine powers were laid bare before all. Even if I reveal my true strength this time, it should be inconsequential, should it not? After all, with Bai Xuan by my side, Should I encounter formidable adversaries beyond my capabilities, he would surely stand beside me. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she recalled the earlier explosion between the Black Blade and the great Buddha Fire Phoenix. Bai Xuan summoned the Golden Lotus, cradling her tenderly in his embrace. Bai Xuan emanated a subtle, enchanting, and delicate aura, reminiscent of an incense burner scorched by the summer sun or a solitary maple leaf swaying and drifting down in the autumn breeze. This evoked an overwhelming and almost obsessive sense of attachment in Xiao Rong, causing an involuntary desire for drool to escape her lips. Coughing softly, she chided herself for her wandering thoughts. Hastily, she wiped the corner of her mouth, mindful of maintaining the aloof and regal demeanor befitting a reborn empress in the presence of others. It was evident that Yue had not been accustomed to receiving such praises from so many remarkable individuals. Clinging to Xiao Rong's garment, she felt constrained. Her little face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Xuan was exceedingly accustomed to such scenes. With an air of nonchalance and serene composure, he captivated the male elites, leaving them entranced, while the female elites stirred with anticipation. System, could you not provide a precise hint? He pondered. Where exactly is Long Xiao within the Qingyan sect? As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Bai Xuan had spent the entire morning wandering with Xiao Rong and Yue, yet they had found nothing. The Qingyun sect was simply too vast, and continuing to search in this manner with the two women was not a viable strategy. Ding! Unfortunately, I cannot offer a specific location. I can only provide the host with a general idea based on the narrative. Ding! However, if my conjecture is correct, it is possible that Long Xiao is also searching for the host. After all, Long Xiao can enhance his power by devouring formidable elites. And the host is renowned as an unparalleled young prodigy across the Tianyang continent. It seems that Long Xiao is likely scouring the Qingyun sect in search of the host at this very moment. Ha! Upon hearing that Long Xiao was in search of him, Bai Xuan couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Indeed, Long Xiao needed to grow stronger by consuming others. In his eyes, Bai Xuan must surely appear as a delectable prize. He would undoubtedly come looking for him. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? As you rightly pointed out, dear system, in this case, I need only to create some commotion, ensuring that everyone in the Qingyun sect is aware of my presence. This will surely entice him to take the bait. However, how shall I incite such a stir? The mere onlookers surrounding me are far from sufficient. Alas, the Qingyun sect is simply too vast. Should I challenge someone to a contest of wit? Or perhaps engage in a duel? As Bai Xuan pondered these thoughts in distress, an overwhelming aura suddenly manifested beside him. Chapter 97. The four mighty beings engage in contest. Bai Xuan, my young friend? So you are here. I have searched high and low for you. Ha ha ha, Bai Xuan, my friend. Our meeting has been long overdue. Why not take advantage of this evening to converse by candlelight? Indeed, indeed. It has been a long time since I wished to meet young Bai Xuan. Excellent, excellent. As these words were spoken, 4 figures came into view. One adorned in garments embroidered with the cosmos, sun, moon, and mountains, exuding the air of a ruler surveying the world. Another crowned with a purple gold tiara, his visage resembling that of a stone sculpture, seemingly an ancient sovereign of noble lineage. A third, clad in a simple Taoist robe, wielding a whisk, and an elderly monk draped in a colorful kasaya, deftly manipulating prayer beads. These individuals were among the most formidable existences across the esteemed sects and families of the Tianyang continent. As soon as Bai Xuan sensed the emergence of these formidable auras, he immediately surmised their intentions. His reputation had soared to such heights in recent days that it was likely that the great powers of the Tianyang continent had already taken notice. They had long desired an audience with him, yet he had remained sequestered within the Qingyun sect, lacking a suitable excuse to engage. Now, with the Tianyang Grand Assembly underway, these cunning old foxes from various factions would undoubtedly approach him in quick succession, despite his keen insight into their identities. Bai Xuan, however, feigned doubt as he slightly bowed to the 4 visitors. Might I inquire which esteemed place you hail from and the purpose of your visit? Youth Bai Xuan, are you aware that your name has already reverberated throughout the entire Tianyang continent? I, seated within my Dragon Emperor's palace, hear your name echoed daily. Observing the elegant demeanor of the 4 formidable figures before him, Bai Xuan maintained his composure. The elderly man adorned with a golden crown could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, seeing you today lives up to your magnificent reputation. The youthful gentleman clad in embroidered garments depicting the sun and moon nodded slightly in agreement. What the old emperor has stated is not without merit. Should we be fortunate enough to invite you to be our guest at the Sun and Moon sect, it would undoubtedly elevate our humble abode. To have you as even a half-disciple would be the pinnacle of our aspirations. Haha. So you are aware that your Sun and Moon sect is but a modest establishment? How dare such a modest dwelling extend an invitation to youth Bai Xuan? The handsome youth's expression turned ashen upon hearing this. Old Emperor, your words are rather misplaced. He retorted. Although their conversation was laced with humility and amiability, underlying tensions were palpable. Oh, is he the representative sent by the Sun and Moon sect? Quite formidable indeed. After the previous incident involving Nangong Yue, I presumed they would refrain from seeking my counsel again. As for this old emperor, I am unfamiliar with him. Bai Xuan observed the two with great interest. Gentlemen, let us cease our jesting, remarked the elder in a purple robe, holding a whisk. With a benevolent smile as his gaze swept towards Bai Xuan. We have come here not to witness your banter. Ha 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 indeed. My friend from the Seven Stars speaks the truth. Alas, my clan is but a collection of unrefined and stagnant individuals, accustomed to the stubborn stones of ignorance. Upon encountering the exquisite gem that is young Bai Xuan, it is only natural that we engage in more conversation than intended. While the old monarch's words were laced with self-deprecation, they carried an unmistakable undertone. Look, the gentleman to the far right of Bai Xuan seems to be the next leader of the Sun and Moon sect, rumored to possess profound knowledge of life and death. Capable of unraveling the dualities of yin and yang, a veritable sage of celestial divination. Hao Fengyun, and that elderly figure. Could he be the former monarch of the great Chu dynasty, Renwudi? To think that such a venerable powerhouse of the past has graced us with his presence. It is truly a rarity. Even the venerable Qingyu Daoist, a patriarch seldom seen in a millennium, is here. The last I heard of his appearance was 6 millennia ago amidst a tide of malevolent forces. Ah, that one clad in a resplendent kasaya. Could it be the long-ascended Bodhisattva Jialan? It is said he achieved enlightenment long ago. To witness him today is nothing short of astonishing. How remarkable it is that so many extraordinary figures have gathered, all drawn here by the presence of Bai Xuan. Oh, is my own reputation truly so substantial as to attract such illustrious individuals? Bai Xuan listened intently to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, his interest in the 4 individuals before him growing ever more profound. Surely, they could be considered the apex of power in this realm? Their visit must extend beyond a mere greeting. Bai Xuan, it is said that not only do you possess formidable strength and have vowed to save all living beings, but your exceptional comprehension has allowed you to master the golden lotus of your Bai family and to grasp the Sixzhang golden body of the ancient Southern Buddhist sect in just over a decade of cultivation. Today, since fortune has favored our encounter, why not engage in a contest of wits and philosophy with the 4 of us? The radiant Kalen smiled gently. However, the disciples of the Qingyun sect, who were observing, exchanged bewildered glances. Surely, we must have misheard. Is Master Kalen jesting? To suggest collaborating with these 3 ancient existences from the Tianyang continent against our Bai Xuan, who has only just begun his journey and has barely a fraction of their experience. A contest of wits? Such audacity. Upon Kalen's remark, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Could it be true? These 4 entities wish to engage Bai Xuan in a contest? How formidable must Bai Xuan be in their eyes? Just how far has he come? We are already beyond our reach. This truly marks the most significant event of the Tianyang Conference. Regardless of whether Bai Xuan emerges victorious or not, he is bound to attract immense attention. Oh, they actually wish to engage in a contest with me? Do these venerable beings hold me in such high regard? Bai Xuan mused. System, what is your take on this? Ding, it seems that this is yet another test from these individuals. After all, the host's brilliance shines too brightly. These ancient beings wish to ascertain just how far the host has truly progressed. Haha. Bai Xuan remained calm and composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems this is not merely a test, but also an inquiry into the extent of my threat. If I were to not only possess formidable strength and extraordinary talent, but also excel in the literary competition, it would undoubtedly intensify their suspicion and jealousy. Should I one day leave the Qingyun sect to traverse the Tianyang continent, I would inevitably face their machinations. After all, reaching a certain level of power transcends mere flattery. Ding, you are correct, host. For this literary competition, it would be wise for us to avoid drawing attention. It is preferable to lose gracefully. Chapter 98. The literary competition begins. Has it appeared? System. Regardless of the outcome of this literary competition, whether I win or lose, I shall make a grand impression at this Tianyang Grand Assembly. Ding, indeed. However, in Bai Xuan's eyes glimmered a sly glint. Eager for slumber, someone brought me a pillow, just in time for this literary competition. I shall seize the opportunity to attract attention and draw out Long Shao. Esteemed seniors, I am deeply grateful for your generous favor. With that being said, Bai Xuan gracefully offered a bow, poised to respond, when a cold and stern voice from behind interrupted him. The four esteemed elders are already the pinnacle of strength on the Tianyang continent. Why lower yourselves to compete with a mere junior from my Qingyan sect? With these words, Xiao Rong drew the attention of all present. She stepped out from behind Bai Xuan, standing resolutely before the four formidable figures, undaunted by their astonished gazes. Oh, and who might this young friend be? The former emperor of the great Chu dynasty expressed surprise, clearly impressed by the audacity of the young girl before him. I am an outer disciple of Qingyan's sect. Xiaorong, she declared, hands on her hips, as if shielding a fragile chick behind her. Nangong Yue, facing the multitude, felt her face flush with nervousness. Yet, emulating Xiaorong, she too placed her hands on her hips and positioned herself in front of Bai Xuan. And I am Nangong Yue, from the outer sect of Qingyan's sect. You are Nangong Yue. Hao Fengyun of the Ryu sect regarded her with keen interest, scrutinizing the young girl before him. She was the very one whom Bai Xuan had rescued from the Nangong family, braving the ire of numerous powerful factions. It was rumored that she had been afflicted with a peculiar illness, with many mighty warriors attempting to cure her. Even the Qingyun sect had been at a loss. Yet, after being saved by Bai Xuan, it had hardly been long, and she had remarkably recovered. It seemed that Bai Xuan was indeed quite extraordinary. Ding! It appears that Xiao Rong believes the four elders conspired to bully the host, and has stepped in to defend the host. Xiao Rong's words effectively silenced the four powerful figures. She was absolutely correct. As a renowned top-tier powerhouse, competing with a junior like Bai Xuan did seem rather unfair. Observing the four as they exchanged glances in silence, Master Jialan prepared to speak again. Bai Xuan hurriedly pulled the two young women behind him. He still needed to utilize the hands of the four to draw out Long Shao. He could not allow Xiao Rong and Yu Wei, with their good intentions, to inadvertently cause trouble. Since the four esteemed seniors were so benevolent, how could the disciple possibly refuse? How could you agree to this? Xiao Rong exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. With her status as the reincarnated empress, she had no fear of engaging in a battle of wits with the opposing side. It was quite clear that these four old men were attempting to embarrass him. How could he consent to such treatment? Yu Wei pouted in agreement, trailing behind Xiao Rong. Indeed, senior brother Bai Xuan, they are ganging up on you. It is so unfair. Yet Bai Xuan remained unfazed, gently pushing the two girls aside. Sister Xiao Rong. Sister Yu Wei, rest assured. I have my own plans. Ha ha ha, young friend Bai Xuan, you truly are straightforward. The former emperor of the Dazhou dynasty laughed heartily. In that case, let us commence. Bai Xuan is poised to confront the four formidable adversaries from the great Chu dynasty, the Sun and Moon sect, the Southern Ancient Buddhism, and the Taoist sect. This news swiftly spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect, much like a wildfire. The esteemed talents gathered for the Tianyang Grand Assembly were left astonished upon hearing this revelation. What? Bai Xuan has such confidence? Our esteemed young master Hao Fengyun of the Sun and Moon sect is a renowned figure at the transformation stage. The old monarch is placing too much faith in Bai Xuan, isn't he? While I concede that he is indeed powerful, that strength is primarily recognized among our younger generation. It would be prudent for the old monarch to personally handle him. Surely, he has his reasons for such an action. The idea that these four mighty figures would unite against our Bai Xuan is troubling. We must observe this event. Brotherly, shall we compete another time? Brother Lu, I share your sentiment. Meanwhile, Long Shao, who had been lurking within the Qingyun sect, secretly identifying potential targets for devouring, was taken aback by Bai Xuan's audacity. However, his expression soon darkened. Truly, Bai Xuan is remarkable. I, Long Shao, have always prided myself on being the most audacious in the world. Yet I would not dare to face so many powerful beings simultaneously. And you have accepted the challenge. Perfect. I have been searching for you as well. This literary competition will serve as an excellent opportunity for them to test your capabilities. Moments later, the arena where Bai Xuan and the four formidable warriors are to compete has been surrounded by cultivators from all directions, creating an impenetrable barrier akin to an iron drum. Nearly all the prodigies have gathered, unwilling to miss this extraordinary contest. Bai Xuan sat gracefully at the center of the venue, his consciousness radiating outward like a surging tide, scanning the crowd for the dragon hawk. At this moment, the two young women, Xiaorong and Yu Wei, who had been following closely behind him, retreated to the rear, leaving only Bai Xuan amidst the circular formation of numerous cultivators. Encircling him were the four formidable opponents with whom he was to engage in a literary contest, each stationed at the cardinal points, thereby enclosing Bai Xuan within their midst. The spectators below were in a state of fervent excitement, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness an epic literary competition unfold before their eyes. The atmosphere on stage, however, was profoundly solemn. Chapter 99. Is this possible? At last. Has he appeared? Slowly, Bai Xuan opened his eyes. Amidst the crowd, the figure of a youth clad in a black hat emerged, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Ding, host. Take note. This individual is the Dragon Hawk. He is currently possessing and manipulating the body of Yi Bufan. In the narrative, he is also known by the alias Yi Bufan, a mere solitary cultivator. So that is how it is. Bai Xuan's consciousness swept across the surroundings. Long Xiao was well concealed, not revealing his true cultivation before him. Yet, amidst the subtlety, one could still sense his formidable strength. Truly impressive. Bai Xuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, it was a creature that had existed for 1,000,000 years, vastly different from the others on the Tianyang continent. Bai Xuan fell into a solemn demeanor. For the first time among his peers, he sensed an aura of danger. The system was indeed correct, had he not acquired the golden immortal mode this time. Recklessly confronting Long Xiao would have resulted in dire consequences. Meanwhile, Long Xiao, hidden within the crowd, was also attuned to Bai Xuan's presence. How could this be? Throughout the journey, I have been able to perceive the cultivation levels of all the young talents with clarity. Yet, why is it that I cannot perceive him? Long Xiao, concealed among the throng, cast a glance at Bai Xuan, his eyes filled with astonishment and dread. The two fated rivals, meeting for the first time, were equally astonished by one another. Young friend Bai Xuan, the time has come, let us commence. The old emperor of the great Chu dynasty proclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunderclaps, shattering the air with its might. The many onlookers, comprising numerous exceptional talents, were instantly pale with fear, and this also drew Bai Xuan back from his reverie. Old emperor, please present the challenge. Bai Xuan, with a gentle breeze and light clouds, speaks in a soft tone, his expression remaining unchanged. What is the Tao? Is this how one begins? Bai Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment. What does it mean to inquire about the Tao? No matter how you respond, he can always twist your words and negate your answer. After all, there is no definitive response. The disciple remains in the dark. Never mind, at least I have found the Dragon Hawk. I shall resign myself to this predicament. Bai Xuan clasped his hands and slightly bowed to the old emperor. To his astonishment, he had answered correctly on the very first attempt. The old emperor's face was instantly filled with wonder, recalling the past, during his days in the palace of the great Chu dynasty. When the former emperor posed this very question to him, he had answered with unwavering confidence, only to be entirely dismissed and reprimanded. The words of the previous emperor lingered in his memory with remarkable clarity. The true path encompasses myriad forms. One may attain enlightenment through slaughter, just as one may through healing. It was indeed a concept as fluid and ever-changing. How could one claim to fully comprehend it? At that time, his cultivation level had seemingly reached the stage of transformation, yet he had failed to grasp its essence. And now, this Bai Xuan had managed to provide the correct answer on his very first try? What was happening? He himself had given up and merely spoken without thought. Yet he still managed to be correct. Bai Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. Hasn't senior brother Bai Xuan given up? Why then does he proclaim victory? Oh, what kind of figures are present on the stage? Their literary competition is beyond our comprehension. Since senior brother Bai Xuan has triumphed, let us simply cheer for him. Indeed. Go, senior brother Bai Xuan. Let the might of our Qingtian sect be known. The insight of senior brother Bai Xuan is truly unparalleled in this world. Amidst the crowd, Xiaorong nodded earnestly. The question of what is the Tao was one he had only comprehended during his own enlightenment at the threshold of transcending tribulations. The queries posed by the old emperor of the Chu dynasty evidently surpassed the realm of the younger generation's literary competition. Xiaorong had initially harbored concerns that Bai Xuan might struggle to respond. However, it now appeared that his worries were unfounded. Bai Xuan, you truly never fail to impress, always leaving others in awe. Oh, did brother Bai Xuan answer correctly? What else did sister Xiaorong say? Yue Wei stood there in a daze. Strictly speaking, her literary prowess surpassed Bai Xuan's by a notch. After all, Bai Xuan was merely a transmigrator. Although he possessed some insights into cultivation, they were nearly equivalent to none. At this moment, she felt just as bewildered as Bai Xuan. However, as she observed others cheering for him, her spirits lifted, and she joined in the applause. He actually answered correctly? Long Shao lay in wait like a venomous serpent among the crowd, his eyes alternately widening and narrowing. Not an easy opponent, Bai Xuan. I shall never allow you to flourish. Ha ha ha, young friend Bai Xuan, you truly live up to your reputation as a prodigy of the Tianyang continent. I concede. The old emperor clasped his fists towards Bai Xuan, laughing heartily before stepping back. Only Bai Xuan and 3 other formidable figures remained on the stage. The ensuing literary competition was far from as straightforward as before. Despite Bai Xuan's incessant babbling, eager to conclude the entanglement with these individuals, they always managed to find alternative interpretations for his words, continuing to press him for answers. Why do cultivators practice? To eat. A commendable response. On the surface, it speaks of sustenance, yet it implies a desire to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth, to strengthen oneself. According to Taoist friend Bai Xuan, what constitutes righteousness? And what constitutes evil? Evil cultivators prefer spicy food. There is truth in that. Those who relish spicy flavors often possess restless minds, making them prone to deviance. Bai Xuan, soon, the hour of noon arrived. Typically, at this time, some cultivators, though not in need of sustenance, would indulge their appetites. After all, cultivators are still human. This is why there are so many taverns adjacent to the Qingyun sect. However, this occasion was different. The crowd did not disperse for a meal. Instead, it grew increasingly larger. Many who were previously unaware of the situation outside the Qingyun sect rushed in, much to Bai Xuan's dismay. He found himself besieged by a barrage of inquiries from 3 formidable figures, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on Long Shao, lest he escape and render all efforts futile. Fortunately, Bai Xuan possessed considerable patience and calmly took a seat. It seemed he, too, was intrigued by himself, was he not? Chapter 100, The Frenzy of the Women. At this moment, outside the Qingyun sect, at the place where Bai Xuan converses with the 3 formidable beings, nearly 10,000 enchanting female cultivators have gathered. Their gazes directed at Bai Xuan are akin to those of ravenous wolves and tigers, filled with a predatory intensity. Xiaorong is seething with frustration. Just at noon, several female cultivators had departed, and she quietly rejoiced, planning to wait a while longer for more of them to leave, so she could return to the courtyard with Yue Wei and prepare a meal for Bai Xuan. However, those few junior sisters not only returned, but were accompanied by an increasing number of female cultivators awaiting Bai Xuan. It dawned on her that it was the lunchtime hour when those female cultivators had left for their meal. As soon as the lunch hour concluded, they all swarmed back. These vixens, she thought, what could they possibly be waiting for Bai Xuan with such eagerness? Xiaorong pouted, muttering her disdain for these beautiful female cultivators, entirely oblivious to the fact that she, too, was among those waiting for Bai Xuan. Meanwhile, Yue Wei observed Xiaorong's increasingly sour expression and seemed to have guessed the reason behind it. Her bright eyes sparkled as she silently trailed behind Xiaorong. How long do you think Bai Xuan's senior brother will be discussing matters with those 3 powerful beings? One asked. Indeed. But this also indicates that Bai Xuan's senior brother is quite formidable, capable of engaging in such a prolonged discourse with so many strong figures. It should conclude soon. Another chimed in. I even prepared lunch for senior brother Bai. I hardly had time to eat myself and hurried here instead. I wonder if the Spirit River grilled fish will suit his palate. Yes. I spent a considerable sum acquiring several fresh phoenix chickens for senior brother Bai, which I just finished preparing. I was concerned that it might not align with his tastes, so I made several different flavors. I wonder if senior brother Bai will enjoy them. Whether Bai Xuan harbors any affection is uncertain, nonetheless. It is evident that the young Wei is salivating at the sight. It appears these enchanting vixens have not indulged in lunch, but rather devoted their efforts to preparing a feast for Bai Xuan. Xiaorong squints her sparkling eyes, pouting her lips, as her pupils dart back and forth, scrutinizing the culinary creations of these female cultivators. Lingjiang fish, colorful phoenix chicken, river pufferfish, and jade white goose. These seem to be rather exquisite ingredients. These fox spirits are truly willing to invest considerable effort to win Bai Xuan's favor, presenting such lavish offerings. The cost of these ingredients alone must amount to several 100,000 spirit stones, one might surmise. In comparison to her previous culinary attempts, the disparity is akin to street-side barbecues versus a grand banquet. There is some resemblance, yet it is minimal. Even the containers holding the food are extraordinary and should not be underestimated. The light brown celestial wood is intricately carved with elegant patterns, and each line of the box is adorned with a layer of shimmering silver thread. It exudes an air of opulence and rarity. She had once encountered such a food box during her ascension to Empress, when some subordinates, seeking to amuse her, spent a fortune to procure it from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. It was said to have been meticulously crafted by a deity of transformation thousands of years ago, who, in a bid to win the heart of a beloved, secluded themselves for 1,000 days, expending immense spiritual energy and devotion. The culinary creations placed within such a box would not only remain unspoiled for a millennium, but would also enhance the flavors in a remarkable way. Even the most unpalatable dish could be transformed into something extraordinary, revealing the inherent essence of the ingredients. At that time, it was rumored that a single food box of this kind could fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, the empire was just beginning to flourish, and she was reluctant to part with her funds, ultimately opting to auction it off instead. Later, she learned that only a few of these boxes still existed in the world, making them exceedingly rare. Yet, to her astonishment, upon arriving at the Qingyun sect today, she encountered an astonishing multitude, over 100. This revelation stirred a twinge of envy within Xiaorong. These female cultivators are undeniably affluent. Indeed, those who can enter the Qingyun sect are far from ordinary. They are primarily the heirs and daughters of illustrious clans, steeped in rich traditions spanning millennia. The privileges she had never experienced in her past life are commonplace here. After much contemplation, Xiaorong resolved that once Bai Xuan finishes, if he dares to sample even a morsel from these little fox spirits, he may as well abandon the hope of ever tasting her cooking again in this lifetime. Even if he were to plead and beg, the very scent of her culinary creations would be beyond his reach. But what if their culinary skills surpass mine? Especially since I often prepare inexpensive meals for Bai Xuan. What if I truly cannot compare? Xiaorong felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Faced with such a multitude of beautiful, wealthy, and exceptionally talented competitors, she found herself beset by uncertainty. Yolan's profound gaze resembled a tranquil sea under the night sky, reflecting glimmers of starlight and the gentle echoes of white waves. While appearing calm on the surface, beneath it lay countless surging currents hidden in the depths. This was her solitary little emotion. Look, Bai Xiao. The three formidable figures beside you have all slightly bowed in respect. Oh, it's true. Is it over? Bai Xiao, I have prepared a meal for you. Are you hungry? And I, Bai Xiao, I made sweet and sour porpoise for you. At this moment, Bai Xuan finally began to rise after several hours of engaging with the three powerful figures, his throat parched from conversation. Chapter 101, Victory in Artistry. The beautiful female cultivators surrounding him were eager with anticipation, channeling their spiritual energy to shout hoarsely at him, fearful that Bai Xuan might overlook them. Gone was the delicate demeanor they usually displayed. Humph, these little vixens are quite diligent when calling out to men. One might think Bai Xuan shares some scandalous, compromising relationship with them. Xiaorong furrowed her brows, silently cursing this group of female cultivators in her mind. Aside from having a bit of money, they were nothing of worth. If only they had the courage to face her in a real contest. She would gladly mar their faces and put an end to their incessant attempts to allure men. Bai Xuan, who would have thought that not only do you possess great strength and exceptional talent, but your comprehension is also remarkably profound. Truly, you are a rare existence with the potential to transcend tribulations at such a young age. Master Jialan stood up to face Bai Xuan, shaking his head in admiration. Indeed, you possess the demeanor of one destined for greatness. Bai Xuan, my friend, you must visit the Sun and Moon sect in the future. You are always welcome there. Hao Fengye nodded repeatedly, looking at Bai Xuan with a smile. Daoist Qingyun also waved his dust whisk and chimed in, Bai Xuan, should you travel to the Tianyang continent in the future, do come to the Daoist sect for tea. Esteemed seniors, you flatter me. Bai Xuan forced a smile and bowed to the three formidable figures. Despite his incessant ramblings and nonsensical talk, Why did they feel compelled to ponder so deeply? This time at the literary competition, you emerged victorious, my friend Bai Xuan, exclaimed Hao Fengyan, hands clasped behind his back. A broad smile adorning his face as he congratulated Bai Xuan. Indeed, your exceptional insight is commendable, Bai Xuan. The venerable Master Jialan also approached, nodding in appreciation. Well then, he remarked, we certainly did not consider that variable. If our opponent wished for our triumph, there was no reason for us to falter. These three elders certainly possess an extraordinary imagination, conjuring up ideas from thin air. System, although your usual discourse is also filled with flights of fancy and absurdity. I find myself in full agreement with your words today. Bai Xuan nodded helplessly. Amidst the crowd, Long Xiao, clad in a conical hat, fixed his serpentine gaze upon Bai Xuan, his eyes glinting with malice. It truly took me by surprise that you triumphed over 3 cultivators whose prowess far exceeds your own. Bai Xuan, at this moment, you have outperformed Gu Qingyun. However, this is merely the calm before the storm. You shall not survive this Tianyang Grand Assembly. I shall extinguish you while your wings remain unformed. With that, Long Xiao turned and vanished into the shadows. Bai Xuan, my esteemed senior. Bai Xuan has emerged victorious. The female cultivators within the crowd erupted in fervor, their voices a cacophony of admiration. You are truly remarkable, Bai Xuan. You are the greatest. With the acknowledgement of the 3 formidable beings declaring Bai Xuan as the victor, the female cultivators became frenzied, akin to specters clawing their way out of the abyss, clamoring around Bai Xuan at the center of the arena. Alas, these female cultivators are truly a source of perplexity. The competition had scarcely concluded when they hastily rushed over, encircling Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan had originally intended to pursue Long Xiao immediately after the debate concluded, secretly keeping a close watch on him. However, he ultimately managed to escape. Senior brother Bai Xuan, come, try this. Sweet candied porpoise, it is truly delectable. Senior brother Bai Xuan, I have this as well, with a plethora of flavors. After such a lengthy debate, you must be quite hungry, yes? Junior brother Bai Xuan, you are remarkably talented, managing to triumph over those 3 esteemed seniors. Why not offer me some guidance this evening? What nonsense. Xiao Rong could hardly endure another word. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could such vile language possibly be uttered? Bai Xuan expressed his gratitude to the sisters for their kind gestures, yet gently requested they take these items back. He was currently engrossed in his cultivation and feared he would be unable to partake. Bai Xuan waved his hands in refusal while subtly signaling to Xiao Rong and Yu Wei. He remained quite clear-headed, aware that Xiao Rong was a veritable cauldron of jealousy. Should he accept food from those female cultivators in her presence, she could very well uproot his courtyard upon his return. Xiao Rong immediately grasped the situation, furrowing her brow as she positioned herself and Yu Wei as a shield, confronting the group of women with fierce determination. Esteemed senior sisters and junior sisters, she declared, Bai Xuan is currently unwell and wishes to take his rest. I kindly ask that you do not impede him. As she spoke, her eyes darted with cunning. Of course, your intention in preparing meals for Bai Xuan is commendable. Please hand over those food containers to me. I shall ensure he receives them. You intend to take them back? Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan's expression darkened instantly. He was acutely aware of who Xiao Rong was. It was a miracle if he didn't erupt in fury when others offered him meals, let alone allow her to take it back. She must have been enamored by that exquisite food box. The moment it came into her possession, the food within would undoubtedly be discarded, only for her to resell the box later. Ultimately, she would spin a tale to these female cultivators, claiming that Bai Xuan had misplaced the items, thus leaving him to shoulder the blame. The female cultivators present mostly knew of the close relationship between Xiao Rong and Bai Xuan. For a moment, no one spoke up. Yet, they were not foolish. Not a single one of them handed over the food box to her. Instead, they simply bypassed Xiao Rong and the delicate Yu Wei, continuing to chatter animatedly towards Bai Xuan. Senior Bai Xuan, are you truly exhausted? Not hungry. Would you like to rest at my home? Junior Bai Xuan, do you need an elder sister to give you a massage? It feels delightful. What a nuisance. Bai Xuan smiled wryly as he graciously declined the kind intentions of the female cultivators. After much coaxing, he finally extricated himself from the crowd. Now, he had indeed encountered Long Xiao, though regrettably, the opportunity had slipped away. Bai Xuan chose not to linger outside the Qingyan sect any longer, opting instead to return directly to his courtyard. There, he entered a state of seclusion, diligently revisiting his celestial arts and powers. eagerly anticipating the day he would confront Long Xiao. Meanwhile, after Long Xiao departed, he utilized his status as a wandering cultivator to engage in literary competitions with various individuals over the past few days. Undoubtedly, he emerged victorious each time. Concurrently, Yi Bufan's reputation began to take shape. The numerous cultivators of the Qingyun sect became aware of a remarkable wandering cultivator named Yi Bufan, who had notably vanquished several prodigies from prominent factions. However, at this moment, no one dared to draw a comparison between him and Bai Xuan. Chapter 102. The Extraordinary. Long Zhao's Tactics. Soon, 7 days passed, and the literary competition of the Tianyang Grand Assembly came to a close. Bai Xuan refrained from venturing outside, instead choosing to engage in seclusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Rong took the opportunity to accompany Yu Wei on excursions, where they triumphed in several contests, returning with resounding victories. Yi Bufan's name began to resonate with increasing prominence. Over the past few days, he had bested numerous prodigies from formidable factions, captivating the interest of many regarding this suddenly emerging rogue cultivator. Some of the defeated elites even urged their respective sects to probe Dragon Xiao, seeking to entice him into their ranks. Dragon Xiao, in turn, played the sympathy card, recounting tales of his orphan status and the adversities he had faced, evoking the compassion of those powerful figures. After all, no one would dismiss the prospect of having more strong individuals under their banner. Observing Yi Bufan's proclamations, they misinterpreted his intentions as a desire to join their sections. Thus, Dragon Xiao maintained flirtatious relationships with multiple major powers, assessing which would offer him more advantageous terms. He contemplated infiltrating the faction that provided the best conditions, devouring their disciples, and exploiting the female cultivators therein. Originally, he had anticipated that his consecutive victories, accompanied by his newfound notoriety, would attract numerous enamored female cultivators seeking his affection. He envisioned inviting them out, away from the confines of the Qingyun sect, to first absorb their essence before ultimately consuming them. To his astonishment, only a handful of male disciples extended gestures of goodwill towards him. According to the original narrative, with Bai Xuan absent, he would have been inundated with female admirers, yet the emergence of Bai Xuan, radiant and formidable, a veritable dreamboat for nearly all young female cultivators, had significantly diminished his prospects. This reality incited considerable ire within him, and he secretly attributed this grievance to Bai Xuan. As the 7 days elapsed, the grand climax of the Tianyang gathering approached, the martial competition. Unlike the literary contests, which could be conducted in any casual setting, the martial competition required an arena. At that moment, the Qingyun sect erected numerous temporary combat platforms amidst the sprawling mountains of their domain. Numerous factions, having long harbored grievances against one another, eagerly dispatched their disciples for exchanges and sparring matches. After a brief hiatus,